Superheroes, supervillains, a grand battle of celestial beings, demons, and malevolent spirits. Magical spells, divine powers, flying swords, and talismans that can shake the heavens and the earth. The celestial represents light, while the demonic embodies darkness. Intricate schemes intertwine, forming a duality. Chapter 1. The Destiny System. Ultimate Quest. In the dead of night, Zhao Yu trudged wearily through the narrow, squalid streets of a village within the city. The air was frigid, with biting winds howling like knives, relentlessly cutting across his face. He huddled his neck, exhaling warm breath into his hands, desperately rubbing his cold cheeks for warmth. The street was shrouded in darkness. The light from the lamppost at the corner barely illuminated the area, casting an almost imperceptible glow. The sound of Zhao Yu's footsteps echoed crisply in the cold night. 8 this hour, the majority of people were snug in their beds, either fast asleep or engrossed in their phones or televisions, blissfully content. Zhao Yu wished he could indulge in such comfort, yet he refused to forfeit 3 hours of overtime pay. That was 1.5 times the usual rate. He quickened his pace, eager to reach his rented room. Every second spent in the warmth of his bed was a blessing. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted from an unknown source, resembling 1,000 suns rising simultaneously. Zhao Yu instinctively closed his eyes, and in that instant, he lost consciousness. A vibrant, indistinct entity burst forth from the void, colliding violently with another chaotic form that emerged from the opposite direction. And Zhao Yu found himself at the center of this collision. The speed of the two was beyond description, surpassing light and electricity. Before they could collide, Zhao Yu's body disintegrated into nothingness, leaving behind a fleeting, ethereal silhouette invisible to the ordinary eye, which quickly transformed into a myriad of luminous particles. The impact concealed countless mysteries, and the intense light and waves produced by the collision did not even travel a meter away, as if bound by some mysterious force. The vibrant entity exploded into a brilliant red mist, seemingly possessing a consciousness of its own, which enveloped Zhao Yu's soul, transformed into a point of light, propelling it toward the now stunned, chaotic form. In an instant, a dark, small void emerged, and with a flash of brilliance, everything vanished. When Zhao Yu regained consciousness, he had not yet opened his eyes, but instinctively understood his surroundings. A dim, cramped room. It was as if a primal instinct guided him without the need for sight or sound. He could perceive everything within a 10-meter radius. This perception was more comprehensive and acute than mere sight or hearing. Even the sound of a fly buzzing in the corner was vividly etched in his mind. Curiously, Zhao Yu opened his eyes, surveying the environment, and discovered that what he beheld visually matched his earlier sensations perfectly. His vision was extraordinary. The same fly, in this dim room, still in a shadowy corner, its every movement was clear beneath his gaze. What is happening to me? He shook his head, and suddenly, a torrent of vast and chaotic information exploded in his mind. Gasping, it took him a moment to regain his composure. A look of bewilderment and disbelief crossed his face. New York? Brooklyn? The unfamiliar information stemmed from another's memory, a person named Owen Green. It felt as vivid as Zhao Yu's own experience. An American orphan raised in a Brooklyn orphanage, who ventured into society at 16 and now worked as a delivery person for a courier service. Zhao Yu's own memories collided with this new information. The orphan, the labor, the years of toil, the overtime then abruptly ceased, intertwining and settling into a calm realization. He exhaled deeply, swung his legs over the bed, and barefooted, took a few steps to the window, pulling the curtains wide open. The sunlight outside, the flow of traffic on the streets, the diverse throngs of people, the English signs of the shops, all this information flooded into Zhao Yu's mind in an instant. After a long moment, he closed the curtains with a swish and slowly returned to the bedside, his expression shifting through myriad emotions. I must have crossed over, right? He had already accepted his current situation, yet a flicker of doubt lingered in his subconscious. And I possessed some special abilities. His senses were heightened to an extraordinary degree. Nothing within a 10-meter radius could escape his perception. It felt entirely natural, controllable with the ease of eating or walking, as if it were instinctual. Suddenly, he broke into a grin. He felt no attachment to his former life. Crossing over might indeed be a stroke of fortune. This must be a good thing, right? System integration complete. Greetings, host. The Destiny System is at your service. Who? Zhao Yu froze. A system? He pondered, could it be the legendary Golden Finger? As this thought crossed his mind, a mix of trepidation and excitement surged within him. Regaining his composure, he cautiously inquired, so, what is this Destiny System? How did I end up in America? Host's inquiry does not exceed current permissions. I can provide answers. You are currently situated in the Marvel Universe, in Brooklyn, New York. Your identity is that of a biracial orphan, 18 years old, working as a delivery person. Marvel? Zhao Yu's voice shot up in surprise. You brought me to Marvel? Your arrival in the Marvel world is related to this system. The specifics exceed your current permissions, and the system cannot disclose them. Zhao Yu was left speechless, taking a deep breath before exclaiming in frustration, "Then why did you bring me to the Marvel world? I'm just an ordinary worker. An orphan life is already miserable enough. Please, have mercy and let me go back." Request denied due to its unreasonable nature. Unreasonable? Zhao Yu's heart raced. Raising his voice, "You brought me to a strange world without my consent. Is it unreasonable to ask you to return me? Where's the logic in that? Human reasoning is irrelevant to the system." Zhao Yu. But the system continued, undeterred by Zhao Yu's expression. "Now, I shall explain the basic functions of the system. There are two main sections, the task section and the exchange section. The host can complete tasks issued by the system to earn luck points, which can be exchanged for anything desired. Now, the first task is being issued. Ultimate mission of the Marvel Universe. Refine OA, seize control of the Marvel Multiverse, enlighten all beings, and attain the status of Dao Ancestor. Rewards for the mission: 10 trillion fortune points, 1 innate treasure, and a 1-level increase in host privileges. Time limit: none. Failure to complete the mission results in host death. Main mission 1. Establish a sect, declare oneself the Dao Ancestor. Rewards for the mission: 10,000 fortune points, 1 town guarding spiritual treasure, and 1 90-year cave heaven blessed land. Time limit: 3 months. Side mission: pending activation. Listening to the cold, mechanical voice echoing in his mind, Zhao Yu felt a chilling sensation permeate his very soul. Were these so-called missions? Refine OA? Achieve Dao Ancestor? Surely, this is not a jest. What is OA? Although Zhao Yu was not particularly familiar with Marvel, he had gleaned some knowledge due to Hollywood superhero films. It was the ultimate deity of Marvel, an existence deemed unsolvable. Now, he was being tasked with refining. It was this not an invitation to death? A profound sense of despair washed over him, as if life had lost all meaning and every path led to demise. Yet, Zhao Yu harbored a glimmer of hope and ventured. What if I choose not to undertake the missions? Can I live a peaceful life as an ordinary person? Failure to complete the system's tasks within the designated time will result in corresponding levels of punishment based on the significance of the mission. Punishment? Zhao Yu froze, his hope extinguished, and he shouted, "Get out of my head. What kind of nonsensical system is this? Leave me alone. Host has insulted the system implementing level 9 punishment." Zhao Yu was taken aback, and then a cry of agony escaped him as he collapsed to the ground. His body stiffened as though bound by invisible shackles, unable to move an inch. His eyes rolled back, his complexion turned ashen, veins protruded, drool flowed uncontrollably, and his throat felt constricted, producing only gasping sounds akin to a drowning. Victim on the brink of death. Time passed, though Zhao Yu could not tell how long it had been before he managed to turn over, allowing the drool to flow freely down his face, lying there like a lifeless log. He had lost all desire to live. Was this punishment? It was akin to a fate worse than death. A searing pain erupted from the depths of his mind, organs and bones, crashing over him in relentless waves, as if seeking to obliterate both soul and flesh. Zhao Yu was certain that had he not been immobilized, he would have already hurled himself against a wall in a bid for suicide. This was suffering beyond human endurance. After an extended period, a faint color returned to his wooden expression as he weakly wiped his face, his eyes vacant. "Can you tell me what the punishment levels entail?" The punishment levels are divided into 10 tiers, with level 9 being the lowest and super being the highest. Level 9. The lowest? A sudden laugh escaped his stiff face, and, as he continued to laugh, tears streamed down his cheeks. Is this truly the lowest? The lowest. Indeed, host. Level 9 is the lowest. Zhao Yu finally broke into a wail. "Are you trying to kill me? Just end my life. I no longer wish to live, just kill me. The system will not annihilate the host. Please rest assured." Zhao Yu was left speechless. Was this the infamous predicament of being unable to live or die? It felt as though he was being compelled to embark on a journey, yet denied the release of death, merely subjected to relentless torment until he was driven to the brink of insanity. Is there truly such a dark system? I accept it. Zhao Yu gritted his teeth, glaring, his facial muscles twitching. He seemed to foresee his dismal future unfolding. The host's acceptance of this system brings great joy. The host has made a wise choice. However, the system cautions the host to never oppose it, for the consequences may be dire. Based on the host's acceptance of this system, initial benefits are now being issued. The initial benefits are as follows: 100 fortune points and 1 unique lottery opportunity. Zhao Yu lay there in a daze, breathing heavily, indifferent to the so-called initial benefits. The after effects of the punishment still plagued him, leaving him utterly drained. Fortunately, a warm current seemed to flow gently through him, gradually alleviating the aftereffects and providing him with some relief. After a considerable time, he finally managed to rise, sitting on the edge of his bed. Chapter 2. The Ruthless System and the Singular Lottery. Thus, I found myself aboard the Black Ship, unable to deviate from this path. It was a dismal failure. While other traversers bask in their grandeur, with the system merely serving as an accessory, my situation appears to have reversed. Yet, with no alternative, I must proceed step by step. After a moment of contemplation, a spark of determination ignited within me. What if this so-called system can perceive my innermost thoughts? My expression faltered, and I cautiously probed within my mind. System, are you aware of my previous thoughts? The system, disinterested in prying into the host's consciousness, assured the host not to worry. Zhao Yu's eyes shifted, and a realization dawned upon him. He quickly concluded that the destiny system could not invade his thoughts. Otherwise, uttering the term scoundrel would surely incur punishment. However, this system must possess vast powers. How could it possibly be blind to my true intentions? He felt a twinge of confusion. Nevertheless, the ability to conceal his thoughts from the system sparked a peculiar notion within Zhao Yu. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his thoughts and pondered. System, what are my initial benefits? To enhance the host's experience, the system is fully data-driven. Upon the host call, the information can be revealed. Zhao Yu exhaled, attempting to invoke system appear. Instantly, a familiar, game-like interface materialized before him. Zhao Yu was taken aback, gazing at the large screen displaying an unfamiliar full-body image alongside accompanying data, and inquired, "Who is this?" Presenting the host's physical attributes in a data format according to the most familiar gaming attribute model. "You have not erred. This is indeed you." "Me?" Zhao Yu pointed at his own nose. "Is this truly my appearance? The irises appear slightly blue, and my nose is rather prominent. Am I of mixed heritage? While handsome, how could this possibly be me?" A reminder. The host has traversed and possessed this body. Ah, Zhao Yu suddenly comprehended. Very well, possessing this body, is it? Mixed heritage is mixed heritage. At least the Asian lineage dominates. He chuckled at himself and shifted his gaze to the data beside the full-body image. Name, Zhao Yu Owen Green. Race, human. Bloodline, unknown. Physical strength, 2. The average for an adult is 1. Soul strength, 2. The average is 1. A few simple lines of data provided a rough overview of Zhao Yu's physical attributes. He contemplated this information, reflecting, the average attribute for a regular person is 1, meaning I am currently twice as strong as an average individual. Is this a benefit bestowed by my traversal? He then focused on the unknown in the bloodline section, concentrating intently. This system is undoubtedly extraordinary. Just look at the missions it issues, directly targeting the supreme leader of the Marvel Multiverse. Yet, it seems it cannot perceive my thoughts unless I call upon it, indicating that only when I specifically address the system will respond. The inability to ascertain lineage surely stems from certain reasons. However, he found it perplexing, and the system would undoubtedly refrain from revealing the truth. Zhao Yu believed that, in essence, this might be a fortuitous circumstance for him. The initial impression the system left on Zhao Yu was decidedly unpleasant. The thought of his entire existence laid bare before the system, devoid of any semblance of privacy, was genuinely disheartening. It appeared that the system might indeed exhibit some flaws, which considerably eased Zhao Yu's mind. Subsequently, Zhao Yu's gaze fell upon the 2 solitary options beside him. One was the task option, which upon inspection revealed the 2 tasks recently issued by the system. After a cursory glance, he dismissed the character option and opened the exchange option instead. The exchange interface resembled a gaming marketplace, divided into 3 sections: techniques, items, and miscellaneous goods. The techniques section housed a variety of skills, combat techniques, spells, supernatural abilities, and formations. However, the most expensive items he encountered were merely a few techniques valued at 100 fortune points, such as basic talismans and the Yuan Qi cultivation method. Gazing at the 100 fortune points displayed in the lower right corner, Zhao Yu understood that this was directly related to his purchasing power. Without the initial benefit of these 100 fortune points, he would likely find nothing of interest. The items section contained an array of magical tools, treasures, formation plates, flags, alchemical furnaces, talisman brushes, and papers. Here too, the priciest items he could see were also worth 100 fortune points. Lastly, the miscellaneous section was a veritable cornucopia of items. It included techniques for forging weapons, formulas for concocting pills, talisman papers for crafting, materials, drugs, ordinary books, and even finished pills and talismans for sale. Anything one might desire could be found within this eclectic assortment. After briefly browsing the miscellaneous section, Zhao Yu fixed his attention on the techniques area. having been ensnared by the dark and gleaming system into the Marvel Universe. Both for the urgent need for security and the necessity to avoid punishment by completing tasks, strength reigned supreme in this bizarre world. And strength was derived from techniques. Of course, in the Marvel Universe, the impoverished gained power through mutation, while the affluent relied on technology. Both were means to acquire power. Yet, the Marvel world lacked a comprehensive system of power. An incomplete power system signified risk and obscured the path ahead. Since he had already boarded the system's dark vessel and could not escape, it would be sheer folly to disregard the system's resources. Although the system was indeed sinister, causing Zhao Yu considerable unease, he found himself entranced by the technique section. Suddenly, he inquired, "System, what are the best 9th-tier techniques available? Please list those within 100 fortune points." Due to insufficient host privileges, the corresponding feature of the system cannot be used for free. However, a deduction of 10 fortune points may serve as a substitute. Shall this deduction proceed? Zhao Yu's mouth opened in frustration, a fiery indignation bubbling within him, nearly compelling him to curse aloud. Yet, mindful of the system's ruthlessness, he suppressed his anger and muttered, "Deduct it, just deduct it." As the words fell, the myriad of martial arts texts in the Feyman district vanished one by one, leaving only 3 solitary techniques hanging in the air. In an instant, the fortune value in the lower right corner plummeted from 100 to 90. Ignoring the pang of regret, Zhao Yu widened his eyes and scrutinized the remaining texts. The 9 revolutions primordial art, the 3 elements unification chi refinement method, the sacred witch S azure lotus meditation technique, 9 revolutions primordial art. He incredulously mused. Is this not the legendary defensive technique of Taoism, reputed for its 9 refinements and 9 transformations, a supreme method for achieving sanctity? It could be purchased for merely 100? A fleeting smile graced his face before it quickly faded. He suddenly remembered that he was left with only 90 fortune points. Do not misunderstand, host, the system's voice chimed in. The 9 revolutions primordial art is the method of Pangu, consisting of 9 transformations and 81 refinements, culminating in the attainment of sanctity of the flesh, a supreme path to enlightenment. The complete 9 revolutions primordial art requires a staggering fortune value of 1 trillion. Zhao Yu was left speechless, pointing at the martial arts section. Are you mocking me? The system replied. Unperturbed, the first transformation and first refinement of the 9 revolutions primordial art is valued at 100 fortune points. Frustration surged within Zhao Yu, his face turning crimson as veins bulged. Then, what are the 3 elements unification chi refinement method and the sacred witch S azure lotus meditation technique? The 3 elements unification chi refinement method, also known as the Chaos Tao Canon, is founded upon the supreme essence of the primordial void, the red chaos, the purple void, and the pure void. It encompasses 3 elements, 3 refinements, and the unification of the 3, allowing one to transcend the innate and perceive the Tao. It is a supreme method that rivals the complete 9 revolutions primordial art. As for the sacred witch S azure lotus meditation technique, it is the highest meditation method of the witchcraft way, profound and intricate, on par with the former 2. What a grandiose title, the Chaos Tao Canon, the primordial void. Zhao Yu felt a burning desire, yet could only sigh in resignation. It was evident that whether it be the 3 elements unification chi refinement method or the sacred, which S azure lotus meditation technique, the versions displayed before him were likely the most rudimentary forms. Yet, even this basic level was beyond his means. It was akin to being in a hotel room with a girlfriend, brimming with excitement, having taken a whole bottle of Viagra, only to learn that her monthly cycle had arrived. The frustration was maddening. Fortunately, Zhao Yu was of a broad mind. He thought to himself, at least he now knew of the existence of these 3 techniques. When his fortune value increased, he could gradually exchange for them. He resolved that, henceforth, he would minimize interactions with the system, ideally never making a request of it, lest it drive him to despair. With a lingering gaze at the 3 resplendent techniques, Zhao Yu smacked his lips, forcing himself to look away. What about my initial benefits? Was there not a lottery? Where is it? Does the host wish to confirm the singular opportunity for a lottery? 1 opportunity? Zhao Yu frowned. Could you elaborate? Of course, if it requires fortune points, then forget it. Having suffered once, Zhao Yu would certainly not stumble in the same place a second time. The host inquired about the initial benefits, and the system imposed no charges. Then speak quickly, Zhao Yu replied, his tone tinged with impatience. This system does not possess a lottery feature, due to special circumstances. The host is granted a singular opportunity for a lottery draw. Special circumstances? Zhao Yu pondered for a moment, deciding against further questions. Since this was the only chance, he realized he could not expect future lotteries. He sighed slightly, let it be. As you wish. Before him, a magnificent wheel materialized, vibrant yet indistinct, appearing to be filled with infinite colors while simultaneously devoid of any hue. It seemed boundlessly vast, and yet infinitesimally small, infinitely distant yet astonishingly close, a truly wondrous sensation. Zhao Yu disregarded the system's urgings and scrutinized the wheel. It was roughly partitioned into hundreds of segments, with a needle at its center. He estimated that wherever the needle pointed would determine the prize. However, the segments were all a blur, rendering their contents invisible, and Zhao Yu frowned, feeling increasingly unsettled. Shall the host commence the lottery? Why the incessant urging? Zhao Yu mumbled, let it draw, let it commence. The lottery commenced, to continue until the host called for a halt. Then halt. The needle spun violently, and even with Zhao Yu's acute senses, he could discern no trace of its movement, as if it had vanished entirely. Yet, he understood this was due to the incredible speed of the spinning. From start to finish, no more than 5 seconds elapsed, and he could not fathom how many rotations the needle made. He merely stared blankly, silently praying. In an unseen realm of the lottery wheel, a subtle red light lay in wait, only to surge forth as the needle slowed, then vanish from sight. Soon after, Zhao Yu noticed the needle had come to a stop. The segment it indicated cleared the mist, revealing an antiquated and ornate treasure chest. Chapter 3. Chaotic 9 Turns. Summoning the sacred jade token. Zhao Yu rubbed his hands together, awaiting the system's response, yet a long silence ensued. Curiosity piqued, he asked system, what have I drawn? The host has acquired a mysterious treasure chest. Will you claim it? Zhao Yu detected a hint of hesitation in the voice. Claim it. He fixed his gaze on the chest, speaking with unwavering conviction. As soon as the words left his lips, a chest, approximately 10 centimeters in length and width, materialized in Zhao Yu's embrace. Contemplating briefly, he closed the system interface, placed the chest carefully on his bedside, and cautiously opened it. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, nor dazzling radiance. As the chest opened, a cluster of light and a palm-sized, lush jade token appeared before his eyes. Zhao Yu inhaled deeply and slowly reached out to touch the luminous orb. The orb seemed to possess a spirit of its own, darting up to Zhao Yu's fingertips, only to vanish in an instant. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his head, as if an infinite torrent of information exploded within, causing his temples to throb. He instinctively clutched his head tightly. After a moment, he exhaled softly, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The true body of chaos and the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong. How delightful. A spark of realization ignited within him, and he couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that the luminous cluster was the complete cultivation method of the true body of chaos's 9 transformations. Although it was somewhat regrettable that it only contained the first transformation, the 9 refinements method, rather than the complete 9 transformations and 81 refinements, Zhao Yu felt immense satisfaction. One must understand that merely acquiring the first transformation's first refinement required 100 fortune points. Who could fathom the cost of the entire first transformation with 9 refinements? Zhao Yu had already experienced the system's harshness firsthand. Now, with this portion of expenditure eliminated, just imagine the time and effort saved. It was akin to a nobody suddenly winning the affection of a wealthy and beautiful partner upon stepping into society, instantly elevating his life to an unimaginable level. How exhilarating. Yet, this was not the pinnacle of his joy. The greatest thrill was witnessing the system's misfortune. Recalling the previous lottery draw when the system remained silent for an eternity, Zhao Yu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Trying to deceive me, huh? Though he did not fully comprehend the circumstances. He surmised that the recent lottery had overwhelmed the system's control. Otherwise, how could it have bestowed upon him such a substantial gift? After repeatedly facing setbacks before the system, he had finally turned the tables, and although it had little to do with him personally, it was undeniably satisfying. Zhao Yu understood that such opportunities might not arise again. After all, the lottery was a one-time affair. Moreover, the method he had received carried additional information, indicating that for the subsequent transformations, he would need to exchange them himself. It further suggested that he should simultaneously cultivate the 3 elements returning to one chi refining method, which, to some extent, increased Zhao Yu's burdens. However, for him, every journey begins with a single step. With a good start, the path ahead would become significantly easier. It was infinitely better than being unable to afford quality resources and having to settle for subpar items for cultivation. After briefly savoring the cultivation method of the first transformation of the true body of chaos imprinted in his mind, Zhao Yu opened his eyes and focused once more on the jade token within the chest. He extended both hands and cautiously cradled the token. As he did so, a flash of azure light illuminated the token, and a piece of information materialized in his mind. Summoning sacred token. Bloodletting to acknowledge the master allows the summoning of a projection of a celestial being, granting 1/1000th of its foundational abilities for half an hour. Limited to 3 uses. After the 3rd use, the token shatters. A jolt coursed through Zhao Yu, nearly propelling him to his feet. This was a life-saving treasure. The celestial beings, a term that resonates with grandeur. Although possessing merely a fraction of foundational abilities, coupled with limitations, it far surpasses his current state. After toying with the jade tablet for a moment, Zhao Yu chuckled softly, cautiously biting his finger to draw a drop of blood, which he then smeared onto the summoning token. In an instant, the token transformed into a beam of azure light and vanished into his palm. Subsequently, he summoned the system. System, I believe fortune smiles upon me, Zhao Yu exclaimed with glee as a jade tablet gradually materialized in his palm. Behold, the summoning token, a precious relic for preserving life. Thank you. The system remained silent. Zhao Yu refrained from disclosing the simultaneous acquisition of the Chaos True Body technique, as an inner voice cautioned him that while the summoning token could be revealed to the system, the knowledge of the Chaos True Body technique must remain concealed. This impulse seemed to arise from his subconscious, compelling him to act accordingly. Please complete the first phase of the main storyline task promptly. The system responded with a cold, disjointed echo before lapsing into silence. Zhao Yu called out several times, but received no further reply. He chuckled softly, stowing away the summoning token, and stood to stretch languidly. First, I must freshen up. I need to prepare for the task, he thought, shuddering at the recollection of the system's prior punishment and the associated agony. Reflecting on the system's punishment, Zhao Yu suddenly realized that he felt invigorated. All residual effects had dissipated, and he sensed a warm vitality coursing through him, as if boundless energy surged within. Given the system's nature, it was evident that he had received some unexpected benefits. Clearly, this journey had transformed his body in some way. With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Yu made his way to the restroom. His face still bore traces of stickiness from the punishment, having failed to clean himself after the ordeal. Thankfully, he was alone. Otherwise, he would have felt utterly embarrassed. Although the room was small, it was tidy and fully equipped. The restroom, measuring merely a couple of square meters, at least had a mirror hanging on the wall. Facing the mirror, Zhao Yu scrutinized his reflection. He resembled the image displayed on the system's screen. Tall and slender, perhaps standing at around 185 centimeters, with eyes tinged in blue, a prominent nose, and sharp facial features, truly a handsome mixed blood. He stroked his chin, feeling quite content with his current physique. Had he possessed such a form before traversing worlds? Even as a mere worker, he likely would have found a partner long ago, avoiding the pitfalls of solitude well into his 30s. Speaking of this world, it teems with beauty, and while the urgency of his task loomed and the merciless system pressed upon him, one cannot entirely dismiss physiological needs during moments of leisure. With a sly grin, he quickly rinsed his mouth and washed his face in mere minutes, changed into fresh attire, and strolled out of his rental accommodation. Brooklyn, the most populous borough of New York, is neither a slum nor an affluent enclave. The gathering here is predominantly comprised of the lower middle class. The original owner of Zhao Yu's body, although merely an orphan, possessed a certain ambition. Upon leaving the orphanage, he refrained from descending into vice. While the role of a delivery courier may not be considered particularly prestigious, it at least afforded him a foothold in Brooklyn, sparing him from the precarious existence of the chaotic slums. Stepping out of his rented accommodation, Zhao Yu embraced the morning sun and made his way to the company. He intended to resign. He had no choice but to resign. In truth, had it not been for the system and the tasks it imposed, he would never have relinquished such a relatively stable position. Yet, with the urgent mandate to establish a sect within 3 months looming before him, there was simply no time to devote to work. Not to mention, the income from his job could scarcely support the expenses of founding a sect. To establish a sect, one must have a stronghold, mustn't one? In novels and myths, the celestial sects are always situated among grand mountains and rivers, boasting entrance gates spanning tens of thousands of miles. Compared to those immortal beings, Zhao Yu, though a mere firefly, could not possibly erect his gate in a rented room. That would be far too lacking in aspiration. After all, as a transmigrator endowed with a system, albeit a rather dubious one, he ought to aim for something more. Not necessarily towering mountains, but surely a picturesque environment would suffice. He had contemplated it thoroughly. A farm. He envisioned creating a farm in a scenic locale, establishing his gate there. Although for a transmigrator with an ultimate goal of zero, this idea of a farm as a stronghold might seem rather underwhelming. The circumstances left him little choice. Even acquiring a small farm seemed nearly insurmountable due to his financial constraints. Of course, Zhao Yu could venture into the wilderness, claiming land as his own. That was not entirely out of the question, as long as he distanced himself, perhaps traversing the breadth of America to the west. Establishing his gate deep in the Rocky Mountains, he imagined no one would trouble him. Yet, one must remain grounded in reality. He was no immortal and lacked the ability to traverse vast distances in a single step. Concealing himself in a remote corner of the mountains would render ingress and egress exceedingly inconvenient. A round trip could take 10 days, half a month, or even several months. How could he possibly recruit disciples in such a scenario? Ultimately, he lacked the strength at this moment. Although he possessed a life-saving token, it was a safeguard for emergencies and should not be used lightly for travel. Once expended, it would be gone. More importantly, Zhao Yu had begun to grasp the nature of the system. As an avid reader, familiar with narratives, he could discern from the system's name that its core function revolved around seizing fortune, specifically the fortune of fate. Where does this fortune reside? Within the protagonists. Insignificant events. Who are the protagonists of the Marvel Universe? Superheroes. Supervillains. Are superheroes and supervillains found in remote corners? No, they reside in bustling cities. Where do major events unfold? Certainly not in desolate wildernesses. Taking all these factors into account, it became evident that his sect must be established near a major city. New York is a realm where superheroes converge, a place destined for momentous events. How could one possibly distance themselves from such fate? The resignation process was remarkably smooth. In this world, no one is irreplaceable, particularly ordinary individuals. Although the original Owen had worked here for a year or two, no one would particularly miss a reclusive orphan. After resigning and settling his salary, Zhao Yu made his way directly to a newsstand. With a few $100s from his final paycheck, he purchased every newspaper available for the week, a considerable stack weighing dozens of pounds, which he carried back to his rented accommodation. For the next half day, Zhao Yu immersed himself in the newspapers, neglecting even his lunch. By evening, having perused every article, he turned on his archaic second-hand computer to browse major news portals. As dusk approached, Zhao Yu finally rubbed his forehead and shut down the computer. From the newspapers and online articles, he collated some pertinent information, primarily concerning superheroes. He identified two notable figures active in New York, the Punisher and Daredevil. Their abilities, however, were not qualitatively different from those of ordinary people. As for Spider-Man, he was still elusive. Zhao Yu surmised that the young man had yet to transform into the web-slinger. Iron Man, on the other hand, remained the playboy of Stark Industries, with his news mostly revolving around sensational headlines. Both Tony Stark and Peter Parker were not yet the superheroes they would become. Chapter 4. Divine Possession. As he lay quietly on his bed, massaging his temples, Zhao Yu pondered. The news only vaguely mentioned the Punisher and Daredevil, both of whom were seasoned characters, and their powers paled in comparison to more formidable heroes, falling short even of Spider-Man's prowess, rendering them of little value. Yet, with Daredevil having emerged, it was likely that his adversaries, Kingpin, Bullseye, and organizations like the Hand from Japan, were lurking in the shadows. The absence of Spider-Man and Iron Man was a boon for Zhao Yu, facilitating his plans. His thoughts drifted past these current or future superheroes to another marginal news item, the presence of mutants, which made sense. Prior to his crossing over, due to copyright issues, mutants and superheroes were kept separate, yet they could indeed be unified in essence. For him, mutants held significant value. Their innate abilities might be related to certain physical disciplines, warranting careful observation. Moreover, each of these individuals possessed their unique fortunes, which could be manipulated. With a slight sigh, he acknowledged that the most pressing matter remained securing the Mount Sherman funds. He opened his eyes, and his gaze fell upon a newspaper featuring a haughty figure with a mustache. "You," he declared, as a super-rich and exceptionally brilliant individual. Tony Stark's living environment is undeniably extravagant. In the United States, a nation that, despite having transitioned into a new world, remains fundamentally one governed by capital, wealth, and prowess naturally attract admiration. He is perpetually surrounded by an inexhaustible array of headlines, possesses a wallet filled with limitless funds, and is relentlessly pursued by countless women, drawn to him like moths to a flame. He can look down upon anyone, scorn the unsophisticated, and act with impunity, for few can challenge him. For Tony Stark, Aside from reveling in the company of women and attending various soirees, his greatest delight lies within the confines of his laboratory. As for Stark Industries, with seasoned veterans Obadiah Stane and assistant Pepper Potts at the helm, he need not concern himself with its operations. His sole responsibility is to unveil new products, which invariably garners a fervent gaze and accolades. He is the quintessential protagonist, a character of extraordinary caliber. Pepper, what are the actual test results of the missile? What do the military say? They must be quite pleased, right? On the top floor of Stark Tower, Tony emerged from the elevator, followed closely by Pepper, who was clutching a folder. Well, we all know you, Tony Stark, the world's foremost genius. What could the military possibly find dissatisfactory with your creations? Pepper had long since become accustomed to Tony's self-assured, or rather arrogant, demeanor. Exactly. Tony unhesitatingly embraced her words as a compliment. However, I cannot believe they wouldn't propose some outlandish ideas. Perhaps they want me to create a missile capable of obliterating Jupiter, thereby ruling the world. Pepper shrugged. As Tony approached, the automated metallic doors swung open. He casually removed his coat and walked inside, stating, "Jarvis, let us continue with the previous experiment. Apologies, sir, but I believe you must first meet a guest before proceeding with the experiment." Very well. Tony slowly set down his coat and nonchalantly walked toward the bar, saying, "Pepper, could you step out for a moment? I may need to engage in a boxing match with an unexpected visitor." As he spoke, he retrieved a bottle of exquisite red wine worth several $1,000s and poured a glass, gesturing towards an oddly dressed figure in a cerulean robe seated on a distant sofa. "Hey there, would you care for a drink? Although I'm unsure how you managed to breach the heavy security to arrive here. As the host, I must extend my welcome, provided you offer me an explanation." Pepper, too, had noticed the figure in the cerulean robe. It exuded an uncanny aura, appearing both present and elusive, seemingly distant yet close at hand. She glanced at Tony, from whose eyes she discerned a signal to remain still, and then quietly withdrew. Tony's expression remained unchanged. Although he felt a tinge of unease within, he took comfort in his perceived security, firmly believing that no one in this world could unjustly harm him. "Tony Stark?" The figure draped in a cerulean robe lifted his head, revealing Zhao Yu's face. "Indeed, my friend, I am Tony Stark, the world's foremost genius and wealthiest individual. You have not mistaken me." He swirled his glass and continued, "As I mentioned earlier, would you care for a drink?" Zhao Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Your inferior beverages bear no merit." Tony's countenance briefly faltered before he exclaimed, "What did you say? Inferior beverages? Are you belittling me?" "Huh." He let out an eccentric laugh. "No one has ever dared to disdain me, except for you." Zhao Yu regarded him coolly, a glimmer flashing in his eyes, making Tony feel as though he were unclothed. Hey, my friend, could you refrain from looking at me like that? I'm not Gar, okay?" The light in Zhao Yu's eyes faded, and a slight smirk graced his lips as he replied, "Neither am I." "Well then, my friend," Tony settled onto the sofa opposite Zhao Yu, a tea table separating them. "Can you elucidate your intentions now?" "Why not?" Zhao Yu replied with an indifferent smile. "I seek a sum of money, and you are the most suitable source for it. This is the purpose of my visit today." "Aha." Tony paused, a mocking expression emerging on his face. "Indeed, I am quite wealthy. If I were to withdraw all my funds from the bank, they would form another Stark Tower. However, I have never encountered someone quite like you. Pray tell, how thick-skinned are you? It is truly remarkable to find someone with more audacity than myself." Zhao Yu remained unfazed, flicking the wide sleeves of his robe and continuing, "I deem you the most appropriate candidate for 2 reasons. First, you possess considerable wealth. Yet in truth, many affluent individuals could afford the sum I require. Secondly, I intend to take you on as my apprentice, for you are exceptionally intelligent. This is the paramount reason." "Huh, are you offering me alms?" Tony spread his arms in disbelief. "An apprentice? A student? Who am I?" "Tony Stark, are you certain your faculties are intact? Does that mean you refuse?" Zhao Yu gradually rose, his hands clasped behind his back. "Of course," Tony replied, loosening his shoulders. It was unreasonable to expect a warm reception from an uninvited guest. Zhao Yu regarded him, a flicker of melancholy crossing his expression. "I did not wish to be forceful, yet I cannot squander this opportunity." He extended his hand, a shimmer of ethereal light dancing at his fingertips. Tony abruptly fell backward, tumbling off the sofa and hiding behind its back. Just as he was about to shout, a streak of light shot forth, disregarding all obstructions and human reactions, piercing into Tony's forehead. His expression froze, and he soon yelled, "What have you done to me? You scoundrel!" Zhao Yu smiled faintly. "This is a spell, which can also be refined into a magical artifact. known as the tightening spell. This spell directly affects your soul, imposing a punishment through incantation. Once, there was a naturally unruly monkey that dared to challenge the celestial realm, stirring chaos across the three realms. Even the golden immortals had to yield to him, yet ultimately, he was subdued by the tightening curse. With a smile, Zhao Yu gazed at Tony and remarked, "I am curious to know, what distinguishes the world's greatest genius from that monkey?" "A monkey? You dare compare me to a monkey?" Tony exclaimed in disbelief. "I cannot fathom that there exists anyone who would liken me, Tony Stark, to a monkey. How utterly ridiculous." Taking a deep breath, he softened his tone and earnestly stated, "My friend, do you realize you are committing a crime? If you wish to avoid the police at your doorstep, you should lift this spell from me." Although Tony was accustomed to arrogance and had never felt threatened, he suddenly sensed a profound binding from the depths of his soul, and fear gripped him. Zhao Yu maintained his serene smile, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his flowing sleeves cascading elegantly, exuding an ethereal aura. Humans are perpetually self-centered. You claim to be the world's greatest genius, yet in the presence of that monkey, you are but an ant. You are unaware of the strength of his spirit. Yet he was still subdued by the tightening curse. While the spell I have cast upon you cannot be compared to the divine incantations of the Buddha, rest assured that beneath the celestial immortals, no one can unravel it. Moreover, I suspect that in this world, even those with celestial powers may lack the capability to do so. Zhao Yu continued calmly, "Thus for you, this is insurmountable. Unless you are willing to forfeit your very soul, even in reincarnation, this mark imprinted upon your spirit will forever accompany you, never depart. I ought to let you first experience the delights of this spell," Zhao Yu said with a laugh, his lips curling slightly as he muttered some indescribable incantations, manifesting an invisible force that stirred the spell etched deep within Tony's soul. Tony's expression tightened as immense pain and oppression erupted from the depths of his being. He clutched his head and thrashed on the ground in agony. Sir, Jarvis, the artificial intelligence, fretted helplessly nearby, unable to communicate with the outside world or even call for help. On the table beside them, a glowing orb was ensnared by twisted runes. Upon Tony's arrival, Zhao Yu had activated the summoning talisman, imprisoning Jarvis, a mere shadow of true sentience. Observing the world's greatest genius, now in torment with veins bulging and on the verge of ecstasy or death, Zhao Yu remarked coolly, "The tightening curse has multiple effects. The first is pain. This spell was crafted by a powerful being, reminiscent of the 18 layers of hell. It allows you to experience 18 distinct forms of pleasure. Tony, tell me, do you wish to partake?" "No." One hand gripped his forehead fiercely, his eyes bulging, gums bleeding from biting down hard, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily as his body convulsed. Struggling, he extended his other hand, pleading, Stop. I agree. Chapter 5. The Art of Persuasion. Zhao Yu smiled faintly, remarking on the arrogance of certain individuals who perceive themselves as the center of the universe. In reality, the world is resilient. It would not collapse with the absence of any one person, and the earth continues to revolve regardless. To echo the ancient wisdom from across the Pacific, one might say, you are inviting trouble upon yourself. Instead of joyfully becoming the foremost disciple, look at your current predicament. Enough, Tony interjected, banging his head against the ground, blood trickling from his forehead. Even a creature as unruly as a monkey would succumb to the incantations of Tang Chonglao, let alone a mere mortal like Tony. Observing the situation, Zhao Yu sensed that prolonging this further might lead Tony to contemplate self-harm. He allowed a slight smile to escape his lips. The relentless anguish that had engulfed Tony began to recede like a tide. He slumped, gasping for breath as if on the brink of expiration. His eyes bulged in distress, blood vessels prominent, and sweat streamed down his face, leaving him devoid of strength. Zhao Yu, witnessing his state, couldn't help but ponder the severity of the system's punishment. Was it akin to a tightening spell? Estimating that about 10 minutes had elapsed since the ordeal began, with half of the time limit remaining, Zhao Yu felt it prudent to engage Tony once more. Let us revisit our earlier conversation. I maintain my stance. You, Tony, are a remarkable talent, and few on this planet can rival your abilities. I hold great expectations for you. Now, I pose a question. Are you willing to become my foremost disciple? How could I refuse? Tony managed to shift slightly, resting his head against the sofa, his face etched with exhaustion and irony. Though I dare not say it, and I admit, I have experienced the greatest pain in this world. They speak of the agony of childbirth and the torment of injuries. Yet I believe I have surpassed them all. Zhao Yu perceived a hint of suppressed resentment in Tony's eyes, but paid it no mind. Excellent. From this moment forth, Tony Stark, you shall be my chief disciple. As a master, I have my duties, and as a disciple, you must bear the burdens. My dear apprentice, I am in need of establishing a foundation. Yet I lack a suitable location. It is time for you to contribute. A foundation? Tony queried, having regained a modicum of strength. Just as Stark Industries has the Stark Tower as its headquarters, my foundation requires something similar. However, I desire a place of natural beauty, not a concrete jungle. It should not be too distant from a city. Dear student, I hope to see a farm or ranch in the suburbs of New York within 3 days, not exceeding 100 acres. For merely 100 acres of ranch or farm. Tony gestured incredulously. Disbelief etched across his face. And then you grant me a spell? No, that is not a spell. Remember, it is a celestial art, a tightening spell. As for the foundation, that is secondary. Individuals who can offer such modest farms or ranches are plentiful in New York, numbering perhaps 80 to 100,000. My esteemed mentor has previously expressed that what I value most is you as an individual. Should I feel honored? Certainly. Following my guidance will be far more beneficial than your current state. In due time, you shall come to understand. I shall await that moment with great anticipation. Tony scoffed dismissively. Nevertheless, you will find it hard to believe my words. Only through personal experience will you grasp their significance. Let's conclude our discourse for today. My good disciple, rest well, for I shall return to seek you on the morrow. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Zhao Yu's eyes as he turned, vanishing without a trace, as if he were a mere projection dissolving into thin air. Observing the man who had maintained a faint smile, yet bore a devilish presence, finally depart, Tony grasped the sofa and gradually pulled himself up, throwing himself onto it with fervor. Cursed be this fate. After a prolonged moment of daze, a cascade of fear and trepidation washed over him, feelings he had never encountered before. He pressed his forehead, his expression hardening with intensity, and muttered curses under his breath. How could I have encountered such a diabolical constraint upon my soul? Even poisons and various known or unknown technological means posed no challenge to him. Yet this ethereal enigma eluded his grasp. Particularly when it pertained to the elusive concept of the soul, he found himself utterly at a loss. His astute mind raced, and suddenly, a spark illuminated his eyes. Xavier. The Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. Ignoring his overwhelming fatigue, he sprang up. Jarvis, inform my driver. I require his services immediately to visit the Xavier School. I regret to inform you, Mr. Stark, came Jarvis's voice, your mentor has employed some unscientific method to bind your butler to the table. I'm unable to communicate with the outside world. My apologies. Tony raised his hands in exasperation, left speechless, and hurled a few more expletives before reluctantly donning his coat and dragging his nearly immobile legs towards the door. With each step, he trembled. Yet the indomitable will of the world's foremost genius shone through. Tony! Pepper stood just outside the door. As it opened, Tony lost his balance and stumbled forward, nearly falling into her. What has he done to you? Oh my goodness. Should we call the police, Tony? Tony shook his head, mustering a feeble response. My dear, please assist me downstairs and contact my driver. I must visit the Xavier School. For someone of Tony's stature, the secrets of this world were few and far between. Although he did not pay much attention to the mutant community that frequently graced the news, he was nonetheless well informed. It was essential for someone of his social standing to be aware of such matters, even if they did not directly concern him, particularly regarding the individual associated with Xavier's School, known as one of the world's strongest and a master of mental prowess, Professor Charles Xavier. In Tony's estimation, if there existed anyone capable of aiding him, it was undoubtedly Charles Xavier, the bald man resembling Obadiah. Though he was exceedingly reluctant to confront this individual, anyone would feel uneasy in the presence of a person capable of perceiving even the faintest whispers of one's thoughts, a figure whose mere gaze could render one powerless. Yet, the stark reality was that he had no choice but to seek assistance from Charles. There was no alternative. For a proud genius, this was a profound blow. In a high-end cafe not far from Stark Tower, seated by the window, a figure clad in a green robe quietly observed through the glass as a sleek sports car glided down the street. The moment for the invocation of the Holy Seal had not yet arrived, and the divine power that had been summoned still surged within Zhao Yu. Even a fraction of that power endowed him with the capability to obliterate the entirety of New York State. Everything within a radius of thousands of miles. The patterns of space, the flow of energy, even the movements of ants and the flight of mosquitoes could not escape his perception. At this moment, he felt as though he had transformed into a multitude of beings, omnipotent. Every action and word spoken by Tony after his departure had fallen into the depths of his consciousness. At that very moment, Zhao Yu was aware of the whereabouts and activities of all superheroes across America. Yet, this was of little consequence. Only a few minutes remained before this formidable power would dissipate. He merely needed to remember the location of his next target, allowing all else to temporarily fade from consideration. As for Tony seeking Professor Charles for assistance, he dismissed it from his mind. Although the mutant professor possessed profound expertise in telepathy, rendering him unparalleled on this planet, Zhao Yu remained skeptical about his ability to confront the binding spell. The spell directly influenced Tony's soul. Perhaps Charles could locate it, but he would be utterly powerless against it. For one, he lacked an understanding of the celestial system. Secondly, there existed an essential difference between the soul and psychic power. Lastly, the binding spell had been enacted by a divine presence summoned through the Holy Seal. Though it could only wield a minuscule fraction of its original strength while possessing Zhao Yu, the intricacies of its control and the depths of its mysteries were beyond imagination. If even a being of immense power, akin to a monkey, found it insurmountable, what hope did Professor Charles possess? To speak bluntly, even if the spell were presented before Charles, he would merely perceive it as an arcane text, utterly confounded. Zhao Yu was confident that Tony would ultimately surrender. As the time limit arrived, Zhao Yu underwent a sudden transformation, reverting from the celestial, ethereal figure clad in green to his original mortal form. At that moment, Zhao Yu's presence truly manifested within the cafe. Prior to this, he had existed in an entirely different dimension. His abrupt appearance went unnoticed by anyone. Zhao Yu stood gracefully, then stepped out of the cafe, chuckling to himself in his rented room. The legendary super tycoon, a flamboyant playboy, and the world's foremost genius. Such grandiose claims are indeed amusing. His laughter was infectious. In truth, the moment Zhao Yu resolved to utilize the precious summoning token, he had already made up his mind to exert control over Tony, regardless of whether Tony initially agreed. This was an inevitability. Tony was a perilous individual. Despite his seemingly jovial demeanor, he possessed immense power on this planet. Zhao Yu firmly believed that failing to subdue him would result in Tony inevitably retaliating, returning any grievances with interest. With the divine presence bestowed upon him, Zhao Yu felt no fear, yet he was acutely aware that such divine embodiment was limited in duration. Once he exited this state, he would find himself no stronger than an ordinary person. Therefore, he had to eliminate any potential threats. This invocation of divine embodiment was not merely a rare experience. It allowed Zhao Yu to access, even in his mortal state, the fundamental abilities of at least the Void Realm, an immense magical prowess, the ability to differentiate myriad spiritual essences, traverse the void, and navigate basic dimensions. Additionally, he managed to capture a hint of the profound essence of a great power. During this process, a sudden inspiration struck him. While controlling Tony, he simultaneously harnessed the divine power to gain a profound understanding of the principles underlying the first transformation of the chaotic true body. With the perspective of a great being, comprehending the mysteries of this initial transformation was effortlessly achieved. This was his greatest reward. Chapter 6. Tony's plea for help as Zhao Yu practiced his techniques, although the divine projection had departed. The insights into the principles of the first transformation of the chaotic true body lingered in his heart. He had become intimately familiar with the 9-layered method of the first transformation, ready to practice at any moment without encountering bottlenecks. This delightful surprise made Zhao Yu's heart tremble with excitement. Had it not been for the subconscious warning within him, he might have summoned the system to boast and revel in its perplexed reactions. At the same time, Zhao Yu felt a twinge of regret. He should have exchanged for a combat technique first. Even a rudimentary one would suffice. Currently, aside from possessing physical attributes double that of an ordinary person, he lacked any other means and still found himself devoid of basic self-defense capabilities. Had he previously acquired a combat skill, he would have swiftly grasped it in his divine state and quickly mastered it at the level of returning to simplicity. If he could fully comprehend the chaotic true body, then mastering a mere low-tier combat technique would be a trivial matter. This realization also illuminated another powerful aspect of the summoning token, not only for preserving life, but also as a means to facilitate cultivation. He had resolved that unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from using the remaining 2 summons, saving them for pivotal moments, such as when facing insurmountable obstacles in his training. This was their true purpose. Just as Zhao Yu reveled in his thoughts, Tony finally arrived at Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, located on the outskirts of New York. Professor Charles had long anticipated Tony's arrival and had instructed Cyclops to greet him at the door. Charles was a man of profound contradictions. He prided himself on sacrificing everything for mutants, yet his actions often veered away from the mutant cause, leaning more towards humanity's interests. Ironically, he believed himself to be entirely justified. In stark contrast stood Magneto, Eric, representing an opposing extreme, a proponent of relentless aggression, while Charles favored compromise. If the two could find common ground, perhaps the plight of mutants would be considerably alleviated. Charles harbored doubts regarding Tony's intentions. Acutely aware of the disdain many held for him, he was reluctant to expose his secrets to the scrutiny of others, leading him to avoid social interactions. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to remain within the confines of his secluded school for a lifetime. He believed that, without necessity, others would also prefer not to see him. Furthermore, in the name of his so-called principles, he seldom employed his abilities to monitor others, despite the ease with which he could do so. Thus, he remained oblivious to Tony's motives and refrained from intruding upon his thoughts, unwilling to offend him. Soon, Cyclops, donning sunglasses, entered escorting a mentally strained yet visibly fatigued Tony. "Hey, buddy," Tony remarked, his incessant chatter unceasing. "Has anyone ever told you how incredibly cool you are? Those sunglasses are stunning." Cyclops displayed an air of impatience. He maintained a perpetual wariness and disdain for individuals like Tony, the wealthy elite, believing that they were the very reason Professor's dreams had not been realized. "Professor, he has arrived," Cyclops announced curtly, casting a scornful glance at Tony, who was being assisted, and promptly exited the room. "I apologize," said Charles, a hint of regret etching his weathered face. "Cyclops has not been in the best of spirits lately." "No need to apologize," Tony replied, graciously settling into a chair with the aid of his bodyguards. "I understand. Everyone has those days each month." Charles found himself bemused, well aware that Tony was a formidable figure who was relentless in his verbal assaults, whether justified or not. "Very well, Mr. Stark. I am eager to discern your purpose for being here," he stated, opting not to engage in superficial niceties. Tony surveyed the room, instructing his guards to leave, leaving just the two of them. He composed his thoughts and gestured as he spoke. "I scarcely know how to begin. Just moments ago, an unusual stranger visited my office and placed a curse, or some form of sorcery, upon me. That devil referred to it as a tightening spell, whatever misfortune that ominous name might entail," he said with a deep-seated resentment. "That person claims he wishes to be my master. God, Professor Charles, a master? Tell me, is there truly anyone in this world with such audacity?" Charles nodded in understanding. It is only natural to remain vigilant toward strangers. Indeed, Tony seemed to have found a kindred spirit and lamented, "But when that devil saw my reluctance, he cast a spell upon me. I thought he was a fraud, yet, Professor, just look at me now." He gestured toward his nose. "The pain is profound, emanating from the depths of my soul. I can distinctly feel that in some corner of my being, I am bound and oppressed by something. That devil claimed this was a direct assault on the soul. An enchantment. He referred to it as an enchantment. God, what nonsense!" He continued to complain. "You may not know this, but his intentions for approaching me, in his words, are twofold. One is for me to provide him with a farm or ranch no larger than 100 acres, preferably near New York. The second, astonishingly, is that he values me. I cannot bear it, to endure such torment for merely 100 acres, and to be eternally under his control." He looked at the professor earnestly. "If there is anyone in this world who can help me, it is you. Of course, I shall not let you toil for nothing." "Professor," Tony assured him, "regarding the Mutant Act, I might be able to speak on your behalf." The professor's brow furrowed slightly, his luminous head reflecting his expression, which became markedly pronounced. To use extraordinary powers to control others is a grievous transgression against moral boundaries and a disregard for free thought, which is utterly unacceptable. However, the individual Mr. Starr speaks of may be unknown to me. Is there really someone on this planet who possesses such dominion over souls? He looked up at Tony. "If Mr. Stark does not mind, I would like to see for myself." "Of course," Tony replied nonchalantly, shrugging. "Otherwise, what am I doing here?" The professor smiled, a glint of brilliance in his eyes, and Tony suddenly felt a fog enveloping him. The expression on Charles' face shifted from lightheartedness to a deepening gravity, eventually causing beads of sweat to form on his smooth forehead, his complexion turning a vivid red. His emaciated hand trembled tightly, the veins standing out starkly, revealing the strain he was under. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, until Charles let out a muffled groan, blood spurting from his nostrils, before he abruptly opened his eyes wide. At the same moment, Tony shuddered and regained his senses. Witnessing Charles' distress, he involuntarily gasped, his heart sinking. Charles wiped the blood from his nostrils, his gaze reflecting extreme fatigue as he solemnly said, "I apologize, Mr. Stark, I did my utmost." Tony's face turned ashen. as he was supported by his bodyguards. He staggered away, and Professor Charles wearily closed his eyes. "Professor, what is wrong?" Surrounded by Cheen, Orluo, Scott, and Hank, a multitude of concerned eyes fixated upon the professor. Charles gently waved his hand. "The dandy has been cursed at the very depths of his soul, rendering him under control and compelling him to seek my assistance. Yet I am powerless to intervene." "Impossible," Scott exclaimed. "Professor, how could there be anyone capable of placing such a curse upon the mind that you cannot dispel?" "It is not the mind," the professor replied, waving his hand once more, "but rather the soul. I can perceive the essence of the soul. Yet the intricacies of this curse elude my understanding. When I endeavor to decipher it, I am met with severe psychic backlash." With a sigh, he continued, "In this world, yet another exceedingly dangerous and reckless individual has emerged. He is well versed in the power of the soul, and I am unable to discern the fate of humanity, which seems perpetually riddled with calamity." Having spoken, he turned his wheelchair and slowly departed. The group exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting their shared concern. Zhao Yu, however, remained serene. Having devoted an entire night to his cultivation, he held steadfast belief in the power of the sacred incantation and the divine might it bestowed, thus harboring no trepidation. This night marked his formal initiation into the realm of cultivation. Though it was his first experience, it felt remarkably familiar. The gifts imparted by the sacred projection proved immensely beneficial. The first transformation of the chaotic true body encompassed 9 layers of refinement, alongside a comprehensive guide. This guide was neither textual nor pictorial, but rather an essence of Tao. In the process of comprehending this essence, his body instinctively performed numerous actions that would be arduous for the average person to replicate. Through the movements guided by this essence, he honed his physical form, ensuring that no part, be it marrow, blood, organs, bones, flesh, or even the brain, was neglected. This constituted a holistic refinement, the inaugural step in the cultivation of the chaotic true body. Only through the permeation and tempering of the comprehensive guide's essence could a solid foundation be established, allowing for the genuine commencement of a 9-layer refinement. Throughout the night, Zhao Yu immersed himself in this essence, transforming his modest, rented room into a sanctuary for the cultivation of his physical foundation. As dawn broke, and he concluded his 9th cycle of comprehension, he finally opened his eyes. At that moment, he stood in the center of the room, adopting a posture of completion. He found no strangeness in this, despite having started the previous night in bed. Summoning the system interface, his gaze lingered on his foundational attributes. Physical strength, 5. Soul strength, 9. In just one night, his body had undergone a profound transformation. Physical strength surged from 2 to 5, a remarkable increase. Particularly notable was the enhancement of his soul strength, a legacy bestowed by the sacred embodiment. In the state of divine possession, he had grasped the subtleties of the first transformation of the chaotic true body's 9 refinements, akin to the attainment of enlightenment. Thus, the growth in soul strength was entirely reasonable. Moreover, Zhao Yu could distinctly sense that this augmentation had not yet ceased. Both physical and spiritual strengths are gradually increasing, independent of the chaotic true body technique or the divine embodiment. This is merely the instinct of his physique. Previously, he could not easily perceive this, but now, as he steps into the realm of cultivation, he becomes aware of the uniqueness of his constitution. Perhaps it is akin to the legendary Western dragon, the rotund lizard, which, after slumbering for centuries, becomes invincible in the world. In Chapter 7, Technological Immortals, Tiao and Shuejiao, Tony was taken aback to discover that even Professor Charles was powerless to assist him. How utterly despairing. He could not conceive of anyone besides Charles who might come to his aid. Leaving the genius school, he spoke not a word on the way back, even dismissing several calls from beautiful women without hesitation. At this juncture, it felt as if the strongest of ropes were tethered around his neck, allowing others to manipulate him at will. This was the greatest torment for Tony. Ordinary individuals may endure a lifetime of being controlled, yet they grow accustomed to it. However, someone like Tony, who has been exceptional from birth, finds this unbearable. It is akin to an angel once soaring freely in the heavens, suddenly shackled and transformed into a mere pet dog. The stark contrast is insufferable. The higher one's status, the prouder one becomes, and the less tolerance they have for control. "Sir, we have arrived at Stark Tower," the driver announced. Tony jolted awake, glancing through the car window at the tower that had always filled him with pride, and unexpectedly felt a pang of trepidation. Taking a deep breath to invigorate himself, he opened the car door and stepped out slowly. Although several hours had passed, he still felt lethargic. Yet, he mustered his spirits. He did not wish to let his state affect others, nor did he want anyone to witness his disarray. Who was he? The world's greatest genius, the super-rich Tony Stark. Pepper anxiously awaited in the lobby of the tower, alternating between sitting and standing, glancing at her wristwatch. When she finally saw Tony enter, looking reasonably well, she breathed a quiet sigh of relief. They remained silent as they ascended to the top floor. Inside, only the two of them remained. Although Pepper was merely Tony's assistant, and he often indulged in flirtations, there existed a unique bond between them. They were quite close. Mr. Stark, can you tell me what has transpired? Pepper, until now, remained oblivious to the happenings surrounding Tony. Call me Tony, he insisted, pouring himself a glass of red wine and preparing the finest coffee for Pepper himself. Who am I? He proclaimed with pride. Is there anything in this world beyond my reach? Thus, he spread his hands wide, declaring, everything is all right. Is it? Pepper cradled her coffee cup, regarding Tony with a hint of skepticism. I hope you're not deceiving me. As your assistant, it is my duty to be concerned about you. Tony chuckled mischievously and, taking advantage of Pepper's momentary distraction, planted a quick kiss on her cheek. Pepper stepped back, feigning disgust. Mr. Stark, please conduct yourself with decorum. I am neither one of those Victoria's Secret models, nor a reporter from some tabloid. All right, Tony exclaimed, raising his hands in surrender. Let us not dwell on that. Resolute in his intention to ease Pepper's worries, he deftly shifted the topic. Dear Pepper, there is a matter I need you to attend to. Pepper replied, her expression turning serious. She always assumed this demeanor when there was work to be done. An exceptionally capable woman, Pepper managed all of Tony's affairs. Without her, chaos would surely ensue. I have a friend, Tony stated, carefully choosing his words. Although he silently cursed himself, his outward demeanor remained unchanged. He requires a ranch or farm, ideally under 100 acres, in a pleasant environment, and situated near New York. As he had just arrived in the city, he was unfamiliar with the area, hence he entrusted this task to her. Upon hearing this, Pepper nodded naturally. I will take care of it immediately. It's a trivial matter. A high-end farm of 100 acres would, even in New York, not exceed $5 million. A mere trifle for Pepper. Okay, Tony affirmed. Then do it as quickly as possible. You will come to see me tomorrow. When Tony next encountered Zhao Yu, his expression and manner remained unchanged. However, Zhao Yu could distinctly sense a substantial chasm between them, an amalgamation of resentment, anger, and a faint tinge of fear. Anyone would feel similarly if they found themselves manipulated and turned into a puppet without cause, and Zhao Yu did not find the sentiment unwarranted. When Pepper had brought him up, she did not recognize Zhao Yu as the individual from the previous day. Firstly, his attire was different. Secondly, his aura was entirely transformed. Most notably, Pepper had only briefly encountered the divine-possessed Zhao Yu for less than a minute. You are quite beautiful, madam. Thank you for bringing me up, Zhao Yu expressed, stepping into the familiar, sci-fi-infused room. As an assistant, Pepper naturally departed, leaving Zhao Yu alone with Tony. I have prepared what you requested, Tony stated with a frosty demeanor. The farm is 100 acres, located in the suburbs of Queens, adjacent to the Hudson River, with a pleasant view. Perhaps you could find solace there. Zhao Yu was unfazed by Tony's tone. He smiled and seated himself. Good disciple, is this how you welcome a guest to your abode? He felt a laugh bubbling within him. Before him stood an individual, historically haughty, unruly, and egotistical, now utterly subdued by his prowess. Apart from a few sarcastic remarks, he found himself powerless. Although he relied on divine abilities, it was sufficient to bring Zhao Yu a sense of exhilaration. Tony shot a fierce glare at Zhao Yu, letting out a low grunt as he filled a glass with pristine water and slammed it down before Zhao Yu, splashing droplets everywhere. Zhao Yu, amused by this seemingly childish behavior, allowed the water to splatter upon him, leisurely lifting the glass to take a sip, quite refreshing. Tony felt as if he were striking a pillow, his frustration mounting within. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to retaliate, and with a stern expression, addressed Zhao Yu. Listen, my friend, I shall grant you what you desire, but you cannot restrict my freedom. Call me master. Zhao Yu regarded him silently. Tony found himself at a loss for words, facing countless hardships and dilemmas that were difficult to articulate. Yet, under Zhao Yu's unwavering gaze, he begrudgingly uttered, Master. Excellent. Zhao Yu chuckled heartily. Consider this glass of water your initiation gift. With that, he drained the entire glass. Let us set aside other matters for now. You are the first disciple I have taken before establishing my sect. As my chief disciple, you must gain a profound understanding of the doctrines and ethical conduct of my teachings. He spoke eloquently. Our sect is named Tai's sect. Tai represents the Tao. The origin of the universe emanates from Tai, dividing into heaven and earth, transforming into yin and yang, evolving into the four seasons, and encompassing the dimensions of time and space, as well as the energies of matter. All living beings and the laws governing them arise from this source. Such grandiose claims. Although Tony did not fully grasp the meaning behind some of Zhao Yu's statements, particularly as they were articulated through Taoist terminology, he understood the latter half. He perceived this devilish figure, this seemingly benevolent master, boasting extravagantly. Our sect is the grand lineage of immortality cultivation. Those who enter my sect shall learn the divine arts, comprehend the laws of the universe, attain eternal life, and become celestial beings. This is but one aspect. Understanding the mysteries of reincarnation, grasping the essence of immortality, transcending the three realms, and stepping beyond the five elements to attain the golden immortal. This is the second. Transcending the universe, manipulating the cosmos, harmonizing yin and yang, and balancing time and space, achieving indestructibility to attain the primordial unity. This is the third. He endeavored to weave an elaborate tale. As I emerged from seclusion, I witnessed this earth, abundant and populous, rife with tumult and deception, disloyalty and ingratitude, immorality and avarice, rampant violence and strife. Thus, I established my sect to enlighten all beings and guide the multitude. As my chief disciple, you must embrace this conviction, assisting me in the enlightenment of all creatures. And in due time, merit shall befall you, leading to your ascension. Though Zhao Yu's persuasion was compelling, Tony remained unconvinced. He regarded this devilish figure as overly ambitious. In his view, the notion of enlightening beings seemed akin to the deceptive teachings of Jesus Christ, using ignorance to manipulate the masses to achieve a dark dominion. Tony did not believe in a deity. Zhao Yu remained unfazed. Some matters, despite the eloquence of one's speech, remain untrusted. The adage, what one hears is but illusion, while what one sees is reality, resonated with Zhao Yu. He believed that once Tony personally experienced the myriad intricacies, he would naturally return to the fold. My teachings are divided into two realms, the internal and the external. The internal seeks the extraordinary and transcends the mundane, focusing solely on self-realization and the attainment of the great Tao. The external aims to enlighten all beings, guiding them toward greatness so that humanity may flourish. Upon entering my domain, one must first engage in the external teachings, aiding all sentient beings and traversing the vast, vibrant world. Once one comprehends oneself and resolves the cycles of cause and effect, they may then enter the inner sanctum and diligently cultivate the path of immortality. Tony, however, was merely letting the words flow in one ear and out the other. Suddenly, he interjected, "And what comes after the diligent cultivation of immortality?" He scoffed. "I study technology to benefit the world, while you seek to enlighten others, yet it seems more like subjugation. Why should I join your pursuits?" Zhao Yu paid him no mind and continued, "In the northern sea, there exists a fish known as Kuan, its size unknown, stretching thousands of miles. When it transforms into a bird, it is called Peng, its wings spanning countless miles. The cicada and the dove mock it, claiming that their brief flights, stopping at the elm, are significant, while the great bird's journey across the vast expanse is deemed impossible." After reciting a passage from Tao Yuan, Zhao Yu smiled, saying, "You are akin to the cicada and the dove, believing that your modest flights make you remarkable, while ridiculing the Kunpeng, which soars across the heavens and the earth. There's an old saying from across the sea, a frog at the bottom of a well. You are precisely that. However, since you have chosen to be my disciple, you shall soon leap out of the shallow pond and witness the broader skies." Tony found himself at a loss for words. Amusement bubbled within him. Yet he sensed a kernel of truth in the devil's words. The universe is vast, and he was but a mere inhabitant of Earth, making the comparison to the cicada and the dove not entirely unfounded. Still, he felt a twinge of indignation. Being likened to insignificant creatures was a considerable affront to his ego, especially for someone who prided himself as the world's greatest genius. Chapter 8. The Fate and Fortune of the Universe. You may believe that your technology and intellect encompass everything. But I ask you, how formidable is Earth's current technology? How powerful is Stark Industries? To break free from the planet, to traverse the starry seas, it is merely a trivial endeavor confined to one's home planet. When I enter a meditative state, my primordial spirit reflects upon the void, observing the cosmos in its myriad forms. In that distant expanse of stars, civilizations exist that are countless times more advanced than Earth, with populations in the trillions and cosmic battleships as numerous as the stars. Yet, There are even more formidable individuals capable of annihilating civilizations and extinguishing countless lives with a mere gesture. In the eyes of such beings, Earth is but a speck of dust, insignificant and overlooked. Presently, as calamities rise, the universe is rife with conflict. Though Earth is remote, it is not without the threat of destruction. Were it not so, why would I emerge from my seclusion? You once questioned why I sought you specifically. I do not speak lightly, for I hold you in high regard. I possess a scroll of talismanic arts. If mastered thoroughly, it grants immense power and profound abilities. In certain respects, it may even complement what you call technology, yielding remarkable synergies. As you are a technological prodigy, I believe there lies a certain potential in the realm of talismans, which is why I hold you in such high regard. Otherwise, it would be far simpler for me to select another at random. As for the use of the tightening spell to restrain you, there are two reasons for this. Firstly, I wish to avoid unnecessary complications, although I could easily resolve them with a mere wave of my hand. Secondly, your obstinate and arrogant nature necessitates your restraint. Without it, how could I impart the greater truths to you? Listening to Zhao Yu's words, Tony's mind wandered. At times, he felt Zhao Yu was overly concerned, while at others, he found merit in his assertions. Occasionally, he even chuckled to himself, realizing that it was his own excellence that had brought him misfortune. Observing the fluctuations in Tony's expression, Zhao Yu silently reveled in his clever manipulation. This intricate web of half-truths and deceptions had conveyed everything he intended to say. Even if he could not immediately ensnare Tony, he hoped to leave a lasting impression, which would inevitably lead to Tony's deeper involvement as events unfolded. What I have shared with you today must be remembered and kept confidential. Now, lead me to that farm for a closer inspection. He flicked his fingernails and rose to his feet. Be it genius or anomaly, personalities vary, yet obstinacy is inherent. In the vehicle, Zhao Yu remarked coolly, as a mere mortal, your status and wealth dictate your comfort, yet this is merely the surface. One day, you shall find yourself ensnared in a far greater vortex. Tony remained silent, his face adorned with a skeptical smile. Seeing this, Zhao Yu ceased his discourse. Soon, they arrived on the outskirts of Queens, beside the Hudson River, a small farm named Firearm. Tony's capabilities, or rather Pepper's, were beyond question. The farm had changed hands just the previous afternoon, and by the time Tony brought Zhao Yu here, there were no remnants of the former owner aside from a quaint villa, an orchard, and fields of grain and cash crops. As Zhao Yu guided a taciturn Tony around the farm, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The farm spanned nearly 100 acres, with approximately 40 acres devoted to staple crops, 30 acres to orchards, and the remaining 30 acres comprising a small lake and woodlands. The villa nestled within the forest, situated between the lake and the Hudson River, offered a picturesque view. After a thorough inspection, Zhao Yu nodded in approval. Excellent. It meets my requirements for now. Standing tall with his hands clasped behind his back, he addressed Tony. I have no particular demands regarding accommodations. This farm shall suffice. As for the workers, they are to be dismissed. I do not seek this farm for agricultural purposes. Tony shrugged, indicating his indifference. Subsequently, Zhao Yu and Tony entered the villa together. Inside, the villa was empty, devoid of any furnishings as the previous owner had removed all belongings. Zhao Yu declared, we shall adorn this place today. Tony merely shrugged once more. However, he was perplexed by the strange expression of Pepper, who had not uttered a word but communicated with a mere glance. Pepper nodded slightly and turned to leave. Only then did Zhao Yu turn around to stand face to face with Tony. With the establishment of a mountain gate and disciples today, it was indeed the time to found a sect. After Zhao Yu spoke, he gently closed his eyes. In truth, without that stroke of fortune, accomplishing the task of founding a sect within 3 months would have been an insurmountable challenge. Without the sacred calling token, he would have found it impossible to take this step. Lacking the chaotic true body technique, he was merely marginally stronger than an ordinary person. The effort required to amass a significant fortune to purchase land and to recruit disciples was formidable. Yet now, in just 3 days, the task had been completed. Zhao Yu had not originally intended to report the task to the system immediately. He even contemplated delaying until the final moment of the 3-month deadline, curious to see if the system would become frustrated. However, he changed his mind. The primary reason was the urgency of his luck value. The demand for the town-guarding spirit treasure and the blessed land of the cave was currently low and could be considered dispensable for the time being. Yet, the need for luck value was pressing. Having taken on disciples, he naturally had obligations to fulfill. However, aside from a flawed version of the chaotic true body, he possessed no other teachings to impart. Given that the chaotic true body was the foundation of his existence, it could not be easily shared. Thus, exchange became imperative. To exchange for techniques required luck value. He currently had 90 luck points, enough to acquire some mortal-level cultivation methods. But firstly, Zhao Yu aspired for greater heights. The ultimate task of the system was OEA. One must aim high. Secondly, ordinary methods would certainly fail to impress Tony. As Zhao Yu had previously mentioned to Tony, he believed that if Tony ventured into the realm of talismans and fused it with his technology, there would be immense potential. Therefore, he planned to first exchange for a foundational talisman cultivation technique for Tony. However, the foundational talisman cultivation technique was not included in the basic talisman texts. The foundational talisman compendium contained no fundamental cultivation methods, only various illustrations of basic talismans. The method of cultivation was essential, and its value far surpassed the 90 luck points Zhao Yu currently possessed. Such a method was simply unattainable in the realm of techniques. Hence, Zhao Yu decided to report the task to the system ahead of time, prioritizing the collection of the reward of 10,000 luck points. As for witnessing the system's frustration, there would be other opportunities. This one was not critical. Main Quest 1, establish a sect completed. Task reward dispensed. As this voice echoed in his mind, Zhao Yu let out a slight sigh of relief. He thought, search for the foundational talisman cultivation technique. Deducting 10 luck points, is the search confirmed? Search. Zhao Yu's expression remained unchanged. Merely 10 points. Did he think it akin to before? With a total of 10,090 luck points in hand, 10 points were trivial. With wealth comes freedom. Suddenly, within the luminous screen visible only to Zhao Yu, a plethora of various mystical techniques dazzled his eyes. Zhao Yu pondered that while these techniques varied in quality, they all represented complete paths leading directly to the Qi transformation stage, ranging from body refinement and foundation establishment all the way to the pinnacle of the divine transformation. Thus, their value was undeniably significant. The least effective technique required 1,000 fortune points, while the most exceptional demanded as much as 5,000. This revelation caused Zhao Yu to furrow his brow. He could not help but question internally. Why were these paths all presented as complete routes to the 9th level of divine transformation, while the previous 3 supreme techniques could be segmented layer by layer? The prerogative of explanation rested solely with the system, leaving the host with no authority to inquire further. Zhao Yu grimaced, suspecting that this was a form of retribution for the insufferable system. Feeling wronged, he took a deep breath and began to deliberate. There was no doubt regarding the preciousness of fortune points. The very name of the system attested to this. After much effort, he had expended a precious opportunity to summon the sacred token, allowing him to complete a task ahead of schedule and earn a mere 10,000 fortune points, demonstrating their high value. However, to redeem a cultivation method for Tony would cost him at least 1/10 of his fortune points for even the least favorable option, not to mention the best, which left Zhao Yu feeling particularly pained. Although he had taken Tony as his disciple, their relationship was not one of deep bond. Given the brevity of their time together and the fact that Tony was reluctantly bound by necessity, was it truly worthwhile to offer him the finest technique? At that moment, the system's voice echoed, side quest completed, apprentice collection. By accepting disciples, one gathers fortune. Each disciple brings varying rewards contingent upon their fortune levels. Tony Stark, the future Iron Man, one of the most crucial superheroes in the Marvel Universe, is favored by fortune. By accepting him into your fold and imparting the great path, you will bind his fortune and receive a reward of 500 fortune points. Zhao Yu was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a reward for taking on a disciple. The bounty was contingent upon the disciple's fortune. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yu's mind whirled as he mused. What if I were to accept an ordinary individual, not a superhero, yet after receiving a technique, they grew powerful and influenced significant events within the Marvel Universe? How would that be accounted for? Fortune may be inherent, yet it flows. The system provided a cryptic explanation. Friendly reminder, any event involving your disciples, regardless of its magnitude, will yield accumulated fortune rewards for you. The greater the event, the deeper the involvement, and the more significant the impact, the stronger the disciple's fortune will become, thus enhancing the sect's fortune. The system will compare the growth of your disciples' fortunes after each event and bestow corresponding fortune point rewards upon you. Zhao Yu was even more astonished. This was akin to a long-term investment. This meant that if Tony engaged in acts of heroism, I would reap benefits each time. Indeed, after the moment of joy, Zhao Yu contemplated that if he were to accept an ordinary person, as long as they could participate in significant events that influenced the development of the world, they too would gradually be favored by fortune. In any scenario, Zhao Yu would still receive rewards in terms of luck. With this thought in mind, he felt a surge of certainty. In this world, Although superheroes are the protagonists, ordinary individuals are not to be underestimated. Each superhero possesses a distinctive personality, making it challenging to gather them all under one banner. However, now he had an additional option. Of course, Zhao Yu understood that protagonists would undoubtedly bring greater benefits to the sect and yield quicker returns than ordinary people. Yet, having an extra choice is always favorable. With this in mind, Zhao Yu resolutely declared, the stronger the disciples, the better. System, exchange for the Qinquan Talisman Refinement Method. The Qinquan Talisman Refinement Method is currently the most valuable technique in the realm, requiring a full 5,000 luck points for an exchange. Chapter 9. The Taiji Treasure Seal. Sect Escape Heaven. Zhao Yu was determined. He was about to spend half of his fortune on someone who was reluctant, and it pained him deeply. As soon as the words left his mouth, a twinge of regret began to surface. However, the system offered him no opportunity for retraction. A radiant orb of light shot forth, seemingly woven with infinite lines, subtly resembling the embryonic form of a world. This was a glimpse of the highest essence of the Qinquan Talisman Refinement Method. The orb flickered and, unnoticed by anyone, entered Zhao Yu's brow, instantly transforming into boundless talismans that unfolded their mysteries within his mind. There were cloud dragons and wind tigers, earth and fire, thunder and lightning, the mountains and rivers of the earth, and the profound mysteries of heaven and earth, all coalescing into an immensely enigmatic mother talisman, quietly hovering in Zhao Yu's sea of consciousness. As the mother talisman manifested, Zhao Yu felt as though he comprehended the infinite mysteries of the Tao. Various insights surged forth like the tides of a vast ocean, igniting sparks of wisdom and inspiration in that moment. However, as the mother talisman solidified and absorbed its essence, the profound sensation abruptly faded, leaving Zhao Yu feeling a sense of loss. He let out a soft sigh and glanced at the increasingly impatient Tony, internally addressing the system. I have grasped some superficial aspects of the Qinquan Talisman Refinement Method, but to teach it to others, I cannot articulate it verbally. Does the system have a solution? The profundity of the Tao can be intuitively understood, but cannot be easily conveyed in words, especially since Zhao Yu had only just begun to grasp its secrets and was not yet proficient. If he fully comprehended and completed his training, he would naturally be able to articulate it, but he lacked that ability at present. As for directly passing the essence of this Tao to Tony, that was equally impossible. The teachings of the Tao cannot be lightly transmitted. Even with complete allegiance, it requires a gradual impartation. Zhao Yu had already developed a framework in his mind for the structure of his sect's teachings. The numerous xianxia and fantasy novels he had read were not in vain. Many sect structures within them could serve as references. For instance, the transmission of techniques should adhere to corresponding rules. What level of disciples should receive what level of teachings is a fundamental principle. Deducing the value of luck, the host may exchange it for the profound teachings of enlightenment, segmenting the levels of the method to impart the essence of its transmission. Zhao Yu choked momentarily. Another deduction? However, faced with the system, he found himself powerless and could only endure. Thus, he immersed himself in the exchange for the teachings of enlightenment, gently closing his eyes to savor the experience. The method, though seemingly simple, could be distilled into merely a few hundred words. Combined with the system's transmission, its profound truths were revealed. Within mere minutes, Zhao Yu comprehended its essence. At this juncture, he deactivated the system interface and focused his gaze on Tony. Tony stood in front of Zhao Yu for a considerable time, feeling quite awkward. Yet, this individual was inherently obstinate, refusing to concede, even when under control. In a somewhat childish manner, although visibly impatient, he widened his eyes and stared at Zhao Yu, demonstrating his reluctance. Zhao Yu found amusement in these superheroes. To put it plainly, they remain mortals. In the Marvel Universe, those formidable beings capable of obliterating planets with a single blow possessed immense power. Yet their mindset and cultivation were fundamentally akin to those of ordinary humans. Hence, they would forever be human, neither celestial nor divine. However, with Zhao Yu's arrival, whether they would remain as mortals or transcend into the celestial realm would ultimately depend on fate. Today, I establish my sect. Given the scarcity of disciples and the diminutive scale of the sect, I shall refer to it as a gate for now. Once the sect flourishes, it shall be called a teaching. You are the inaugural disciple of my foundation. Today, I shall impart to you the great path. I hope you diligently practice and strive to witness the profound truths of the great path. Zhao Yu concluded, slowly settling into a meditative posture. Kneel, kneel. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. You want me to kneel? Indeed, Zhao Yu replied with an impassive expression. You kneel not before me, but before the great path. Such a path cannot be imparted lightly. It must be approached with reverence. A flash of light gleamed in his eyes. Do you wish to experience the taste of the tightening curse once more? Tony felt an overwhelming urge to weep. At 30 years of age, he had never knelt before anyone, not even his father Howard. Now he was expected to kneel before a demon. Where was his dignity? Although this demon spoke of kneeling before the great path, did Tony truly need to bow to such a concept? Yet, recalling the torment of the previous day, he trembled with rage, his teeth grinding audibly, but ultimately he knelt. Very well. Zhao Yu silently nodded in approval. Someone as arrogant and self-centered as Tony needed to be thoroughly subdued, regardless of his willingness at this moment. Once he witnesses the marvels of the great path, he will inevitably grasp its significance. Observing Tony's arduous struggle to kneel before him, Zhao Yu's expression shifted, and he gently extended his finger, lightly touching Tony's forehead. Tony instinctively attempted to step aside, yet was compelled by Zhao Yu's unwavering gaze, ultimately yielding to the transmission of this profound knowledge. In an instant, Tony felt an influx of peculiar information surging into his mind, strange and unheard of, yet somehow comprehensible at a superficial level. However, he was filled with aversion. "What have you done?" Tony exclaimed. "What have you shoved into my brain?" Zhao Yu retracted his finger, disregarding Tony's protests, and calmly stated, "I have imparted to you the first volume of the Qian Kuan Amulet Refinement Technique, the Foundation Establishing and Body Tempering chapter, along with the first layer of the second volume concerning basic Qi refinement. The Qian Kuan Amulet Refinement Technique is an advanced doctrine within the realm of talismans, comprising 4 volumes, Body Tempering and Foundation Establishing, refining essence into Qi, and refining Qi into spirit, accompanied by a foundational volume of talismans. Each of the 3 primary volumes encompasses 9 levels, totaling 27 levels, and upon reaching perfection, one may ascend to the 9th realm of spirit transformation, gaining a glimpse of the void return. At this juncture, he paused before continuing. To illustrate with the simplest analogy using mortal measurements, a full-powered strike from a celestial being at the void return stage could obliterate the earth. A pinnacle void return, having glimpsed the complete path of the celestial immortal, possesses the ability to utilize the primordial energies of heaven and earth, the laws of the microcosm, and if one exerts their utmost, could annihilate the solar system. Even at the 9th level of spirit transformation, one could effortlessly destroy human civilization on Earth, traversing the void without reliance on external artifacts, enjoying a lifespan of 3,000 years. Of course, the path of cultivation cannot merely be described by the number of planets shattered or star systems destroyed. The profundity of the great Tao encompasses all. Life and death, reincarnation, all are under one's control. The intricacies within are profound, yet must be experienced personally. As he spoke, Zhao Yu produced 2 volumes of threadbound books, handing them to Tony, the Taiping Classic and the Lingbao Wuyang Duran Supreme Marvelous Scripture, each a volume containing foundational knowledge related to talismanic arts. Take them back, study diligently, and do not be negligent. Tony glanced at the antique-like volumes, biting his lip in quiet determination to accept them. Zhao Yu nodded affirmatively. "I do not compel you to cultivate here, nor do I demand great achievements in the realm of talismans in the future. The path of cultivation is a journey of witnessing the great Tao, a process of understanding knowledge that belongs solely to you. Do not dismiss this as mere superstition. The so-called 3,000 paths of the great Tao, if the prevalent technological path on Earth could reach its pinnacle, it too might witness the great Tao. Yet, I have never encountered such a technological civilization. Rather, I am aware of individual examples who have attained the great Tao. The visible and the invisible. How you choose is entirely up to you. The master leads you to the door, but the cultivation lies within the individual, each with their own destiny." Zhao Yu's words were not mere persuasion. He referenced the origins of those advanced techniques found in the system exchange area. Assuming an air of a sage, he gestured dismissively. "You may go now. Should you have any questions, feel free to return here, and I will gladly impart my knowledge. If you do not come, I shall not insist." Tony, unfazed by Zhao Yu's grandiloquent rhetoric, felt a slight shift within, yet remained resolute in his belief that Zhao Yu was a devil. Upon hearing Zhao Yu's command to leave, he sprang up and turned to depart. Zhao Yu's voice echoed from behind. "You may not yet comprehend my intentions, but I firmly believe that one day you shall understand. At that time, I shall lift the constraints upon you. Furthermore, your inferior spiritual artificial intelligence is confined by a talisman of mine, which will be released in 7 days. If you are inclined, dedicate yourself to study diligently." Zhao Yu mused, suddenly recalling that it was perhaps time to sing Only You. Tony halted momentarily, then quickened his pace, striding away from the small villa as if in a light jog. In the afternoon, representatives from the interior design company arrived to arrange the villa according to their vision. Zhao Yu did not request a complete renovation. He merely ordered some furniture to be placed appropriately before sending them on their way. At this point, Zhao Yu finally exhaled in relief. System, where are my town-consolidating spiritual treasures and blessed realms? Are they confirmed for a seat? Confirmed. No sooner had the words left his lips than a jade-colored seal and a swirling orb of radiant light appeared in his respective hands. Simultaneously, information regarding the seal and the orb flooded Zhao Yu's mind. The seal, known as the Tai Treasure Seal, serves as the town-consolidating spiritual treasure for his newly established sect. The Tai sect, although its current power is merely at the artifact level, its potential for growth is immense. Forged from an unknown material, it is intrinsically linked to the sect's fortune. The greater the sect's prosperity, the mightier the treasure becomes. Consequently, as its power escalates, so too does its ability to suppress fortune, creating a mutually reinforcing dynamic. The primary function of the Tai Treasure Seal is to stabilize fortune. In addition, it possesses offensive and defensive capabilities. In moments of assault, it can manipulate time and space, commanding the 5 elements, thunder, and flames with ease. Of course, due to its currently low tier, its true powers remain dormant. Defensively, it can serve as the core of a protective formation, enhancing the efficacy of the array. The seal's design features 2 yin-yang dragon fish, their heads and tails aligned, one half black and the other white, embodying the duality of yin and yang. The 4 corners of the seal are adorned with representations of the 4 sacred beasts, symbolizing the elemental forces of earth, wind, water, and fire. The base of the seal is inscribed with the divine patterns of the Tai path, surrounded by lightning motifs, embodying various wonders. Though this treasure is not yet a true magical artifact, merely a functional tool, Zhao Yu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He did not demand more. After all, even if he were granted a primordial treasure, he would find it unusable. Conversely, the Tai Treasure Seal is perfectly suited to his needs. As for the radiant orb of light, it represents a 9th-tier blessed realm, spanning a radius of 10 miles and soaring 3 miles high. It contains a spiritual vein that continuously emanates the essence of heaven and earth for cultivation. Blessed realms are categorized into 10 tiers, with the 9th being the lowest and the superlative the highest. Even a 9th-tier blessed realm offers an atmospheric concentration of spiritual essence 100 times greater than that of the outside world, making it an ideal sanctuary for those pursuing the path of cultivation. Zhao Yu is also well aware of the methods for situating this blessed realm. Like a magical artifact, it is essential first to recognize its master, then to select an appropriate location for its placement. At this moment, Zhao Yu bit his finger, allowing a drop of his heart's blood to fall, thus establishing an initial bond of ownership with the blessed land of the cave. Whether it pertains to celestial caverns or magical treasures, complete assimilation demands a protracted period. Of course, the summoning talisman does not fall within this category, as it is a consumable item used once or perhaps thrice. Chapter 10. Establishing the Cave and Luring Peter. With this nascent connection, an initial recognition of ownership was established. As he cultivated his spiritual power and harmonized it with his vital essence through daily offerings, he would undoubtedly achieve perfection and ease. Subsequently, Zhao Yu chose this farm as his foundation, designating the blessed land of the cave, which he named Tai Cave for its establishment. A fleeting ray of dawn light shimmered, and the blessed realm in his palm vanished from sight. Yet, within the depths of Zhao Yu's heart, he perceived that the Tai Cave and the farm, while occupying the same spatial realm, did not exist on the same dimensional plane. To articulate it in the vernacular of this world, they were not on the same latitude. However, due to Zhao Yu's influence, the Tai Cave was intricately intertwined, or perhaps enveloped by the farm. To access the Tai Cave, one must either obtain Zhao Yu's permission and be bestowed with a passage imprint, or possess sufficient spiritual prowess to transcend dimensions. This predicament stemmed from Zhao Yu's incomplete assimilation of the blessed land. Once he fully refined the cave, granting him complete control, even those with transcendent abilities would find it challenging to locate the cave's entrance. Ordinary individuals entering would perceive only the farm's original visage. However, with Zhao Yu's consent, they could traverse in and out of the Tai Cave. Upon securing the cave's environment, Zhao Yu contemplated making modifications. Yet, he overestimated his capabilities, or rather, due to his incomplete assimilation of the cave, he found the process exceedingly arduous. He merely projected the general topography of the farm into the cave, allowing the terrain within to adopt some semblance of the farm's framework, and that was the extent of his endeavor. One could easily discern from Zhao Yu's perspiration and exhaustion how taxing this undertaking was on his vitality. He was compelled to pause and recuperate for a considerable time before regaining his strength. Fortunately, his unique constitution allowed for a quicker recovery. Otherwise, a typical novice cultivator, unable to directly harness the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, might require 3 to 5 days to recuperate. The shortcut was no longer an option. He mused, if one possessed profound cultivation, a mere thought could accomplish such feats. Yet, I'm still in the foundational stage. Having not yet refined a shred of spiritual power, relying solely on the initial recognition of ownership bestowed by the cave, I am still unable to achieve this. However, there is no rush. Currently, there is but a single disciple, and that was a forced inclusion. With these thoughts, Zhao Yu resolved to proceed as is. The sect presently had no demands for the cave's environment, and he himself was still in the process of physical refinement, with no pressing need for spiritual energy. Whether or not he entered the cave was of little consequence. As for Tony Stark, Zhao Yu is acutely aware that this unwelcome disciple, brought here by compulsion, would likely never have arrived if the world remained in a state of tranquility. Zhao Yu could forcibly retain him within these confines. Yet the pursuit of enlightenment cannot be coerced. If one's heart is absent, what purpose does it serve? Such an approach might even yield contrary effects. Moreover, Zhao Yu surmises that whether it stems from Tony's inherent perceptions or his self-loathing, the teachings he imparts regarding the art of chi manipulation through the cosmic talisman will likely suffer collateral damage. It may very well be relegated to the recesses of his mind, regardless of its imprint. Nonetheless, Zhao Yu firmly believes that the allure of the cosmic talisman will eventually capture Tony's attention. All of this falls within Zhao Yu's calculations. He deliberately seeks to guide Tony Stark, who currently bears the trifecta of titles: Playboy, Genius, and Millionaire. As for the mantle of Iron Man, it remains uncertain when it will be assumed. For Zhao Yu, a Tony adorned with the title of Iron Man holds far greater value than the sum of the other three. Only by donning the armor of Iron Man can Tony truly emerge as one of the main protagonists, destined for the fortune befitting a central figure. This is precisely what Zhao Yu desires. Brooklyn High School is a private institution situated at the intersection of Brooklyn and Queens. Its proximity to Zhao Yu's farm is merely 4 or 5 kilometers. Each morning, Zhao Yu embarks on a jog in athletic attire, departing from the farm to approach the vicinity of this school. Here, one individual has captured Zhao Yu's interest, Peter Parker, the future Spider-Man. When he experienced the divine possession, Peter Parker's essence lingered in Zhao Yu's heart, and now, their paths converge seamlessly. Upon reaching the entrance of Brooklyn High School, Zhao Yu remains unperturbed, his breath steady. As he strides past the bemused gaze of the security guard and into a nearby grove, where he begins to practice Tai Chi with deliberate grace. This form of martial art, an authentic Tai Chi he exchanged for 20 points of fortune from the system, encompasses all essential postures and breathing techniques specifically designed for display. Over the past few days, he has transformed the small grove at the school's entrance into his personal park, practicing while the security guard watches with a mix of perplexity and curiosity. As the clock approaches 8, students arriving for school have also begun to take notice of this peculiar figure who has appeared consistently over the past few days, whispering and pointing in groups. Peter, slender and unassuming in appearance, possesses little attraction in the eyes of most girls, save for his academic prowess. Thus, he lacks romantic prospects. Even with his childhood neighbor, Mary Jane, he finds it challenging to engage in conversation. He harbored a secret affection for her, yet his insecurities rendered him speechless. Each morning, he would wait for Mary to leave her home, trailing behind her as she walked away. The adolescent boy was rife with fantasies. He believed that merely gazing at Mary's silhouette was a wondrous experience. Perhaps one day, she might glance back and discover his hidden brilliance, leading to a blossoming romance. Of course, he was indulging in fanciful thoughts. Having just commenced high school and placed in the same class as Mary, he thought fortune smiled upon him. However, the dazzling presence of Harry Osborn made him fear that his first love was slipping away. Though reluctant to accept this fate, the kind-hearted boy harbored no ill will, merely lamenting his own inadequacies. In addition to his romantic tribulations, Peter struggled academically as well. Every school has its scholars and bullies, and Brooklyn High was no exception. Such individuals epitomized a particularly troubling aspect of human nature. They preyed on the weak. To Zhao Yu, this was merely an extension of the instinct to seek advantage while avoiding harm. The school bully, in demonstrating his power, resorted to intimidation and violence to establish dominance over the campus. Those who were strong, wealthy, or influential were beyond his reach. Thus, weaklings like Peter Parker became prime targets. From the onset of the school year, the first week passed relatively unscathed, as the bullies were merely sizing up their prey. However, from the second week onward, Peter became their victim. The classroom transformed into a stage for ridicule and provocation, while physical education classes were particularly merciless. A mere glance at the bully could incite a brutal beating. "What are you staring at? What's your problem? Dare to look again?" Of course, retaliation was out of the question. A single look was enough to invite a barrage of blows. In the restroom, or a secluded corner, Peter might have been able to endure, for what choice did someone like him have? Yet the most crushing indignity was that the bully often unleashed his wrath in front of Mary Jane, the object of Peter's affections. His dignity lay shattered, pulverized beneath the weight of humiliation, leaving him despondent. Occasionally, Peter would daydream of one day striking the bully down before Mary, envisioning her running into his arms. But such fantasies faded into a bleak reality. All he could do was avoid confrontation, steering clear of the bully whenever possible. As he pushed his bicycle, his gaze fell upon a shapely figure among a group of girls, filling his heart with longing. Approaching the school gate, he contemplated catching up to Mary casually, pretending their meeting was serendipitous, ready to exchange greetings. However, his attention was abruptly drawn to a figure lurking in the nearby grove. He paused, momentarily startled. Zhao Yu's presence seemed to envelop the entire scene. As his cultivation deepened, the extraordinary instinct within his body grew increasingly formidable. Initially confined to a radius of merely 10 meters, this range expanded to 100 meters after completing the body refinement and embarking on the first stage of the chaotic true body. Peter trailed behind Mary, each subtle shift in his expression meticulously noted by Zhao Yu. It was not until Peter inadvertently caught sight of him that Zhao Yu, at that precise moment, unleashed a punch, silently creating a gaping hole in a tree trunk as thick as a man's waist. With a graceful withdrawal of his arm, Zhao Yu concluded his exercise, exhaling a long plume of white mist that shot forth like an arrow for 3 or 4 meters before dissipating slowly. He then turned, seemingly by chance meeting Peter's gaze, and with a smile and a nod, he ambled away. Peter stood agape, watching Zhao Yu's seemingly leisurely departure, before calling out in a moment of impulsive fervor. Rushing into the woods amidst the bewildered stares of his fellow students, he touched the massive tree, yearning to confirm the authenticity of the extraordinary phenomenon. Plunging his hand into the fresh, gaping wound, he withdrew it, filled with fine wood shavings that he was certain were more delicate than those produced by machinery. Akin to flour. How could he have achieved this? Peter murmured to himself. That day, Peter approached several classmates, including Harry and Mary, to recount the morning's events. But to his dismay, none believed him. Even Mary suspected that Peter resorted to such outlandish claims merely to capture her attention. In truth, many of his peers shared this sentiment. They believed Peter had finally gained some insight, but his approach was utterly mundane. Frustrated by their disbelief, Peter attempted to persuade them to witness the evidence for themselves outside, yet was abruptly confronted by the school bully. Consequently, Peter endured yet another beating. Rising, bruised and battered, he glared at the bully's triumphant back, clenching his fists in anger. The following morning, Peter arrived an hour earlier than usual. Upon reaching the school gate, he found the premises eerily quiet, save for the newly arrived security guard. Surveying his surroundings, he hunched over and slipped into the woods, retrieving a camera from his backpack. "I will capture this moment and see your reactions," Peter resolved. Despite his youthful timidity, a spark of defiance surged within him. He believed that while he may not be able to confront the bully, he could certainly let the facts speak for themselves. He silently prayed that the extraordinary individual would appear that day, showcasing his unparalleled strength. He began by photographing the hole in the tree from various angles before finding a suitable hiding spot, settling in to wait patiently. Chapter 11. Confidence and Power, the first stage of body refinement. Zhao Yu did not disappoint Peter. He returned once more, clad once more in his white sportswear. Zhao Yu appeared to glide toward Peter from distance, evoking a sense of joy within him. Relieved, Peter concealed himself and readied his camera for a capture. As Zhao Yu strolled into the woods, he chuckled, prompting Peter, hidden nearby, to feel a twinge of curiosity. Suddenly, Zhao Yu spoke. "Come out." Peter glanced around before concluding that the words were directed at him. Embarrassed, he emerged, greeting, "Good morning." Zhao Yu turned to face him, smiling as he nodded. "Indeed. It is quite early. You have arrived at least an hour ahead of your usual time." Peter scratched his head. feeling heat rise to his cheeks as he looked around anxiously, stammering an explanation. Yes, I woke up an hour earlier. I went to bed quite early last night, and there was nothing to do at home. Zhao Yu's smile deepened as he gestured toward the camera in Peter's hands. So, tell me, what purpose does your camera serve? Are you embarking on an excursion today to capture rare sights? Ah, yes, Peter quickly responded, attempting to elaborate. How did you know? We are indeed going on outing, and I specifically brought my camera, which is why I arrived so early. Zhao Yu, uninterested in continuing this superficial banter, shifted the conversation with such bruises. Do you really think you should be going on an outing? Aren't you concerned about embarrassing yourself in front of the girls? Peter found himself at a loss for words. Muttering, well, Zhao Yu feigned contemplation, interrupting Peter. You appear so frail. Undoubtedly, you are the target of bullying, am I correct? He pointed to a hole in a nearby tree. A man must possess strength. With strength comes confidence, and your timid demeanor hardly inspires admiration. You witnessed it yesterday, did you not? Is your purpose today merely to take photographs? To showcase them to others? To prove you are not lying? Peter lowered his gaze, inwardly lamenting. How does he know everything? Zhao Yu stepped closer, scrutinizing Peter with an intense gaze that made him feel utterly exposed, as if standing unclothed before a stranger. The sensation was unbearable. Peter instinctively retreated a few steps, stammering, What are you doing? Zhao Yu offered no reply, but continued to nod and shake his head in Peter's perplexed gaze. Finally, he said, I see potential in your physique. We seem to have a connection. If you are willing, follow this road to the firearms farm, 5 kilometers away. Perhaps, should I be in a good mood? I might teach you a thing or two. With that, Zhao Yu turned and walked away. Peter, taken aback, extended his hand. What do you mean by teaching me a thing or two? Is it that? He pointed at the hole in the tree. Zhao Yu's laughter echoed back. If you are willing. The value of the little spider was indisputable. However, Zhao Yu had no intention of resorting to coercive methods to subdue Tony this time. Tony has reached the age of 30, a stage in life where individuals possess a wealth of experience, and their worldview, outlook on life, and values are firmly established, rendering them less susceptible to manipulation. In stark contrast stands the young spider, who has only just embarked on his high school journey. Such youth are, in fact, the most impressionable, particularly under the circumstances of his nascent identity in less than favorable circumstances. Hence, Zhao Yu harbored no concerns about the young spider not seeking him out. It was merely a matter of time, 3 days, or perhaps 5. Indeed, Parker is youthful and easily swayed. However, he is still a person of intellect. After pondering for 2 days, on the morning of the 3rd day, which happened to be a Sunday, he found himself at the doorstep of his neighbor, Mary. Mary was taken aback by Peter's audacity in approaching her so openly. In her recollection, Peter, her childhood companion of the same age, had always been timid and self-effacing. He was not her type, although she was acutely aware of his unrequited affection. Her aspirations lay in finding a wealthy boyfriend, aiming to become a celebrated star, rather than spending her life alongside someone who was likely to remain cooped up in a laboratory, leading a mundane existence as a researcher. Peter excelled academically, yet she was indifferent to that. As Peter stood before her, Mary scrutinized him, causing him to lower his gaze. A flicker of incredulity crossed her eyes. He lacked even the courage to meet her gaze directly. Is there something you need? She inquired. Peter, still looking down, responded, Mary, do you believe that a man should first possess strength? Upon articulating this, he hastily added, someone told me that a man must have strength, for with strength comes confidence. Do you think that that's true? You should have ample experience regarding this. Mary pursed her lips and retorted, Isn't Blake's ability to bully you due to his strength? Yet she interrupted him. Having strength can indeed allow one to intimidate others, but it can also ensure that one is not bullied. Peter remained silent for a considerable time, eventually nodding in understanding. Then, he turned and departed. Mary found herself somewhat bewildered. Was his visit merely for this exchange? She watched his retreating figure, shook her head, and set aside her confusion. The night passed without further discourse. After a period of diligent training, Zhao Yu observed a transformation in the data displayed on the system's interface. No longer were the metrics divided into physical strength and spiritual strength. They had merged into a singular entity, denoted simply as ordinary body level 1. This change occurred after both his physical and spiritual strengths surpassed the threshold of 1,000. In essence, the manifestation of ordinary body level 1 within Zhao Yu was characterized by exceeding 1,000 in both physical and spiritual strength. He had specifically expended 10 points of fortune value to consult the system, only to discover that this was an exceptional case. The first realm of the mortal body, known as the first stage of the mortal form, signifies the initial threshold of physical constitution. Depending on individual potential, Some may require considerable effort, often exceeding hundreds of units, to transcend this corporeal bottleneck and enter the first stage. Conversely, others with lesser potential may encounter this limit with fewer than 10 units. Yet upon breaking through, they too attain the first stage. The disparity among individuals is substantial. Achieving the first stage indicates a successful foundation in body refinement. Generally speaking, once one's physical constitution reaches this level, the practitioner may advance to the cultivation of qi. However, Zhao Yu's chaotic true form is not a conventional path of cultivation. It undergoes 9 transformations, with each transformation representing an elevation in the mortal body, culminating in the 9th stage of the mortal form upon completion of the first transformation. It is only at the second transformation that one begins to cultivate magical power. The first transformation focuses solely on the enhancement of physical constitution and the exploration of latent potential. The cultivation of the chaotic true form can be described as a form of self-mortification. Few can endure the pain inflicted by this method. It imposes rigorous demands on both willpower and physical resilience. Should one's will falter, perseverance becomes impossible, resulting in abandonment. If one's constitution is inadequate, the body may perish during the arduous training. For instance, the practitioners associated with the supreme technique of the chaotic true form include figures like Erlang Shenyang Jian, a demigod with extraordinary physical prowess, and a legendary monkey born of heaven and earth, who exemplifies the cultivation of the 8-9 mystical arts. It is precisely due to their exceptional constitutions that they can engage in such practices, while ordinary individuals are summarily excluded from this threshold. Zhao Yu's ability to cultivate the chaotic true form is intricately linked to the unique constitution he acquired after his transmigration. Nevertheless, each session of cultivation leaves him yearning for transcendence, as the first transformation does not involve the absorption of earthly spiritual energy. It is a mere exercise of motion that invigorates the blood and purifies the flesh through specialized movements. If it were merely this, the chaotic true form would not differ from conventional body refining techniques. The essence lies in the operation of the method, where an unseen force descends from the void, imposing itself upon the practitioner, compelling each movement to be executed with utmost effort. This force targets every aspect, physical, sensory, and even spiritual. Each session feels akin to enduring a marathon while bearing the weight of an entire world, often leading to a shattering of bones, only for them to be reassembled anew. Such torment nearly overwhelmed Zhao Yu, yet he persevered. He has already completed the first refinement of the first transformation and is on the verge of breaking through to the second refinement. In the morning, he consumes a substantial portion of beef that had been simmering overnight, his stomach transforming into a vast furnace, swiftly refining the meat into vital essence to fortify his body. He engages in movements on the lawn by the small lake outside his villa. Following each session of cultivation, his constitution noticeably strengthens, and the invigorating sensation brought on by the purging of essence is perhaps the sole reward following the agony he endures. Since the establishment of the mountain gate, approximately 20 days have elapsed. In this brief span, Zhao Yu has completed his physical training and officially embarked upon the journey along the path of the great Tao, which can only be deemed miraculous. This achievement is significantly attributed to his innate constitution, yet is also inseparable from the assistance provided by the system's resources. The secrets of the first transformation of the chaotic true body, the 9 refinements, were thoroughly comprehended during the divine possession, allowing for seamless cultivation without any obstructions. However, the characteristics of the first transformation of the chaotic true body dictate a reliance on dietary supplements, unable to directly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Nourishment through food becomes the sole means of sustenance. Consuming dozens to over 100 pounds of beef per meal is merely routine. Yet, even such substantial intake proves to be insufficient for the cultivation of the chaotic true body. Hence, medicinal pills become the primary choice. Fortunately, the system is at hand, and a considerable amount of fortune value remains. However, over this period, more than half of the fortune value has already been expended. Initially, after exchanging for the Qinquan Talisman and the Supreme Enlightenment Method, there were just over 5,000 fortune values left. Now, merely 2,000 remain. Each day, at least 10 essence pills are required, each costing 15 fortune values. A total of 3,000 fortune values has been allocated to this endeavor. Spending is unavoidable. Zhao Yu often experiences a sense of urgency, although the main storyline of the system's second phase has yet to reveal itself. He is acutely aware that it cannot be far off. It is likely that he will need to take action personally, while the summoning token serves as a guarantee. Reliance cannot be placed entirely upon it. Ultimately, this world remains perilously dangerous. This feeling of crisis compels Zhao Yu, igniting a fervent desire for strength. After completing a session of Tai Chi, he exhales deeply and gradually concludes his practice. Although Tai Chi is merely a martial art for mortals, it still offers some benefits for conditioning the body. He then raises his gaze towards the farm's entrance and strolls in that direction. A youth is approaching on a bicycle along the road to the farm, filled with anticipation. Will that person teach him a few skills? Will possessing power, akin to that individual, instill confidence, enabling him to punch a hole through a tree and provide a sense of security? He feels a twinge of apprehension. Upon reaching the entrance, he looks up and sees a beaming figure standing there. "You're here? Come in." Zhao Yu turns and enters the farm. Chapter 12. Innate Divine Powers. Pure Yang Body Refinement. Hey, sir," Peter calls out while chasing, yet he can never catch up to the person ahead, who is merely strolling. How is it that he cannot keep pace? Did you know I was coming? How did you know I would arrive at this moment? His mind is filled with questions. Zhao Yu offers no response, simply continuing on. It seems as though he possesses an innate ability to traverse great distances effortlessly. This is not a spell or divine power, but rather an instinct. Since he entered the first level of the mortal realm, his body seemed to have unlocked a hidden treasure, revealing a remarkable instinct. This instinct bore resemblance to the ability of traversing great distances in a mere step, allowing him to cover 30 meters with a single stride. What appeared to be a single step was, in truth, equivalent to 3 to 5 dozen steps of an ordinary person. Moreover, the time taken for this step was even less than that of a regular individual. The disparity was evident. This instinct enabled Zhao Yu to sense certain mysteries hidden within the earth, a wondrous feeling that he surmised might be linked to the earth's magnetic field. With each step, he instinctively landed upon specific nodes of the magnetic field, using its force as a vehicle to propel himself forward. When Peter, panting heavily, finally came to a halt, they found themselves at the lakeside outside the villa. Zhao Yu paused, turned around, and smiled. "You are quite the frail lad. You truly need to train diligently." Peter, gasping for breath, bent over and leaned on his knees, stammering, "Sir, you certainly walk very swiftly." Zhao Yu chuckled knowingly, remarking, "Perhaps one day, you will too." "Let it go," Peter grimaced, pressing against his waist, a hint of pain etched on his face. "I just hope I won't be bullied by Blake." Having been inactive for so long, the sudden exertion left his lower back aching uncomfortably, a sensation he was currently enduring. "Your aspirations are indeed modest," Zhao Yu chuckled. "Let us take a moment to rest. Your words are barely coherent." Peter nodded in agreement. After a considerable interval, he finally regained his composure and stood upright. "Sir, there is something I find difficult to articulate," he admitted, as he was inherently a shy boy. Zhao Yu inquired, "Are you trying to say that I invited you here? And now you are asking whether I will teach you, correct?" "Yes, that's right." Peter nodded vigorously, repeatedly affirming. Zhao Yu did not respond directly, but instead asked, "May I pose a few questions to you first?" "Of course." Peter's face brightened with anticipation. "What do you believe is the extent of an individual's strength?" "Individual strength? Like yours, a single punch that could bore a hole in a tree?" He gestured. "Indeed. Do you consider that to be formidable?" Zhao Yu asked. "Absolutely." Peter replied without hesitation. "Those champions of boxing cannot achieve that. They merely perform on stage. They might be large in stature, but if you asked them to strike a tree, they would surely be at a loss." As an ordinary boy, Peter's exposure was confined to the realm of the commonplace. He was unaware that numerous devastatingly powerful beings existed in the world. To him, the champions of boxing were incredibly strong, but in comparison to Zhao Yu's ability to punch through a tree, they paled in significance. In his eyes, Zhao Yu was the epitome of strength. Zhao Yu chuckled and shook his head. "That is hardly impressive." He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the mirror-like surface of the lake. The power of an individual can obliterate planets, annihilate galaxies, and reduce a civilization that has flourished for millions of years, traversing the cosmos to mere ashes, even to the extent of annihilating worlds and reshaping the heavens and the earth. In comparison, striking a tree with a fist to create a hole is a trivial display of strength. Peter blinked in confusion. "Sir, are you telling me a myth?" Zhao Yu sighed softly, "Perhaps." Then he continued, "You are Peter Parker, correct?" Peter nodded. "I am Peter Parker." "But sir, how do you know this?" "I have been observing you for several days," Zhao Yu replied candidly. "Huh?" Peter was taken aback. "You have been watching me for days?" "Why?" "Because you possess that potential. That talent," Zhao Yu stated. "Potential? Talent? You mean I could become like you, striking trees?" Peter felt a surge of joy, realizing that he indeed had qualities that others valued. One should not underestimate oneself. Zhao Yu could clearly sense Peter's inner thoughts, though he appeared frail and lacked confidence. If I say you have it, then you do. Suddenly, Peter felt a wave of gratitude for the recognition. He looked at Zhao Yu, but Zhao Yu waved his hand dismissively. The past is but dust. You should gaze forward, with your eyes set on the future. Now, let me pose to you one final question. If you were to gain power, what would you do? When a single punch can shatter a great tree, or even explode a planet, when entire galaxies can be destroyed and countless lives are but playthings in your hands, what do you intend to do? Justice? Evil? Protection? Destruction? Or simply go with the flow? Peter was rendered speechless, utterly unsure how to respond. You need not answer my question immediately. You are merely a youth. Such inquiries may seem distant and must be experienced by you personally. Zhao Yu regarded Peter earnestly. Your future actions will reveal your answer. He then turned to walk towards the villa. Come inside with me. Peter, his mind in a haze, followed Zhao Yu into the villa. As they entered the hall, its spacious arrangement unfolded before Peter's eyes. It was rather sparse. There was little furniture around, save for an inconspicuous sofa in the corner. The lighting was neither too bright nor too dim, perfectly balanced. On the wall opposite, where the fireplace was located, a painting adorned the space, depicting some incomprehensible lines. With a prominent character in the center, which Peter did not recognize. It was the character for Dao. Beneath the painting lay an antiquated cushion, the spot where Zhao Yu typically meditated. The painting and the cushion were not treasures of great value, merely inexpensive items exchanged from the system, serving as a semblance of decor. Yet, they imbued the entire hall with an indescribable elegance, instilling a sense of tranquility and clarity within the soul. Zhao Yu slowly settled onto the mat and beckoned Peter, who was surveying the surroundings. Come here. Peter complied without hesitation. To acquire strength, one must learn certain techniques, Zhao Yu explained. Do you understand what it means to become my disciple? Become a disciple? Peter pondered for a moment, his eyes brightening. Is it akin to the movies from the East? Becoming a disciple? Like a master? Peter did not reject the notion. The youth's perspective often diverges from that of an adult. While Tony perceived the act of apprenticeship as a degradation of dignity, Peter regarded it as a natural progression. He promptly knelt down, mimicking scenes from the films, awkwardly bowing and exclaiming, "Master, master." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu struggled to maintain his composed demeanor, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Perhaps it would be best if you referred to me in English. Just think of master as teacher, all right? Oh, Peter quickly echoed several times, teacher. Zhao Yu cautioned, remember, this teacher differs from your school teachers. School teachers are professionals, while I, as your teacher and master, also embody the role of a father. Do you understand? All right. Let's not dwell on that. Zhao Yu waved his hand. Since you have chosen to become my disciple, I will first enlighten you about our sect. Our sect? Peter blinked in confusion. It's a sect, you know? You've seen the movies? It's a sect. Zhao Yu was at a loss for how to clarify. Oh, Peter replied, somewhat understanding. Our sect is currently known as Tai's sect. The specifics will become clear to you in due time. Zhao Yu was disinclined to elaborate further, as he himself was not entirely versed in the intricacies. Unlike Tony, who required elaborate explanations filled with mystique, Peter was already willingly embracing this apprenticeship, making further embellishment unnecessary. You are the second disciple of your master. You have an elder brother. I have an elder brother. Peter interjected eagerly. Who? Tony Stark, Zhao Yu replied. Peter exclaimed in astonishment. That flamboyant billionaire? He is my elder brother? But master, I believe he is older than you. How do you know that I am younger than him? Zhao Yu countered, shaking his head. I am already 50 years old. In my previous life, I was 30, and in this life, I am 18. So it adds up to approximately 50, right? Peter displayed a look of disbelief, but you clearly look only 18. Do you understand the concept of rejuvenation and immortality? Zhao Yu replied, growing impatient. You ought to refrain from asking so many questions and simply listen. Oh, Peter quickly silenced himself. Our sect possesses a comprehensive system of inheritance. Practicing our techniques will lead you to become increasingly powerful. As I mentioned before, the destruction of planets and galaxies can occur in the blink of an eye. But, Master, I only wish to avoid being bullied. Peter interjected, unable to contain himself. Silence. Zhao Yu's temper flared. Did I not instruct you to speak less? Did you not hear me? Peter, shrinking his neck, hastily fell silent. Zhao Yu exhaled. As my second disciple, you are naturally required to practice the techniques of this school. I possess 3,000 methods. Your elder brother, Tony, cultivates the art of talismans. Which path do you wish to pursue? What is the art of talismans? Peter asked, perplexed. It is not an object. Zhao Yu glared at him fiercely. Never mind. For now, you shall practice a foundational body-forging fist technique. We will determine your specific path later. He was almost certain that the more he explained, the more convoluted it would become. This little spider had too many questions. Any slight misunderstanding would lead to more inquiries, making explanations exceedingly troublesome and ultimately futile. Thus, he decided to forego explanations and directly impart the technique. Stand still and do not move, Zhao Yu commanded, placing a finger upon Peter's forehead. Simultaneously, a pure yang body-forging fist technique he had just acquired was imprinted into Peter's mind. Pure yang body-forging fist? Peter stammered in broken Chinese, enunciating each word carefully. This was a transmission of intent, conveying the essence rather than specific words. However, to interpret it, knowledge of the Chinese language was essential. Zhao Yu nodded. Indeed, this is the foundational body-forging technique of our school. It is balanced and harmonious, most suitable for establishing a foundation. And it facilitates the transition to more profound methods following the completion of your body-forging foundation. The pure yang body-forging fist was also a technique Zhao Yu had just exchanged for. Entirely focused on body-forging, it did not involve the refining of qi. Nevertheless, it required a substantial investment of 98 qi luck points, making it one of the most expensive techniques among body-forging arts, aside from supreme methods like the chaotic true body. Due to its balanced nature, Zhao Yu planned to adopt it as the introductory technique for all disciples of the Tai sect in the future. With the addition of the little spider as a disciple, the number of students would undoubtedly increase, necessitating a well-prepared systematic cultivation method. This was a thought that had only just occurred to Zhao Yu. Chapter 13. The Transmission of Knowledge, Awaiting the Right Moment. The technique is directly imprinted in your mind. You should grasp at least the basics. After the transmission, Zhao Yu addressed Peter, who was still savoring the information in his mind. However, to fully comprehend the essence of this fist technique, you will need to meet certain cultural prerequisites. From this day forth, you must diligently study Chinese. Peter reflected on this and exclaimed, "Understood, master." "Very well," Zhao Yu noted, observing Peter's distracted demeanor, aware that his thoughts were occupied with the technique in his mind. "Take your time to contemplate it." With that, Zhao Yu closed his eyes. After approximately half an hour, Peter, having organized the information in his mind, finally returned to himself and exclaimed, "Master, this is incredible. How did you accomplish this?" Zhao Yu opened his eyes and replied calmly, "You will know in due time. But I wish to know now." "You," Zhao Yu's brow furrowed. "I told you that you will know in the future, and so you shall. No more questions." "All right." Peter hesitated, his insatiable curiosity evident on his face. Zhao Yu rose. "Come with me." Leading Peter out of the villa, they arrived at the lakeside lawn. "Listen carefully. Regarding any inquiries beyond the pure yang body refinement fist, you are not permitted to ask further questions. Understood? For now, I shall provide a comprehensive explanation of this martial art. The term pure yang can be regarded as an embodiment of absolute purity and harmony in yang energy. I understand the concept of purity, but what does yang harmony signify?" Zhao Yu wiped his face, suppressing the urge to strike out, and patiently explained, "It is akin to the sunlight of spring. Do you comprehend?" "Oh, pure yang refers to the pristine sunlight of spring. I see now," exclaimed Peter. Zhao Yu promptly slapped him. Peter, feeling unjustly punished, struggled to rise, bewildered as to where he had erred. "Why am I even trying to explain this to you?" Zhao Yu sighed heavily, reflecting for a moment before continuing. "This martial art consists of 9 layers and 81 sequences, totaling 729 techniques. Do not inquire about the meanings of each layer, sequence, or technique. Simply practice as instructed. The first layer comprises 9 techniques. When perfected and all passages are opened, one will possess the strength of 100 Jun. When fully realized, the strength reaches 1,000 Jun. This Jun is a unit of measure, akin to your pounds or tons. 1 Jun equates to 30 pounds, or approximately 15 kilograms. Can you calculate how much 1,000 Jun amounts to? 15,000 kilograms, or 15 tons. In a mere second, Peter deduced the result, exclaiming, "If perfected, I would possess 15 tons of strength. Wow, that's incredible. A small car weighs about a ton. If I had 15 tons of strength." Zhao Yu, speechless, observed as Peter became lost in his thoughts, and swiftly delivered another slap. "I instructed you to be quiet. Did you not comprehend?" The young man, touching his forehead, fell silent. This is merely an average value. The same method yields varying results among different practitioners, depending on their potential. Those with deeper potential may, upon full mastery, achieve perhaps 30 tons of strength, while those with shallower potential might only attain 3 to 5 tons, or even less. Of course, this assumes completion of the training. This martial art requires daily practice and constant reflection. No effort may be spared. A sporadic commitment is unacceptable. From now on, you must come here every day and diligently practice for at least 3 hours. I will guide you in your training. Now, visualize each technique in your mind and demonstrate them one by one. We shall commence with the first technique today. To be frank, Peter's physical condition was currently astonishingly poor, one of the weakest among his American peers. As he attempted to perform the techniques, they were awkward and poorly executed. Before he could complete the 9 techniques of the first layer, he was utterly exhausted. Fortunately, Zhao Yu possessed ample patience. This was, after all, a process of cultivation for himself as well. Although he had grasped the true essence of the martial art, a complete and profound understanding was still beyond his reach. During the process of instructing Peter, Zhao Yu gradually became well-versed in the martial art form himself. To aid Peter in mastering the basics swiftly, Zhao Yu reluctantly provided him with a precious chi pill, for Peter was exceedingly frail, possessing a foundation that was woefully inadequate for learning. With skepticism, Peter swallowed the pill, only to feel a wave of warmth radiate from his stomach, banishing his fatigue with boundless energy. His astonishment had waned, having encountered enough surprises for one day. He had grown somewhat numb to the experience. With a somewhat shameless grin, he exclaimed, "This pill is remarkably effective. Could I possibly have a few more bottles?" Zhao Yu responded with a slap. "Do you think this is a miraculous tonic? A few bottles? Get up and continue practicing." The results began to improve significantly. Under Zhao Yu's guidance and correction, Peter finally completed a full set of the martial art routine, feeling an exhilarating, tingling sensation throughout his body, almost prompting him to moan in delight. Zhao Yu delivered another slap to the back of his head, urging him to persist. "System, why must I be compelled to establish a teaching sect? Each individual lacks a foundation, learning far too slowly. I can scarcely envision the troubles that lie ahead. Host need not complain. The system has its reasons. Your ultimate task is to achieve the status of Dao Ancestor. To impart knowledge and teachings is your duty." Zhao Yu sighed. "I believe the legendary Hongjun Dao Ancestor is far wiser. He waited until he attained sainthood before spreading his teachings, which is far superior to my approach. Hongjun's destiny is unparalleled. How can the host compare to him? You are not a native being of this universe. Only by disseminating teachings can you gather fortune, thus achieving your goals, rather than accomplishing them first and teaching later. Please reflect on the order of these matters." Zhao Yu was rendered speechless. After a long pause, he added, "It seems that these Western superheroes are ill-suited for cultivation. What do you think about my going directly to the East? Did you not already make a decision?" Zhao Yu sighed. Indeed, he had made a decision. He felt utterly powerless. In truth, he had considered preaching in the Eastern realms, as the cultural foundation of those people was vastly superior to that of the West, making entry significantly easier. However, upon thoroughly investigating the circumstances of the Eastern nations in this world, he became disheartened. Marvel truly epitomized Western ideals in this universe's Earth. The Eastern world was of little consequence, with everything revolving around the West. The Eastern world existed, yet it was incomparable to the realm Zhao Yu had traversed before. There was simply no trace of Huaxia. Even Huaxia's culture was fragmented in this world, lacking a clear lineage. The Chinese language itself was one of the rarest tongues. On the Asian continent, there was no nation predominantly composed of Han people. It was a melange of black, white, and yellow. Even nations like South Korea and Japan were no different. This world belongs to the Westerners. Upon grasping this reality, Zhao Yu understood that, whether in the East or the West, the situation essentially remains the same. More importantly, in this world predominantly governed by Westerners, fortune clearly favors them. The prevalence of superheroes in America serves as a testament to this truth. After much contemplation, he concluded that remaining in America was indeed the most suitable choice. After all, this was not the original world. He sighed, acknowledging that this arrangement alleviated many of his concerns. Should this world also reflect the essence of Huaxia? Mirroring the circumstances prior to his transmigration, Zhao Yu would inevitably find himself constrained by cultural ties during his endeavors, leading to potential limitations. Such a scenario would not bode well for him. His ultimate mission aimed squarely at the mightiest deity of Marvel, and any lingering doubts would undoubtedly amplify the challenges he faced. Strangely, Zhao Yu felt a sense of relief. In the following days, apart from the mandatory 3 hours of rest each day, Zhao Yu dedicated the remaining 21 hours to his pursuits. 12 hours were devoted to cultivating the chaotic true body, 3 hours to comprehending the mysteries of the Qi method through the Qian Kuan talisman, another 3 hours to instructing Peter while simultaneously grasping the pure yang body, refinement fist, and the final 3 hours to relaxation. This balance of work and rest proved to be remarkably fulfilling. During this period, Tony did not make a single appearance. Yet, Zhao Yu kept a vigilant eye on him. Occasionally, he would reach out to Pepper through the media or a phone call to inquire about the situation. It was not surprising that Zhao Yu possessed Pepper's phone number. The intricate relationship between Zhao Yu and Tony rendered it difficult for Pepper to comprehend. Yet she still retained the number as part of her duties as an assistant. She believed that since Tony was personally involved in Zhao Yu's matters, their connection must be quite close, even if it seemed somewhat awkward. Zhao Yu's focus was solely on when Tony would don the Iron Man suit. Perhaps at that moment, he would need to take action. It was also possible that the second phase of the main quest would then be unveiled. Unlike the ease of waiting for Tony to transform into Iron Man, Zhao Yu harbored different intentions concerning Peter. He had arranged for Tony to pursue the path of talismans. Considering Tony's accomplishments in the realm of armored suits, if Tony were to achieve success in the domain of talismans, what might his Iron Man suit become? By inscribing various talismans upon the armor, fortifying, defensive, and offensive, encompassing the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. What grandeur could Iron Man embody then? As for Peter, Zhao Yu did not feel compelled to insist upon his transformation into Spider-Man. Perhaps becoming the little spider might even be a detriment, being infected by the spider's genes. In terms of the celestial path, would mean a change in bloodline, potentially compromising the purity of his physical form and hindering his future development. He also wished to observe the distinction between Peter, who attained power through cultivation, and Peter, who was infected by the spider. Would there be a variation in terms of fortune? Or was Peter's transformation into Spider-Man inevitable? There lingered a sense of experimentation in the air. Of course, if Peter ultimately became Spider-Man, it would serve as a cautionary tale for Zhao Yu, heightening his vigilance. Chapter 14. Changes in Character and the Source of Power. Peter led a remarkably fulfilling life. Although his days were tightly packed, he felt a profound enrichment of the spirit. As his cultivation deepened, his mindset underwent a gradual transformation. One's mentality invariably shifts in accordance with their strength. In this world, numerous supervillains succumb to the allure of power, unable to contain the tumult within their souls, descending into madness and manifesting their negative emotions to the fullest extent. Zhao Yu had once contemplated accepting some supervillains as disciples, but ultimately dismissed the idea. The reason lay in the nature of these individuals. Aside from select few who were driven to villainy by unfortunate circumstances, most were irredeemable. Granting them immense power would only fuel their ambitions of world domination and destruction, exhibiting an extreme mindset. True malevolence does not embody such simplicity. The path of darkness is still a path. It may lead to ruin, yet ruin is not its ultimate purpose. The dark path involves mastering one's inner demons rather than being ensnared by them. These supervillains had long since destroyed themselves, having lost their foundational principles. Inducting them into the Tai Chi sect would likely yield no benefits and could even lead to backlash. Although Zhao Yu was unafraid of repercussions, such risks remained a concern, especially considering that his ultimate adversary was the most formidable deity in the Marvel Universe. Furthermore, the teachings of the path are not to be shared lightly. Even the methods of the dark path require meticulous planning before dissemination. After half a month of practicing the pure yang body refinement fist, Peter experienced significant changes in both physique and mental state. With his vitality becoming increasingly robust and his body growing stronger, he radiated an even greater sense of vitality. Though his chatter remained unchanged, he no longer bowed his head or avoided eye contact when in the presence of girls. Courage marked his second transformation. He had resolved not to evade the school bullies any longer, not out of pride or any other reason, but simply because he instinctively felt no need to hide. This was a reflexive response. Deep down, he recognized his newfound strength and, consequently, felt no fear. After half a month of diligent training, Peter proved to be a resilient individual. Every day after school, he toiled for 3 hours at Zhao Yu's farm. Upon returning home for dinner, he would stealthily venture out under the cover of night to practice diligently. By now, the purpose of his cultivation has transcended mere self-defense. It has evolved into a pursuit of comfort and a profound sense of achievement. Gradually, it has transformed into a cherished hobby. Each time he completes a strenuous training session, he distinctly experiences the exhilarating sensation of growing stronger, which he finds utterly enchanting. He believes that his efforts have not been in vain. It holds significant meaning for him. It's akin to the feeling of diligently studying and achieving first place or receiving a scholarship, an experience that occurs only once or twice a year. However, cultivation offers continuous transformation at every moment, making this sensation all the more profound. Unbeknownst to Peter, Zhao Yu has been feeling a financial strain, which has only intensified over time. Initially, A single essence pill sufficed for this young lad, but as his cultivation deepened, the requirement has now doubled to 2 pills. Each pill costs 15 fortune points, and having taken Peter as his disciple, the system only rewarded him with 300 fortune points, which are now nearly depleted. This is a losing endeavor. Peter, oblivious to this fact, perceives his mentor, Shifu, as exceptionally generous, akin to an uncle, hence the term master. And the dual role of teacher and father is wholeheartedly embraced. He feels an overwhelming sense of gratitude. On this day, with his backpack slung over his shoulders, Peter cycles like the wind, greeting a familiar classmate with a radiant smile. Previously, he would have greeted them, but in a timid and barely audible voice. Now, he feels ready to face anyone. Just yesterday, Shifu advised him on the importance of balancing work and rest, suggesting he take 2 days off before continuing his training. Consequently, he is in a splendid mood today, resolved to confess his feelings to Mary. Publicly, he intends to reshape everyone's perception of him. He is no longer the insecure and timid Peter Parker, but a vibrant, hopeful, and imaginative new version of himself. The school looms ahead. Over the past 2 weeks, due to his relentless training, Peter has become virtually invisible to his classmates. He meticulously schedules his training, sparing not a single minute, only making his way to school just before class begins. At lunchtime, he eats alone and retreats to a small grove to practice his martial arts. After school, he dashes straight to the farm. In summary, he has scarcely interacted with anyone during this fortnight. However, previously at school, aside from the occasional scholarship award ceremony, he was also largely unnoticed, garnering little attention. Only a handful of familiar faces, particularly those seated near him in class, have sensed his transformation. Locking up his bicycle, Peter strides confidently into the school, his head held high. From a distance, he spots a person he should despise, Blake, the school bully, accompanied by a few lackeys, stationed at the stairwell. Yet, in this moment, Peter suddenly realizes how distant this individual feels from him. He was acutely aware that, with merely 2 fingers, he could easily press Blake to the ground. In an instant, the intense hatred he once felt began to dissipate, leaving behind a sense of ennui. He had initially anticipated exacting revenge on Blake, delivering a resounding blow to his face. Yet now he found himself devoid of that desire. The disparity in strength imparted an entirely different sensation. 2 weeks prior, he had been frail and insecure. Now he stood robust and self-assured. With daily infusions of vitality and Zhao Yu's meticulous guidance, Peter's mastery of the pure yang body refining fist had ascended to the 3rd level. It must be noted that, as one of the protagonists, he exhibited remarkable attributes in certain aspects. Among the myriad superheroes of the Marvel Universe, barring a select few, most were either brilliant scientists, formidable CEOs, or esteemed chairpersons, individuals of no ordinary caliber. Even the humble Spider-Man excelled in his studies, indicating an extraordinary aptitude. With ample guidance and nourishment, coupled with his innate talent, achieving the 3rd level in merely 2 weeks was a testament to his potential, endowing him with immense strength and an initial understanding of martial techniques. Thus, when he encountered the school bully once more, it was entirely reasonable for him to feel this way. He shook his head, casting aside the remnants of his past, dismissing what had once been a ravenous wolf but was now merely a jester. His thoughts were solely occupied with the classroom and confessing his feelings to Mary. "Hey, kid." However, while he chose to overlook Blake, Blake had no intention of reciprocating. "Where have you been for the past 2 weeks? We couldn't even find anyone to bully. Guys, don't you think he is a terrible villain? Isn't this a rare opportunity?" "Oh, Blake is absolutely right. This kid must be terrified of him and too afraid to come to school." Peter rubbed his nose, a look of incredulity crossing his face. "Guys, you should step aside. Class is about to start, isn't it? Are you showing off?" Blake said, slapping Peter on the chest, intending to push him back, only to realize it felt like striking stone. His arm tingled from the impact, yet he assumed it was an accident, mustering a fierce expression. "So what if you excel in your studies? If I want to hit you, I will." As he spoke, he swung a fist toward Peter's face. "Fine. I didn't intend to escalate this." Peter sidestepped Blake's punch without moving a foot. "But since you've come looking for trouble, I suppose I must settle the score." Before Blake could react, a resounding slap echoed as Peter delivered a powerful blow to his forehead, a technique he had learned from Zhao Yu, renowned for its might. Peter felt an exhilarating rush emanate from the depths of his soul. No wonder Zhao Yu always smiled after delivering such a strike. Smack! Blake fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Following suit, his 2 lackeys succumbed to the same fate. After receiving that blow, Blake felt a disorienting haze clouding his mind, rendering him momentarily unable to rise. His companions, too, writhed on the floor like worms, utterly unable to regain their footing. This was a subtle technique of exerting force. When applied to the body, it induces a numbing sensation in the muscles and bones. Though such a strike to the forehead wouldn't render one an imbecile, it would certainly leave one in a dazed state for a while. Peter, however, felt no curiosity regarding their condition. While he did not possess a masterful control over his strength, he at least knew how to avoid causing unnecessary harm. He clapped his hands together and said, "All right, gentlemen, take a moment to collect yourselves. I have a class to attend." With a cheerful grin, he nodded at the other astonished classmates observing the scene and ascended the stairs. "What did I just witness? The weakest kid in school just took down Blake. Is everything all right? Blake still can't get up. Look at him, he's wriggling like a worm. It's quite revolting. I believe he brought this upon himself. He often bullies others, and now he's being bullied in return, isn't he?" Peter paid no heed to such remarks. He hastily made his way upstairs and entered the classroom, nearly stepping in time with the teacher. The bespectacled, balding instructor was taken aback. He had some familiarity with Peter. He was a bright, yet timid child. Were it not for his excellent grades, he might have gone unnoticed. However, today he sensed a vibrant, upward momentum emanating from the boy, akin to the invigorating rays of the sun. Inside the classroom, nearly all the students had arrived. Peter paused momentarily, his gaze lingering on the beautiful Mary for 2 seconds before bowing to the teacher beside him. "Sir, I have something of great importance to share. May I take a few minutes?" The balding teacher smiled warmly. "Why not?" "Thank you." With that, Peter strode confidently to the front of the class. "Hey, everyone!" Gasps of astonishment rippled through the room. "Is that really Peter?" Harry whispered to a nearby, chubby classmate. "Could he have an older or younger brother?" The chubby boy rolled his eyes, unless his father brought him down from heaven. Harry shrugged. "I have 2 significant announcements to make," he declared loudly, unflinchingly, though a hint of nervousness still lingered in his heart. "First," he raised a finger, "I want to tell you all that I am Peter Parker. But I am not the same Peter Parker as before. I am the new Peter Parker. I will no longer be self-deprecating or timid. I believe that if you all are paying attention today, you will see that." "Oh, I see it, Peter. I'm paying attention." Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, a chorus of laughter erupted. Chapter 15. The way is not lightly transmitted, seeking to visit the affluent. "Thank you," Peter said with a playful smile. "But I hope everyone is also attentive with their ears." His expression turned solemn as he stepped down from the podium, making his way towards Mary's position. Each stride seemed to resonate with the hearts of those present, akin to a source of radiant energy. The student's eyes followed his every movement. As Mary met Peter's gaze, her heartbeat quickened. With every step he took, it felt as though he was in sync with her own rhythm. An instinctual awareness washed over her, suggesting that what Peter was about to disclose was intimately connected to her. At last, Peter stood before Mary. He slightly bowed, his eyes fixed intently on her gradually reddening face. "Mary and I are neighbors. I have admired her since elementary school," he confessed. Of course, it was a secret affection. "I often followed her, feeling that merely catching a glimpse of her silhouette was a source of great happiness. Yet, I never found the courage to reveal my feelings, hindered by my insecurities and shyness. But now, I must articulate what lies within my heart. Yes, Mary, I like you." He gazed earnestly at her. "Would you be my girlfriend?" Mary was utterly flustered, biting her lip and lowering her gaze. Her expression shifted through various emotions before she finally whispered, "I'm sorry, Peter, but we may not be suited for each other. You might not be my type. We're just friends. I apologize." Upon hearing this, Peter's expression flickered momentarily before settling into a look of regret. "I should have known," he replied. "You are intelligent and must have sensed my secret admiration. Yet you never indicated your awareness. I simply feel a tinge of regret. Perhaps first love is always tinged with such sentiment. I suppose I was just holding on to a glimmer of hope or seeking closure regarding my first affection. I apologize for intruding." He did not succumb to despair. As he had mentioned, if one does not express their true feelings, they risk harboring regrets. However, after being rebuffed, a sudden lightness enveloped him. He then turned to the bald teacher and bowed, saying, "I apologize, sir, for taking up your time." The bald teacher chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. "Surely, matters of the heart are far more significant than my time. Wouldn't you agree?" He laughed heartily. "I am delighted to witness your new demeanor, Peter. Thank you. Now, return to your seat." The teacher's expression shifted like the unpredictable weather in June. "If you delay me further, I shall inform the principal." Peter stuck out his tongue and hurried back to his seat. "Peter, has something happened?" Harry, seated in front, whispered discreetly, "You seem like a different person. And by the way, Mary is already my girlfriend. You are treading on forbidden ground. That is quite unethical." Peter smiled secretly. "I know, but my friend, I had a crush on her first. Some individuals should remain silent." The The bald teacher's gaze pierced through the air like a blade, silencing everyone in its wake. Peter and Harry quickly straightened up. Peter's transformation did not surprise Zhao Yu. When individuals acquire certain possessions, they inevitably undergo a change. Whether it be wealth, power, or authority, once attained, one's mindset shifts. The timid may find courage. The insecure may gain confidence. It all depends on what one relies upon. In the novels from Zhao Yu's previous life, as well as in folk tales, those unparalleled masters or reclusive sages were exceedingly cautious when seeking disciples. They understood that those who gain power are prone to change. The adage of not easily transmitting the way stems not only from the profoundness and rarity of the great principles, but also from this very reason. They either select individuals of pure essence, possessing a childlike heart, or those who remain indifferent, unperturbed by worldly distractions. All these considerations aim to prevent the misuse of power and ensure that it does not become corrupted in the next generation. Thus, doctrines emerged, serving as a core philosophy guiding the transmission of power. Many may criticize the biases inherent in such traditions, yet the underlying purpose is far more significant. Peter's changes were largely catalyzed by Zhao Yu. Each transformation was like tracing the patterns on one's palm, leading him to deeper reflections. Perhaps his arrival in this world indeed carried a unique mission, for this universe lacks a robust system of power. Those who attain power by accident often find themselves lost, unable to see the path ahead and resorting to looking downwards. They frequently fantasize about conquering or destroying the world, believing their actions align with the grand principles. Yet they have yet to even step onto the path of the way. What right do they have to claim their actions are in accordance with it? The transmission of the immortal path represents an exceptionally complete system of evolution. Those who cultivate their bodies know they must next refine their chi. Those refining their chi understand they must subsequently transform their spirit. Those transforming their spirit are aware they must return to the void, ultimately achieving immortality and sanctity. All with clear objectives. At every stage, they look upwards, never downwards. Coupled with the guidance of doctrines, immortal practitioners are endowed with a philosophical framework that aligns with the world's development and the principles of the Great Way, thereby forming a comprehensive system. Such a framework does not exist in this world. Zhao Yu mused, perhaps he was destined to become the ancestral teacher of this realm, imparting wisdom and guiding direction. However, the act of teaching must be selective. As the saying goes, the law should not be transmitted to 6 ears. Those lacking foundational understanding or the essence of the way bear no qualification. While Peter may not yet possess profound understanding or foundation in Zhao Yu's eyes, he is deemed adequate. In truth, throughout the life of the young Spider-Man, aside from encountering some negativity due to emotional struggles, he has largely remained steadfast in his role as a superhero. He refrains from exploiting his arachnid abilities for illicit financial gain or personal advantage, instead adhering to his intrinsic values, performing acts of kindness while juggling part-time work, leading a rather frugal existence. Many find this somewhat incredulous. Yet Zhao Yu states that this embodies a pure-hearted spirit. Recently, Zhao Yu has sensed an impending breakthrough into the first refinement of his chaotic true form, which is why he granted Peter a 2-day reprieve. After sending Peter away, he closed the door and delved into a state of contemplation, drifting into the realms beyond. Upon finishing school, Peter, laden with his backpack, was preparing to head home when he was called from behind. Turning around, he revealed a sunny smile. "Jessica, is there something you need?" It was Jessica Jones, Mary's desk mate, a strikingly beautiful girl. However, Peter had previously directed his gaze solely towards Mary, often overlooking the beauty surrounding him. Now, with Mary relegated to the past, he had just begun to notice the astonishing beauty present in his school. "Peter." Jessica approached with a lively demeanor, her brown eyes fixated on him. "Tomorrow is a holiday. We're planning a picnic. What about you? Who else is going?" Peter inquired. His interest piqued. Tomorrow, September 1st, was a national holiday, a day of labor. In the past, he would have fled at such an invitation, but not now. "Harry, Mary, and a few others." Jessica counted on her fingers. "Of course, it's you and me as well." "Okay," Peter shrugged, "why not?" Then, tomorrow at 8 in the morning. At the school gate, Jessica remarked as she began to walk away, "Let us not miss each other." "Let us not miss each other," he echoed, watching her graceful silhouette depart, and he chuckled to himself. Could it be that my luck is turning? Upon arriving home, Peter tossed his backpack aside and called out, "Uncle, I'm way out of train for a bit. Let me know if you need anything." Ben, who was sitting on the couch reading the newspaper, looked up at Peter. "Go ahead, but you should really find Mary, you rascal." Peter's laughter echoed faintly from outside. May stepped out with a cup of coffee, her expression tinged with concern. "I've noticed a significant change in Peter lately, Ben. This might This is what I like to see, Ben interjected, setting down the newspaper to gaze at his wife. Peter used to worry me. He was shy, insecure, and hesitant to engage with others. I feared he would struggle in the future. You know, in this society, interpersonal communication is crucial. After a brief pause, he continued, "The Peter of today is who I admire, radiant with vitality, brimming with youthful passion and dreams. Isn't that wonderful? We should feel proud of him." But Ben, May glanced outside. "Have you not noticed that Peter possesses powers beyond those of ordinary people? He can shatter a tree as thick as a thigh with a single punch. I witnessed it with my own eyes yesterday morning. But what if he were to use that power against someone?" Ben chuckled. "My dear, you only see the strength, not the person. Peter, whom we raised with our own hands. Do you not understand what kind of individual he is? I have faith that even if my Peter possesses immense power, he would never resort to malevolence. That is sufficient." "No, Ben, you misunderstand my intention," May interjected thoughtfully. "I am inquiring about the character of the one who taught Peter to cultivate such strength. What manner of person could bestow upon Peter such abilities?" Ben gazed at his wife earnestly, and after a moment's contemplation, he nodded. "Your concerns are not without merit, yet I must insist that you are overthinking it. If he were a villain, Peter would not be the vibrant and cheerful boy he is today. I have spoken with Peter in great detail. Their strength is the result of diligent practice, accumulated bit by bit, akin to our labor, with no shortcuts to be found. The journey of cultivation is one of persistence and trials. Without a pure heart and steadfast resolve, accomplishments would remain elusive. I believe this method is commendable. That which is earned through effort is often cherished and approached with caution. And let us not forget, we are here for him." "All right," May conceded with a smile. "Perhaps you are right. You know, Peter is often bullied." Ben nodded, letting out a slight sigh. "Yet we are merely an ordinary family, unable to provide him with a robust support system. It pains me to see him battered and bruised. It only deepens his insecurities. But now, Peter can defend himself, dear. We must celebrate that. Perhaps we should pay a visit to Peter's instructor?" May suggested. "Of course, we can choose a suitable time," Ben replied. Chapter 16 New York City Armed Unrest. Peter is a good boy. The principles instilled in him by Zhao Yu teach him that cultivation is not a matter of shame. While there is no need to flaunt his strength in public, he need not hide it from those close to him. Thus, more than 10 days ago, when he commenced his training under Zhao Yu, Peter earnestly explained the situation to his uncle and aunt. After all, he would be spending 3 hours at the farm after school each day, and they would worry if he did not inform them. Initially, Ben and May believed Peter was merely exercising, akin to karate or taekwondo, to strengthen his frail physique, which they welcomed. However, as time passed and Peter's training deepened, some extraordinary attributes began to manifest. Ben had long noticed this and took the time to inquire about Peter's progress. It was then that he realized Peter had embarked upon an extraordinary path. He even understood that what Peter currently possessed was merely a foundational aspect of his abilities. Shattering a tree with a punch was but a trivial feat, although Peter was somewhat uncertain about the path that lay ahead of him. He found himself often swayed by Zhao Yu's words. He had gleaned bits and pieces of knowledge, including notions of creation and destruction. Naturally, he dared not share these thoughts with his uncle and aunt, as they seemed far too incredulous. Even he struggled to believe them. Instead, he reassured his relatives that the path he was embarking upon was one of perseverance and great accomplishment. Once he learned that this journey required diligent effort, he felt a sense of relief. He believed that anything obtained without exertion was unreliable, while that which demanded substantial effort was the norm. Moreover, he had faith in Zhao Yu's guidance and in the goodness of his own character. Before dawn the next day, Peter rose and practiced for 2 hours in the courtyard. After breakfast, he bid farewell to his uncle and aunt, slung the backpack he had prepared the previous evening over his shoulder, and rode his bicycle towards school. Upon reaching the school gates, it wasn't long before Harry's sports car arrived. Seeing Mary alight from the vehicle alongside Harry, Peter inferred they had spent the night together. Yet he felt no stirrings of emotion. He had moved on. "Hey, buddy, you're here quite early," Harry said, delivering a playful punch to Peter and embracing him. The three of them engaged in casual conversation, with Peter feeling no awkwardness, nor did Harry. Only Mary spoke less frequently. Soon, Jessica and others began to arrive in succession. 3 cars, 8 individuals, all headed towards the city. "What are the plans for today?" Peter inquired, sitting beside Jessica in the back seat, while Harry and Mary occupied the front. "Are we heading to the city now?" Harry nodded in affirmation. "First, we'll visit the Osborne building for a tour. Then enjoy a nice meal. In the afternoon, we'll have a picnic by the Hudson River and spend a delightful evening outdoors before returning tomorrow." "Sounds great," Peter replied with a smile. Inside the car, Upbeat rock music filled the air as the young people hummed along, engaging in light-hearted banter as they sped towards the city. Jessica's gaze remained fixed on Peter, and Mary, observing this through the rearview mirror, felt an odd sensation, like a toy that was meant to be hers was about to change hands. Harry intermittently broke the silence with conversation, diverting her attention. In the back seat, Jessica leaned in closely to Peter, almost resting against him, which filled him with a mix of excitement and discomfort. After all, he was still a young man unversed in such intimate interactions. Peter, Jessica gazed at him from the side, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. Your transformation is akin to a sudden turn. It seems we barely had time to react. Blake spent 2 days in the hospital, and although no issues were detected, I can't help but wonder what prompted this. Did he undergo any examinations? Peter scratched his head. Child? Jessica chuckled, covering her mouth. I believe you're not much older than he is. It's merely a figure of speech, Peter gestured. I find him rather immature, using the weak to assert his own strength, much like a child. Indeed, Jessica concurred, expressing her past fears. When I witnessed him bullying others, I was terrified he would turn his attention to me. Now, however, he resembles a wolf with its tail tucked between its legs. But Peter, you haven't yet divulged what has caused this remarkable change in you. I am genuinely intrigued. She sensed an air of mystery surrounding Peter and was eager to comprehend it. Her words captivated Harry and Mary, seated in front of them. Harry chimed in, I'm equally curious. After contemplating for a moment, Peter decided there was no harm in sharing. Do you recall that day? 17 days ago, to be precise. I told everyone I had encountered an extraordinary individual who punched a hole through a large tree. Harry pondered and recollected. You mentioned it was in the small grove outside the school, but we didn't believe you. Yes, you all dismissed it, thinking I was merely seeking attention, Peter shrugged. But it is the truth. To convince you all, I returned the next day with a camera and hid in the grove early in the morning. You intended to capture it on film? What if that person didn't show up? I had my concerns, Peter chuckled. Fortunately, he did arrive. I thought I was concealed quite well, yet he noticed me the moment he entered the grove. Perhaps he sensed my presence even before stepping in. He called for me to come out. How did he discover you? The others inquired, intrigued. I cannot quite explain it. It was instinct, perhaps. I believe I have a similar intuition now, albeit not as pronounced. Yet, if there is danger or someone is watching me intently, it heightens my awareness. I suspect that was how he identified me. Who is this person? Yes, I have taken him as my mentor. He is akin to a teacher, but transcends that role. He described himself as both a teacher and a father. I'm not entirely sure what that means, but he treats me well, despite frequently giving me a playful slap on the back of the head. Laughter erupted among the group. After contemplating for 2 days, I sought him out. He resides not far from the school on a farm that belongs solely to him. He walks swiftly. I clearly saw him stride like us, yet I could not keep pace with him. He took me to his villa and imparted to me a unique martial art. You can see the changes in me now. They are directly related to him. I consider myself fortunate. Had I not encountered Shifu, I might still be that timid and self-doubting little figure. As Peter recounted his tale, each of us harbored our own thoughts, yet we were all stirred. Harry spoke up. Peter, do you think we could become disciples? It sounds intriguing, doesn't it? You've transformed into someone extraordinary in an instant. I'm not sure, Peter replied, shrugging. My master says that martial arts require innate talent. He believes I possess it, but I cannot ascertain if you all do. He can see it in me, but I cannot. Perhaps we could give it a try, Jessica interjected. Peter, if it's possible, would you take us along? Peter hesitated, pondering for a moment before responding. All right, my master has granted me a 2-day leave. The day after tomorrow, after school, I shall take you. I revel in this bustling metropolis, Mary declared passionately, gazing at the towering steel jungle. Everything in the suburbs bores me. I aspire to be the brightest star in this city. Her dream was to become a celebrity, and she found the splendor of skyscrapers far more appealing than the tranquility of the countryside, which she instinctively rejected. The other 3 had little to say about it. Harry was indifferent. Given his background, elevating his girlfriend to stardom was hardly a challenge. Peter, however, found himself at a loss for words, believing that the countryside held its own charms. Jessica maintained a neutral stance. Here we are, Harry suddenly announced. Through the car window, a 100-story building gleamed in the sunlight. Osborne Tower. Mary beamed with pride. This was the property of her boyfriend's family, and in that moment, it felt as though it belonged to her. Without delving into the tour of Osborne Tower, when they exited the building, even Peter wore a look of satisfaction. He was particularly intrigued by some of the high-tech laboratories. Harry then led them to a renowned hotel in the bustling district, famed for its delectable cuisine. Young people often relish excitement, so they settled in a restaurant on the ground floor to indulge in their meal. The transparent glass windows opened onto the vibrant street outside, while the interior exuded tranquility. Accompanied by lyrical music, no one dared to raise their voice, a form of enforced decorum that left the youth feeling somewhat uneasy. They preferred to showcase themselves, exuberant in their youth. As they were dining, suddenly Peter, who faced the street, stood up. The others, engaged in conversation while eating, were taken aback. "What's the matter, Peter?" "There's a commotion outside." Peter frowned. They turned to look, and indeed, the street was in chaos. Were it not for the soundproof glass, they might have heard a cacophony of screams and uproar. Numerous vehicles were compelled to halt, while countless pedestrians scattered in panic. On the streets, a throng of 70 to 80 individuals wielded baseball bats and iron rods, as if a tidal wave had descended upon them, shattering the glass of cars in their wake. Those who were slower to flee also fell victim to the chaos. Many were left bloodied and bruised on the ground, wailing in agony. An armed protest? Harry mused. The uproar outside captured everyone's attention, prompting someone to summon the lobby manager for answers. Yet he was drenched in sweat and equally bewildered by the unfolding events. After a moment of contemplation, Peter declared, "Everyone, please wait here. I shall venture outside to investigate." "No." Jessica grasped his arm, insisting, "This is a matter for the police." Peter shook his head resolutely. "Those people are injured. They require assistance." With a serious gaze fixed on Jessica, he broke free from her grasp and, with a swift motion, dashed out. "Oh God," Jessica lamented, struggling to comprehend. "He has gone. It's so perilous out there with so many people." Harry, ever composed, responded, "Peter is different from us. He possesses the capability to help others. Friends, I believe we too should contribute in whatever ways we can." Rising to his feet, he proclaimed, "The injured must receive care and protection. Mary, immediately call for an ambulance. The rest, follow me. We must bring the wounded inside for safety. It's far too chaotic out here." "All right." Watching her classmates follow Harry's lead, Jessica felt helpless, but ultimately trailed behind. Chapter 17. Quelling the riot. The young hero Peter emerged, narrowly avoiding a flying iron rod that shot towards him. Instinctively, he caught it, and, upon observing the surging crowd of rioters converging on the hotel entrance, his brow furrowed as he shouted, Hey, halt." He discarded the iron rod and spread his arms wide. "If a protest is to occur, I implore everyone to remain calm. The government will provide a reasonable explanation." No one responded to him. The crowd advanced in clusters, swinging their clubs with intent to strike. Peter felt a surge of inner conflict, yet he resolved not to yield. Should these individuals breach the hotel, Harry and the others would be jeopardized, and the guests within would also be at risk. With no other choice, he began to retaliate, using only his fists. His speed was remarkable, and his agility was extraordinary. Each punch and kick targeted the legs and arms of the rioters, aiming for non-vital areas. He exerted great effort to restrain his strength, seeking only to incapacitate rather than inflict serious harm. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant in protecting the panicked crowd cornered at the hotel entrance. Yet, the rioters appeared fearless, disregarding Peter's blows. Even when toppled, they sought to retaliate against him. In no time, Peter had endured several strikes. This is akin to a chaotic flurry of punches taking down a master, Peter thought, burdened by his reluctance to injure anyone. Yet, those individuals, devoid of any reservations, fearlessly embraced their injuries. As circumstances shifted, Peter found himself compelled to retreat step by step. "Quick, head for the hotel." Peter shouted to the affected crowd, "I will block the entrance." The situation was too chaotic for him to manage effectively. Only by sealing off the main door could he hope to thwart the nefarious actions of the rioters. "Peter, incapacitate them." Harry emerged with his classmates, declaring, "These individuals must be subdued. Failing to do so will yield no results. Stop them. We must rescue the injured." Harry's status afforded him an understanding of this world that set him apart from others. He grasped the unfolding events far more swiftly than Peter. Upon realizing this, Peter noticed that the rioters bore grotesque expressions yet possessed vacant stares, akin to marionettes on strings. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to exert a bit more force. "Thank you. Thank you all. You are truly remarkable." Harry and his peers assisted the injured, ensuring everyone was settled. Gratefulness emanated from all, sincerely thanking these high school students. The hotel manager, accompanied by staff, hurried to help, and Harry expressed his apologies. "I'm sorry for the mess in the lobby." No. The manager quickly shook his head, giving a thumbs up. "You all did wonderfully. I've decided to waive your expenses for today." "Thank you," Harry replied with a slight smile. At that moment, the riot outside finally subsided. Peter had managed to incapacitate all 70 or 80 riders, albeit at a cost. He was left in disarray, unable to count the blows he had endured. Had his physique not surpassed ordinary limits, and had his martial prowess not been exceptional, he would have collapsed long ago. Nonetheless, even now, he felt utterly fatigued, having only trained for half a month. Breathing heavily, he stood amidst the scattered bodies, glancing around before picking up a crumpled flyer from the ground. Upon closer inspection, he furrowed his brow and turned back toward the hotel. "Hero!" A voice rang out from the crowd, gazing at the battered and bruised young man staggering before them. "Hero! Hero! Well done!" Peter was taken aback. A surge of immense joy and accomplishment flooding his heart, as if he had discovered his life's purpose. He sheepishly ruffled his hair, a hint of bashfulness spreading across his bruised visage. In that moment, his swollen face became irresistibly endearing, and the crowd gazed at him with fervent admiration. "It was what I was meant to do," he murmured, lowering his head. Finally, the police arrived. It is a rule of thumb that law enforcement often arrives last. The officers surveyed the chaotic scene, astonished and apprehensive at the sight of the sprawled figures across the ground. "Are they all dead?" The sheriff, leading the team, shuddered. "Quick, seal off the area and search for witnesses." After giving the command, the sheriff crouched down and placed his finger at the nostrils of a corpse to check for breath, then exhaled a long sigh of relief. "They merely fainted. Gentlemen, examine them to ascertain if they are all unconscious." At that moment, battered and bruised, Peter and Harry emerged, accompanied by the hotel manager and several guests. "They're just unconscious," Peter remarked, noting the officer's activities. "I acted with restraint and did not harm anyone. And you?" The sheriff stood, scrutinizing Peter and his companions. "Who are you? What transpired here?" Harry stepped forward, intercepting Peter, and replied earnestly, "Sheriff, your arrival is regrettably late. Our lives were in peril, and in our hour of need, your presence was absent." The sheriff's expression darkened. "I apologize. We require a moment to respond. Now, young man, might you elucidate the situation? You should be witnesses." "Indeed, we are witnesses and also instrumental in quelling the riot," Harry asserted. "I am Harry Osborn, a high school student. As are my companions. Today, after touring the Osborn building, we came here for a meal. However, chaos erupted outside." He gestured to Peter, "and it was my classmate here who quelled the disturbance. He sustained numerous injuries, as you can see. He saved us all. Yes, he is a hero." The hotel manager interjected. "Without him, I shudder to think of the devastation that mob could have wreaked upon the city." He pointed back towards the hotel entrance. "Inside, there are still hundreds of injured, all victims whom these brave youths rescued. Sheriff, I believe our immediate concern should be for them." Finally, the ambulance arrived, and the police escorted the subdued rioters away. At the time, we were dining. Peter, facing the street, was the first to notice the upheaval outside. We observed 70 to 80 rioters wielding various clubs and weapons, obstructing traffic, smashing vehicles, and assaulting anyone in their path, before a faction surged towards the hotel. Peter confronted them, drawing their ire and attention. He stood his ground, providing us the opportunity to assist the injured. As you can see, he bore many wounds. These individuals were relentless, unyielding to pain, and thus Peter had no choice but to incapacitate them. He did not inflict harm. He is a hero and deserves commendation. Furthermore, I believe Peter should receive medical attention. Harry took it upon himself to communicate with the police as he was protecting his classmates. Peter, understanding Harry's good intentions, spoke little, leaving the dialogue to him and the others. At last, Peter could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "I believe you ought to examine the flyers on the ground." As he spoke, he handed the sheriff a shabby leaflet. "This is a provocation from a self-proclaimed villain known as the Purple Man to someone called Daredevil. You should apprehend the Purple Man, and this Daredevil is also implicated in this matter." The sheriff snatched the flyer, his face contorted with anger as he remarked, "These lawless scoundrels deserve to be punished." He took a deep breath and continued, "Well, I may have misjudged you. However, children, you should head to the hospital for a checkup, especially you." He looked at Peter. "You may appear strong, but I can see you are not in good shape." Peter winced in pain, replying, "Yes, Sheriff, you are not mistaken. I heard all over." Jessica, worried, clutched Peter's arm anxiously, imploring, "Sheriff, you must take us there." As the blockade was lifted, the media reporters who had been kept at bay surged forward. Cameras flashed, quickly encircling Peter and his companions. Fortunately, with Harry's experience and the police's intervention, they managed to board the police car and head to the hospital. Although the media did not directly gather much information, they proved resourceful, obtaining surveillance footage from the hotel. They also interviewed numerous witnesses, acquiring valuable insights. within a few hours, the story hit the headlines. The incident was instigated by Daredevil. A supervillain known as the Purple Man had provoked him. Both bore responsibility, and our government should hold them accountable. They are merely high school students, still minors. Yet, they are brimming with righteousness and vitality, having saved hundreds. Without this young man named Peter, I shudder to think how long the riot would have continued and how many more would have been injured. We can see how much our young hero, Peter, suffered amid the siege. Yet he remains benevolent and possesses remarkable combat skills. Faced with 70 or 80 riders, he inflicted no real harm, merely incapacitating them. He would rather endure the pain himself. He is incredibly resilient. I cannot fathom standing after being struck by iron rods and baseball bats countless times. What fuels his courage? It is justice. We should rejoice. This is a triumphant victory for the great America. We have heroic youths, each one as commendable as the next. They are the pillars of this nation's future. Mr. Norman Osborn has a worthy successor. Harry Osborn remains calm and composed in the face of adversity, which is truly remarkable. Who is the Purple Man? He possesses the ability to manipulate minds, compelling individuals to act against their will. Our reporters interviewed a recently awakened writer who clearly recalled the events but were utterly unable to control themselves. The Purple Man must be brought to justice. His existence poses a threat to society as a whole. If he were to control the president and launch nuclear missiles at will, what would we do? In the midst of the clamor, Peter and his companions had already departed from the urban chaos, each returning to their respective homes. Chapter 18, Aftermath. Taking matters into his own hands. This child is named Peter Parker. A tall, one-eyed black man clad in a black trench coat scrutinized the video with great care. Indeed, it is Peter Parker. Beside the one-eyed man, a strikingly beautiful woman with shoulder-length hair, holding a folder, responded with a serious demeanor. The deep blue uniform accentuated her figure exquisitely. Hill, I recall this child should be around 15 years old this year, correct? He appears quite robust. Yes, sir. The medical examination report indicates that his physical strength significantly surpasses that of an ordinary individual, exhibiting remarkable resilience, power, and agility. I have observed that, the one-eyed man remarked, gazing at the video. No special abilities, but a formidable physique, exceptional combat skills with distinct Eastern characteristics. Abandoning firearms and mercy in face-to-face combat. None of my agents could match him. Are you suggesting we consider him as an agent, given his parents? The one-eyed man waved his hand dismissively. He is still young. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Pause. The video froze. Hill, perplexed, leaned closer. What did you see, sir? This. He pointed at a minuscule object on the screen. He dropped this while preventing the purple-clad rider from taking control. Perhaps it's a button? Hill suggested. No, it is not. The one-eyed man instructed the side. Continue. Then he turned to Hill. I trust my instincts honed over decades as an agent. Hill, have someone check with the police department to see if this object is among the evidence. Furthermore, investigate how this child acquired his combat skills. I need to know everything about him. Understood, sir. Bullying again. Zhao Yu observed Peter, whose face bore bruises and a scar on his forehead, and he sighed in disbelief. Where have your training efforts led you? What your martial prowess? He suddenly felt that this lad might be beyond redemption. Peter lowered his head. Master, don't you possess foresight? Or have you not seen the news? Foresight? Do I spend my days merely predicting the future? Am I so idle? As for the news, Zhao Yu inquired, what news? Peter shrugged. Perhaps you should take a look at the accumulated newspapers from the past few days. Zhao Yu had just recently broken through and was, of course, unaware of the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, he furrowed his brow. Go, fetch the newspapers from the mailbox outside. Oh, Peter darted out. A moment later, in the villa, Zhao Yu flipped through the newspapers one by one, inwardly sighing. Perhaps some individuals are born with a mission. This lad, before even becoming Spider-Man, had already made a name for himself. Moreover, it was in broad daylight, under the watchful eyes of the public. From these newspapers I discerned but one thing. He cast aside the paper and fixed a fierce glare upon Peter. You must strive harder, and then strive even more. Look at these people, common folk. A mere breath could fell them. Just observe your current state. Weak. I do not concern myself with your chivalrous ideals. That is your life, philosophy, and aligns with the doctrines of your sect. However, what do you say about your battered visage? Does it reflect my inability to mentor you? Master, you do not blame me. I mean, in front of so many, Peter heard only your words about chivalry. Zhao Yu waved his hand. Sit down. Peter obediently complied. I have said you have done nothing wrong. Assisting others is far more reassuring to me than causing harm. However, should you choose to inflict suffering, to annihilate the world, to dominate the earth, then I shall have no choice but to expel you. Master, what does expelling mean? He asked cautiously, having struck my face. Do you believe you still hold any significance for existence? Upon hearing this, Peter shivered and hastily shook his head. No, absolutely not. That is good to hear. Zhao Yu nodded slightly. What are the essence pills I provided? Have you consumed them all? These are merely superficial wounds. With the essence pills and some vigorous training, you could dispel the stagnant blood, could you not? He scratched his head. I had one left, but I seem to have misplaced it. Possibly during the skirmish with those individuals. Misplaced? Zhao Yu frowned, feeling a pang of regret. He shot Peter a stern look. Was that a battle? Go outside. You shall not eat until you complete 20 practice rounds today. Peter's face fell in despair, and he reluctantly went out to practice. Watching Peter depart, Zhao Yu fell into contemplation. This lad had revealed his martial prowess. While not extraordinary, it was perceptible to discerning eyes. Perhaps soon, someone would come seeking him. And who is this purple figure? Their actions are utterly deranged. To provoke such a person could invite calamity. Since Peter is already entangled, it is inevitable. The ability to control others' actions does not instill fear. Zhao Yu's mind raced. He was uncertain of the identity of this purple figure. Regarding the Marvel Universe, he possessed only a vague awareness of its renowned superheroes, with little knowledge beyond that. In terms of controlling minds, the bald fellow from a mutant academy is likely the most formidable, or perhaps that so-called Mind Stone, a formidable weapon in its own right. As for the others, Zhao Yu dismissed them entirely. His mind harbored a luminous, dark system. To control him, one would first need to subdue that system. However, Zhao Yu did not believe that the bald professor or the Mind Stone could contend with the system. It should be known that the System S objective is aimed squarely at the OA. Gems and such are trifles, utterly incomparable, even without the system. Zhao Yu did not believe he could be easily manipulated. This is closely related to willpower. Who can control a strong will? He believed that his own resolve was far from feeble. Perhaps my tranquil life will never return, but is this not precisely what I require? He pondered within himself. Just as Peter was being subjected to rigorous training by Zhao Yu on the farm, his uncle Ben and Aunt May were also embroiled in considerable distress. Ben brandished a double-barreled shotgun, angrily ordering the reporters to leave. Get out of my house. Peter will not accept any interviews, leave. A chaotic uproar ensued, with the reporters cursing the obstinate old man in their hearts. Yet they found themselves powerless against him. They could only linger outside, unwilling to depart. I apologize if we have disturbed you, said a figure not among the reporters. Dressed immaculately in a suit, he spoke. We are interested in Mr. Peter's commercial potential and are prepared to offer $1 million for him to endorse our products. Get out. Ben's eyes widened. Peter is still a child and will not accept any commercial endorsements. Please listen, the first year is $1 million, and if things go well, it will increase by 20% annually, the man insisted. Get out. Ben pointed fiercely towards the door. The Adidas representative could only raise his hands in defeat. Very well. Mr. Ben, here's my business card. Should you change your mind, do not hesitate to call me. Watching the man leave, Ben crumpled the business card and tossed it into the trash. Then, with a thud, he closed the door. Feeling somewhat weary, he sat on the sofa and said to May, perhaps we should consider moving. May, caught between laughter and tears, replied, this child has stirred up trouble in such a short time. Ben shook his head. He means well, but this world is driven by money, and he is still too young. I cannot allow him to be tainted by such negative influences. Then we should meet his master, May suggested, to hear his thoughts. Let's go now, Ben said, standing up, changing his shoes and grabbing his coat. Together, as their cultivation deepened, the demand for resources would inevitably increase. Zhao Yu had completed his foundational training, having consumed approximately 3,000 units of vitality essence. In contrast, Peter did not possess Zhao Yu's innate ability to rapidly enhance his physical form. At his current pace, by the time he perfected the pure yang body refining fist and completed his body training, he would likely require no less than 4,000 or 5,000 units of vitality essence, if not more. Utilizing luck points to exchange for vitality essence for training was an extravagant endeavor, prompting Zhao Yu to contemplate alternative methods. Previously, he had nearly 1,000 units of luck points remaining, but after Peter's recent episode, the system rewarded Zhao Yu with an additional 500, bringing the total to around 2,000. Zhao Yu resolved to personally exchange for alchemical formulas, alchemy furnaces, and methods of refining elixirs, striving for self-sufficiency and liberation from the system's constraints. He tossed a vitality pill to Peter, urging him to continue his training in martial arts, and began searching within the system for his desired items. After a few minutes, 800 fortune points yielded a furnace of artifact grade, towering at half a man's height. A formula for the vitality pill and a foundational text on alchemy. The foundational text was particularly costly, requiring 500 fortune points. Nevertheless, Zhao Yu deemed it worthwhile. Although it was merely an introductory level, crafting elixirs suitable for the qi refinement stage and below would no longer pose a challenge once he became proficient and gained experience. The only prerequisite was an ample supply of herbal materials. Reluctantly, Zhao Yu exchanged for seeds of over 10 varieties of raw materials, including vitality grass, ginseng, and polygonatum, from a system. This was quite economical. A dozen packs of seeds, each containing 10,000 seeds, cost merely a little over 100 fortune points. With the seeds in hand, Zhao Yu turned and entered his cave abode. In the central location of this haven, around a small hill he had gradually transformed, he scattered the seeds. Beneath this hill lay the spiritual vein of the cave, and by planting the seeds here, nourished by the most concentrated celestial energy emanating from the spiritual vein, he anticipated they would thrive rapidly. However, in the short term, the prospect of personally refining the vitality pill remained a distant aspiration. Exiting the cave, he glanced at Peter, who was diligently practicing outside. Zhao Yu settled into a meditative position, beginning to comprehend the foundational methods of alchemy. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, sensing someone approaching the farm. "Peter," he called, "go to the door. We have guests. Bring them in." Peter halted his practice with an acknowledgement and swiftly exited. Outside, an old pickup truck rumbled up, and Ben and May stepped out. "Uncle Ant," Peter exclaimed, "what brings you here?" Ben and May approached, embracing Peter. "You're here to greet us?" "My master said someone would be visiting, so I came to see." "I didn't expect it would be you." "Then let us meet your master," they replied. Upon witnessing Peter leading in a middle-aged couple in their 40s or 50s, Zhao Yu surmised their identities. He rose with a smile, saying, "Welcome, Mr. Ben and Ms. May." Ben and May were astonished. In their minds, Peter's master should have been a wise elder or at the very least a middle-aged individual. But they never imagined he would be so youthful. By appearances, he seemed not much older than Peter, though his profound gaze and substantial demeanor conveyed a weight of wisdom. Zhao Yu discerned their thoughts, yet smiled and said, "There is no need for surprise. One must not judge by appearances. My age is not as it seems." May, covering her mouth in astonishment, remarked, "But you appear so youthful." Zhao Yu chuckled, "Please, have a seat. Perhaps you, esteemed couple, are already somewhat acquainted with the practice of cultivation. I have briefly discussed it with Peter, though he may not fully grasp its intricacies." The four settled into the corner sofa, hosts and guests taking their places. Cultivation is not an unfathomable concept. It is well known that exercise can strengthen the body. Cultivation is merely a further step, a progression beyond. In our practice, we first come to understand our own bodies, fortifying them while excavating our latent potential and mastering our own power. To attain refinement is to gain command over every muscle, every drop of blood, every bone, and every acupoint and meridian throughout the body. Upon reaching this stage, one achieves the pinnacle of humanity, possessing a pure strength that transcends the ordinary. This journey is one of exploration and understanding of our own bodies. Subsequently, we delve into the realm of energy, seeking to comprehend and absorb it to empower ourselves. Thereafter, we venture into deeper realms of practice, touching upon the soul and other profound aspects. In truth, the path of cultivation begins with oneself, fostering an understanding of the world's mysteries through our connection with the natural universe, ultimately unraveling the rules that govern our existence. Listening intently, Ben exclaimed in disbelief, "Is it truly possible to comprehend the world's secrets through our own efforts?" Zhao Yu smiled, "Why not? This is a complete system of evolution." I mentioned to Peter that at a certain stage, we become akin to deities. The couple stared in astonishment. Moreover, there is no need for concern about straying from this path. Zhao Yu continued with a smile, "The way is not easily shared, meaning that the gateway to the mysterious will not be readily open to all. We are exceedingly cautious in selecting our inheritors, ensuring they will not recklessly misuse their power and can maintain their inner resolve and steadfast intentions. We seek the mysteries and truths of this world, not the base desires of destruction or dominion over the earth." "Peter, your nephew," Zhao Yu remarked, "previously, many regarded him as lacking in merit. Yet I believe, as you do, that his potential is evident. The path of cultivation is arduous, yet he endures, retaining his vigor and enthusiasm without abusing his abilities. Thus, my expectations for him are high." "I do not know how to express my gratitude, sir," Ben said earnestly. After hearing these words, he understood the immense fortune of Peter encountering this seemingly youthful, yet profoundly enigmatic individual. Although the exploration of the world's mysterious aspects felt abrupt, The words of the man before him inspired an instinctive trust. After exchanging a few more words, Ben articulated the purpose of their visit today. Today, my aunt and Peter came to visit, primarily to meet you and secondarily to address a particular issue. Is it related to the troubles caused by Peter's actions in the city? Zhao Yu remarked with a smile. Your insight is truly remarkable. Indeed, I replied. I had initially planned to move with May, but now I believe it prudent to hear your thoughts first. There is no need to relocate, Zhao Yu chuckled. Peter is inherently exceptional. Wherever he goes, unless he chooses to seclude himself in the wilderness for life, he will always shine brightly. May and Ben exchanged amused glances. You flatter him too much, they said. Zhao Yu shook his head. Some individuals are simply born different. Now, I have a proposal for you. The couple turned their attention to him. This farm is solely mine. Peter will not be here often. If you are willing, I invite you to make your home here. Ben and May shared a glance, and May hesitated. Is this appropriate? Why not? Zhao Yu responded with a smile. My relationship with Peter is one of mentorship. I am both his teacher and a father figure, a bond that is quite profound. You two are his closest companions. Moreover, my solitude here is rather dreary. With your presence, it would certainly be livelier. After a brief pause, Zhao Yu continued, possessing power often brings its own set of challenges. The incident involving Peter this time relates to two individuals. One, you need not worry about, is that fearless hero, a truly noble figure. The other, however, is a person who has lost their way and has become exceedingly malevolent. Such individuals are capable of heinous acts. To spare Peter from unnecessary concern, your residing here should provide a measure of safety. Peter, having been the obedient child for quite some time, felt a jolt at these words and quickly interjected, Uncle, Aunt, my master speaks the truth. But Ben voiced his doubts. Will Peter face danger? Zhao Yu smiled reassuringly. There is no cause for alarm. He possesses strength, and besides, I am here as well. After a moment of contemplation, the couple nodded gravely. Thank you. We accept your advice. However, sir, though I'm nearing 50, I'm still quite capable. I cannot simply reside here without contributing. I would like to assist you with some mundane tasks. Zhao Yu laughed heartily, of course. In fact, my whimsical notion to invite you both to stay stemmed from this very desire. Zhao Yu, who spends most of his time in cultivation, anticipates that more responsibilities may arise, making it challenging to focus on trivial matters, such as cleanliness or the affairs of the cave. Eventually, he would seek help for such tasks. So why not choose the most suitable option at hand? He stood up, smiling. This farm does not require much maintenance, nor do I intend to cultivate crops. However, certain matters indeed need oversight. Please follow me. As Zhao Yu spoke, he waved his hand, and Peter, along with his uncle and aunt, felt a sudden shift, finding themselves in a place that seemed somewhat familiar, yet strikingly alien. They gazed around, their faces etched with confusion. This was the Taiji Cave Heaven. They stood atop a hillock. Zhao Yu smiled and remarked, this is a dimension distinct from the outside world, yet it overlaps with the farms beyond. A different dimension? Peter exclaimed, his mouth agape. The couple looked utterly bewildered. One could regard it as a space separate from Earth, a minuscule realm attached to our planet, uniquely mine. Zhao Yu elucidated. Oh, the couple gasped in astonishment. Although they struggled to grasp the intricacies of it all, they could sense an extraordinary aura. To possess a small world, how utterly incredulous. The environment here diverged from that of the outside. Zhao Yu chuckled, due to its overlap with the farms. I have roughly modified the terrain here. Aside from the hillock we stand upon, other areas bear a resemblance to the farm's layout, hence your sense of familiarity. However, this cave heaven has only just been established, and it remains barren. This environment harbors a certain energy, vital for Peter's next stage of cultivation, which I refer to as the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Once Peter has completed the foundational stage of body refining, essentially, when he has honed his body to its utmost limits, fully comprehending and mastering himself, this will become his designated place of cultivation. Cultivation demands an abundance of resources, primarily herbs. I have sown seeds around this hillock, but I lack the time to tend to them and require assistance. It seems I still have a purpose, Ben chuckled. Zhao Yu laughed heartily. Peter's growth necessitates your guidance. You are indispensable. He then added, I shall imprint a mark upon you, allowing you to perceive it clearly, thus granting you the freedom to enter and exit the cave heaven at will. The decision to provide them with the key to this realm, namely, the imprint, was one Zhao Yu had pondered deeply. Firstly, he held a favorable impression of Ben and his wife. Though they were ordinary individuals, their inherent goodness shone brightly. Simply put, they were kind-hearted. Of course, being good does not always equate to performing good deeds. Nevertheless, the cave heaven ultimately remained under Zhao Yu's control, and the imprint could be revoked at any moment. Secondly, Peter was his disciple and would eventually enter the cave heaven for cultivation. Whether sooner or later was of little consequence. That very day, the couple moved in, simultaneously, to prevent any disturbances. Zhao Yu was compelled to spend a portion of his fortune value to exchange for a completed array plate, the Misty Array, costing 200 fortune values. Thus, he found himself with only about 1,000 fortune values remaining. Beneath the farm, a mystical formation is established, connected to the ethereal veins through hidden passages, ensuring the array operates seamlessly at all times. The results are striking. Observe the bewildered journalists circling the farm. Their faces a portrait of confusion before they flee in terror. This is merely a rudimentary formation, designed solely to bewilder the senses, nothing more. Yet, its application here is far from trivial. The couple watches the reporters floundering like headless flies outside the farm gate. Bewildered, they inquire, "What are they doing?" "It's a formation," Zhao Yu replies with a chuckle, likening it to a magical array from a novel. This elementary formation deceives the senses. Anyone who trespasses into the farm's domain will be discreetly escorted away, causing no harm and avoiding any complications. Truly astonishing, the couple exclaims in wonder. "I have intertwined this formation with hidden passages. Since you bear the mark of the hidden realm, you will remain unaffected and may come and go at will," Zhao Yu adds with a smile. "Thus, I entrust the farm's chores to you both. We are more than willing to assist." Chapter 20. The visit of Fayer and contact with the shield. The transformation of Peter Parker originates from farm. 20 days prior, Peter Parker was an ordinary individual, frequently bullied at school, plagued by self-doubt and timidity, excelling only in academics while lacking in all else. We consulted relevant sources and discovered that on the morning of 20 days ago, Peter encountered someone at the entrance of their high school and subsequently became that person's pupil, the owner of this farm. His metamorphosis is closely tied to this individual. "Who is he?" inquires the expressionless, one-eyed black man. Upon investigation, we learned that this farm belonged to another owner 45 days ago. 45 days prior, Tony Stark, the chairman of Stark Industries, purchased the farm. However, the property is registered under a name, Zhao Yu. This is his photograph, captured from the surveillance footage of Stark Tower. Nick Fury takes the photo from Hill, scrutinizing it for a moment. He appears to be just a young man, seemingly only 18 years old. Indeed, he looks merely 17 or 18. Yet, as we continued our investigation, we found that prior to this, he had no connection to Tony. Zhao Yu, whose English name is Owen Green, is an orphan who left the orphanage 2 years ago and had been working at a courier company until 46 days ago. You are well aware of the playboy's nature, boss. I am perplexed as to how this Zhao Yu managed to persuade Tony and secure a substantial sum for the purchase of this farm. Fury pondered for a moment. Perhaps something transpired with him that we are unaware of. And what a pill. Has any analysis been conducted on its components? What effects does it produce? The components remain unidentifiable. Through various means, we have detected but a single component, which, when introduced into the human body, generates a substantial amount of energy, invigorating one's spirit and enhancing overall health. However, that is the extent of its effects. The purpose of the essence elixir is inherently to replenish the nutrients and energy required by the physical form. Furthermore, it must be absorbed swiftly during the practice of martial arts to effectively strengthen one's constitution. For the average individual, its consumption merely results in improved vitality and health. As for the component itself, concocted through alchemical methods, it is inherently challenging to analyze its composition, especially considering it is a product of a system. Numerous biological pharmaceuticals can achieve similar effects, Hill added. Fury contemplated for a moment, summoned Coulson. Moments later, a formally dressed individual with short hair, a receding hairline, modest stature, and gentle eyes entered the room. "Sir," Fury said, handing a stack of documents to Coulson, "I have a task for you. Visit the farm mentioned in these documents. I need to ascertain the true nature of its owner." "Understood." Coulson nodded. "Any hints?" "That is for you to discover," Fury replied. "If I knew, I would not send you." Coulson smiled and shrugged. Outside the farm, Coulson appeared perplexed. Upon his arrival, he intended to ring the doorbell, but found himself confronted by the bewildered gazes of several lurking reporters as he approached the entrance. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and for some inexplicable reason, he returned to his original position. Frowning in contemplation, he cheerfully approached one of the reporters. "Sir, could you enlighten me on why this is happening?" The reporter shrugged. "We are equally in the dark." However, as soon as one nears the entrance, they become ensnared by an illusion and inexplicably return. "Is it only the front gate?" Coulson inquired. "No, it seems to encompass the entire farm," the reporter replied. "We have contemplated numerous strategies, yet it is evident that every corner of this 100-acre farm is tightly secured. Coulson expressed his gratitude and turned to gaze at the farm's entrance, pondering deeply. Suddenly, he spotted a young hero from the dossier, Peter Parker, emerging from the gate. The reporters, akin to sharks sensing blood, surged forward. The young man effortlessly parted the crowd of journalists, saying, "Hello, sir. My master has sent for you to come inside." Coulson, glancing around, pointed to his chest. "Are you referring to me?" "Indeed," Peter replied with a smile. "Follow me." Watching Peter lead the man inside, the reporters attempted to follow, but regrettably found themselves returning to their original positions, still in a state of confusion. "Goodness, I nearly thought I would retrace my steps today," Coulson remarked, trailing closely behind Peter, slightly complaining. "Young man, what on earth is happening here? Why such peculiar occurrences? It's rather extraordinary, isn't it?" Peter shrugged, saying, "This is merely to prevent harassment. You know, those journalists are not to be trifled with." Coulson chuckled warmly, responding, "Journalists are akin to sharks. Wherever there is the scent of blood, they swarm in, which is rather bothersome." Indeed, Peter agreed wholeheartedly. "They've even pressured Uncle Ben and Aunt May into contemplating a move. Can you believe it? Our place has been described as a ghost farm." "A ghost farm?" "The moniker is rather fitting," Coulson remarked. "You know, I was quite startled just now. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Phil Coulson. You must be Peter Parker, correct? You know me? Well, I suppose you should," Peter replied, recalling his current status as a young hero, finding it less surprising. Coulson smiled without further explanation. "You mentioned your mentor? Is he aware of my visit? Are there cameras at the entrance?" Peter shook his head. "Certainly not. He always seems to have a premonition. I remember the first time I came here. He was waiting at the door, as if he knew when I would arrive. And Uncle Ben and Aunt May, he had me go to the door, and then they showed up." Coulson nodded discreetly. "He must be an extraordinary individual. Is he a wizard? Or perhaps a superhuman?" "Probably not," Peter scratched his head. "He told me that with enough training, one can perceive everything in the universe, from the grand celestial bodies to the minutiae of atoms and quarks, encompassing both matter and energy, as well as the laws governing them. I don't quite grasp it yet, but perhaps I will in time." "You mean training?" Coulson seized upon the keyword. Peter realized. "Sir, are you inquiring about something?" Coulson, feeling a tinge of regret, replied with a smile, "I am simply quite curious, aren't I? Don't you find all of this rather extraordinary?" Peter shrugged. "Then you ought to ask my mentor." He lapsed into silence, recognizing that Peter was no longer forthcoming. Coulson refrained from pressing further, instead surveying the surroundings for any signs of what might have led to the farm's ghostly reputation. In the distance, he spotted a quaint villa standing by the lakeside, nestled against the mountains, boasting a picturesque view. A woman was tending to the lawn outside. The two approached, exchanged greetings, and entered the villa. Coulson was not surprised by Zhao Yu's youthful countenance. He had reviewed Zhao's file multiple times. "Hello, Mr. Zhao," Coulson announced as he produced an identification card from his pocket. "I am Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. It's a pleasure to meet you." "The strategic what?" Zhao Yu feigned a frown. "It's commonly referred to as SHIELD," Coulson clarified with a smile. "Please have a seat." Zhao Yu gestured for Coulson to sit before remarking, "It sounds like your agency is akin to the CIA or FBI. Mr. Coulson, you have sought me out for a purpose, I presume?" "I do not recall transgressing any laws," Zhao Yu remarked. "Issa aki elade is not the CIA or the FBI. It operates under the auspices of the International Security Council and is not directly subordinate to any government," Coulson elucidated. "So, what brings you here?" Coulson replied with a gentle smile. "The mission of S.H.I.L.D. is to safeguard humanity's security, both externally and internally. Mr. Zhao, you are not an ordinary individual and should possess some awareness of the world's other side. We primarily handle matters pertaining to that." Zhao remained silent, offering a non-committal sound to encourage Coulson to continue. "Mr. Zhao, due to your extraordinary abilities—" "Wait," Zhao interjected, raising a hand. "How do you know of my extraordinary abilities?" Coulson chuckled and gestured toward Peter. Peter Parker was merely a frail high school student 20 days ago, yet now he stands as a hero. Zhao nodded. "So, what are your intentions? Do you wish to recruit us?" "No, Mr. Zhao, you may have misunderstood," Coulson replied with a smile. "We have no intention of recruiting anyone. I am here today, representing S.H.I.L.D., to engage in a simple meeting with you, to foster mutual understanding and prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings in the future." "Such as?" Zhao inquired. "Such as, when it comes to safeguarding this world, we can assist one another," Coulson stated with a smile. "Your words are quite soothing," Zhao remarked with a chuckle. "Helping each other, rather than assisting you?" "Certainly not," Coulson responded earnestly. "We are born free and equal, are we not?" Zhao laughed heartily before adding, And beyond that? Beyond that, I need to understand you better, Mr. Zhao Carlson explained. This will help us gauge our own capabilities and respond appropriately to any crises that may arise. I grasp your meaning. Zhao waved a hand dismissively. I do not relish stirring up trouble. I prefer tranquility. Thus, you need not worry about any reckless actions on my part. However, should you encounter a challenging situation, I am willing to offer assistance when time permits. Alternatively, Peter, my apprentice, is more inclined to contribute to this world within his means. As for myself, it is difficult to describe, but you will come to know in due course. Carlson, upon hearing this, smiled and remarked, "It is evident. Your farm indeed exudes a sense of peace." He stood up and said, "In that case, I shall take my leave. I hope that we can become friends in the future." Of course. Chapter 21. S-H-I-E-L-D. Assessment the Spirited Youth. That is the situation. Carlson relayed his observations and the conversation with Zhao Yu and Peter verbatim to Fury. Fury stood with his back to him, gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window, and remarked, "What is your opinion?" "I find it quite satisfactory," Carlson replied with a smile. "Quite satisfactory?" Fury turned around and said, "Speak your mind." Through our conversation, he gave me the impression of being composed. Carlson remarked, "Of course, it could be a facade." He did not resemble an 18-year-old youth. Rather, he exuded the aura of someone with profound experiences, akin to a person over 40 or even older. Comparing this with the information we gathered, it is evident that something hidden has transpired in his life, or perhaps he has been adept at concealing it all along. We remain unaware of the extent of his strength or capabilities. However, the young man named Peter mentioned a term that I find particularly noteworthy: cultivation. Cultivation? Fury stroked his chin. Have you investigated the meaning of that word? It appears frequently in fragmented ancient Eastern legends. Carlson had evidently done his homework. Legends suggest that certain ancient individuals from a particular Eastern culture cultivated themselves through specific methods, gradually acquiring formidable power. Contemporary martial arts or combat could also be considered a form of cultivation. Are you suggesting they cultivate martial arts? Fury inquired. Perhaps yes, perhaps no, Carlson shrugged. From Peter Parker's actions during that incident, we can infer that he is proficient in combat. Yet he achieved remarkable physical enhancement in merely half a month, a feat unattainable through traditional martial arts alone. Zhao Yu remains enigmatic and inscrutable. However, we can formulate a hypothesis based on his actions and those of individuals associated with him. Carlson continued, Peter Parker's conduct seems impeccable. Furthermore, we know that the incident was accidental for Peter Parker, ruling out any possibility of it being a deliberate arrangement. Thus, his actions stem from his true self. Moreover, he is a disciple of Zhao Yu. Hence, we can ascertain Zhao Yu's influence. At the very least, Zhao Yu did not instruct him in malevolence. Carlson added. Fury nodded slightly. Secondly, the behavior of the Ben couple in taking him in. Naturally, one could argue that it was due to Peter that they acted this way. However, I observed closely that the couple appeared healthy and vibrant, seemingly thriving at that ghostly farm. Fury continued to nod. Additionally, regarding the ghost farm, he may have exerted a form of concealment, affecting the perceptions of ordinary individuals. Yet, this power seems innocuous, merely serving to deter disturbances. I have experienced this myself. We know that if an individual suddenly acquires extraordinary power, their psyche may undergo a drastic transformation, leading to the reckless indulgence of desires and the disruption of world order. He has not done so. Thus, I believe he poses no immediate threat, Carlson concluded. Then let us maintain surveillance. Fury's face reflected contemplation. It would be ideal to cultivate a closer relationship with Peter Parker. His transformation holds significant value for us. Carlson nodded. May I be counted among those efforts? A slender girl with long black hair and brown eyes appeared at the school gate alongside Jessica. It was the time for dismissal, and Peter intended to fulfill his promise by taking Harry and a few others to the farm to meet Zhao Yu. Cindy Moon. Hello, Peter. The girl extended her hand. Peter, bewildered, shook her hand and glanced at Jessica, who was with her. Jessica shrugged. I mentioned this to her, and she. Cindy interjected. I enjoy sports and martial arts. With that, she assumed a karate stance, exuding a striking presence. I know you, Peter. You are remarkable. You quelled the riots in the city single-handedly. I've seen the footage, and you were incredible. If it weren't for your concern for the safety of those under control, you wouldn't have been injured. The girl gazed intently at Peter, her eyes ablaze with admiration. Jessica widened her eyes. Hey, Cindy, what do you mean? Peter is mine. Instantly, the two girls began to bicker. Meanwhile, Harry stifled a laugh and nudged Peter with his elbow, whispering, Buddy, it seems fortune is smiling upon you. Mary remained silent, her arms crossed. Peter, bemused yet somewhat pleased. couldn't he help but feel a flicker of joy at the attention of two stunning girls. As a youthful boy brimming with energy, it would be unnatural not to feel a sense of delight. Okay, Peter quickly intervened, separating the two girls. Aren't you friends? Well, it's rather inappropriate for us to squabble at the school gate, don't you think? Oof. Both girls huffed, turning their faces away. Peter rubbed his nose, casting a speechless glance at Harry, then said, "Let us get going." The five of them, Harry, Mary, Peter, Jessica, and Cindy, simultaneously hopped into Harry's sports car. Harry and Mary occupied the front seats, while Peter found himself sandwiched between the two girls in the back. Noticing that the girls were still glaring at each other, Peter felt immensely awkward and hastily changed the subject. "My Master's farm is just a short distance away, approximately 4 or 5 kilometers. We'll arrive shortly." "The ghost farm, I know," Harry remarked, chuckling as he observed Peter's restless demeanor through the rearview mirror. "The reporters claim that it's haunted, making it impossible to approach. Are there really ghosts?" Jessica asked, her face betraying fear as she clutched one of Peter's arms tightly. On the other side, Cindy, unwilling to be outdone, grasped his other arm. Now, even wiping his nose became an impossible task for Peter. "That's just a rumor." He managed to suppress his embarrassment and said, "It's merely to avoid harassment from the reporters. You should understand that by now." Harry laughed. "They're primarily focused on you. We're fine." Even when Peter attracted attention, reporters still bothered them. "My dad has been on edge these past few days," Jessica complained. "You should get used to it," Harry remarked. "We are good friends. Such occurrences may happen again in the future. If a riot akin to that day were to arise, Peter would not remain indifferent, would he?" "I was certain of it." Jessica sighed, expressing her discomfort with being in the spotlight. "If Peter becomes a great hero, those pesky reporters with their dog-like noses will undoubtedly pester us." Mary, however, seemed to relish the idea. "I think it's fine." "Of course you would think so. You aspire to be a star," Jessica retorted with a smirk. "Well, don't you think we're straying from the topic?" Harry interjected. "I recall I was just inquiring about the ghost farm for Peter." Peter chuckled. "Since we were about to arrive at the farm, let me explain." My master spoke of formation. He freed his arms from the two girls' embrace, gesturing as he continued. "It can be perceived as a magical array, akin to those in novels. Its purpose is to disorient intruders' senses, confuse them, and lead them to believe they have returned to their original location." "A formation? A magical array?" they exclaimed. "Yes," Peter scratched his head. "I don't quite understand it myself. Whenever I ask my master about it, he tells me I will understand in due time. This implies that I do not grasp it now. It must be quite profound." Harry noted, "The media reports indicate that the entire farm is impenetrable with no blind spots. I have heard that the ghost farm spans 100 acres. This formation must be remarkable." As they conversed, the sports car finally arrived at the farm's entrance. 5 youths, 3 girls and 2 boys, disembarked from the vehicle. "This is the place," Peter stated. "When we enter, do not stray more than 2 meters from me. Otherwise, you too may become lost." "When you get lost?" Cindy inquired, scrutinizing the seemingly ordinary, albeit dilapidated, farmhouse. "I possess a special permission granted by my master. It can be considered a form of authority. I do not fully comprehend it, but you should know that I can come and go freely." Peter refrained from mentioning the realm of the cave, as Zhao Yu had instructed him not to disclose it to anyone. "So what now?" Harry shrugged. "Let us go." "Hey, everyone." As they stepped into the farm, Peter cautioned, "I haven't informed my master that I would be bringing you all here. When we meet him, you must assist me, understood?" Harry was taken aback. "You didn't mention this?" Peter ran his fingers through his hair. "You cannot fathom the terror of my master. He delights in surprising people from behind, and I have learned to fear that." Harry gazed at him, speechless, before bursting into laughter. "Oh, Peter, you are truly unfortunate. Well, I believe the ladies and I will assist you. Do not worry." Peter muttered, "Just remember, do not leave me to fight alone. In truth, I am exceedingly eager to witness such terror." Harry exaggerated. "What might our young heroes' daily lives entail? Ladies, are you not curious?" The girls giggled in response. "We are curious." Peter's expression fell. Zhao Yu was certainly aware of the presence of strangers at the farm and recognized that the guide was none other than Peter. He was intimately familiar with Peter's essence, and the remaining 4 unfamiliar presences exuded youthful vigor. Zhao Yu surmised that they were likely Peter's friends. He emerged from the villa, hands clasped behind his back, standing by the small lake as he awaited their arrival. "Master," Peter scratched his head, fully cognizant that bringing friends over would have undoubtedly been noted by his master, just as it had been for him when he was with his uncle and aunt. His master had always been aware, yet knowing did little to assuage the feeling of being caught red-handed in a misdeed. Zhao Yu turned to him, remaining silent, and with a stern expression, raised his hand to deliver a playful smack. Ouch. Master, could you perhaps ease up a bit? Have some mercy, will you? My friends are here. Peter staggered slightly, rubbing the back of his head as he began to complain. Have I ever forbidden you from bringing friends over? Zhao Yu replied. Did you not think to inform me beforehand to make some preparations? That is quite rude, you know. Peter opened his mouth, his head drooping in defeat. All right, I admit my fault. Zhao Yu chose to disregard him and turned to the few young men and women standing awkwardly nearby, smiling as he welcomed them. Welcome, Peter's friends. I am Zhao Yu, Peter's master. Hello, master, Harry quickly responded. We apologize for any inconvenience we may have caused you. Not all, Zhao Yu chuckled. This lad, he indicated Peter, has a selective memory, a few days without a reprimand, and he thinks he can disregard discipline. This is merely the dynamic between a master and disciple. Nothing to be surprised about. Also, feel free to call me Zhao. We're not bound by a master-disciple relationship. By the way, shall we make introductions? I am Harry Osborn, Peter's classmate and best friend, Harry stated. This is my girlfriend, Mary Jane, Peter's former neighbor. Hello, Zhao. I'm Cindy Moon, and I have feelings for Peter. I too have feelings for Peter. Jessica Jones, a girl with dark hair, chimed in, introducing herself. Immediately, she and the blonde girl exchanged intense glances, each unwilling to yield. Zhao Yu paused, taking a moment to regard Peter. This young man had become quite the charmer. He inwardly scoffed, noting that as his master, he remained a bachelor, while his apprentice was already navigating multiple romantic interests. Not to mention, with the addition of future Gwen Stacy, that made 3. Of course, Tony was not to be counted. That playboy had lost track of the women he had encountered. There was no comparison. It seems Peter's romantic life is rather vibrant, Zhao Yu quipped with a wry smile. So, young ones, do you think it would be better to go inside or stay out here? The weather is quite pleasant today. Perhaps out here would be better? Harry suggested awkwardly. Very well, Zhao Yu agreed. Zhao Yu nodded. Peter. Master. Peter quickly bowed his head in acknowledgement. Go, bring out the sofa and coffee table. Prepare some fruits, brew tea, and make coffee. Do you understand? Understood. Peter hastily dashed into the house. Once the coffee table and sofa were arranged, along with the fruits, coffee, and tea, they began to converse by the mirror-like lake, basking in the warm glow of the evening sun. May I inquire why you have come here? Merely for a visit? Or is there something else? Zhao Yu inquired with a smile. The 4 individuals brought by Peter held at least a semblance of value in Zhao Yu's eyes, particularly Harry Osborn. He recalled the Harry from the film, who was initially a rather likable youth. He possessed a background, yet was not arrogant, able to mingle with someone like Peter, which spoke well of his character. Most notably, Harry was not only closely associated with the first Green Goblin, but was also the second Green Goblin himself. Superheroes possess a certain destiny, and so do supervillains. Zhao Yu was particularly intrigued to discover what kind of chemical reaction would ensue if a supervillain transformed into a great hero. Upon seeing Harry Osborn, Zhao Yu's curiosity was piqued, and he intended to broach the subject directly. As Zhao Yu had anticipated, they expressed their curiosity regarding the drastic changes Peter had undergone in a short span and, if possible, wished to experience it themselves. Harry, perhaps fearing Zhao Yu might misconstrue their intentions, earnestly explained, "We are merely intrigued by you. We all envy Peter's transformation, and, of course, if..." Zhao Yu chuckled and waved his hand. "You should be aware of this. Peter is quite the chatterbox, isn't he?" Harry and his companions exchanged awkward laughter. Zhao Yu continued. Training. He raised a finger, speaking earnestly. Peter's strength did not come from thin air. Harry, your background is different from Peter's. You know much more about the other side of this world than they do. And as for the ladies, I do not shy away from sharing. You may listen in as if it were a story. I do know a bit, but Zhao, my knowledge is limited. Perhaps my father knows more, Harry remarked. Many things I learned were merely snippets, overheard when my father spoke to others. Zhao Yu nodded. He is protecting you. He then added, in this world, there exists another side that differs from what the ordinary populace perceives, filled with extraordinary phenomena. To my knowledge, many who lurk in the shadows possess remarkable powers. Apart from mutants who gain their abilities through genetic anomalies and awakenings, the vast majority acquire their powers accidentally, be it through radiation, infection, the possession of an empowering artifact, or being directly endowed with strength by another. The emergence of such powers was abrupt and unfounded, akin to a castle in the air, leading to a profound transformation in many individuals, driving them into madness. It is reminiscent of the turmoil you previously experienced. The enigmatic figure behind the scenes, the one draped in purple, embodies this type of person. Such power is beyond my capacity to bestow. However, there exists a method. With sufficient fortune value and certain elixirs that directly enhance strength, exchanges can indeed be made. For instance, A singular ingestion of the 9-turn golden pill could elevate one to immortality. Yet, how could Zhao Yu ever disclose such information? I possess a complete lineage of cultivation techniques, while Peter has yet to truly step over the threshold. The path of cultivation is incredibly arduous. It demands resilience against solitude and steadfastness to one's original intent. Otherwise, one may find themselves stagnant or, in the worst case, succumb to madness and death. To instill a degree of trepidation, Zhao Yu observed the flicker of hesitation in their expressions and continued. You must understand that the strength acquired through diligent practice is the only true power that belongs to you. A power you can fully command, unlike those criminals who are subjugated by their own might. This is the most precious of all. Moreover, cultivation is not some esoteric endeavor. It is a process of self-discovery and understanding the world. During this journey, the insights and knowledge gained will manifest as your strength. This is not unscientific. Rather, it represents an alternative evolutionary pathway distinct from conventional science. The adage of training in winter's chill and summer's heat holds true. Peter must dedicate considerable time each day to practice his martial arts. Under my vigilant supervision, he is required to train for no less than 3 hours daily. Mornings are not to be squandered. Apart from the essentials of schooling, meals, and rest, every other moment must be devoted to cultivation. Just a few days ago, I granted him a 2-day reprieve due to my own commitments. Otherwise, he would have had no leisure time to indulge in frivolities with you. Such a lifestyle will persist indefinitely, subject to change only in the face of significant events or when encountering formidable obstacles. The methods may evolve slightly with each stage, but the essence remains unchanged. Listening to Zhao Yu's narrative, the group found it hard to believe. Mary exclaimed, I need to care for my skin and apply makeup. There simply isn't enough time. Except for Cindy, who relishes martial arts and sports, the others, including Harry, lamented the arduous nature of such a life, monotonous and relentless. Zhao Yu chuckled. In truth, your understanding is misguided. Though cultivation is demanding, it is also immensely gratifying. The process of cultivation is, in essence, a journey of discovery. Peter is currently unraveling the mysteries within himself. Every incremental advancement brings with it a corresponding piece of knowledge. Immersion in this pursuit is not beyond reach. Furthermore, Zhao Yu added, consider Mary. Your need for makeup and skincare is a universal pursuit among young women. Yet, you may not realize that cultivation is also a beautifying process. Have you not noticed how Peter is growing taller and increasingly handsome? Have you not observed the improvement in his complexion? Cultivation does not merely build muscle, it fosters coordination. It is not as you envision, that all practitioners become muscle-bound men and women. Look at me, look at Peter, are we truly like that? He turned to Harry again, saying, I recall that the core business of the Osborne Group is biotechnology. Am I correct? Harry, suppressing his astonishment, nodded, yes, Zhao. Osborne focuses on biotechnology. Zhao continued thus. I believe you can follow in Peter's footsteps for 3 reasons. With a smile, Zhao elaborated. First, you are Norman Osborn's only son and will inevitably become his successor, thereby taking charge of the Osborne enterprise. Throughout your journey of cultivation, you will uncover countless secrets of the human body. These revelations will not only enhance your own strength, but can also be applied to biotechnology. By comprehending all the mysteries of the human body, you will know how to address various ailments when they arise. Harry's eyes widened. Is that even possible? Why not? Zhao burst into laughter. Now, were the other 2 reasons? Harry could not help but inquire. Second, you possess the requisite qualifications, Zhao responded. The path of cultivation demands certain innate abilities, a potential that many lack, rendering their efforts futile. However, those endowed with such talent, like Peter and yourself, can achieve remarkable accomplishments. I have the qualifications? Harry exclaimed in surprise. Peter previously mentioned the need for talent and potential. I never imagined I possessed any. Why wouldn't you? Zhao waved his hand dismissively. It is a gift. How fortunate I am. Harry swallowed hard. And the third reason? The third? Zhao replied. You may not wish to hear it. It relates directly to you. Harry felt a twinge of anxiety. Is it bad news? Not exactly, Zhao assured him. I can see that your body harbors a certain ailment. Impossible, Harry exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. How could that be? I am healthy, very healthy. The other girls echoed his sentiment, incredulous. It likely pertains to a condition affecting your physique, perhaps a hereditary illness, Zhao mused. Yet, in a year or 2, significant symptoms may manifest. Harry, perhaps your father is aware. You could inquire with him. Hearing Zhao's words, Harry felt a wave of uncertainty. Though skeptical, Zhao's calm demeanor and suggestion to consult his father made it hard to dismiss the idea as a fabrication. Panic surged within him as he recalled Zhao's earlier statements, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Can cultivation cure ailments?" "Absolutely," Zhao affirmed. "Did I not mention that? The first step of cultivation is to understand oneself and strengthen one's being. Through this process, your body will grow increasingly robust, developing a resistance far beyond that of ordinary individuals, and you will identify the root cause of your affliction. Perhaps, once you are sufficiently strong, the source of your ailment will resolve itself without additional intervention." Harry and the girls collectively exhaled in relief. As long as it can be resolved. Harry hesitated. "I must first consult my father and then—" "Of course, that is entirely your choice. I do not wish to impose." Zhao Yu nodded with a smile, remarking that choosing to embark on the same path as Peter was entirely one's own prerogative. Chapter 23. Entering and exiting the world, transcending oneself and others. "What about us?" "Zhao." Cindy could no longer contain herself. "I want to as well." She paused, not for beauty or to attain a perfect figure. "I am unlike Jessica. I simply believe that cultivation is far more fascinating than martial arts." Jessica shot Cindy a glare. "Cindy Moon, do you intend to use me as your backdrop?" "Why not?" Cindy retorted boldly. "That's exactly how it is. Dare you claim otherwise?" Jessica found herself momentarily speechless. She then turned to Peter, who had been silently sitting beside Zhao Yu, and exclaimed, "I knew it. You are only interested in getting close to Peter. So what if I am? I like Peter. He is a hero. Moreover, my passion for cultivation complements this perfectly, does it not? Unlike you, who have no genuine interest in it." "Who says I lack interest in cultivation?" "I." Peter had curled up, cradling his head in embarrassment. He felt utterly humiliated. Just look at Harry, who was chuckling nearby. Perhaps soon the whole world would know. Zhao Yu found the exchange between the women quite entertaining. After observing for a while, he stated, "If you wish, you may try it out for a period, experience it, and then make your choice." He then addressed Peter, "I leave it to you." "A what?" Peter glanced at the two girls, each unwilling to yield, and sighed heavily. "Mary, perhaps you're the better choice." Peter mused aloud. "No, I am in it for beauty." Mary laughed. "Peter, do not overthink it." Peter could only shrug in response. Among the group of youths before him, Zhao Yu held Peter in the highest regard, followed by Harry. As for the three young women, he found Cindy somewhat appealing. However, Jessica and Mary were not of the same ilk. Harry possessed numerous virtues, some innate talents, and an agreeable disposition. Anyone would find Harry likable. Nevertheless, Zhao Yu maintained a watchful stance, even though he had already decided to take Harry as his disciple. Prior to his crossing over, he had watched films featuring Peter, and he still recalled much of Harry's performance vividly. Under the threat of illness, life faced severe trials. Amidst life and death, there existed profound terror, which Harry could not withstand. This led to a significant transformation in his character. Of course, for the vast majority of ordinary individuals, the horrors of life and death are insurmountable, which is understandable. Yet, to remain composed between life and death and to face it with a positive mindset, that is the hallmark of a promising candidate for cultivation. Perhaps even Zhao Yu himself could not achieve this at present, but he certainly hoped that his disciples would, such as the aspiration of a mentor towards their students. However, he would not impose demands upon them. Harry's potential to become the second-generation Green Goblin is undoubtedly a matter of fate. This holds value for Zhao Yu, and that suffices. As for whether he will still ascend to the role of the second-generation Green Goblin after becoming Zhao Yu's disciple, it is of little consequence. In the grand scheme of Zhao Yu's plans, whether he emerges as a superhero or a supervillain is, in essence, irrelevant. Regarding Cindy Moon, Zhao Yu perceives that this young lady possesses a certain resilience. In contrast to Jessica, who vies for Peter's attention, Zhao Yu discerns that Cindy's heart is far more expansive. Jessica, on the other hand, is rather fragile. How does Zhao Yu ascertain this? Firstly, during the recent riot incident, Peter recounted every detail to him. Jessica's immediate reaction was one of evasion, panic, and utter disarray. Among their group, her performance was the most lacking. Secondly, in her exchanges with Cindy, Jessica appeared weak, her eyes reddening, and her demeanor was pitifully tearful when juxtaposed with Cindy's assertiveness. As for Mary, Zhao Yu chooses to remain silent. Enough, Zhao Yu's voice, laced with a certain authority, startled the two girls who were squabbling, causing them to straighten up immediately. Observing this, Zhao Yu felt a slight sense of relief. Truth be told, he possessed no particular strategies when it came to women. In 2 lifetimes, he had garnered no relevant experience. Although he maintained a dignified demeanor befitting a mentor before them, he found himself at a loss with the two bickering girls. relying solely on his identity and power to assert control. "Now, listen to me," he proclaimed. "Today you have all gathered here, and most of those involved in the previous riot incident are present. I would like to emphasize the teachings of the Tai sect regarding this matter." "The Tai sect?" Harry and the others looked on in confusion. Zhao Yu gestured dismissively. "You may inquire with Peter later." He continued. "The core tenet of the Tai sect is self-transcendence. Our practice begins with the self, centering everything around oneself. Self-transcendence entails a thorough examination of oneself and an analysis of the mysteries of the universe, thereby enhancing oneself in all aspects, body, mind, and spirit. The aim is to achieve a state of being that harmonizes with the universe, even transcending it. Matters that do not pertain to us should be regarded as such, depending on one's perspective. Regarding the recent riot, in my view, it bears no relation to you." "No, Master, I must disagree with your assertion." Peter, feeling the weight of Zhao Yu's gaze, shrank back slightly and insisted, "My uncle told me that with great power comes great responsibility. If we possess the ability." Zhao Yu, with clarity in his gaze, waved his hand and shook his head. "Whose responsibility is it that you speak of?" Peter paused, momentarily at a loss for words. "It should be." Zhao Yu chuckled softly. "You might argue that as members of society, we bear responsibility. But I must inform you that these matters do not concern you. They're the domain of the police and the government. To put it bluntly, that is merely overstepping your bounds. By what authority do you presume to act on behalf of the government?" Peter cast a beseeching glance at Aunt May, who was tending to the lawn. "I believe Zhao's intention in saying this is to safeguard you." May paused, letting out a sigh, and remarked, "You do not bear the weight of society's responsibilities, as Zhao articulated. That is the duty of the government, a responsibility bestowed upon it by all of us. You lack both the qualification and the power to intervene. When an individual exhibits extraordinary traits, they may garner admiration and adulation. Yet they also attract the covetous and malicious gazes of others. To rise above the ordinary invites scrutiny." Zhao Yu interjected, "Because you are exceptional, people will speculate on the nature of your exceptionalism. They will question why they remain ordinary, which breeds jealousy. Moreover, some may seek to attain your uniqueness, prompting them to act against you. But Master, Annie, I cannot stand idly by while those ordinary individuals face threats to their lives. Given my abilities, why should I not extend my help to them? I am indifferent to their opinions." "Is that so?" Zhao Yu chuckled, directing his gaze at Harry. "Perhaps Harry understands this better than you do." Harry nodded in agreement. "Indeed, people often advise against concerning oneself with the opinions of others. However, in truth, public opinion wields significant influence. This is what is termed as the power of collective voices. It can build or destroy. Once a determined individual stirs discontent, you will face the ire of the masses," Zhao Yu summarized. "Yet, Master, is our cultivation solely for ourselves?" Peter could not accept this. "Are we merely to hide in the shadows, wide-eyed, observing the blooming and fading of flowers in the courtyard, or the clouds shifting across the sky?" Zhao Yu responded, "That is a matter for another time. Do you think I refrained from reproaching you after the riot because I lacked reason?" Peter was perplexed. Indeed, the core tenet of the Tai sect is self-transcendence. However, entering and exiting the world, giving and receiving, all lie within the intent of the heart. One cannot possess such a realm from the outset. It is through life's trials and experiences that one gains insight and understanding. Thus, the concept of engaging with the world exists. This does not conflict with our sect's principles. One first immerses in worldly experiences, perceives the ephemeral nature of existence, and subsequently retreats to diligently cultivate, achieving self-realization in tranquility. This is a sequential process. Your willingness to assist others is a form of practice, an act of aiding others. Through this process, you'll gain much. Hence, I encourage you. Yet, never forget that aiding others is ultimately for your own sake. Keep this in mind. No one exists solely for the benefit of others. Moreover, when extending help, one must act within one's means. Recklessness harms both oneself and others." Zhao Yu sighed. "Furthermore, possessing extraordinary power and revealing your identity has drawn attention, which poses a risk. Therefore, in future endeavors, you must exercise greater deliberation." He then turned to Harry. "In the realm of ordinary individuals, to perform extraordinary feats requires formidable support, a robust network, or substantial political and military connections, or boundless wealth. It is precisely these factors that deter others from casting aspersions." Harry's origins are well known to him. He nodded thoughtfully. "However, those are merely superficial aspects. Should any single element falter, the inevitable consequence would be a catastrophic collapse. We lack an intricate web of connections, diverse backgrounds, and boundless wealth. Our sole support lies within ourselves. Remember, your master is your foundation, and the sect is your sanctuary. Zhao Yu turned to Peter with a serious gaze. Be rational and cautious. Peter pursed his lips and nodded solemnly. Excellent. Perhaps you cannot fully grasp this now, but I trust that in time, you will understand the essence of my words. Zhao Yu smiled gently. You have achieved the third level of the pure yang body refinement fist, thus establishing a preliminary capacity to engage with the world. Whatever you wish to pursue, if it involves aiding others, I shall support you, for this process is also a form of cultivation. However, to avoid complications, you must act with propriety and discretion, ensuring your identity remains concealed. You have been with our sect for 20 days. It is time I assign you a formal title. I, Zhao Yu, am known as Tai Yi, the head of the sect. Therefore, you, Peter, as the second-generation disciple of our sect and my second disciple, shall henceforth be called Tianyang. With that, Zhao Yu produced 2 identical cream-colored robes adorned with golden patterns. In public, you may use the name Tianyang, but you may choose as you wish. Chapter 24, Chaos and Primordial Beginnings, the 3 origins and 3 vital energies. This is the sect's attire. Take it. As he spoke, Zhao Yu handed the robes to Peter. One is for you, and the other is for your senior brother. By the way, I have a task for you. Tomorrow, deliver the attire meant for your senior brother. Ah, Zhao Yu disregarded Peter's hesitation and continued. Your name is Tian Yang, and your senior brother must not be overlooked. He shall be called Tian Fu. You will inform him in due course. In truth, Zhao Yu felt a pang of regret, yet also amusement. The regret stemmed from the fact that these robes were exchanged with a precious resource, each costing 100, a considerable sum. The laughter arose from the amusing image of Peter and Tony, 2 Westerners with prominent features, donning traditional Eastern garments, particularly in a cream hue. Peter ruffled his hair, oblivious to the flicker of humor in Zhao Yu's eyes, and asked, Is it Tony Stark? You should refer to him as senior brother. Show some respect. Do you understand? Zhao Yu shot him a stern look. Oh, Peter recoiled slightly, nodding earnestly. This garment is quite peculiar, yet it feels remarkably comfortable. Master, what material is this? Peter inquired. Is it your only concern? Zhao Yu glared at him again. At that moment, Mary interjected. May I have a look? Peter glanced at Zhao Yu, who remained silent, and handed the robe to Mary. The texture truly was delightful, and Mary then passed it to Harry. It's better than the one you ordered. Zhao Yu, feeling exasperated, finally stated, This is no ordinary clothing. It is a magical artifact. Comfort is merely the foundation. It is resilience and transformation that warrant your attention. On this day, Zhao Yu spoke before them, uttering numerous words that seemed to bear secrets. In truth, however, they were largely superficial, devoid of any genuine significance. Likewise, Peter's subsequent demonstration of martial arts was similarly lacking in substance. Zhao Yu had previously stated that teachings could not be imparted to those outside the sect. The fragmented techniques exhibited by Peter lacked coherence, devoid of any systematic approach or guiding principles. Practicing them would yield little more than physical conditioning. That evening, Zhao Yu sat in quiet contemplation upon a cushion. It had been nearly 2 months since his arrival in this world. The primary mission of the first phase, establishing a sect, had been accomplished, yet the system had yet to unveil the second phase's primary task. This uncertainty left Zhao Yu feeling both anxious and somewhat relieved. At present, his circumstances were not entirely unfavorable. Following his breakthrough to the second refinement of the chaotic true form, he had attained the second level of the mortal body. In terms of strength, his every movement could exert a force exceeding 100,000 pounds, equating to over 50 tons. In comparison to ordinary mortals, he was undeniably superhuman. Nevertheless, Zhao Yu was acutely aware of the profound depths of this world. Particularly as he remained in the foundational stage, his available means were woefully limited. In the event of a life-threatening situation, his only recourse, apart from using the summoning token, would be scant. To him, the safest refuge was within the Tai Cave heaven. Thus, he resolved to refrain from unnecessary excursions. He could only observe the world through the eyes and actions of Peter or Harry, engaging in minor schemes. His grand ambitions would remain unexpressed for the time being. Zhao Yu's thoughts swirled within him. His eyes, narrowed in the darkness, radiated brilliance that sliced through the night. After a considerable time, he invoked the system. I wish to exchange for the foundational segment of the 3 elements unification refinement method, valued at 100 fortune points. The exchange was successfully completed, and the system's voice followed suit. Subsequently, the foundational aspects of this supreme technique erupted within Zhao Yu's mind. After savoring the knowledge for a moment, He glanced at the fortune points balance in the lower right corner of the exchange area and let out a soft sigh. At present, he was left with a mere 400 fortune points. It was imperative that Peter be sent out to stir the winds and earn fortune points for him. Otherwise, in a few days, he would be left without even the means to consume vitality pills. With this thought, Zhao Yu devoted all his energy to comprehending the three elements unification refinement method. This technique rivaled even the chaotic true form in its superiority. It cultivates the three elements and three vital energies, using the primordial energy of the chaotic void, the crimson energy of the primordial dark void, and the serene energy of the supreme clear void as its foundation, ultimately reversing the innate order to attain the path's truth. However, a prerequisite for cultivating this method is the possession of chaotic primordial energy. Only with this energy can one harmonize and differentiate to cultivate the three elements and three vital energies. After Zhao Yu's profound realization, he could not help but display a look of speechlessness. Suddenly, he recalled that fleeting piece of information left during his solitary lottery moment, which stipulated that he must simultaneously cultivate the three yuan unification qi refinement method. Why not give a try? Zhao Yu frowned slightly. It is said that any method of cultivation must be approached with utmost caution and care. A single misstep could lead to paralysis or worse, a complete disintegration of the soul, with consequences far too dire. While contemplating this, he felt an undeniable urge to attempt it. Perhaps his subconscious was urging him on, permitting such an endeavor. His thoughts whirled, and he abruptly summoned the system. System, this three yuan unification qi refinement method requires chaotic primordial qi. Why did you not inform me? The system replied. The host did not inquire. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Yu retorted, Can I exchange for chaotic primordial qi? Affirmative. It will cost 100 million luck points. Zhao Yu, are you jesting with me? He suppressed his growing irritation. 100 million? What if I were to sell myself to you? The system dismissed his proposal, stating, The host is currently valued at only 5,000 luck points. Zhao Yu resolutely chose to ignore the system thereafter. Closing the system interface, Zhao Yu shut his eyes and took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous waves within his heart. When his mind reached a state of tranquility, the incantation of the three yuan unification qi refinement method transformed into the most primal of lines, leaving a profound imprint in the lake of his heart. With a mere thought, he activated the method. In the nebulous void, a pair of eyes blinked and then vanished without a trace. As the method progressed, wisps of something ethereal surged from every corner of his being, appearing both dreamlike and real, as if they were non-existent yet undeniably present, seeming insignificant yet immensely grand. Zhao Yu felt as though he was witnessing the genesis of the universe, glimpsing the essence of the great Tao. Though it flickered away in an instant, it left an indelible mark. That enigmatic essence converged within him, and as the method advanced, it culminated within his heart's orifice. In that moment, Zhao Yu observed with a detached gaze, like a spectator watching the hazy entities coalesce into unity, which then erupted into a blinding radiance, illuminating his entire being with clarity. The brilliance flickered and vanished, collapsing abruptly to form a nebulous mass of energy within his heart's orifice. Chaotic primordial qi. Zhao Yu jolted awake from his role as a mere observer, nearly breaking his meditative state. Why is there chaotic primordial qi within my body? The system was not so benevolent. These thoughts flitted through his mind. He quickly steadied his focus, pouring all his concentration into his heart's orifice. The three yuan unification qi refinement method swiftly activated, and the chaotic primordial qi within began to gradually differentiate under the method's influence. It is akin to three serpents of varied hues, poised to emerge from the depths, bound to the primordial chaos yet imbued with an insatiable thirst for liberation and curiosity. One serpent shimmers with a crystalline clarity, another cloaked in a shadowy crimson, and the third, radiant with a majestic violet aura. Indeed, they embody the essence of the three primal energies. Zhao Yu, with unwavering determination, cultivated three distinct thoughts, striving to unify with the three primal energies. This delicate process demanded absolute focus, for any interruption could yield dire consequences. Time became an elusive concept as the separation unfolded, until at length, the three primal energies fully emerged from the primordial chaos, leaving behind a mere gossamer membrane. This membrane divided into three, enveloping the three primal energies as though cloaking them in a garment. Within the heart's aperture, the three energies swirled and occasionally clashed, producing a subtle repulsion. It was at this moment that the membrane exerted a profound harmonizing influence. A sense of relief washed over Zhao Yu as he exhaled deeply. At last, it was accomplished. He quelled the tumult within him, gradually attaining tranquility. Evidently, the message received at the time of summoning the chaotic true form was not without merit. It seemed to have foreseen his possession of the primordial chaos. However, as his thoughts meandered, a bittersweet smile graced his lips. Mastering the chaotic true form was already a formidable challenge, and now, with the addition of the method of unifying the three energies, how much fortune would it require to attain the consummate path? Nevertheless, he contemplated. To lay a foundation with these two supreme techniques is already a tremendous stroke of fortune. Why should I covet excessively? One step at a time, with a solid foundation. I need not despair. His eyes narrowed slightly before he once again immersed himself in his cultivation. As dawn broke, Zhao Yu stepped out of his villa, greeted by the gentle warmth of the morning sun, feeling invigorated. No wonder the message had urged him to merge the two techniques. It turned out there existed a mutually reinforcing synergy between them. Having preliminarily mastered the foundational aspects of the method of unifying the three energies, he discovered that while channeling the three primal energies, it indeed fostered a mysterious enhancement to his chaotic true form. In just a single night, Zhao Yu experienced significant progress in the second refinement of his chaotic true form, and both the innate ability to traverse distances upon breaking through the first layer of the mortal body and the enhancement of the Tai-Bai golden energy upon transcending the second layer were greatly amplified. The formidable strength of the chaotic true form, in turn, facilitated the rapid transport of the three primal energies, leading to their swift augmentation. The two truly complemented each other. Zhao Yu pondered, could it be that these two supreme techniques possessed an intrinsic connection? It was not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, his current cultivation level was insufficient to discern the essence of this relationship. Only when he ascended in rank would the underlying truths become clear. However, now that the cultivation of qi has commenced, there arises a necessity for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, indicating that one's practice must rely on the celestial realms. At this moment, Peter is engaged in his martial training. From afar, by the lakeside, the wind generated by his punches causes the nearby waters to ripple energetically. His pure yang body refining fist has evidently reached a considerable level of proficiency. Observing this, Zhao Yu feels a sense of satisfaction and nods slightly. Not wishing to interrupt Peter, Zhao Yu steps aside and assumes a stance to perform a set of Tai Chi subsequently. The couple arrives at the lakeside. Joining Zhao Yu in their practice of Tai Chi in this silent communion with nature under the rising sun, the four individuals each experience personal growth. Chapter 25. Harry becomes a disciple. The urgency of medicinal pills. After breakfast, Zhao Yu calls Peter over. You are to go to Manhattan and meet your senior brother. Inquiring on my behalf about his progress in the cultivation of the qi refining method through the use of the Chinquan talismans. He pauses, fixing a serious gaze upon Peter. From this moment forth, whether you choose to help others with righteous deeds or to punish the wicked, I shall not impede you. However, there are a few pieces of advice you must remember. Peter straightens his posture, eagerly attentive. First, to avoid unnecessary trouble, remember to conceal your identity while acting. Gradually replace the youthful hero persona of Peter Parker, allowing him to fade from the public eye. As Zhao Yu speaks these words, he feels a twinge of discontent within himself. If only he were stronger, he muses, would he need to fear his disciples' identity being revealed? What if it were? Who could oppose them? Utilize the transformative power of the sex garments wisely, and cherish them, for they are quite valuable, you know? Do not return every few days claiming that your clothes are damaged, as if I have not taken good care of you. Peter shrinks his neck and chuckles. Rest assured, Master, he had experienced the wonders of the sex garments for a couple of hours last night and was profoundly impressed. After pledging allegiance, he discovered that his thoughts could make the attire adapt. Whether he desired a suit or casual wear, in hues of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, or violet, it could transform in myriad ways, dazzling to behold. It could even morph into helmets or scarves to obscure his face. Truly an indispensable item for both domestic and adventurous pursuits. Moreover, it was remarkably durable. Peter could not tear it even with all his strength. Naturally, he dare not share this with Zhao Yu, fearing retribution. Am I to trust you? Zhao Yu smacked him lightly. 3 days without discipline. And you expect me to believe in your capabilities? Master, Peter shielded the back of his head and quickly stepped back. All right, the second point. Should you encounter evildoers, you must be prepared to kill if necessary. At this, Zhao Yu's expression shifted, filled with a fierce determination. You must be resolute and unhesitating. Do you understand? Kill. Peter asked cautiously. Fool. Zhao Yu delivered another resounding slap. Tell me, do you believe the lives of villains hold more value than those of the virtuous? All lives are equal, right? Peter replied. Equal or not, there's a disparity. Those deranged fiends, with each passing day they live, countless innocents suffer. Do you not comprehend this choice? To kill is to save. Remember that. Do not dawdle and allow for a reversal of fortunes. If you perish, I shall not recover your remains. The reason villains remain villainous is that they harbor no gratitude. Release them, and they will only harbor greater hatred towards you. Your own demise is inconsequential. Do not implicate your loved ones. Upon hearing these words, Peter's countenance grew serious. I understand, Master. Good. Remember well what I have imparted. As for how to act, I shall not be by your side. You must navigate these waters on your own. It is only when you truly experience pain that understanding will dawn upon you. Now be gone. Peter felt a sense of boundless freedom, akin to a fish soaring through the ocean or a bird soaring high in the sky. This, perhaps, encapsulated the benefits of having a protector, his master. Zhao Yu, while the concern for his loved ones rested with Ben and Mei. Currently residing on the farm under Zhao Yu's watchful eye, Peter felt a profound sense of security. In the Spider-Man series of films that Zhao Yu had experienced before his journey through time, Peter had kept his identity hidden from Ben and Mei, likely out of desire to safeguard them. He was astute enough to realize that criminals and supervillains possess no limits. Should they uncover his secrets, his loved ones would be in jeopardy. The fewer who knew, the lesser the risk involved. Indeed, many superheroes don various costumes to conceal their identities, driven by similar concerns. The youth left the farm, swiftly mounting his bicycle, and with a peculiar cry, he sped away. As he mounted the bike, his attire transformed seamlessly from training garb into a casual ensemble of a t-shirt and jeans. A bicycle and a spirited youth traversed the streets, crossing bridges and heading straight for Manhattan. Not long after Peter's departure from the farm, Harry arrived with a solemn expression. Ben welcomed him inside. Zhao Yu stood by the lakeside, hands clasped behind his back. He was increasingly adept at maintaining an air of superiority before others, a rare skill indeed. Have you arrived? He inquired nonchalantly. Harry bit his lip, his voice low. Zhao, can training truly resolve the troubles I face? It seems your father has informed you, Zhao Yu replied, turning to regard him. A practitioner of the art upholds their true nature. Why would I deceive you? Were you not a person of potential? I would not even glance your way. Do you think I have ulterior motives? Huh, what could you possibly offer? Money? The material world may hold some allure. Yet I have no need to scheme over something so crucial as the passing of wisdom. And Zhao, what about my father? Norman Osborn? Harry asked, hope flickering in his eyes. Is he capable? Indeed, Zhao Yu replied with a calm demeanor, but not through training. Harry was perplexed. Your father is too old, Zhao Yu remarked. Cultivation should begin early. The ages of 8 to 16 are the optimal years to lay a solid foundation. During this period, the body is most vibrant and full of life. However, those of advanced age experience bodily decline, their vitality waning, rendering them unsuitable for cultivation. The method I propose involves elixirs. Elixirs? Harry echoed. Is it a type of medication? One might say so, Zhao Yu continued. They are crafted from spiritual herbs and materials, harnessing the essence of heaven and earth to form the medicine. These elixirs can either accelerate one's cultivation progress or heal injuries, curing ailments effectively. Harry exhaled sharply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. However, Zhao Yu's next words caused his heart to race once more. I will not provide you with elixirs directly, he said. I have a question for you. Are you willing to take me as your master and join my sect, embracing my teachings? I am willing. Harry nodded vigorously. Excellent. Then your concerns can be resolved by your own efforts. Zhao Yu chuckled heartily. Come with me. After becoming his disciple, Harry was ranked third and received a ceremonial robe, adopting the title of Tianyi. Subsequently, Zhao Yu instructed him in the Pure Yang Body Refinement Fist, a prestigious foundational technique of the sect comprising 9 levels. Your second senior brother, Tianyang, also known as Peter, has already reached the 3rd level and is on the verge of breaking through to the 4th. Mastery of this technique will lay the groundwork for your advancement. In due time, I shall impart the elixir scriptures and methods to you. These scriptures will address your father's predicament. Zhao Yu emphasized, I hope the challenges your father faces will serve as your motivation for cultivation. The sooner you complete your body refinement and foundational training, the sooner you can master the elixir scriptures, allowing you to rescue your father from suffering. As for yourself, if you refine your body to purity, any ailments, including those inherited, shall be eradicated. However, patience is essential. Zhao Yu continued thoughtfully, one must strike a balance. Moderation is key. Remember, Cultivation is a gradual process. Haste will yield no results. Look at Peter within a month. He has nearly mastered the 4th level of the pure Yang Fist. Provided you keep up with your supplementation within a year, you should be able to complete your body refinement. I believe your father can endure for that duration. Harry's expression shifted, but he ultimately steadied himself, nodding earnestly. Master, I understand. That is good to hear. Cultivation is a personal journey. While I will guide you, only you can truly seize control of it. Zhao Yu smiled. The techniques are now imprinted in your mind. Take the time to contemplate them today, and when Peter returns, practice alongside him. Thank you, Master. Father, I have become a disciple, Harry declared, standing by the lakeside, his phone pressed to his ear. After a moment of silence, Norman responded, I hope you have considered this carefully. Life is filled with choices, and each decision will shape your future. Harry, I hope this choice does not lead to regret. No, Father, I will not regret it. Harry's expression was resolute. While gene therapy presented a viable option, it entailed a perilous journey filled with uncertainties. I cannot fathom how many years and missteps it would take to develop a remedy for the Osborn family's hereditary affliction. In contrast, my master possesses a complete lineage. I merely need to follow a disciplined approach, diligently hone my skills, and the resolution to the Osborn dilemma will naturally unfold. Who has to say he isn't deceiving you? Norman's voice rose in intensity. Osborn's market value is in the hundreds of billions. Father, you may be unaware, but my senior brother, the very first disciple of my master, is none other than Tony Stark. I believe he possesses greater wealth than you. Very well. It appears you have made your decision. You pursue your path, and I shall pursue mine, a dual approach. If I err, you will be there, and if you falter, I will stand by you. Do you understand? Harry nodded silently. At that moment, Zhao Yu entered the Tai cave heaven. His current fortune was nearly depleted. After purchasing a robe for Harry, only 300 remained. Both Harry's initial training and Peter's advanced cultivation would require significant quantities of essence pills. The fortune was insufficient, and he could only place his hopes on the medicinal herbs cultivated within the cave. The environment here was indeed extraordinary. Standing beside Zhao Yu, he gestured animatedly. These herbs grow with remarkable speed. Do you know, Zhao, there was a time when I might have inadvertently brought in grass seeds on my shoes. In just 3 days, those grasses nearly reached full maturity. He pointed at the lush green lawn beneath them. One single seed has transformed into a knee-high expanse of grass. But rest assured, I shall prevent them from encroaching upon the medicinal fields. Zhao Yu nodded slightly. The cave's environment was, of course, distinct from the outside world. A spiritual vein coursed through it, and under the rich nourishment of the celestial energy it emanated, the growth of any life form accelerated. Observing the thriving medicinal fields surrounding the hills, Zhao Yu remarked, we should be able to harvest in approximately half a month. I believe so, he concurred. Chapter 26, Tony is absent. The devouring spirit technique. Half a month. Zhao Yu contemplated this time frame with a tinge of helplessness. He had reached a level of cultivation where essence pills were unnecessary. After all, they were merely the most rudimentary form of alchemical remedy. However, Peter and Harry were both substantial consumers of these pills. With only 300 fortune points remaining, it was woefully inadequate. Peter required at least 2 or 3 essence pills daily to meet his needs, while Harry, in his early stages, consumed 1 a day. Between the two, they would need a minimum of 60 essence pills over the course of half a month. 60 essence pills equated to 900 fortune points, leaving a deficit of 600. After a moment of deliberation, Zhao Yu sighed. It appears that I must temporarily reduce the supply of essence pills, hoping that Peter will swiftly engage in heroic deeds to provide me, as his master, with some income. In accordance with the structures found in many novels, every disciple typically received a monthly allowance, usually in the form of alchemical remedies. Currently, I have only a few disciples, and I am unable to supply them with elixirs. This predicament is disheartening. Must I venture out to seek fortune and valor on my own? Zhao Yu shook his head, resolute in his decision not to leave the farm unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, he needed to replenish Tony's elixirs, lest this rascal accuse him of being an unequal master. The myriad of challenges made Zhao Yu realize that establishing a sect was far from a simple endeavor. This was merely the beginning, yet so many troubles had already arisen. As the number of disciples increased, would he not be overwhelmed? Relying solely on the system was unsustainable. Self-sufficiency was essential. He sighed. During lunch, he hesitated before speaking. Zhao, May and I have noticed some unidentified individuals loitering outside the farm these past few days. They are not journalists, and I'm uncertain of their intentions. Zhao Yu set down his fork and waved his hand dismissively. I am aware. You need not worry. I have it under control. Although his senses had not yet reached a level where they could encompass the entire farm and its surroundings, through his connection with the cave realm, everything within and near the farm lay beneath his vigilant gaze. Previously, numerous journalists had camped outside the farm, but as time passed and the riots subsided, the tales of the youthful hero lost their allure, and coupled with the farm's enigmatic nature, no reporters remained interested. However, in the last few days, some unidentified individuals had begun to appear near the farm and even attempted to breach its boundaries. Naturally, they had been unsuccessful due to the protective formations in place. Zhao Yu was well aware of these individuals and, moreover, possessed knowledge beyond what the couple had discerned. Each of them was devoid of spirit, mere puppets under control. And behind them lurked the Zirin. There was no doubt in his mind. Peter had become embroiled in the riot and was caught in the crossfire between the Zirin and Matt Murdock. The Zirin would surely take notice and probe the farm. Zhao Yu was prepared for this. He awaited their next move. The Zirin's attempts to control ordinary individuals would be futile. If they had any sense, they might retreat. However, no villain in the Marvel Universe possesses a sound mind. They are all quite mad. In Zhao Yu's estimation, it was unlikely they would withdraw. After their probing, they might even decide to take action personally. When that time comes, Zhao Yu would ensure they face the consequences. Moreover, this was precisely what Zhao Yu anticipated. America is remarkably advanced, particularly in the Marvel Universe, where it serves as the epicenter of politics, economics, and military might. Yet, no matter how splendid a place may appear, shadows lurk beneath the surface. Many civilian districts and slums serve as fertile grounds for vice. As Peter traversed the streets from Queens to Manhattan, he encountered at least 5 brazen acts of crime. He was exceptionally astute. Upon witnessing malevolence, he seamlessly changed his attire, transforming his robe into a black training outfit complemented by a black mask, swiftly resolving the issues before disappearing. As he re-emerged into the throng of people, he transformed once again into that leisurely youth. The encounters he faced were all commonplace criminal acts, robberies, and the like. Throughout this ordeal, Zhao Yu, residing quietly on the farm, had silently accrued nearly 10 points of fortune as a reward. While this sum was modest, it was still better than none. In the urban landscape, bicycles, to a certain extent, proved more convenient than cars, as they spared one the woes of traffic congestion. Coupled with Peter's remarkable stamina, he finally crossed the bridge over the Hudson River and entered Manhattan after 2 hours. Manhattan epitomizes the essence of New York, while Star Tower stands as a resplendent gem within it. Peter secured his bicycle beneath the tower and gazed upward in awe, marveling at the grandeur of the edifice that belonged to his elder brother, Tony Stark. Finding a suitable spot to park his bike, Peter cradled a box and ventured into Stark Tower. "Hello there, beautiful," Peter greeted the receptionist with a cheerful grin. "I'm here to see your boss, Tony Stark. Do you have an appointment?" she inquired, not lifting her gaze. Peter shrugged. "No, but I believe you could give him a call and mention that his junior has arrived." "Junior?" The receptionist finally raised her head, looking at Peter with a hint of confusion. "Let me clarify. I, Peter Parker, share the same mentor as Tony Stark. Do you understand, miss? We have the closest of brotherly ties, classmate relationships." Peter elaborated. Though perplexed by the notion of this young man being Tony's classmate, the receptionist, wary of the potential truth in his claim, nodded and said, "Please hold on." On the receiving end of the front desk call was Pepper. The moment she heard the term junior, she instantly thought of Zhao Yu, Tony's mentor. "Please direct him to the assistant's office on the top floor," she instructed. "Understood." The receptionist replied politely to Peter, "Sir, you may take the elevator directly to the top floor's assistant office, where Ms. Pepper will attend to you." "Thank you." Peter whistled appreciatively as he turned and made his way to the elevator. Upon reaching the top floor, Peter searched for a while before locating the assistant's office. He knocked on the door, and a woman's voice called from within, "Come in." Peter entered to find Pepper setting aside her tasks, her gaze meeting the youthful visage of Peter. "Hello, ma'am," Peter said earnestly, extending his hand. "I am Peter Parker, and Tony Stark is my elder brother." "Elder brother?" Pepper echoed, articulating each word as she shook his hand. "Indeed, for we share the same mentor," Peter replied with a smile. "Please have a seat," Pepper offered, gesturing for him to sit. "Are you referring to the gentleman from the farm?" "It seems you are aware," Peter shrugged. "Indeed, that is him, our mentor." Pepper understood the situation and said, "So, what brings you here?" Peter replied, "Master has prepared a set of sect clothing for the senior brother and asked me to deliver it, while also inquiring about his recent circumstances." "Oh, I see," Pepper nodded, her expression turning slightly regretful. "I must apologize, but Tony has gone to Afghanistan to attend to some matters that require his personal attention, so he is not here." Upon hearing this, Peter ran a hand through his hair, contemplating, well, what about this? He weighed the box containing the robe in his hands. If you trust me, you may leave it with me, Pepper suggested. If that's the case, then it's fine, Peter thought for a moment, nodded, and placed the box before Pepper. With a knowing grin, he added, I certainly trust you. Being much older than Peter, Pepper was well aware of his implications. Her face flushed slightly, and she quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Mr. Peter, if there is nothing else, you may leave. Okay, Peter stood up and asked, could I have your number? If you need anything, feel free to call me. Pepper shrugged. Tony has gone to Afghanistan? Zhao Yu mused quietly, feeling a stir in his heart. Is Iron Man about to be born? What? Peter, unable to catch Zhao Yu's soft words, inquired further. Zhao Yu shook his head. It's nothing. He then remarked, you've done quite a few good deeds along the way today. It seems you are indeed keen on this. Peter was taken aback. You know? He exclaimed, astonished. Zhao Yu, with an air of mystery, replied, there is nothing in this world that your master does not know. He continued, since you are interested in these matters, stay true to your heart and pursue them diligently. Do not fear or hesitate. When it is time to strike, strike. When it is time to act, act. Immerse yourself in the experiences and the meanings they entail, as they will greatly benefit you in the future. At this point, Zhao Yu looked skyward, exuding an aura of wisdom. I must be away for a while. The affairs of the farm will be entrusted to you. Harry is your third junior brother. It is your responsibility to teach him the ways of combat. Furthermore, there have been frequent sightings of strangers near the farm lately. This is the trouble you have stirred, so be cautious. I understand, Master, Peter nodded but then queried. But what trouble have I caused? Do you recall the riot incident? Zhao Yu pointed out. The Purple Man, the criminal lurking behind the rioters, has likely set his sights on you and is testing the vulnerabilities of the farm. You must be vigilant after I leave. Remember, Ben and May are at the farm. One misstep, and you will regret it. Pulpnaman. Peter's heart raced, and he nodded earnestly. I will be careful. Good. Zhao Yu nodded, his gaze subtly drifting to Harry, who was clumsily practicing his punches, and to Jessica, Mary, and Cindy, the three girls who later arrived at the farm. His eyes lingered a moment longer on Jessica. The voice, neither loud nor soft, was just audible enough for Harry and the others to hear. Take good care of the precious seal and the black jade slip on the incense table before the meditation mat. The black jade slip contains a sinister, soul-devouring technique, acquired from the hands of an exceedingly terrifying individual. This technique consumes the essence and souls of others. If it falls into the hands of someone with malevolent intentions, it could spell disaster for countless lives. He spoke with solemnity. I initially intended to gradually refine it and then destroy it. However, I must venture out for a personal matter. I will leave the precious seal to suppress the jade slip, and you must watch over it diligently without negligence. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Peter expressed his confusion. A technique? How could one technique bring about such calamity? And what does it mean to consume the essence and souls of people? Zhao Yu chuckled softly. You have only just begun to tread the path of cultivation. There is much you do not yet comprehend. Very well, I shall explain. The path of cultivation, like my Tai sect, follows the righteous way of nature and the cosmos. Yet, in this world where there is light, darkness also exists. Some techniques are profoundly wicked. Simply put, those who cultivate this soul-devouring technique draw upon the energy of ordinary people, including their very souls, to enhance themselves. If one were to drain the essence of 100 individuals, they would be on par with you. Drain 1,000, and they would eclipse you entirely. With billions of people in this world, can you fathom the horror of such a scenario? Peter's face turned pale with fear as he exclaimed, Is it truly that formidable? Formidable is an understatement, Zhao Yu replied, shaking his head. Such a thing cannot be allowed to exist. I had originally planned to destroy it within half a month, but now, with my impending absence, you must guard it closely. Drawing a deep breath, Peter glanced at the villa, as if he could envision a great dark lord imprisoned within. He shivered and promptly assured, Master, rest assured, I will keep a vigilant watch. Chapter 27, Hell's Kitchen, a web of intrigue. Zhao Yu imparted detailed instructions to Peter before departing the farm. At that moment, the sun was nearing the horizon. Initially, for safety, Zhao Yu had no intention of leaving the farm for the time being. However, with the incident concerning Tony, he could not remain uninvolved. Although he knew Tony would ultimately escape unscathed, Zhao Yu felt compelled to intervene. After Zhao Yu's departure, Peter practiced martial arts with Harry and the others, providing hands-on guidance. For Harry, endowed with the legacy of cultivation techniques, progress came swiftly. The three young women, however, faced greater challenges, merely following along with the routines. For them, aside from Cindy, the other two likely regarded it as mere play. As darkness began to descend, Peter exhaled a visible breath of energy and concluded his practice. He instructed Harry, who was drenched in sweat, to cease for the day. "Let us call a night," he said. Harry wiped his brow and nodded. "I plan to move in tomorrow morning for easier practice." Peter smiled. "Excellent. We'll do it together. I'll assist you." After a brief respite, Harry and the three young women departed from the farm, each taking their separate paths homeward. Jessica disembarked from Harry's vehicle, traversing the desolate and dimly lit street alone, her steps somewhat rigid. Beneath the street lamp, a silhouette stood quietly, and Jessica approached without hesitation. The figure, turned away from the light, donned a high-collared black trench coat, obscuring their visage. As Jessica drew near, the figure extended a hand, retrieving a small object from her collar before turning and departing. Jessica, however, remained unresponsive, standing motionless beneath the street lamp for an extended period. Suddenly, she shivered, a look of terror overtaking her features as she let out a scream and fell to the ground. Moments later, she scrambled to her feet, fleeing in a state of panic. The figure in the black trench coat did not retreat far. Instead, they watched Jessica disappear into the distance, emitting an enigmatic chuckle before turning down an alleyway and entering a black sedan parked in the shadows. The engine roared to life, and the vehicle sped away, leaving no trace behind. The black sedan, akin to a phantom, traversed through Queens, ultimately arriving at a section of Manhattan's West Side. Manhattan, known for its vibrant allure, harbors a place that nurtures the utmost depravity, Hell's Kitchen. The black sedan rolled into Hell's Kitchen, halting before a grand edifice. The figure in the high-collared trench coat emerged from the vehicle, sauntering into the building. The imposing men in black suits stationed at the entrance appeared oblivious to his presence, each lost in their own reverie. The figure glided effortlessly through the opulent lobby of the building and entered the elevator. Inside a lavishly adorned room, dimly lit, a corpulent, bald middle-aged man engaged in a solitary game of chess. He had no opponent, playing against himself. Upon hearing a noise, he was about to inquire who is it when the door swung open. The figure in the black trench coat entered, exuding the elegance of a gentleman cloaked in the night. "Kilgrave, do not feign gentlemanly manners. Your rudeness is palpable." The bald giant's voice boomed from a sofa beside him, where a smaller bald man sat, considerably diminutive in comparison. This smaller figure wore snug black leather trousers, a black t-shirt, and a denim jacket, adorned with a hefty necklace. Most notably, a symbol of 3 interlocking rings adorned his forehead, resembling a target. "Lester?" Kilgrave's mocking laughter filled the air as his gaze settled upon the smaller man. "In the absence of Mr. Kingpin's words, what significance do you hold?" He sauntered closer. "Care to test my resolve?" Lester's pupils contracted. "Kilgrave, do not dare to challenge my limits. I fear not your presence." "Enough." At that moment, the corpulent Jean Ping slammed his palm onto the chessboard. "So, Mr. Kilgrave, what delightful tidings do you bring me?" "You desire information about the ghost farm," Kilgrave replied with a sinister chuckle. "But tell me, Mr. Jean Ping, what price are you willing to pay?" "That depends on the worth of your information." Jean Ping, taking a cigar between his fingers, gestured for his attendant to light it. However, after several futile attempts, he struck the attendant down with a forceful slap, leaving him convulsing on the floor, gasping for breath. Yet, the other 3 men in the room paid no heed to this spectacle. "I have only a modicum of interest in that little fellow, as you should know," Jean Ping remarked, igniting the cigar himself and savoring a puff. Kilgrave, with a sly grin, produced a small device from his pocket, a miniature recorder sent by Jessica. "I haven't had the chance to listen to it yet, Mr. Jean Ping. Would you care to hear it first?" Jean Ping gestured for him to proceed. Kilgrave pressed a button on the recorder, and a clear voice emanated from it. "The black jade scripture of the treasure seal devours the essence and souls of countless individuals. To drain 100 people is no minor feat. Draining 1,000, and this world's billions cannot allow its existence." As the voice resonated throughout the room, the breathing of the 3 men grew progressively heavier. With a sudden motion, Kilgrave pressed the recorder off and gripped it firmly in his hand. His gaze shifting warily between Jean Ping and the target eye, his muscles taut with tension. "Mr. Kilgrave, I did not anticipate such an unexpected revelation regarding this technique. It seems that little fellow can surpass the ordinary in a remarkably short time." Jean Ping rose slowly, his imposing figure exuding an immense pressure that caused Kilgrave to instinctively step back. Meanwhile, the target eye discreetly circled around to Kilgrave's other side, blocking the exit. "Very valuable indeed. I'm willing to offer $10 million. What do you think?" Kilgrave let out a cackling laugh. "Mr. Jean Ping, is $10 million not rather paltry? Moreover, what are your intentions?" "I'm not afraid of you." Jean Ping chuckled lightly. "You're overly anxious. With your extraordinary power, why should you be so tense?" "Humph," the purple-clad figure scoffed. "My strength is ineffective against you, Jinping. Your will is remarkably resilient and unyielding. His eyes darted nervously, sensing that any misstep could provoke an attack from Jinping and the target eye. With a rapid mental shift, he exclaimed, Mr. Jinping, you are being too hasty. Jinping regarded him with interest. You must understand, information is one thing, but whether we can acquire the item remains uncertain. The ghost farm is not a Broadway marketplace. Although the owner has departed, our little hero still resides there. Moreover, we cannot ascertain whether that individual has left behind any unforeseen means, that mysterious treasure seal. I believe Mr. Jinbin is not oblivious to this, is he? That person has enabled that young fellow to become so formidable in less than 20 days. Haha. Jinbin paused slightly before gradually settling back down. You are correct, Mr. Kilgrave. So what are your thoughts? Cooperation. The enigmatic figure chuckled ominously. Before we acquire the item, any discord between us is meaningless. As for after we secure it, Mr. Jinbin, that is a matter of technique. He feigned an air of mystery. You may not comprehend it, but I do. Due to your entrustment, I have been monitoring that farm for several days. A certain individual entering and exiting the farm has already fallen under my control. I am quite familiar with them. Techniques are akin to a book, a form of knowledge accessible to anyone, not confined to a single person. Once we obtain it, we share it. What do you think? Furthermore, I know this farm intimately. Why you do not? It is mutually beneficial, is it not? Jinbin pondered for a moment and nodded towards the sentry stationed at the exit of the room, who then retreated to his position. You have convinced me, Mr. Kilgrave. This matter is rather sudden. We require a plan. Where has that individual gone? When can he return? What is the strength of the defenses of the ghost farm? How can we procure that item? Where that person has gone and when he will return depends on you. Mr. Jinbin, Kilgrave replied, feeling a sense of relief. The defenses of the ghost farm are exceedingly mysterious. Anyone who enters is inevitably returned to their original position by illusions. I have tried and found it impossible to enter. What about firearms? Jinbin's eyes flickered. Kilgrave shrugged. I do not know. Only trying will tell. Jinbin waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Kilgrave, you may leave now. Kilgrave chuckled. And what of the plan, Mr. Jinbin? You wouldn't turn your back on me to hoard it all for yourself, would you? Jinbin laughed heartily. Of course not. As for the plan, I believe it prudent to first gather detailed information before devising it. Very well, I hope so. Kilgrave responded. Once the enigmatic figure departed, the sentry spoke up. Mr. Jinbin, I believe we should act first. Jinbin waved his hand again. No ruse. If this is true, then Kilgrave is more anxious than we are. We need only keep a watchful eye on him. As for that farm, it is no simple matter. Let him take the first step, and then we shall follow. The sentry grinned. Understood. Kilgrave felt a surge of impatience, his gait no longer dignified. The prospect of acquiring a technique capable of devouring flesh and soul sent shivers down his spine. He envisioned himself, upon obtaining such a technique, towering above the world, with all others reduced to mere livestock under his dominion. How utterly glorious that would be! He harbored no doubts regarding its authenticity. The enigmatic forces surrounding the little fellow and the farm, coupled with his insatiable yearning for formidable, twisted powers, instilled in him an unshakable belief. Drawing a deep breath, he mused, such profound techniques are a privilege reserved solely for me, Kilgrave. With a flicker of his eyes, he cast a glance back at the Jinbing mansion, then turned and departed in his vehicle. The following day, Harry relocated to the farm, a necessary step to facilitate his cultivation. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu had already arrived in Kabul, Afghanistan. He intended to intervene personally, making an appearance before Tony, whether out of a sense of responsibility as a mentor or to gradually dissolve the barriers between them. Initially, Zhao Yu had not planned to leave the farm in the immediate future, but the moment had undeniably arrived. He would seize any opportunity to rekindle Tony's allegiance. After all, he was his foremost disciple. Should they part ways, or even become adversaries in the future, it would be a profound failure for Zhao Yu. Of course, he chose to overlook the existence of the tightening spell. A dual approach was indeed the best strategy. One must wield both the stick and the sweet date. Upon disembarking from the plane, Zhao Yu exhaled a deep sigh. As a practitioner yet to attain the stage of flight, where one transcends the pull of gravity, flying posed a latent risk for him. While aboard the aircraft, he felt an unsettling emptiness within, a nagging sense of crisis. This sentiment was not surprising. Having just begun to harness his magical powers and lacking any spells, he needed to remain grounded during combat, relying on the earth for strength with each punch, kick, run, and leap. Detached from the ground, he felt like a rootless reed, naturally unsettled. Chapter 28. Searching the heavens and the earth for the paper crane's trail. The moment his feet touched the soil of Afghanistan, The long-absent voice of the system finally resonated in Zhao Yu's mind. Main quest phase 2. Make a name for yourself. Educate all beings and liberate the masses. First, you must establish your name. Within half a month, ensure that at least 20 extraordinary individuals, including superheroes and supervillains, witness the host's formidable power. Quest reward: 20,000 fortune points and 1 magical artifact. Zhao Yu paused momentarily, his brow furrowing slightly before he exited the airport. Establishing a name. As he walked, he mulled over the details of the task, a smile creeping onto his lips. What a serendipitous alignment of intentions. He found a hotel to stay in, switched on the television, and flipped through the news channels, pondering whether his wayward disciple had been captured. Then there was Masterman, a figure seemingly intertwined with this matter. Although his intellect might be lacking, his abilities were commendable, particularly with those 10 rings of some value. Perhaps they could be refined into a magical artifact or treasure, or at the very least, yield some commendable materials. As for everything else, Zhao Yu's thoughts shifted. Perhaps it could be woven into the fabric of this situation. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Yu's mind was filled with numerous calculations. To make a name for oneself? Yes, Masterman count among them. Just as he pondered, the images on the television screen finally captured Zhao Yu's attention. Mr. Tony Stark, the world-renowned chairman of Stark Industries, was abducted by terrorists at 10:15 this morning in the northern region. Reports indicate that Mr. Stark was in Afghanistan to assess the practical effectiveness of Stark Industries' new weaponry. The American embassy has lodged a stern protest with our government. The authorities have dispatched multiple search teams, yet there has been no news thus far. The U.S. 8th Carrier Fleet has sent in the Marines. As Zhao Yu observed the flickering images on the screen, deserts, shattered vehicles, bloodstains, and billowing smoke, he chuckled to himself. Fortunately, I was well prepared, otherwise. In the dim cavern, a damp prison cell, the fleeting shadow of a mouse darted into the corner. Tony struggled to open his eyes, letting out a groan as he finally managed to catch his breath. Don't move. A voice emerged, and a blurry face swayed in front of Tony. What? What is happening? Who are you? You should speak less for now. Mr. Stark, you have sustained severe injuries. Right, the terrorists. Tony suddenly recalled, struggling to sit up, but pain coursed through his body, forcing him back down. Although your physical resilience is beyond my expectations, I must inform you, Mr. Stark, that fragments of the bomb lie near your heart, tiny shards. Without instruments, I cannot assist in their extraction. As your blood circulates, they will infiltrate your heart. I have temporarily used a magnet to hold them in place, but this is not a permanent solution. Bomb fragments? Tony inhaled deeply. Yes, and they're from a bomb manufactured by Stark Industries. Tony fell silent, choked with emotion, then self-deprecatingly remarked, I brought this upon myself, didn't I? Who could have foreseen this? By the way, I am Ethan. Ethan introduced himself. I know you from a Seminar-S social gathering. However, you do not know me. You are the illustrious Tony Stark, while I am merely a fallen scholar. I truly apologize, Tony said, displaying a rare hint of contrition. Thank you for saving my life. Ethan shrugged. I only preserved your existence, Mr. Stark. We are still imprisoned. At that moment, Tony's vision grew clearer, finally revealing that he was indeed confined within a cave in the desert. They have already overheard our conversation, Ethan stated. I suspect they know you have awakened, and soon someone will come for you. Upon hearing this, Tony's mind shifted. They must have a use for me. Otherwise, they would have killed me already. Ethan, if given the chance, let's escape together. Thank you. Ethan chuckled. However, you remain in peril. There are no medications or essential medical instruments here. If they have demands, I shall ensure they send me what I require. Let's hope for that. Ethan continued, but frankly, Mr. Tony, call me Tony, Tony interjected. Ethan smiled. I am quite astonished by your physical condition. By my estimations, you should not awaken until tomorrow or even the day after. Not even the finest special forces could rival your resilience. I never imagined that someone of your social standing could maintain such robust health. Truly incredible? A slight smile tugged at Tony's lips, yet an uncomfortable sensation stirred within him. For a debonair playboy who indulged in nightly revelries, merely maintaining health was commendable. The state of his current physical prowess was largely attributed to a certain individual, the one who controlled him, the one insistent on becoming his mentor. He found himself torn between gratitude and resentment. He had thought he would perish, but Ethan's words led him to attribute his survival to the rigorous training of the chi method of the universe, which indeed he loathed and despised. Despite his aversion to Zhao Yu, the teachings had imprinted themselves in his mind, surfacing occasionally and igniting his curiosity. Though lacking Zhao Yu's direct guidance, Tony was no ordinary individual. With Jarvis's assistance, he had begun to translate and comprehend some of the esoteric terminology of the method. Remarkably, he had been practicing the chi method of the universe for half a month. Although progress had been slow due to solitary practice, his physical condition improved daily, and the exhilarating sensation of constant enhancement was intoxicating. In this blend of fascination and disdain, he staggered forward, yet he never anticipated that this technique would save his life. Unbeknownst to Tony, he was among the protagonists destined to become a future superhero. Even without the training, he would not have perished. Thus, the significance of the chi method of the universe and Zhao Yu in his mind began to shift in this moment. Indeed, it is hard to believe, Ethan elucidated. Your public persona leaves much to be desired. Tony shrugged nonchalantly. A playboy, am I? Indeed, Ethan replied with a smile. A nightly reveler? An endless fountain of indulgence? Tony chuckled in response. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed clearly. They had arrived. Ethan and Tony fell silent simultaneously. Zhao Yu did not immediately seek out Tony. The birth of Iron Man required time. What Zhao Yu sought was Iron Man, not merely a debauched playboy or a wealthy man. That would be utterly meaningless. Tony is determined to construct the first rudimentary armor, and it will undoubtedly take at least 10 days to a fortnight. It would be unfortunate if the emergence of Iron Man were to be interrupted by a hasty rescue. Zhao Yu requires a novel Iron Man that integrates talismans and the art of refining tools, rather than merely a practitioner of talismanic arts. He yearns to witness the effects of a harmonious fusion between celestial talismans, the art of refinement, and technological armor. A rescue is essential, particularly at a pivotal moment. Allowing Tony to endure some hardship would render the intervention all the more meaningful. Over the course of the following week, Zhao Yu traversed the northern regions of Afghanistan, encountering numerous mercenaries, various underworld factions, and terrorists, as well as facing several armed conflicts. However, he ultimately failed to locate the elusive Masterman. Zhao Yu remained undeterred. There would be ample opportunity to draw Masterman into the fray. He had already devised a plan in his mind, and these 7 days were simply a means to alleviate his restlessness. On a desolate mountaintop, where vegetation was alarmingly sparse, Zhao Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing the wind. His mindset had undergone significant transformation since his divine possession. It seemed as though the aura of a sage had left traces upon him, subtly influencing his thoughts with remnants of celestial wisdom. Had a brash youth suddenly traversed here, he would likely act impulsively, engaging in various events, befriending superheroes, and perhaps even joining S.H.I.L.D. before the divine possession. Zhao Yu had entertained similar notions. However, post-possession, his thoughts had quietly shifted. Strategies and tactics, though not entirely perfected, had become instinctual. While he remained uncertain of the ultimate outcomes of these calculations, he recognized that they were far more advantageous than blindly charging ahead. In truth, Zhao Yu was not oblivious to his transformation. He understood that these were remnants left by the divine possession. Yet he did not view them as usurpation or other concealed sorcery. He embraced this change. Simply put, adopting the mindset of celestial wisdom in his endeavors would shield him from various worries and prevent him from losing his way at the outset of his journey. This is not me, but I now require this mindset, Zhao Yu mused quietly. As the sun began to set on the horizon, the scene evoked a poetic line in his mind. In the vast desert, solitary smoke rises straight as the sun sets upon the long river. Such expansive vistas are seldom seen outside the desert. Zhao Yu retrieved a paper crane from his possession. My dear disciple, let me see where you are. Search the heavens and the earth go. The paper crane soared gracefully into the air, resembling a swift swallow, circling around Zhao Yu before darting away. With a swift motion, Zhao Yu moved as if strolling leisurely, disappearing into the vast desert after the paper crane with a few quick steps. This paper crane served as a tracking device. Zhao Yu had already prepared for this day when he forcibly accepted Tony as his disciple. He discreetly took a strand of Tony's hair and preserved it. Now, he merely needed to create a tracking talisman, folding it into the shape of a paper crane and encasing the hair within. This would serve as a guide, enabling the tracking crane to locate Tony within 100 miles, regardless of his whereabouts. Zhao Yu was well-versed in the art of talismans and the method of refining qi, and he could effortlessly handle some basic symbols. Following the tracking crane, he traversed desolate mountains and crossed arid deserts, ultimately arriving at a valley nestled beyond the desert's reach. The tracking crane circled above the valley before plunging downwards. Is this the place? Within Zhao Yu's exceptionally keen senses, everything within the valley vividly materialized in his mind. He shifted his stance, gazing down from the cliff into the valley. There were several rudimentary dwellings nestled against the rock face, housing approximately 20 to 30 unfamiliar presences. Beside the houses, a cave was guarded by two individuals wielding firearms. Additionally, hidden in some concealed spots around the valley were 7 or 8 others, acting as sentries. The tracking crane descended swiftly, darting directly towards the cave. In a flash, it slipped inside. It was dusk, and with the entrance backlit, combined with the crane's small and silent form, the 2 guards stationed at the entrance remained oblivious. The paper crane flew into the cave, navigating through twists and turns. And in mere moments, it arrived outside the cell where Tony and Ethan were confined, subsequently transforming into a minute spark that blinked out of existence. What was that? Tony sensed a brief glimmer, but despite the illumination within the cave, it remained dim, and he could find no trace of it. He dismissed it and focused entirely on the task at hand. The terrorists demanded that Tony create a powerful missile for them, and he seized this opportunity to leverage their ignorance, blatantly taking advantage of the terrorists while crafting his first suit of armor right under their noses. Unbeknownst to the terrorists, they eagerly anticipated the impending arrival of their formidable missile. Chapter 29. Tony's Escape, the Diamond Talisman. Tomorrow, Tony whispered to Ethan, tomorrow we will escape. Ethan harbored little optimism. This armor is too rudimentary. It might just be a gamble. Tony replied, they are pressing us harder. If we do not act soon, our chances will dwindle. Ethan, while confident that the U.S. government would not abandon him and that Pepper would find a way to rescue him, recognized that hope could not rest solely on external assistance. With a slight sigh, he suddenly pondered that if he possessed the capabilities of that devil, he would have long since escaped this dismal place. No, he would never have been captured at all. Observing the armor nearing completion, Tony felt a surge of determination and silently vowed, my technology shall not be inferior to your abilities. Zhao Yu stood quietly atop the valley cliff, waiting for an hour, then 2, until the darkness enveloped the landscape completely. Gazing upward at the pitch-black night, devoid of stars and moon, it was indeed a night of shadows and gusts. He stepped forward, and in but a few strides, he entered the valley, seamlessly merging with the darkness, leaving not a whisper of sound in his wake. The muffled curses of 2 guards at the cave's entrance reached his ears, and, undeterred, he slipped into the cavern's depths. Not far from the prison cell, Zhao Yu stood shrouded in darkness. Alongside the guard stationed near the cell were 2 others, huddled together in the dim light, smoking. Ignoring them, Zhao Yu directed his gaze through the iron bars of the cell, observing the 2 individuals still industriously at work within. His eyes fell upon the rudimentary armor, now taking shape in the obscured corner, and a faint smile graced his lips. Excellent. He nodded in satisfaction. The hushed conversation between Tony and his companion drifted to his ears. Tomorrow, while they're preoccupied, I will make my move, Tony's voice asserted. We must strive to annihilate as many of their living forces as possible. I hope this armor does not disappoint us. Ethan managed a strained smile. It won't. Tony pressed a hand to his chest, his tone earnest. I have never let anyone down. Such confidence, Zhao Yu mused, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his face as he listened to their subdued exchange. Tony, despite his numerous flaws, possessed redeeming qualities. At least he had not succumbed to despair in the face of dire circumstances. Tomorrow? Zhao Yu pondered briefly before turning to depart. To him, it was the pivotal moments that revealed true significance. Regardless of Tony's previous disdain, Zhao Yu was certain that this experience would bring about a change of heart. Most importantly, the Iron Man he envisioned was on the verge of birth. Upon exiting the cave, a thought struck Zhao Yu, and he inadvertently made sound, prompting the terrorists to become alert, yet he vanished without a trace. Footprints, not military boots. Stark must be kept under close watch. Tonight, the patrol numbers will double, and surveillance will be intensified. Zhao Yu discreetly set a trap for his own disciple. According to the storyline etched in his memory, Tony would escape the confines unscathed. But how could Zhao Yu's significance be highlighted in such a scenario? Moreover, how could he steer Tony's thoughts towards the path of talismanic arts? Such was the burden of a master. As the sun rose and illuminated the desolate mountaintop, Zhao Yu opened his eyes to find the dawn had already ascended. The vibrant energy of morning spread across the earth, breathing life into the world. He stood, brushing off the dust that had never settled on his garments, and turned his gaze toward the distant valley. With a deliberate grace, he commenced his descent into the valley. Tony had not slept a wink throughout the night. Last evening, he had been engrossed in the final adjustments of the rudimentary armor, while Ethan appeared haggard, without his assistance. Tony would not have been able to fabricate the armor so swiftly. This creation bore a part of his contribution. The dawn was approaching, and preparations were necessary. Ethan glanced outside the cell. Tony nodded and gestured to Ethan. Stay safe. You too. Approximately half an hour later, the terrorist leader, accompanied by 7 or 8 heavily armed men, arrived at the cell. "Mr. Stark, where are the missiles I requested?" The leader, with an unkempt beard and a stern expression, called out loudly before even drawing closer. Where is Stark?" As he approached, he was taken aback to find only Ethan in the cell, with Tony nowhere in sight. His expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly drew his sidearm, the click of the bullet chambering echoing ominously as he aimed it at Ethan. In an instant, the other terrorists also sprang into action. At that moment, from the corner of the cell, a dark steel armor surged forward like a wall, crashing violently into the scene. Gunfire erupted instantly. The sound was akin to popping beans, with tongues of fire spewing forth, sending sparks flying. Bullets whizzed through the entire cell. Ethan had already crouched down, using the steel armor as a shield to protect himself. The armor extended its massive arms, grasping the iron bars and tearing them apart. With a sweeping motion, 2 or 3 terrorists were sent flying, blood spraying as they collided with the cave walls, falling lifelessly to the ground. "Quick, quick, quick! Retreat from the cave. Prepare the rocket launcher. Blow that bastard to smithereens." Inside the armor, Tony let out a grunt, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Although he was not yet proficient in operating this suit, and its weapon systems were rudimentary with numerous flaws, he felt confident facing these terrorists at such close range. Like a giant, the armor moved, albeit slowly, with one iron arm extending to unleash a torrent of flames, while the other swept across, forcing the terrorists to retreat in disarray. In mere moments, apart from the deceased, the remaining terrorists fled the cave. Tony halted. "Ethan? Ethan, I'm here. I'm still alive," Ethan exclaimed, rising with a look of relief. However, celebration was premature. Tony cautioned, "You know the armor's weaknesses. The exposed joints are susceptible to damage. They were caught off guard before, but now they are regrouping. Moreover, we have only one small missile. If we fail to break through their ranks, we are finished." After a pause, Tony added, "I suspect they are currently aiming their rocket launchers at the cave entrance. What shall we do? What shall we do? There's an old saying in the East, in a narrow path, the brave prevail. We cannot remain trapped inside. If they blow up the entrance, we will be forever imprisoned. Follow me." "Ethan." Taking a deep breath, Tony murmured, "May God protect us." Zhao Yu stood not far away, watching as the rudimentary armor burst forth from the cave, accompanied by the relentless sound of gunfire and the chaotic flight of bullets. A rocket, resembling a shuttle, streaked through the air, trailing a long tail as it soared toward the armored suit. Tony, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, narrowly evaded the projectile, which detonated with a thunderous roar not far behind him. He maneuvered the armor, taking several powerful strides toward the throng of terrorists. As a flamethrower in his iron arm unleashed a torrent of flames, compelling the assailants to retreat in haste. One unfortunate soul, inadvertently caught in the blaze, was engulfed in flames, shrieking in agony as he rolled on the ground, only to be silenced by a swift kick from Tony. "Target the joints. Strike at that monster's joints," the terrorist leader bellowed, firing mercilessly at the armor's vulnerable points with his submachine gun. Tony's heart raced as he realized they had discovered the suit's weakness, leaving him with little room to maneuver. The armor was far too rudimentary, lacking the necessary agility. Gritting his teeth, he focused on the leader in the distance, and the rocket launcher poised to fire beside him, raising his arm to unleash his soul missile. "Who are you?" Ethan stared in astonishment at the figure standing before him, witnessing the unbelievable sight of a bare hand catching a bullet, his mind reeling in disbelief. Catching a bullet with bare hands. Is this a myth come to life? Ethan was left speechless. Zhao Yu opened his palm, and with a clink, the bullet's tip fell to the ground, leaving a crimson mark on his palm that swiftly vanished. "The firearms could no longer harm me," he mused, "but heavy weaponry could. The strength of a second-stage body should not be inferior to that of the initial Hulk state, and its recovery abilities were commendable, yet the defense fell short." Zhao Yu possessed a unique physique, granting him formidable regenerative capabilities. "You are Ethan?" Zhao Yu inquired, his back turned to him, speaking nonchalantly. "You know me?" Ethan responded, puzzled. "But I do not recall having met you." Zhao Yu shook his head. "You have not seen me, nor have I seen you. But I know of you, and that is sufficient. And you?" Zhao Yu gestured toward the rampaging armor in the distance, stating, "I am its master." "Master?" Ethan, recognizing the Eastern term, was astonished. "You are Tony's master? But your age." "I am older than you," Zhao Yu replied with a smile, suddenly exclaiming, "Look." Ethan glanced up, his expression shifting to alarm. "Quick, save him." The terrorists in the valley were nearly swept away by Tony's onslaught. Although the armor had sustained considerable damage, it remained largely intact. Just as Tony exhaled in relief, a rocket unexpectedly soared toward him, He distinctly remembered having destroyed the terrorist rocket launcher earlier. He reacted instinctively, but the armor lagged behind. "Thank you, but..." A grimace crossed Tony's face. "I'm done for." At last, Zhao Yu sprang into action. With a flourish of his hand, a jade talisman materialized in his palm. A surge of mystical energy spiraled around the talisman, and with a snap of his fingers, he commanded go. The jade talisman transformed into a bolt of lightning, its speed surpassing that of a rocket several times over. With a resounding crash, it struck the armor, exploding into a golden light that enveloped the armor in an instant. Then, a deafening roar echoed through the air, flames, smoke, and dust swirling together, amidst which a golden eggshell remained steadfast as a mountain. Ethan exhaled deeply, his entire being succumbing to exhaustion. Tony closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. As the thunderous explosion reverberated in his ears, he attempted to envision the realm of paradise, preparing for ascension, yet found himself unable to rise. After a considerable pause, realization dawned. "I am not dead." Opening his eyes, he peered through the visor of his armor, beholding a delicate, gossamer-thin golden shield. Bewilderment clouded his mind. "Tony!" Ethan's voice resonated from behind. The armor struggled to turn, revealing Ethan alongside a figure he would never wish to see again, and the terrifying leader of the terrorists who had just been cast at their feet. "It's you!" Tony screamed. "What are you doing here?" "Tony!" Ethan hurriedly replied. "He saved you." With a scowl, Tony emerged from the armor, glaring fiercely at Zhao Yu. "I want to save me, but you." Zhao Yu responded with a faint smile, clearly perceiving the loathing etched on Tony's face, while inwardly amused by the retreating hatred in his gaze. He calmly stated, "As your master, it is my duty to save you." "Humph." Tony scoffed, yet found himself at a loss for further words. Zhao Yu turned his gaze toward Ethan. "Mr. Ethan, I have something to discuss with Tony, may I?" Understanding, Ethan nodded, "Please, go ahead," and stepped aside to a distance. Chapter 30. Return to New York, Genius School. Once Ethan had moved away, Zhao Yu began, while meditating at home, "A sudden inspiration struck me, leading me to calculate that you were in peril. Fearing for your safety, I made this journey." Pausing, he disregarded Tony's impassive expression and continued, "I came in haste, burdened with pressing matters." "What matter could possibly outweigh the life of your disciple?" Tony retorted vehemently. Zhao Yu, upon hearing this, revealed a slight smile, shaking his head, then nodding. "Indeed, nothing is more important than the life of a disciple, which is precisely why I came." Tony's expression darkened as he realized he might have misspoken. Zhao Yu added, "Do not blame me for placing restrictions upon you. You are well aware of your own nature. In pursuing immortality and the salvation of all beings, you still have much to refine." With that, he shifted the conversation. "Previously, I seized a jade slip of powerful techniques from a formidable individual. This method is exceedingly malevolent, as it draws upon the flesh and souls of others for cultivation. Should it fall into the hands of one with nefarious intent, it would spell disaster. Therefore, I intended to refine and obliterate it, but upon your incident, I have temporarily set that matter aside. Now that you are safe, I must hasten my return to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from targeting the farm in my absence. Should they seize the jade tablets, it would spell disaster." Upon hearing this, Tony was momentarily taken aback. "Cultivation? Are you referring to the principles that reside in my mind, akin to the Qian Kuan techniques?" "Indeed, it is a form of cultivation. Yet it diverges from our school's path, which follows the way of nature and righteousness, unlike that which seeks the annihilation of all beings." At this juncture, Zhao Yu smiled, scrutinizing Tony, causing the latter to feel quite uncomfortable. "What are you staring at?" Tony retreated a step. "Indeed," Zhao Yu chuckled. "It appears you have commenced your training." "Excellent. I had anticipated that, given your temperament, you would disregard it entirely." Tony grunted in response, his expression darkening further. "Do not underestimate the Qian Kuan talisman cultivation method," Zhao Yu stated with a serious tone. "I arrived here early and noticed you were crafting armor, so I chose not to interrupt." "What? You arrived early? You scoundrel! Why did you not rescue me sooner?" Tony exclaimed. Zhao Yu replied with a smile. "Did you not assert that your technology embodies the true path? I merely wished to observe what you were concocting." "Concocting? Armor. This is armor." Tony gestured vehemently towards the armor beside him. "I relied on it to save myself." "Not necessarily," Zhao Yu countered with a shake of his head and a smile. "I recall that it was I who ultimately saved you." "The golden eggshell?" Tony inquired, noticing the armor still gleaming with a golden light. "It is a 9th-grade diamond talisman," Zhao Yu elucidated. "Once your Qian Kuan talisman cultivation method reaches the Qi refinement stage, you will be able to forge 9th-grade talismans." He examined the armor and continued, "If you can inscribe the talisman upon the armor, transforming it into a talismanic treasure. He laughed heartily. For instance, this diamond talisman can create a resilient energy shield around your body. As you have witnessed, no rocket can shake the ninth-grade diamond talisman. The realm of talismans is vast, encompassing countless varieties: diamond talismans, solid talismans, swift talismans, all embodying the mysteries of nature, the secrets of the heavens, and the laws of the world. I wonder if you have thoroughly studied the foundational talismans I imparted to you, for each contains methods of creation. Upon noticing Tony's intrigued expression, he shifted his tone. Tony, since you have embarked upon this path, I hope you will persevere. Judging by your appearance, you have only recently begun the Qi refinement stage of the Qian Kuan talisman cultivation method, lagging behind your two junior brothers significantly. This method includes specialized body refining techniques, most suited to the path of talismans, and requires diligent practice. Upon our return to New York, I expect you to visit the farm often, should you have any inquiries. I will be glad to assist you. Furthermore, regarding your injuries, I shall attend to your treatment upon our return. With that, Zhao Yu turned and began to walk away. Covering several dozen meters in a matter of moments, his final words echoing back. The American military has a rescue team nearby. It would be inconvenient for me to accompany you, so I shall take my leave. Led Ethan out of the valley, heading east, and you will soon encounter them. Tony gazed at the receding figure of Zhao Yu, disappearing from view within mere breaths, his lips twitching slightly as he sighed. It was then that Ethan approached him. Tony, I've observed your relationship with your master. Ethan gestured, curiosity evident in his demeanor. It seems rather strained. Tony rolled his eyes, replying, That scoundrel forced me into being his disciple. Do you expect me to greet him with a smile? He refrained from mentioning the constraints imposed upon him. Ethan, perplexed, remarked, What an extraordinary individual and situation. Tony waved his hand dismissively, stating, Let us depart. The American military's rescue team is on its way. Ethan smiled at the mention of the East. However, before their exit, Tony pointed to the armor, declaring, This contraption cannot be left behind. It must be destroyed. He shrugged nonchalantly. The two waited for approximately half an hour, making preparations before distancing themselves. Just as they emerged from the valley, a thunderous explosion resonated behind them, prompting a shared smile. In the valley, the leader captured by Zhao Yu shook the sand from his head and scrambled to his feet. He cast a furious glance toward the valley's exit before surveying the armor that, though nearly obliterated internally from the explosion, still shimmered with golden light on its surface. With a shift of his gaze, he began rummaging through the ruins for a satellite phone. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu sat aboard the aircraft, a faint smile gracing his features, clearly in high spirits. Tony had rescued him, allowing him to experience firsthand the remarkable utility of talismans in life-threatening circumstances. It was likely that he would not underestimate their significance. Contemplating the future, where Iron Man's armor transformed into a talismanic treasure, imbued with boundless magical abilities and capable of integrating with the body, Zhao Yu felt a peculiar sense of harmony within. Furthermore, he sensed a noticeable decrease in animosity and resentment from Tony, indicating that their relationship had improved throughout this ordeal, a dual victory. Additionally, Zhao Yu had planted a pawn in the form of that leader. He chose not to eliminate him. Having engaged in discussions with Tony almost in the presence of the feigned unconscious leader, including topics such as the jade slips of demonic cultivation and the path of talismans, he was confident that this information would inevitably circulate. He was simply uncertain whether Master Man would take the bait. After returning from Vietnam by plane and arriving in New York, Zhao Yu did not head directly back to the farm. It was neither the right time, nor did he intend to return without meeting someone first. Certain matters were brewing, while the farm remained tranquil. Peter called Zhao Yu daily, rambling about his activities. Although Zhao Yu found the boy's incessant chatter tiresome, he indulged him, recognizing that he was not an omniscient being capable of discerning all of existence's intricacies. He relied on his unique foresight as a traveler to grasp significant events. Through Peter, he could stay informed about the farm's current state, keeping himself well prepared. Upon disembarking from the plane, Zhao Yu hailed a taxi and set off towards Westchester. The driver, an affable African-American, was quite chatty. As soon as Zhao entered the vehicle, he began to chatter incessantly. Buddy, I can tell you're a tourist, hailing from the East. New York boasts numerous beautiful attractions, Broadway shopping, the Statue of Liberty. Westchester, however, lacks excitement. What do you think of this song by a popular rock star? Noticing the driver's familiarity with various locales in New York, Zhao interrupted him, inquiring, Are you aware of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters? It's located in Westchester. The driver responded with a surprised, Oh, I know it well. Are you headed there? It's quite remote. Are you visiting a friend who studies or works there? Zhao chuckled. Indeed, that is my destination. I'm going to meet a friend. As the taxi sped along, Zhao reflected on the driver's incessant prattle, and approximately 40 minutes later, they arrived at the roadside. "We're here," the driver stated, taking the fare from Zhao, blowing on the bills as he said, "Buddy, it was a pleasure meeting you. Our chat was delightful. Goodbye." "Delightful?" Zhao silently scoffed, as the driver had hardly said much of substance. Shaking off the annoyance caused by the driver's incessant chatter, Zhao looked up to behold a grand estate. "Is this the place?" His keen senses detected an aura distinctly different from the ordinary. Approaching the estate, he noticed a small, seemingly inconsequential guardhouse, where an elderly man sat, appearing quite frail. Zhao called out a couple of times before the old man finally responded. "Excuse me, is this Xavier's school for gifted youngsters?" The old man, momentarily at a loss, likely unused to visitors, took a while to nod and slowly replied, "Yes, this is Xavier. Xavier's school for gifted youngsters." Zhao offered a faint smile. "May I enter? I wish to visit Professor Charles." "Certainly," the old man answered without hesitation. Zhao smiled again, sensing the school exuded a certain confidence. It was no surprise that the gatekeeper, with his failing eyesight, did not require any form of registration. No wonder such institutions often find themselves in precarious situations, as depicted in films. Strolling into the estate, he was greeted by lush green lawns and serene trees, creating an exquisite ambience. After a short walk, he spotted a group of children of varying ages playing on a distant lawn, some engaged in games of fire, others in hide-and-seek, with ice and stones scattered about in delightful disarray. Two adults, a man and a woman, stood nearby, occasionally offering guidance. Zhao approached them. "Hello," startled by the sudden voice. Scott and Aurora jolted in surprise. Suddenly turning around, a glimmer of crimson light shone behind Scott's sunglasses, revealing a distinctive aura emanating from Olorlo. "Do not be alarmed." Zhao Yu's visage appeared before them, hands casually tucked into his pockets, standing nonchalantly with a faint smile gracing his lips. Scott and his companion felt a wave of relief wash over them as the red glow faded from their eyes, their auras retracting. "Who are you?" Scott inquired bluntly. "Who permitted you to enter?" Zhao Yu replied with a smile. "I am Zhao Yu. You may call me Zhao. You must be the laser-eyed Scott, and I presume you are the tempestuous Olorlo." Upon hearing this, both individuals stiffened. "Who exactly are you?" "I have already stated, do not be anxious." Zhao Yu replied with a calm smile. "I only entered after consulting your old gatekeeper. I meant no disrespect." Upon hearing this, the two fell silent. Chapter 31. Innate Abilities, the Balance of Gain and Loss. Zhao Yu scrutinized the two before him. In his eyes, mutants were indeed endowed with exceptional gifts. Their extraordinary powers distinguished them from ordinary individuals. Although they were often coveted and marginalized for various reasons, this only underscored their uniqueness. The phrase jealousy is the mark of mediocrity rings true in this context. However, due to their innate abilities lacking a systematic evolutionary framework and guidance, mutants displayed a vast disparity in capabilities. There were those like Charles, who embodied extreme pacifism, and others like Magneto, characterized by their aggressive tendencies. Yet, the majority were lost souls, ignorant and adrift. Without a structured evolutionary system, they were compelled to navigate their own paths, significantly hindered by the limitations of individual thought, making substantial progress exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, aside from the powers derived from their genetic lineage, these mutants possessed little else, rendering them singular in their abilities and vulnerable to counteraction. At this moment, Zhao Yu had seamlessly approached them, undetected. Even seasoned mutants like Scott and Olorlo, who had long since awakened their powers and made considerable advancements in their application, remained, in many respects, indistinguishable from ordinary individuals. Zhao Yu had now reached the second refinement of his chaotic true form, honing a formidable physical body characterized by extraordinary vitality. When his aura surged, it would erupt like a pillar of smoke, ascending skyward. Yet, when he chose to conceal himself, he could entirely suppress and lock away his physical presence. Unlike the harmony of becoming one with nature, his method of suppression was akin to extricating himself from the natural world, isolating his essence from it, yet still achieving the objective of remaining hidden. His physical body had been refined to such an extent that every aspect of his being, from his blood and breath to his sinews and skin, was under his complete control. If one were to encapsulate this in a single term, it would be flawless. Concealing the pores, averting the escape of warmth and breath, one finds oneself in a remarkably peculiar state that renders them almost invisible. It is no wonder that Scott and Aurora are enveloped in tension. Scott cast a glance at the young mutants who had ceased their practice, a slight frown creasing his brow. It seemed their earlier training and the myriad abilities of the mutants had already been laid bare before this individual. Yet, observing his countenance, which bore an air of calm indifference, Scott could not help but entertain various thoughts. Was the newcomer ill-intentioned? As if perceiving his unease, Zhao Yu smiled and said, "There's no need to be anxious. I have come to Xavier's school for gifted youngsters to meet Professor Charles." Scott and Aurora exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's bewilderment. Their uncertainty was not directed at Zhao Yu, but rather at Professor Charles. Having followed Charles for many years, they knew that anyone wishing to meet the professor would have been anticipated by him, and Scott was invariably the one sent to greet visitors. Yet today, Zhao Yu appeared before them without any prior communication from Professor Charles. A shared sense of apprehension gripped them. Aurora, who stood at 6 feet tall and possessed a striking presence, subtly adjusted the hem of Scott's shirt and addressed Zhao Yu. "You wish to see the professor? Follow me." With that, she took a step forward, and Zhao Yu smiled, following her. As the two moved further away, Scott instructed the young mutants to return to their dormitories before hastening off in another direction. "What do you think of Xavier's school?" Aurora inquired, as she guided Zhao Yu through the scenic surroundings, behaving as if they were intimate friends. Zhao Yu replied with a smile, "It is splendid. I truly enjoy such a tranquil and picturesque locale, especially with a graceful and captivating woman leading the way." Although Zhao Yu held no particular attraction to women of darker skin, he felt it imprudent to voice such sentiments. Moreover, Aurora's physique was indeed commendable, tall, and curvaceous. If one were to overlook her complexion, she would align well with Zhao Yu's aesthetic preferences. However, he shifted the tone of the conversation, adding, "Ms. Aurora, I believe we may be heading in the wrong direction." Aurora's heart skipped a beat, and a strained smile appeared on her face. "I am merely Aurora. You are new to the school and should become more acquainted with it." Zhao Yu laughed heartily. "If Mr. Scott has already reached Professor Charles, I believe we ought to join him." At that, Aurora felt a twinge of embarrassment, momentarily at a loss for words. Under Zhao Yu's penetrating gaze, she had no choice but to turn and lead him towards Charles's location. Meanwhile, as Zhao Yu had anticipated, Scott had already arrived before Charles. "Professor." Scott's expression was grave as he succinctly conveyed the earlier events to Charles. Upon hearing this, Charles furrowed his brow slightly. "You mean to say that someone wishes to see me and has already arrived at the school?" "Indeed, Professor," Scott replied. "He came up behind both me and Aurora without her noticing." Charles concentrated for a moment and slowly remarked, "I have not sensed any psychic fluctuations from stranger. This individual is quite formidable. Do you know his intentions?" Scott shook his head. Aurora guided him in another direction, just as Charles was about to speak. He paused abruptly and looked towards the door. Aurora had arrived, yet he still did not perceive the mental presence of the stranger Scott mentioned. His expression turned solemn. "They are here." Scott froze momentarily, turning to see Aurora entering with Zhao Yu. "Professor Charles?" Zhao Yu smiled and extended his hand. "It is a pleasure to meet you." "Likewise," Charles said, shaking Zhao Yu's hand from his wheelchair. "Please have a seat." He then gestured for Scott and Aurora to leave. However, both remained hesitant, concerned about potential unforeseen circumstances. Zhao Yu spoke. "I have said several times, there's no need to be anxious." He chuckled. "I come bearing friendship and sincerity. I harbor no ill intentions or prejudices against mutants or Xavier's school. Moreover, Professor, you need not dismiss them. I have come specifically to consult with you on certain matters, and Scott and Aurora, being integral to Xavier, should be informed." Upon hearing this, the professor nodded. The two then positioned themselves behind him, their focus directed toward Zhao Yu. "Is the professor perplexed by his inability to perceive my presence?" Zhao Yu remarked with a faint smile. "This should not be surprising. I am aware of the professor's profound expertise and psychic abilities. However, the inherent flaws of mutants, in my eyes, resemble patterns viewed in the palm. Psychic power is derived from the mind and soul. Yet essentially, it is merely a branch of soul energy, characterized by its singularity and vulnerability to counteraction. Those with formidable souls, or indomitable, can immunize themselves against the professor's psychic prowess. Should one achieve a tranquil mind, akin to a still pond, devoid of thoughts and distractions, one becomes imperceptible to the mental fluctuations of others. Although the professor may not have encountered such an individual thus far, it does not imply their non-existence." This encapsulated Zhao Yu's perspective on mutant abilities. Before his journey, he had come across various discussions online regarding mutant powers or their expansion and application in certain novels. Yet, in Zhao Yu's view, such notions were sheer nonsense. Was Charles foolish? Was Magneto foolish? No, neither were. In fact, the vast majority of mutants, aside from possibly becoming radicalized due to childhood experiences, possess intellect surpassing that of most ordinary individuals? Did they truly lack awareness of how to expand and develop their abilities? These powers stem from their very essence and lineage, much like their own limbs. In truth, it is not that they lack the understanding to expand and develop their abilities, but rather that the singular nature of their mutant powers inherently restricts lateral growth. Otherwise, with Professor Charles's immense mental prowess, had he possessed a complete soul power, it is conceivable that he might have already attained a transcendent state. However, his mental abilities are too limited, while the transcendent state encompasses all the powers and qualities of the soul, rendering them incomparable. He is subject to aging and death, whereas the existence of the transcendent state grants eternal life. Both the Professor and Magneto are constrained by the innate limitations of their abilities. If their powers could indeed be expanded, and if the Professor could refine his soul, manifest it externally, or even experience soul projection, he would undoubtedly avoid such setbacks as being held captive by mere ordinary individuals or rendered helpless by machines that inhibit his mental prowess. This illustrates the inherent flaw in the singularity of mental power. At the very least, Zhao Yu perceives no possibility of wielding material control through mental force. Cultivators, with sufficiently potent souls, can command flying swords. Had the Professor possessed such capabilities, the constraints he faces would be negligible. Magneto, while ostensibly a master of magnetism, is merely a branch of the true magnetic force. If he could genuinely control the Earth's magnetic field, no nation on this planet would dare to oppose him. Disturbing the Earth's magnetic field would incapacitate all communication, plunging civilization back several centuries. Who would dare to offend him? Yet, aside from controlling metals, he is largely incapable of utilizing most aspects of magnetism, even finding himself imprisoned by plastic and rubber. However, within the realm of cultivation, all matter possesses the primordial magnetic force, existing within the 5 elemental magnetic energies. The extent of their innate limitations is thus readily apparent. It is not that they are foolish and unaware of how to develop their abilities. Rather, they are simply incapable of doing so. This is merely one aspect. Zhao Yu gazes at Professor Charles, recalling a recently released film from before his transmigration, where the bald man had become afflicted with senile dementia. How astonishing is that? This individual, who has manipulated the mind and spirit throughout his life, has aged into such a state, which is closely tied to mutant abilities. Zhao Yu expended his fortune to consult the system, and learned that the majority of mutants' powers carry hidden backlash effects. Ultimately, this is due to their mortal bodies wielding bloodline abilities that exceed their physical constitution, leading to an inevitable backlash over time, culminating in a dire fate. Is Mr. Zhao such a person? Of course, Charles is unaware of Zhao Yu's current thoughts. He merely finds the expression in Zhao's eyes somewhat peculiar, leaving him puzzled as he slowly engages in conversation. Zhao Yu nodded. I am indeed of this nature, and such individuals will only increase in number. This is not mere boasting. Cultivating immortality and seeking enlightenment, one must forge both life and spirit, strengthening the body and stabilizing the soul. As the disciples of Tai's sect grow in power, Charles will inevitably encounter more obstacles. Charles sighed softly. Our abilities were predetermined before our birth. Thus, what matters do you wish to discuss with us, Mr. Zhao? His tone shifted abruptly, though Zhao Yu remained unfazed, responding with a smile. Though mutants possess innate limitations, they are still uniquely endowed. Your exclusion and envy stem precisely from this uniqueness. Were you too ordinary, you would scarcely attract any attention. Upon hearing this, Charles and his companions nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of understanding and acknowledgement. In that moment, their gazes towards Zhao Yu softened considerably. Chapter 32. The Bait Ferments. The meeting ended on an unsatisfactory note. However, it is indeed this exceptional nature of mutants that I hold in high regard. Zhao Yu articulated this thought, causing a slight twitch in the corner of Charles's eye. What do you mean, Mr. Zhao? Are you akin to General Stryker or certain pharmaceutical companies? If that is the case, we do not welcome you here. Scott and Aurora's expressions darkened, their eyes fixed intently on Zhao Yu. They presumed that Zhao Yu coveted the unique advantages of mutants, akin to those who seek to exploit mutant abilities for their own gain. Zhao Yu chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. You are far too tense. Allow me to clarify. Stryker? The one who established a mutant research base beneath a dam in Canada, intent on annihilating mutants? Those biomedical companies that covet mutant abilities for themselves? Certain influential figures? No, you are mistaken. I appreciate your strengths, yet I do not covet them. You possess innate abilities far beyond those of ordinary people, yet lack a systematic evolution framework. rendering you significantly constrained and often forced to yield to this world. I can assist you in overcoming these challenges and in creating a brilliant future." As Zhao Yu spoke, his gaze, bright and clear, swept over the three of them. "In truth, while your abilities have caught my eye, I cannot say I regard them with utmost reverence. You simply hold an inherent advantage, making certain specific techniques relatively easy to cultivate in the initial stages. I do not seek to appropriate your abilities. On the contrary, consolidating mutant powers within myself would be undesirable, as it would tarnish my pure form and pose significant obstacles to my future." "What do you truly mean?" Scott could no longer contain his frustration. "You speak of appreciation and reluctance. Can you not express yourself more clearly?" Zhao Yu smiled calmly, inciting further irritation. "Do not be impatient. Beyond Professor Charles, it appears none of you have cultivated a suitable mindset despite awakening your abilities for so many years. Mount Tai may crumble before one's eyes without a change in countenance, and a deer may rise to the left without a blink. One must remain composed at all times. I'm merely elaborated, yet your impatience flares, Scott. You have much to learn." Scott's face flushed crimson, and had it not been for the professor's presence and the enigma surrounding this individual, he would have unleashed a laser glare to demonstrate the prowess of mutants to Zhao Yu. The professor gestured for Scott to settle down, then turned his serious gaze toward Zhao Yu. "I overheard you mentioning certain specific techniques, which reminded me of something." "Oh." Zhao Yu glanced sideways. "In recent days, a rumor has circulated within the underbelly of New York regarding a ghostly farm that purportedly possesses a technique capable of making one the ruler of the world. I wish to ascertain the connection between the specific techniques you referenced and the methods of this ghostly farm," Charles inquired. "A ghostly farm?" Zhao Yu chuckled, unfazed by Charles's diversion. "If you are referring to a farm in the suburbs of Queens, then I can unequivocally inform you, Professor, that farm is the gate of my Tai sect." Charles's eyes gleamed. "So, the technique that can make one the ruler of the world is indeed the special technique you speak of?" Zhao Yu shook his head, then nodded, appearing contemplative. After a moment, he regarded Charles with a grave expression. "Approximately 10 days ago, I visited Afghanistan. I just returned to New York today and came straight here. I left no techniques for my Tai sect at the farm, however." He paused, narrowing his eyes as if in self-reflection. "It must be the soul-devouring magic. But who has leaked information about the soul-devouring magic?" "The soul-devouring magic? Yes, that is indeed the name," Charles exclaimed suddenly. "That is what they refer to. However, I do not believe that any so-called technique can truly make one the ruler of the world." The three exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with doubt. "It is a profoundly wicked technique," Zhao Yu explained. "I obtained it from an exceedingly malevolent individual, intending to destroy it. However, the jade slip containing the technique was sealed with formidable enchantments, making it impossible to access in the short term. My eldest disciple had fallen into peril in Afghanistan, compelling me to rescue him, thus postponing this matter. Yet before my departure, I distinctly instructed my second disciple to guard it well. What transpired during this time that allowed news of the soul-devouring magic to escape?" His countenance darkened. "You may not comprehend the peril of this magic. It consumes human flesh, essence, and soul to strengthen itself. The more it devours, the more powerful it becomes, and it exerts a tremendous influence on one's character. Even a person of righteous intent, upon practicing this magic, could transform into a twisted demon, mercilessly devouring all in its path, viewing humanity as mere livestock, akin to cattle and sheep in our eyes." A collective gasp escaped the three, chilling them to the bone. "Although I do not fully comprehend, I have a general understanding of the malevolent nature of this technique." Zhao Yu continued to elaborate. "For instance, if Scott were to acquire this method, he could ensnare the professor and, unbeknownst to anyone, drain him of his essence, rendering him a mere husk. In contemporary terms, this means that all the energy within the professor's being would be absorbed, both corporeal and spiritual." "What are you saying?" Scott interjected, glaring fiercely at Zhao Yu. "How could I possibly practice such a dark art? How could I ever consume?" Zhao Yu replied calmly, "It is merely a metaphor. Why must you fixate on it?" He then turned earnestly to the professor, stating, "I am unaware of how the existence of this technique has been divulged, but it is likely someone among those who can enter and exit my Tai sect. I trust my second and third disciples, as well as the Parker couple. However," his eyes narrowed, "as for Peter's female classmates, while they may not be overtly innocent, they are not particularly loquacious either. I suspect to extract information from someone's mind does not necessarily require verbal communication." Charles suddenly interjected. He, more than anyone, held the authority on this matter. If he wished to glean a piece of information from someone's mind, it could be achieved with a mere thought. Zhao Yu slightly nodded. According to your assertion, Professor, the entire underground world of New York is now aware? Perhaps even more than just New York, the professor added. Zhao Yu pondered for a moment. It seems there might be a slight inconvenience, but it is not insurmountable. He then abruptly shifted the topic. Let's put this matter aside for today, Professor, and return to our original discussion. Scott and Alalo appeared bewildered, struggling to adapt to this sudden shift. Zhao Yu, feigning ignorance, smiled and continued. My Tai sect has only recently established its foothold, and to date, I have accepted only 3 disciples. The first is Tony Stark. Wait. The professor's expression shifted dramatically. Are you referring to Tony Stark, the chairman of Stark Industries? Zhao Yu nodded. Yes. Is there a problem? Charles stated earnestly. Perhaps you are unaware, and it may be somewhat unethical to mention, but I must say, Mr. Tony Stark has sought me out. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu smiled, a thought crossing his mind that revealed Tony's purpose in approaching Charles. He mentioned that someone forcibly took him as a disciple and placed a curse upon him. Charles remarked, Mr. Zhao, I believe what you're doing is unethical and an affront to the law. To imprison a person's freedom of soul is utterly reprehensible. None of us have the right to confine another's spiritual liberty. Mr. Zhao, you must lift the curse on Mr. Stark. Zhao Yu's smile vanished. Professor Charles, do you not think you are overstepping your bounds? Let us not dwell on the purpose of my incantations. Simply from a relational standpoint, Tony is my disciple. And this is an internal matter of my sect, of no concern to you. Charles moved his lips, uncertain of how to respond. After all these years, he was well aware of the intricacies of human relationships. Yet Scott interjected loudly. No matter the circumstances, imprisoning a soul is an inherently malevolent act. Zhao Yu did not even spare him a glance. He stated, Tony's temperament is far too arrogant, too capricious, too conceited. He necessitates a formidable restraint to guide him towards loftier aspirations. This is an internal affair of the Tai sect, and no one is permitted to interfere. As he spoke, he rose to his feet. The atmosphere today was meant to be conducive to a fruitful dialogue, but since the conversation has reached this juncture, there is little point in continuing further. My purpose here today is to convey my intention to take on disciples. Generally, mutants possess superior abilities compared to ordinary individuals, and I would surmise that numerous candidates meet the sect's qualifications. However, it appears that this matter cannot be discussed today and shall be deferred to a later time. With that, he turned and made his exit, his form vanishing in a flash over several dozen meters. His last words lingering in the air, I hope the professor will give it due consideration. Amidst the fading echoes, the professor parted his lips, ultimately letting out a sigh. Scott muttered, this person truly lacks decorum. Aurora pursed her lips. His understanding diverges from ours in certain respects. The professor nodded. Indeed, it contradicts the essence of free thought, yet adheres to reason. He asserts that I lack the authority to intervene, and in truth, he is not mistaken. Tony Stark himself has not made a display of it, and thus, I have even less cause to do so. He adjusted his wheelchair and gradually made his way towards the door. The Tai sect? It aligns with the notions found in certain ancient Eastern esoteric texts and fictional works. One wonders what influence this Mr. Zhao might wield over New York, America, and indeed the entire world. Professor Aurora caught up with him. What of his proposal? She hesitated to continue. The professor did not respond but remarked, we should now focus on the Soul Eater technique, hoping he can eradicate it, should he fail. The professor shook his head. SHIELD will not stand idly by and allow matters to spiral out of control. Observing the professor's receding figure, Aurora could not help but press her lips together. Scott stepped forward. He is protecting us. I know, Aurora sighed. Yet I feel we are being excessively passive. Aside from matters concerning mutants, do we truly neglect everything else? Moreover, Magneto might be swayed. Scott found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 33, Various Schemes. The Black Knight, Peter, had ventured to Afghanistan, rescued Tony, and then returned to Xavier's school. But where is he now? Has he gone back to the ghost farm? Fury stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. He seemed to have a peculiar affinity for gazing out from such heights, surveying the world with clarity. Coulson shrugged. Our agents observed him exiting Xavier's school, but then he disappeared from sight. Fury furrowed his brow, though not in surprise. Zhao Yu's file at SHIELD had been elevated to a B level after rescuing Tony, placing him in the upper echelons of all extraordinary individuals documented by the agency. Such individuals are notoriously elusive, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary agents to trace their movements. If one wishes to remain hidden, even those of equal or greater power would struggle to uncover their whereabouts. However, we are certain he is in New York, Coulson added. Fury cast a sidelong glance at him. If I am not suffering from senility, I am aware of that as well. Coulson chuckled softly. Have we gathered sufficient information regarding the rumored techniques circulating in the underworld? Fury inquired. Nearly, Coulson replied. Based on feedback from our covert operations, we traced the origin of this information to a girl named Jessica. She's a classmate of Peter Parker and appears to be studying some form of martial arts with him, allowing her access to the Phantom Farm. So we can ascertain the accuracy of this information? Fury asked. Indeed, Coulson affirmed. Jessica did not disclose this information willingly. It wasn't Professor Charles. So it must be that scoundrel, Purple Man, Fury surmised. Correct, boss, Coulson confirmed. Purple Man seems to have exerted control over Jessica. But why would he leak such crucial information? Fury pondered aloud. That deranged individual knows that this technique could empower him rapidly. He does not intend to keep it to himself, does he? Coulson continued. We have uncovered a critical recording, though we have yet to locate it. It is likely still in Purple Man's possession. The specifics remain unclear. We only know that Purple Man met with Kingpin, and shortly thereafter, the news began to circulate. Fury speculated. Purple Man must have controlled Jessica and concealed a miniature recorder within her, which he underestimated, unaware that she was initially a spy now serving her own interests. Perhaps he intended to sell the information to Kingpin, but upon acquiring the recording, he did not immediately grasp its significance. When he finally opened it in Kingpin's presence, he realized the information was of utmost importance, but it was already known to Kingpin, leaving him unable to monopolize it. Coulson followed Fury's line of reasoning. Thus, he decided to release the information, stirring the waters of New York's underworld to fish for advantages, as he possesses a latent edge. Indeed, he can control those who enter and exit the Phantom Farm, Coulson remarked. The news has been circulating for over 10 days now, has it not? Fury suddenly inquired. Coulson nodded. 11 days. That is about right, Fury stated. Have Romanoff closely monitor the Phantom Farm and report any developments immediately. Understood. Coulson nodded thoughtfully and remarked. So, what shall we do? Should we provide the Ghost Farm with a hint? He paused momentarily before continuing. Perhaps Zhao Yu has already sensed something amiss. Yet, I believe we ought to implement an additional layer of precaution. The nature of that technique is exceedingly perilous, boss. It must not be allowed to circulate. Fury nodded in agreement. Very well. You should first seek Zhao Yu's whereabouts. I am confident he has detected the undercurrents. He may have vanished after leaving Xavier. Directly linked to this matter, if we cannot locate him, or if he remains indifferent, we shall have Romanoff converse with our Dark Knight. Understood. Furthermore, find a way to obtain the recording. The Dark Knight, Peter Parker, had experienced a significant shift in his destiny. Before he could even be bitten by the spider, he had already unlocked the gateway to the extraordinary. While engaging in acts of heroism, he often donned a sleek black outfit, his face concealed by a mask, and thus, over the course of merely 10 days, he had acquired the new moniker of the Dark Knight. In the depths of night, Zhao Yu stood atop a skyscraper, his presence entirely concealed, undetectable to any observer. Following his gaze, a lithe figure clad in black, with a mask obscuring his face, was darting through the city below. A faint smile graced Zhao Yu's lips as he mused. Has he mastered the pure yang body refinement fist to the 5th level? Truly, fortune favors him, and his innate talent is exceptional. Despite the distance, merely observing Peter's agile leaps and rapid movements, Zhao Yu discerned the profound mastery Peter had achieved in his training. Before Zhao Yu departed New York for Afghanistan, Peter had only recently entered the 4th level. In just over 10 days of absence, he had ascended another tier. Remarkable indeed, and no wonder Zhao Yu wore a look of satisfaction. However, with Peter becoming the Dark Knight, what would become of Spider-Man? He shook his head and gazed up at the vast night sky, pondering the intricate nature of fate. It also subtly suggested that even for one of the protagonists, destiny is not immutable. Indeed, the term protagonist only applies to a minuscule planet. The universe is vast, filled with numerous central figures, and individuals like Peter, marked by fortune, are certainly not rare. In essence, their influence on the unfolding of the cosmos is not decisive, rendering them somewhat superfluous. In contrast, beings like Thanos hold far greater significance for the universe at large. Upon exiting Xavier's school, Zhao Yu concealed his tracks. Regardless of the calculations made, he never lost sight of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s omnipresence. Even Charles, who seldom ventured beyond his own confines, had learned of the soul-devouring technique. How much more so would S.H.I.E.L.D. be aware? With their extensive network, they would undoubtedly trace the origins back to the Ghost Farm. Presently, As the undercurrents stirred by the soul-devouring technique had yet to erupt, it was not the appropriate time to reveal himself. Thus, Zhao Yu had resolved to remain in hiding for the time being. Moreover, the concealed location was not far from the farm, nestled within the densely populated borough of Brooklyn. To my surprise, I encountered the second disciple, who was gallantly upholding justice. The actions of the figure in purple did not catch me off guard. I merely pondered the number of individuals involved this time. Zhao Yu, in deep contemplation, gradually settled into a meditative posture. When he unleashed the bait of the soul-devouring demon art, Zhao Yu had already performed a cursory calculation regarding the potential developments of subsequent events. Should the figure in purple discreetly acquire information, without anyone else being aware, it was certain that he would take immediate action. In response to the figure in purple, Zhao Yu had his own contingencies. He also calculated that when executing this backup plan, he would create some commotion to facilitate the dissemination of information. If this news were not solely for the figure in purple, he surmised it would undoubtedly spread widely. Villains and nefarious characters are inherently selfish, and the possession of such a coveted treasure as the soul-devouring demon art is characteristic of their nature. In other words, it reflects human nature itself. The vast majority of individuals, upon acquiring something valuable, instinctively desire to monopolize it. Only when such a treasure eludes their grasp do they consider collaborating with others. Villains and wrongdoers go a step further. Even if they cannot obtain it, they will devise ways to secure it. If the figure in purple were to share the information, competition would emerge among them. However, as a solitary figure, his capabilities were limited beyond controlling those of wavering will. Thus, he would not hold the advantage in direct competition. He would inevitably seek to stir the waters. Furthermore, he would utilize his other advantage to control Jessica, attempting to catch the elusive soul-devouring demon art amidst the turmoil. Of course, Zhao Yu also contemplated another factor. The figure in purple, in disseminating information, not only aimed to create confusion, but also sought to extricate himself from suspicion, allowing more individuals to become aware of the soul-devouring demon art. When all parties were mobilized, he could quietly secure the art, significantly reducing the likelihood of his opponents suspecting him. In plain terms, he intended to draw others into the trap, providing himself with cover. Otherwise, he would have long since commanded Jessica to retrieve the jade tablet containing the soul-devouring demon art. Yet, he would never resort to such a course of action, for at that moment, only a scant few would be privy to the information and would be closely monitoring him. Should he seize the soul-devouring demon art, others would inevitably cast their suspicions upon him. At that point, being alone would make escape exceedingly difficult. Thus, Zhao Yu speculated that the figure in purple must be lying in wait, biding his time for the opportune moment. He surmised that this moment was imminent, perhaps within the next 2 days, today or tomorrow, because he, Zhao Yu, had returned. Zhao Yu had always maintained an air of mystery, and the more enigmatic he appeared, the more others would regard him with trepidation. His previous movements were not concealed. His journey to Vietnam and subsequent return could be traced by anyone with even a modicum of influence. At this juncture, it was likely that many were already aware. Perhaps tonight, the entire underground world of New York had begun to stir. Thank you, Black Knight. Peter gazed at the woman, clutching his arm, her eyes sparkling with admiration, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. He had lost count of how many times he had rescued her, yet each night, at the same time and place, he found himself compelled to save her once more. She was a fan, and Peter understood her intentions all too well. She was deliberately seeking him out. Rubbing his forehead, he sighed, "Oh, madam, do you not recall my warnings? This place at night is far too perilous. What would happen if one day I were unable to come? You will come, because you are my dark knight," she declared with unwavering conviction. Reaching out to tug at Peter's mask. Startled, he flinched, his arms slipping away like a slippery eel. With a swift push of his foot, he darted back several meters. "Hey, madam, I must take my leave. You should return home at once. And remember, I shall not be here tomorrow. Dark Knight, Dark Knight." Peter dashed into an alleyway, weaving through twists and turns until he finally evaded that exasperating fan. He exhaled deeply, steeling himself for a stroll down a nearby street. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a distance. "Hey, Dark Knight." Chapter 34. A single thread ties all. Startled by the voice, Peter chastised himself for his negligence and immediately braced himself. Glancing sideways, he spotted a graceful figure standing under a street lamp not far away. "Who are you?" he exclaimed exaggeratedly. "You nearly frightened me to death." In such a dim corner at this hour, a stunning woman appearing out of nowhere. Wow, it reminds me of some ghostly legends. Is that so? She laughed lightly. Then I suppose it is an honor to be the first to nearly scare the Dark Knight to death. Peter spread his hands in jest. You're not the first. Oh, the woman approached, her shoulder-length hair perfectly styled, her crimson lips and deep, wave-like eyes exuding an extraordinary allure, accentuated by the curves of her form-fitting leather attire. The young and inexperienced Peter felt his heart race, swallowing hard as he acknowledged her breathtaking beauty, ripe and intoxicating. So who was the first? Attempting to usurp my role? Heh, you may seek him out and teach him a lesson. I shall merely observe from the sidelines. Peter steadied himself, still grinning. My mentor is quite formidable, you know. Your mentor? The mature woman raised an eyebrow slightly, and her seductive demeanor vanished, replaced by seriousness. Dark Knight, or rather, the young hero Peter Parker. We meet for the first time. It is a pleasure. She extended her delicate hand. Peter, ever the gentleman, shook her hand, feeling the strength in her grip. The softness of her skin belied the calluses present on her palm, particularly in areas that spoke of experience. This was a hand accustomed to wielding a weapon. It seems you're quite informed. Peter restrained his laughter, inquiring, So who are you? Which department or faction do you serve? And what brings you here? Natasha displayed an expression of surprise. How could a mere 16-year-old possess such experience? However, she quickly considered that this black-clad hero, having roamed the world, must have accumulated a wealth of knowledge over time, which was not entirely unexpected. Thus, she introduced herself. I am Natasha Romanoff, an agent of S.H.I.E.L. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh, I see. That Coulson, with a receding hairline reminiscent of the Mediterranean, is also part of S.H.I.E.L. Do you know him? Peter inquired. Indeed, Natasha smiled, her red lips curving. Mediterranean? Coulson? I suppose he is somewhat different, though. He is quite amiable, in my opinion. Peter replied. So, Agent Natasha, what is the purpose of your visit at this moment? The ghost farm is currently in peril. Natasha attempted to startle Peter, but with his face obscured by a dark scarf, he revealed no expression or sign of surprise, causing her brow to furrow slightly. She then asked, Aren't you curious about the reason? You will tell me, won't you? Peter chuckled, gesturing to his ear. Speak, and I shall listen. Reluctantly, Natasha shrugged. The ghost farm possesses a malevolent technique capable of devouring human energy and souls. Wait, Peter interjected abruptly, his demeanor turning serious. Who told you this? I asked. Natasha smiled and raised her hands. Not only S.H.I.E.L.D. is aware, the entire underground world of New York knows of it. Peter could no longer maintain his composure, pacing back and forth while stroking his chin, as if conversing with himself. Who leaked this information? This is truly troubling. He then addressed Natasha. Did you come solely to inform me of this? Indeed, Natasha confirmed with a nod. Otherwise, why would I be here? After a brief pause, she continued, According to our intelligence, this technique is exceedingly wicked, and if it spreads, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, we must thoroughly understand the situation and devise a plan to ensure that this technique does not fall into the hands of criminals. Peter pondered for a moment before nodding. Given that the information has already been disclosed, there is indeed no need for further secrecy. I can share the details with you, but you must reciprocate by revealing all that you know. How's that sound? Agreed, Natasha nodded directly. The two then entered Natasha's car, which had been parked nearby, and commenced their discussion. This technique is known as the soul-devouring demon art. My master obtained the jade tablet containing the sealed technique from a formidable villain. Peter's thoughts shifted, and his robe transformed into casual attire, revealing his youthful and radiant face. The jade tablet possesses a potent seal, rendering it impossible to destroy directly. My master plans to gradually refine the seal before ultimately destroying the tablet, but this process requires time. 11 days prior, the master informed me of an urgent matter that required his absence, entrusting me with the safeguarding of the jade slips and cautioning me against disclosing any information. I remained perplexed as to how this information was leaked, yet 3 female classmates flashed through my mind. I held no suspicion towards Harry, for he is the master's 3rd disciple and has no need to covet such malevolent techniques. My uncle and aunt have not left the farm for over 2 weeks. Only those 3 girls had the opportunity to disseminate the news, though I cannot ascertain whether it was intentional or accidental. However, you are indeed correct. Once such information circulates, the consequences could be dire, he stated solemnly. The master once mentioned that should one consume the essence of 100 ordinary individuals through this technique, one would attain power comparable to my current abilities. Should one consume 1,000, a mere finger could crush me. The thought of billions of lives on this planet being at stake is unfathomable. If anyone were to cultivate this technique, I shudder to imagine what the world would become. He inhaled deeply, adding, more critically, this technique can corrupt one's mind. Even those with righteous hearts, when practicing this art, could become exceedingly wicked, valuing human life as nothing. According to your account, the underground world is already aware of this news, and the situation has become exceedingly grave. You, being part of the government, bear the responsibility to intervene. Let me clarify. We operate under the World Security Council and do not report directly to the White House. Natasha's expression grew somber as she remarked, "It is indeed hard to believe that this technique possesses such characteristics. To gain immense power through the consumption of ordinary lives raises a question. Do you, or rather your Tai Chi sect, not covet this technique? Understand that this technique could make you the rulers of this planet." Peter chuckled in response. "Agent Natasha, allow me to counter with a question. Have you forgotten the origins of this technique?" Natasha paused, taken aback. "It was seized from its original master by my own teacher. This implies that my master is stronger than those who have cultivated the soul-devouring technique. Our Tai Chi techniques are certainly not inferior to it. Moreover, our doctrine is one of universal salvation. Do you comprehend what that entails? To assist all beings, would we forsake our beliefs to practice a technique fraught with peril, thereby losing our very selves?" Natasha had no retort. "I understand your concern about an abrupt emergence of practitioners of the soul-devouring technique, but I assure you, it is impossible." Peter spoke with earnest conviction. "If I dared to practice the soul-devouring technique, my master would assuredly end my life." Natasha exhaled in relief. "Jesting. No wonder you fear your master." Peter laughed. "It's just a joke. Each time he teaches me and I falter, he gives me a slap on the back of the head, leaving me with a psychological scar." Natasha burst into laughter. "A slap on the back of the head?" As she spoke, she reached out to mimic the act, and Peter yelped, quickly dodging. "Ah, I have discovered the Black Knight's weakness." Natasha laughed even more heartily. Peter rubbed his nose, shrugging in resignation. After the jest, Peter declared, "I must return immediately to prepare, hoping Master will arrive soon." As he spoke, he pushed open the car door and was about to alight. "Your master has already returned to New York," Natasha interjected suddenly. "Did he not inform you?" Upon hearing this, Peter's previous tension dissipated instantly, replaced by a relaxed smile as he replied to Natasha, "Then I have no cause for concern." With that, he swiftly departed. "Damn it, he has returned. I must acquire the techniques post-haste, or else." Upon learning of Zhao Yu's return to New York, Zirin grew anxious. He hurried to meet Jean Bing, who was already well aware of the situation, possessing far superior channels of information than Zirin. "Kilgrave, this is your doing." Jean Bing scolded Zirin without a hint of cordiality. "If it weren't for your reckless dissemination of the news, we would have acted long ago." It was no wonder Jean Bing was furious. Had Zirin not leaked the information, perhaps Jean Bing would have taken action within the second or third day of receiving the news. However, he had not anticipated Zirin's foolishness, which alerted every capable individual in the New York underworld. Now, with the entire situation entangled, even Jean Bing could not confront them all and was compelled to bide his time for an opportunity. Zirin, refusing to concede, retorted, "I suspect it was you who leaked the information. Jean Bing, do not lash out indiscriminately." "Humph." Jean Bing huffed in frustration. "Then what do you propose we do now? The master of the ghost farm has returned, and this individual is certainly formidable. The techniques were seized from their original owner, which signifies his immense power." Zirin nodded in resignation. "We must act swiftly. I have not detected his return to the farm." "Jean Bing, do you know where he currently is?" "He should be at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters." Jean Bing replied coldly. "My sources obtained this information from a contact." "Has he not left?" Zirin inquired. "I have not observed him." Jean Bing stated that old coot, Charles, is too formidable. My people dare not approach him. What business does he have with the mutants? After a moment of contemplation, Zirin asserted, "Since he has not yet returned to the farm, there remains an opportunity." "Jean Bing, we must act immediately." Jean Bing nodded, his expression revealing a rare sense of exasperation. "One move affects the whole. The master of the farm may be inconsequential to me. He is merely one individual. Yet, once we initiate action, those ruffians will undoubtedly not stand idly by." Chapter 35. 3 or 4 individuals, 2 or 3 glimmers of light. On the rooftop, Zhao Yu, who had been in quiet meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance igniting within him before fading away. He stood, gazing downward. Below, a convoy of 20 vehicles traversed the street, among which was an aura that felt familiar to Zhao Yu. "Seating?" A peculiar smile graced Zhao Yu's face. "Now, that is decisiveness." The figure cloaked in purple had wandered outside the farm on more than one occasion, and Zhao Yu was well aware of its existence, familiar with its aura. In Zhao Yu's remarkably acute perception, the purple figure resembled a torch engulfed in a repugnant violet haze, far too conspicuous. The convoy advanced directly towards the farm, and Zhao Yu understood that the moment had arrived. However, he remained unmoved, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. After the first convoy passed, within just 2 or 3 minutes, numerous other convoys, large and small, began to emerge from all directions, displaying a remarkable synchronicity. The building where Zhao Yu stood was strategically positioned at the juncture of Queens and several southern and western districts. Anyone intending to reach the farm would inevitably pass through this location. It was indeed the most suitable place for him to observe and wait. As the convoys moved onward, fleeting silhouettes of some extraordinary individuals darted through the shadows. Zhao Yu silently sensed the varying strengths of their auras, mentally calculating their numbers. Suddenly, a faint whistling sound echoed from the distant sky. Zhao Yu looked up to see a figure clad in green armor, wearing a devilish mask, descending from a night sky on a bat-shaped makeshift flying device. The Green Goblin? Zhao Yu's heart skipped a beat. How could the Green Goblin possibly appear at this moment? According to Zhao Yu's calculations, after taking Harry as his apprentice, the Green Goblin might never come into existence. Even if he did, it would be delayed. Yet, why had he emerged now? Before he could ponder further, following the Green Goblin, an elderly figure in a black robe and cloak, adorned with an oddly shaped helmet, soared through the air. Meanwhile, 7 or 8 shadows on the ground pursued this elder, vanishing into the darkness. Zhao Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, then widened in astonishment. Magneto! To his surprise, he had also arrived. Looking up, Zhao Yu noticed a flying vehicle approaching, a smirk forming on his lips. Professor Charles and the X-Men had also come. Following them were 5 armed helicopters. Zhao Yu scrutinized them closely. S-H-I-E-L-D. The helicopters bore the unmistakable emblem of S-H-I-E-L-D, a circular design featuring an eagle. At this juncture, Zhao Yu realized that those he had been waiting for had nearly all arrived. With a chuckle, he moved his feet and vanished into the night. After receiving word from Natasha, Peter hurried back to the farm. It was already late at night. Apart from Harry, only the Ben couple remained. Peter called all 3 of them to rise. "Oh, Peter, I'm rather tired today and didn't join you in your heroic endeavors. You needn't wake me up in the middle of the night to seek revenge, right?" Harry complained as he descended from upstairs. Upon seeing that the Ben couple was also awake, he felt a stir in his heart and greeted them before asking, "What has happened?" Peter solemnly conveyed the information he had received from Natasha. The news of the soul-eating sorcery had somehow leaked, causing a stir and covetousness throughout the entire underground world of New York. The farm was now perilously endangered, and with Master yet to return, it was imperative for you, Uncle and Aunt May, to enter the Tai Cave Heaven to ensure your safety. Several individuals at the farm were already aware of the soul-eating sorcery, and upon hearing this, their expressions changed dramatically. Ben hesitated for a moment and said, "Peter, the farm is protected by an array, so it should." Peter shook his head. "Uncle, you may not fully grasp the situation. The protective array at the farm is merely a maze, effective against ordinary people, but lacking formidable defensive capabilities. Only within the dimensional realm of the Cave Heaven, distinct from the mundane world, can safety be assured. Even the gangs in New York are exceedingly ruthless. They possess heavy artillery. Should they launch rockets at the farm, the maze would prove ineffective." At that moment, Harry solemnly remarked, "Peter is correct." Just then, the doorbell rang. Peter gestured, "Harry, your martial arts are still in their infancy. Go with Uncle and Anne into the Cave Heaven while I check outside." As Zhao Yu's 3rd disciple, Harry bore the mark, allowing him to enter and exit the Cave Heaven. Yet he resolutely shook his head. "We go together. Do not forget we are brothers." Peter gazed intently at him, nodded earnestly, and bumped fists with Harry, affirming, "We are brothers." Ben and May, understanding that remaining in the mundane world would only be a burden, said nothing further and promptly entered the Tai Cave Heaven. Inside the room, only Peter and Harry remained, accompanied by the incessant ringing of the doorbell. This doorbell was installed at the entrance of the farm to facilitate the comings and goings of the 3 young ladies, ensuring that those within the farm would be alerted and ready to welcome them upon their arrival. The 2 moved swiftly, exiting the villa and soon arriving at the farm's entrance, where they beheld Mary furiously pressing the doorbell. "Mary!" Harry called out. "Harry!" Mary's voice remained as familiar as ever. The 2 exhaled in relief, and Harry stepped outside to bring Mary in. "What brings you here?" Mary forced a smile. "I was dancing with classmates at a bar and heard some unsettling news regarding the farm." Hearing this, Harry initially frowned. "I thought I told you not to." Then turned to Peter. "It seems that Mary is indeed aware of the situation." Peter nodded. "Let us head inside. I suspect they may come tonight. As they were about to enter, they heard a commotion and saw Jessica tumble off her bicycle, crashing at the gate. She quickly got up, a look of sheer panic etched on her face. Peter hurried to assist Jessica, supporting her with concern. What happened? Are you all right? Peter displayed a sense of helplessness. Jessica was particularly sensitive. It seemed that even the slightest incident could throw her into disarray. Nodding at Harry, Peter gently supported Jessica and led the way into the farm. As Mary held Harry's hand while entering the villa, she discreetly glanced at the incense altar situated not far ahead, beneath the image of the path. The altar was adorned with writing implements, brushes of the lowest quality, a stack of blank talisman paper, and an inkstone filled with blood-red cinnabar. Additionally, there lay a jade-colored seal, intricately designed in black and white, beneath which was a black jade slip, measuring 3 inches long and 1 inch wide. Her eyes momentarily brightened before she quickly composed herself. At this moment, Jessica's emotions had settled considerably, and she haltingly revealed the source of her panic. I think I might be under some control. I don't know who it is, but sometimes I feel as if I have no agency. Peter, what should I do? She grasped Peter's arm as if it were a lifeline. Upon hearing her words, Peter glanced at Harry. The two brothers appeared to share an unspoken understanding, their eyes meeting briefly, each comprehending the gravity of the situation. How had the news of the soul-devouring magic leaked? Jessica, yet neither could blame her, for she was not in control of her own actions. Just look at her. What could she possibly do? How cunning could she be? Peter took a breath. You both should not have come tonight, nor for several days to come. He continued, since the news of the soul-devouring magic has spread. The farm has become the focus of many interested parties. He sighed. Master returned to New York yesterday, but has yet to come back to the farm. I'm uncertain of his current affairs. However, the news of his return will act as a catalyst. Those individuals are unsure of Master F's true strength and will likely act before he returns. Harry nodded in agreement. We must remain vigilant. Mary, Jessica, you should stay in the basement while Peter and I go on guard. Jessica seemed at a loss, and Mary nodded in acquiescence. After escorting the two girls to the basement, Peter and Harry stepped out of the villa, vanishing into the darkness. Zhao Yu had long emphasized that the existence of the cave heaven world should remain a secret. Individuals not of the Tai sect must not become aware of it. Thus, the two brothers could only secure Mary and Jessica in the basement, which was not only concealed but also buried deep underground, ensuring their safety from any potential disturbances. My father often told me that the world is divided into various layers. Ordinary people toil from 9 to 5. That is their realm. Politicians engage in cunning schemes and deceit. That is theirs. Choosing different paths exposes one to entirely distinct realms. Peter, did you ever envision this reality? Harry suddenly inquired. Peter shook his head. I never imagined it. You recall how I was back then. My only desire was to fall in love with a girl, to raise children, and to care for Uncle Ben and Aunt May. If I were to articulate a loftier ideal, it would be to become a scientist. He chuckled softly, his laughter unspoken. And now, as you have pointed out, we have indeed transformed. Harry tugged at a blade of grass, poised to speak, when suddenly, a flurry of flames illuminated the night sky, swiftly shooting towards the heart of the farm. Take cover. Peter was the first to react, sensing an impending threat. He immediately pulled Harry, and the two leapt, rolling to safety. Following this, a thunderous explosion reverberated in their ears. A rocket. Harry lifted his head, shaking off the dirt from his hair, his expression darkening. Peter crouched, grim-faced, and dug his fingers into his ears. I can't hear clearly. Realizing Peter was mouthing words he could not discern, Harry gestured toward the farm gate not far away. Peter understood and nodded. The two crouched low and swiftly darted, taking cover in the shadows on either side of the gate. In the basement, Mary listened intently, her ears perked, when the ground began to tremble. A smile broke across her face as she stood. In one swift motion, she reached out and struck Jessica sharply on the back of the head, sending her to the floor. Chapter 36. Firepower engulfs the farm. Mary emerged from the basement, her demeanor transformed from fragile and ordinary to one of unexpected valor and cunning. Apart from their identical features, she seemed like a different person entirely. Cautiously, she approached the villa's hall, aware that two individuals remained on the farm, an ordinary middle-aged couple. While they did not instill fear in her, her long-standing habits kept her in a state of vigilance. Upon entering the hall, the map on the wall captured her attention, and she exhaled softly before taking a few strides toward the incense altar. Outside, the relentless roar of explosions continued, punctuated by blasts ringing out near the villa, sending shockwaves that stirred dust and debris, causing the villa to tremble, while the ceiling lamented, showering down dust. Mary paid no heed. In a flash, she extended her hands, seizing the jade-colored seal. Yet, before her triumphant smile could fully manifest, the seal erupted in a dazzling burst of multicolored light. The radiance coiled around her, binding Mary tightly as if frozen in time. Her expression became a mask of vivid emotion, caught between a smile and a grimace, her body bent, frozen in place. Mary began to transform her visage with a whimsical fluidity, at times donning a blue face with brown hair, and at other moments reverting to her original appearance. Characterized by golden locks, she morphed into a male form, aged and youthful alike, embodying a somber demeanor one moment and a sunny disposition the next. Countless faces shifted upon her countenance until, ultimately, she became a nude woman with azure skin. Outside the farm, in a secluded corner, Magneto stood quietly, flanked by his formidable allies, including Sabretooth, Victor, Toad, and several core members of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Gazing towards the ghost farm, shrouded in smoke and flames, Magneto remarked with a calm assurance, "Raven will undoubtedly succeed. The Soul Eater technique belongs to mutants. With it, I shall consume all of humanity. Without humans, this world shall be ours." The fervor on the faces of Toad and the others was palpable, save for Sabretooth, whose muddled mind occasionally revealed a menacing grin. In the darkness of the night, countless figures lurked around the farm. Gang leaders from New York's underworld, extraordinary beings hidden within the masses, some unnoticed, some upholding justice, and others steeped in malevolence. Among them were the Brotherhood of Mutants, the X-Men, and S.H.I.E.L.D., a veritable cacophony of chaos. Each individual awaited their moment, each harboring their own agenda. The Purple Man stood at a measured distance from Kingpin, careful not to draw too close, yet unwilling to stray too far. They were the first faction to arrive at the farm, and the initial ones to unleash a barrage of firepower upon it. Several rounds of rockets erupted, plunging the entire farm into disarray, the explosions echoing audibly throughout the city. Their audacity was nothing short of astounding, though in the Marvel Universe, such acts of destruction are hardly remarkable, as grand villains often seek to annihilate the world. A few rockets are but child's play. Amidst the fiery chaos, the Purple Man maintained a stoic facade, though internally he felt a surge of anxiety. Previously, he had exerted control over Jessica, intending to seize the technique ahead of time. However, with the farm now under heavy bombardment, his trepidation grew. Jessica was merely an ordinary individual. Could she possibly survive this onslaught? Could she fulfill the command he had bestowed upon her? He observed Kingpin's imposing figure, his muscles twitching slightly in agitation, a wave of resentment swelling within him. If it were not for Kingpin, the Soul Eater technique would have belonged solely to him. Cursed Kingpin, he silently cursed. For such a person always claimed the good for himself, while attributing misfortune to others. Everything, without reason, served only the self. The Purple Man was indeed such a one. And so was Kingpin. The vast majority of villains shared this trait. The flickering firelight illuminated Kingpin's face, casting shadows that mirrored the tumultuous nature of his emotions. At this juncture, Jean had long since lost the confidence of omnipotence. Indeed, he was a formidable figure within the underbelly of New York, with numerous gangs under his dominion. Yet, there existed alliances among rival gangs that could stand against him, and they had all arrived. However, they were of little consequence. The true threat lay in the shadows. Those were the individuals to be wary of. Exhaling deeply, Jean was resolute in his intentions. Since he had come this far, he was determined to make a stand. He extended his plump hand with a gentle wave, signaling the cessation of the rocket launchers mounted on the vehicles behind him. Observing Jin's pause, the other gangs, who had been providing cover fire for the farm, also came to a halt. "Do you think our little hero has encountered his deity?" Jean mused, gazing at the imposing gates of the far before him. The figure beside him, known as the Target Eye, interjected, "If it were me, I'd surely have met Satan. God is beyond my reach. I refuse to believe our little hero is stronger than I." Despite the night, Zirin chimed in from the side. "I believe nothing could survive within except for vermin." With a wave of his hand, Jean dispatched 10 of the fiercest enforcers from his gang to charge toward the gates. He then cast a sidelong glance at Zirin, who had kept his distance, and whispered to the Target Eye, "Let them probe the depths first. When a moment is right, slip in, secure the goods, and retreat. Do you understand?" The Target Eye nodded slightly. Simultaneously, witnessing Jin's movement, the other 7 or 8 scattered gangs dispatched their own contingents, swelling the ranks to nearly 70 or 80, who surged toward the farm like a swarm. It is an immutable truth that the lowly minions always lead the charge as cannon fodder. For Jean and the other gang leaders, their enforcers were mere pawns. Conversely, to the lurking forces and supernaturals hidden in the shadows, Jean and his gang members were also mere fodder. Everyone was waiting. There was only one coveted prize, and all desired to claim it for themselves. Yet, the enigmatic nature of the ghost farm, linked to the terrifying arts of soul devouring, led them to doubt that this farm could be subdued so easily. Although the owner was absent, who could say what contingencies had been left behind? The malevolent minds even speculated that the inhabitants of the farm had mastered the soul-devouring techniques. How terrifying would that be? It was an unspoken consensus to let the gang members lead the charge and test the waters. Beams of headlights illuminated the area near the farm gates, casting a clear light upon the scene. Aside from the gates, which remained relatively shielded from rocket fire, a swath of darkness lingered behind. While the majority of the area was distinctly visible, Jean Bing squinted his eyes, observing a group of thugs poised to storm the farm. Suddenly, two figures sprang forth from the shadows, and with a series of muffled thuds accompanied by anguished cries, 4 or 5 of the first assailants to breach the farm's gates were sent hurtling backward, lifeless upon impact. Huh! Jean Bing chuckled at the unexpected turn of events. They survived. If it were me, the target would speak. I would have fled immediately. Is there something amiss with their minds? Thus, we are the villains, while they assume the mantle of righteousness. Jean Bing remarked with a grin. Yet, heroes have always met with tragic ends, have they not? He beckoned, and someone behind him handed him a submachine gun. With a couple of clicks, Jean Bing adjusted the weapon, raised it, and unleashed a torrent of fire, the metallic bullets weaving a tempest directed towards the entrance. Peter, employing both fists and feet, transformed his entire being into a weapon. His fists, legs, knees, and elbows became instruments of destruction. In mere moments, 17 or 18 opponents were sent sprawling. These individuals, known as thugs, were perceived by the average person as ruthless and vile. Yet to Peter, who had mastered the 5th level of the pure yang body refinement fist, they were nothing but mere chickens and tiles. However, the sight of a convoy outside and the faint presence of numerous auras lurking in the distance tightened his nerves like a bowstring ready to snap at any moment. In contrast, on the other side of the gate, Harry struggled considerably. After nearly half a month of training, he had just barely attained the 1st level of the pure yang body refinement fist. His physique was superior to that of an ordinary individual, but not by a significant margin. While Peter dispatched foes with ease, Harry found himself akin to a dull knife slicing through flesh. Amidst the chaos, Peter remained vigilant, his attention drawn to the commotion outside the gates. Upon witnessing Jean Bing raise his submachine gun, Peter's heart raced, and he shouted, "Harry, watch out." Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch that obliterated the 2 thugs before him, leaping towards Harry and rolling to shield him behind the gate. In a split second, a hail of bullets swept through, knocking down 7 or 8 thugs and dramatically concluding their nefarious lives. We cannot hold them back. Their numbers are overwhelming, and they possess heavy firepower. Harry exhaled, stating, "The illusion should still be intact. We must retreat inside." Peter nodded. "Let us go." The 2 crouched low and vanished from sight. Jean Bing's barrage of bullets forced Peter and Harry back into the gate, claiming the lives of several other gang members. He chuckled, discarding the submachine gun, and exchanged a knowing glance with the target. The target nodded slightly, propelling himself forward towards the gate. However, before Jean Bing could revel in his triumph for even 10 seconds, the remaining thugs, wobbling and confused, stumbled back out of the farm. His expression froze. "Damn it." Zirin breathed a sigh of relief, though his countenance remained grim. Regardless of whether it is him, Jean Bing, or any of the others surrounding them, all believed that after several barges of rockets, the mysterious power of the farm would dissipate. However, the truth revealed itself. It did not. They were blissfully unaware that although the farm's maze was of a lower grade, it revolved around a diminutive array plate at its core. Unless the array plate was shattered, the maze would never vanish. Yet, the array plate was securely nestled within the cave, autonomously activated by the ethereal energy of the spiritual veins. Unless one could breach dimensions, the notion of destroying the array plate was nothing short of a fool's errand. Chapter 37. Outside the villa door, tension hung palpably in the air. The scene had reached a stalemate. Mysterious entities invariably evoke a sense of trepidation. The instinct to seek benefit while avoiding harm is inherent to human nature, particularly for those gathered around the farm. They would never dare to take risks lightly. None were fools, especially with so many competitors lurking with keen eyes. The target hesitated at the entrance, coming to a sudden halt. After a moment's contemplation, He gritted his teeth and steeled himself, reluctantly taking a step toward the door. At that moment, Jean Bing's voice rang out. "Shut your eyes." Long before Jean Bing contemplated taking action against the farm, he had thoroughly investigated its circumstances. He had gathered detailed accounts from those who had personally encountered the so-called specter, keenly understanding their feelings at the time. As the underworld sovereign of New York, Jean Bing possessed a certain level of acumen. Initially, he had assumed the farm's enigmatic power was akin to that of the Zirin, but upon closer comparison, he promptly dismissed that notion. The Zirin could ensnare individuals because they emitted a beguiling chemical aura. However, there was no such essence surrounding the farm. In Jean Bing's perspective, inducing a loss of consciousness could stem either from a body, such as through drugs or the chemical aura of the Zirin, or from consciousness itself, akin to illusions or hallucinations. He was aware that some mutants possessed such abilities, yet he could not be entirely certain. Observing the target's intent to test the waters, he contemplated for a moment and decided to offer a hint. The target paused, a flicker of realization crossing his mind as he understood. He promptly closed his eyes and stepped into the confines of the farm. Jean Bing's assumptions proved correct. The maze protecting the farm was merely the most rudimentary form, designed to confound a person's consciousness through sensory manipulation. Upon entering the maze's realm, those with the weakest will would see nothing at all, wandering back in a daze. Conversely, those with a slightly stronger resolve might perceive bizarre visions, largely reflective of their own thoughts and desires. If one were to close their eyes, thereby sealing off the most direct human senses, the maze would become utterly ineffective. Such mazes or illusions initially target the senses. The development process encompasses sight, hearing, taste, touch, and ultimately, the very essence of the soul's consciousness. At such a high level of advanced illusionary formations, it transcends mere illusions, embodying a terrifying lethality that directly targets the soul, an utterly horrifying prospect. Yet, this still does not represent the pinnacle of illusionary arrays. Ultimately, illusions can be encapsulated by the dual concepts of reality and unreality. Addressing the senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and consciousness, all are mere illusions. When one can refine the false into the true, transforming the illusory into the tangible, the illusionary formation evolves into a genuine array, possessing the power of creation. A single formation can manifest a real world, erasing the boundaries between reality and illusion. That is the true zenith of illusionary formations. Jean Bing observed as the target entered the formation step by step, not retreating like the previous henchman. His eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing through them. The warning Jean Bing had given about the target had already reached the ears of those nearby, prompting many to spring into action. Jean Bing exhaled deeply, sighing, "Let us go." With that, he wore a face of disappointment and turned to return to the vehicle. The purple-clad individual regarded Jean Bing with curiosity, unsure of what scheme this rascal was concocting. Even amidst numerous competitors, he believed Jean Bing would not simply abandon his plans. Was he truly prepared to leave? As the purple figure contemplated, a sly grin spread across his face, and he merely shrugged before turning to depart as well. "Ah, Jean de Fatty, you truly know the times." Suddenly, a sharp, grotesque laugh echoed, and the green demon, on a skateboard, screeched as he hurled a pumpkin bomb at Jean Bing. Charging headlong into the fray, Jean Bing barely managed to dodge, emerging from the explosion disheveled, his chubby face now smeared with dirt. He let out a grunt, clenched his fists, and watched the green demon's retreating figure with a flash of sternness in his eyes. "Let us go." Jean Bing intended to leave. Yet none of the others shared that sentiment. While they secretly mocked him, they also furrowed their brows. Aside from those henchmen, were they all fools? It was evident that Jean Bing must have other intentions. From clarity to obscurity? What of it? Meanwhile, the remaining gang members, nearly 200 strong, surged toward the farm. Just as they were about to breach the entrance, nearly 100 cars suddenly soared into the air, as if an invisible hand were molding and directing them, forming a massive, spiked wall that thunderously landed outside the farm gate, blocking their path. Magneto soared into the air, his aged yet resolute voice resonating throughout. "The soul-devouring magic is mine. Magneto S. All others be gone." The mention of Magneto startled many. His reputation was unparalleled across the globe. The fact that he had arrived caused several to reconsider their approach. Eric's calm and weathered voice dispelled Magneto's roar as an elderly gentleman with kind eyes, seated in a wheelchair, was pushed forth from the shadows. "Why did you come to New York without seeking me out? We are friends." Magneto's eyes flickered with recognition. "Charles, I didn't expect to see you here." He laughed heartily. "I am not afraid of you." Professor Charles shook his head. We have been old friends for many years. Your words wound me, Eric. Oomph. Magneto snorted. Wound. You still acknowledge our friendship? Charles, if it weren't for you, we mutants would have risen long ago. But you are too radical, Eric, Charles sighed. This world requires peace. Yet peace can only be achieved through war. Magneto roared. I, Magneto, have come here today for the Soul Sword. Charles, watch closely. Once I obtain the Soul Sword, I will consume all humanity, leaving only mutants in this world. I shall show you that all your efforts are in vain. Eric, Charles's voice rose sharply. The Soul Sword is too sinister. You should not covet it. I will never allow you to possess it. Then come stop me. Magneto chuckled, turning to soar into the farm. The core members of the Brotherhood of Mutants displayed their powers, demonstrating against the X-Men as they followed Magneto into the ghost farm. We must enter as well, Charles said solemnly. Jean Grey nodded quietly, pushing the professor's wheelchair toward the entrance. Behind them, Wolverine, Cyclops, Storm, Beast, and other key members of the X-Men surrounded them, stepping into the darkness of the farm together. Professor, what about Zhao Yu, the owner of the ghost farm? Why isn't he here? Jean's voice rang clear. The professor shook his head. I have a feeling he has some special plans. Professor, I believe he is simply afraid, Scott remarked with a smirk. Look at how many have come. Magneto, the mob, numerous extraordinary beings, and S-H-I-E-L-D. If I were him, I wouldn't dare to show myself either. That's you? Logan retorted, always at odds with Scott due to Jean. Coward. Scott's eyes behind his sunglasses began to glow red, but Professor Charles interjected, quiet down. We are not alone here. Scott grunted in response, the red glare fading as he shot Logan a cold glance before turning away. Charles sighed discreetly. Even as a sage, he found himself powerless in matters of love. The house hasn't collapsed after all. Aurora suddenly spoke up. The group looked up to see several clusters of people confronting each other outside the villa. Two young men stood resolutely at the entrance, refusing to budge, and the cacophony of voices echoed around them. Boss, what should we do now? Coulson asked, lowering his infrared binoculars to Nick Fury. Nick Fury also set down his binoculars, his tone icy. I didn't expect the underground world of New York to harbor so many formidable entities. If it weren't for them, HM. Coulson shrugged helplessly, stating that they were shorthanded. Nick inhaled deeply, asserting that King would not simply relent. He would undoubtedly lurk in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Coulson, keep a close watch on King. The items from the ghost farm must not fall into his hands. Understood, boss, Coulson replied earnestly, then picked up the communicator. Fury turned to Natasha, who stood nearby, and instructed, inform the New York Police Department that we are understaffed and require them to dispatch 100 SWAT officers immediately to assist us. Ensure they come equipped with heavy firepower. Natasha, upon hearing this, inquired, Boss, do you intend to capture them all? Fury's expression darkened. As a man of color, his already deep complexion rendered him nearly invisible in the dim light. Is that what you think, Agent Romanoff? Then perhaps you should take a trip and apprehend them all. Natasha shrugged. I'll notify them at once. Fury nodded, gazing into the pitch-black night sky, contemplatively murmuring, Where are you, Zhao Yu? Outside the villa on the farm. A throng of people was partially illuminated by the faint light cast from the entrance. Hundreds were present, the majority being gang enforcers. Yet the number of superhumans was also considerable. The two factions of mutants combined numbered over 20, supplemented by several other unidentified individuals, totaling at least 30 or 40. The major gangs, intimidated by the presence of superhumans, huddled together in a corner, too fearful to make a move. Magneto's Brotherhood of Mutants occupied one side, facing off against Professor Charles Xavier's X-Men. Other superhumans scattered around, lurking near the villa's entrance. Amidst this gathering of peculiar beings, Peter stood tense, bracing the door. Blood trickled from two gashes on his arm, and beneath his feet lay a motionless target. Beside him, Harry crouched, clutching an elderly man, his eyes fixed menacingly on Magneto. Only a few minutes had passed since the target had intruded upon the farm. The maze surrounding the farm had a limited effective range, resembling an inverted pot. Beyond this boundary, the influence would cease. Zhao Yu could not allow the entire farm to be enveloped by the maze, while it mattered little to him. It would undoubtedly complicate matters for others entering or exiting. The target was the first to reach the villa's entrance, determined to charge inside. Peter would not allow this rogue to breach the villa. A fierce battle ensued, and after merely a dozen exchanges, Peter, enduring two of the target's hidden strikes, managed to bring him crashing to the ground. The target, lacking the adamantium enhancements of his resurrected form, was merely flesh and blood, apart from his uncanny precision. He possessed no significant advantage over an ordinary human. While a covert ambush might pose a challenge for Peter, a direct confrontation was merely child's play. This is primarily due to the threat posed by the eye of the target to Peter. Otherwise, he would have easily evaded 3 or 5 moves. Just as Peter had knocked the eye down, the Green Goblin arrived. The Green Goblin was exceedingly audacious, yet he hesitated to act, mindful that Harry was his son. He merely resorted to verbal threats, demanding that Peter and Harry step aside. When they refused, the Green Goblin, driven by madness, contemplated violence, but Magneto arrived just in time. In Magneto's eyes, the Green Goblin was a minuscule figure. The pivotal point was the Green Goblin's hoverboard. With just a flick of his thought, the Green Goblin plummeted from the sky, landing in a most undignified manner. Subsequently, his hoverboard twisted and transformed into a sharp steel rod that descended, piercing through the Green Goblin's abdomen and pinning him to the ground. When the Green Goblin's mask fell aside, Harry was shocked to discover that it was, in fact, his father. In a fit of rage, he attempted to charge at Magneto, only to be restrained by Peter. Magneto, intending to teach these insignificant figures a lesson, was interrupted by the arrival of Professor Charles and his companions. In that instant, an unnatural stalemate ensued. The gangsters were paralyzed with fear, while the Brotherhood of Mutants and the X-Men remained on high alert. Other super beings refrained from intervening, intimidated by the fate that awaited the Green Goblin. They understood that anyone daring to act first would not escape Magneto's wrath. Especially potent was Professor Charles's influence. Aside from Magneto, who donned a helmet that shielded him from psychic powers, no one could withstand Professor Charles's might. Peter barred Harry's path, surveying the crowd with a fierce glare. "You are finished." He pointed at everyone present. "My master will be back shortly. You have trespassed into private territory. Killing you would not be a crime." "Crime?" Someone sneered ominously. "You little brat, what do you know of the law? Look around. Your farm has been reduced to rubble. Have you seen any police? If you wish to avoid death, it would be wise to step aside. Otherwise, we are many, and we fear not your pathetic master." "We are moving in," Charles stated, casting a casual glance toward the source of the voice before addressing Jean, who stood behind him. The members of the X-Men followed Professor Charles to Peter's side. "Hello, young man," Charles said warmly to Peter. "I am Charles Xavier, the headmaster of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. I have met your master." Initially on guard, Peter felt a slight easing of his tension upon hearing this. "You know my master?" "Indeed," Charles replied with a smile. "I met him just yesterday. I believe he is now aware of the events transpiring here and may return shortly." "And you all," Peter began. Charles interjected, "We are aware of the existence of the soul-sucking demon. Such malevolent forces must not be allowed to persist in this world. Young man, we have come to assist you." Though Peter harbored doubts, the earnest demeanor of Professor Charles, combined with his prior confrontation with Magneto, led him to tentatively conclude that this bald man was not an enemy for the time being. He expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." At that moment, Magneto interjected, "Charles, you always speak so grandiloquently. I cannot believe you are not tempted. This is an opportunity to dominate the entire planet." Charles remained silent, allowing Jean to speak on his behalf. "Magneto, do not assume the professor shares your malevolence. Your path is misguided. We are also human, yet they do not regard us as their kin." Magneto retorted angrily. "Every mutant among us has emerged from the suffering inflicted by humanity. We must seek vengeance." "Eric," Professor Charles sighed, "if you still consider us friends, I urge you to depart. I do not wish to harm my fellow beings, and I trust you feel the same." Magneto grunted in response. "If a fellow being stands in the way of success, I would not hesitate to eliminate him. Sacrifices must be made for triumph. Let's engage in battle without further ado." At that moment, the ever-restless Sabretooth roared and charged at Magneto, shouting, "Logan, I will kill you." Wolverine gritted his teeth, extending his claws with a sharp snap, and lunged forward, colliding with Sabretooth in a thunderous clash. Like a lit fuse, the core members of the Brotherhood of Mutants unleashed their powers, while the X-Men stood their ground, unwilling to yield. Chaos ensued, with flames, storms, and roars intertwining in a tumultuous frenzy. Meanwhile, Magneto waved his arms, causing the weapons in the hands of the gang members to be flung away, transforming mid-air into a barrage of steel projectiles that rained down. These steel spikes glimmered ominously, their sharpness undeniable. Under Magneto's control, they maneuvered skillfully, evading the Brotherhood members and targeting the X-Men. Charles could not bear to watch his students suffer at Magneto's hands. His eyes brightened as he took control of the Brotherhood members, seemingly intending to use them as shields against the raining steel spikes. Charles! Magneto bellowed. Yet he was compelled to redirect the spikes away. This was all within Charles's expectations. In his eyes, both the Brotherhood and the X-Men, despite their enmity, were still mutants. Throughout numerous battles, Charles had never resorted to lethal force. Utilizing the Brotherhood members to shield against Magneto's onslaught was a reluctant necessity. Countless steel spikes transformed into two serpentine lines under Magneto's will, one circling the area, seeking opportunities, while the other raced directly toward Professor Charles. The Colossus, standing before the Professor, roared and instantly morphed into his metallic form, shielding Charles. Magneto laughed heartily. Foolish. Steelman involuntarily soared into the air, crashing violently into Professor Charles. Quick as a flash, Peter yanked the Professor's wheelchair aside, causing Steelman to miss his target and instead smash into the villa's wall, creating a gaping hole and tumbling inside in a disoriented manner. The Mutant Brotherhood and the X-Men clashed fiercely, and the surrounding gangsters attempted to seize the opportunity to storm the villa, only to be disarmed and intimidated into retreat by the formidable powers of the mutants. However, other hidden superhumans stirred into action. Get out of the way, Charles! A thunderous roar echoed, followed by the crackling sound of bones in the darkness, as a colossal red giant charged forth with astonishing speed, creating a shockwave in the air. As he barreled through, he swept aside 3 or 5 individuals and charged directly toward the villa's entrance. Kane! Charles's expression shifted. Stop! A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he unleashed his psychic power, straining to redirect the rampaging red giant. Unable to resist, the giant collided with a nearby tree, snapping it in two and continuing to plow through the ground for over 100 meters, leaving a deep scar in the earth. Harry! Peter observed the escalating crisis. Although the Professor stood guard at the door, he was vulnerable, and if protection was lost, disaster could strike, especially with Magneto lurking ominously. Meanwhile, Harry remained crouched nearby, cradling the unconscious Norman. Get inside, Peter commanded. Take Uncle Norman with you. Harry hesitated momentarily, then took a deep breath, nodded, and lifted the unconscious Norman Osborn into the villa. Jean Grey withdrew from the fray, realizing that Steelman could not safeguard Professor Charles against Magneto. She exited the battle, using her telekinetic abilities to create a barrier, barely fending off Magneto's Iron Storm. Peter stood on guard, vigilant and alert, ensuring no one could exploit a gap and invade the villa. Steelman charged out of the villa once more, howling as he re-entered the fray. Magneto, feeling disgruntled, caught sight of Peter, and a surge of unbridled fury ignited within him. With a disdainful snort, he unleashed another torrent of steel, clawing toward Peter. Peter dodged repeatedly, yet found himself in a precarious predicament. He had intended to engage Magneto in close combat, but the relentless barrage of metal forced him into a corner, putting him in constant danger. In the midst of his evasive maneuvers, he was driven onto the villa's rooftop by Magneto's metallic onslaught. The torrent of steel pursued Peter relentlessly, and as it passed, the villa's roof crumbled like mere dust, transforming into a heap of debris in mere moments. The interior of the villa was suddenly laid bare for all to witness. Amidst the ruins, a shimmering aura repelled the falling fragments, creating a protective barrier against the chaos. In that ethereal glow, Harry was positioned atop Norman, presumably intending to shield him from the devastation wrought upon the villa. At the center, an ornate incense table displayed an array of writing implements, among which lay a precious seal. The hazy radiance emanated from this seal. A pair of azure hands flanked the jade emblem, belonging to a woman entirely enveloped in blue, her form ensnared by a luminous cord, frozen in a bowing posture. Her facial expression vividly lifelike. Raven! Both Magneto and Professor Charles exclaimed in unison. With a roar, Magneto summoned the tempest of steel from the battlefield, consolidating it into a singular entity, transforming into a colossal iron dragon that descended from the heavens, crashing thunderously into the shimmering light. The ensuing sound was deafening. Yet, the glow, though seemingly on the verge of collapse, displayed remarkable resilience. Harry, caught within the radiance, paled at this impact, but upon witnessing Magneto's futile strike, he managed to release a sigh of relief. Magneto's expression darkened, his fury intensifying. His bond with Mystique was extraordinary. He had always regarded her as a sister. Witnessing her in such a state, fearing for her life, filled him with profound sorrow. Despite his failure, he remained undeterred. The tempest of steel swirled and reformed into an immense iron gear, swiftly rotating and emitting a buzzing sound, akin to an electric saw, slicing fiercely. Are you courting death? Suddenly, a soft voice seemed to descend from the heavens, its origin unknown. Upon hearing this voice, Peter and Harry exchanged relieved expressions. Master, a figure clad in a chaotic-hued Taiji robe, wielding a flat cane, appeared silently, riding a horned blue beast, suddenly materializing above the ruins of the villa. He cast a calm glance at Magneto's iron gear, which instantly dissipated into nothingness. Not far off, Magneto emitted a muffled groan, blood erupting from his orifices as he collapsed. Unconscious. Freeze. With a single word, silence enveloped the scene. All present, whether engaged in battle or harboring ulterior motives, regardless of elemental forces or psychic waves, everything was suspended. This space had completely extricated itself from the universe. All was still. Chapter 39. Crimson Chaos and the Demon Lord's Fury. The Taoist, leaning against his azure beast, lightly lifted his cane, surveying the surroundings. His vision extended across a vast expanse, encompassing macro and micro, time and space, causal laws, and the principles of the world, all perceived as if within the palm of his hand. With just a thought, this vast realm, half a planet, could be erased from the multiverse, rendered into nothingness. A simple immobilization technique had frozen time and space. Such power was truly astonishing. Little did he expect that during his brief absence, all manner of malevolent beings would dare to wreak havoc in my mountain gate. He emanated an ethereal presence, seemingly entwined with the world, yet transcending the cosmos. A faint voice appeared to descend from the heavens. Though it was unmistakably Mandarin, all present understood its meaning with clarity. The immobilization technique he now wielded was executed with such silence, and yet resonated with earth-shattering impact. However, while he had stilled the bodies of all participants, their thoughts and senses remained unbound, not due to inability, but rather a refusal to comply. What use was speech if no one could hear? With a sweeping gaze, he surveyed the crowd, his sleeve flicking through the void, and in an instant, the assembly was divided into two factions. One group comprised the Brotherhood led by Magneto, a cadre of nefarious superhumans, along with gangsters, a contingent of SWAT officers, and certain agents. The other group consisted of Professor Charles Xavier's X-Men, alongside the hidden figures of Daredevil, the Punisher, and others from S.H.L.D., including some members of the New York Police Department, all drawn from the void by Zhao Yu. Casting a discerning glance, Zhao Yu perceived the karmic debts of these individuals and, using this as a foundation, focused his thoughts to gather those whose fortunes manifested in vibrant hues together, while those whose destinies were shrouded in darkness congregated separately. You, who summoned none, dared to breach my mountain gate in my absence, to oppress my disciples and steal my techniques. Such transgressions are heinous. Zhao Yu's gaze settled upon the group burdened with heavy karma, his cold eyes reflecting indifference. As if observing a mere swarm of ants, it was time for them to face the consequences of their actions. With that, he raised his palm and exerted a distant pressure as ripples traversed the fabric of space. A colossal, almost tangible hand descended from above, enveloping them. The intricate patterns upon the palm were vividly detailed, akin to a masterpiece of nature's artistry. Yet, within the minds of those beneath it, untainted by the freeze, despair reigned supreme. They were rendered incapable of even uttering a cry. In truth, the Taoist could have obliterated them with a mere thought or spoken command. Yet he refrained, intending instead to create a spectacle that would instill terror. This was his true aim. Stay your course. Just then, an eerie cry echoed from afar, drawing ever closer with astonishing speed, arriving in an instant from the horizon. A streak of crimson-black brilliance transcended time and space, reaching the farm above in a fraction of a heartbeat. This cry brimmed with boundless destruction, slaughter, and insatiable greed, suffused with overwhelming negative emotions. Upon hearing this sound, those immobilized by Zhao Yu found themselves involuntarily entranced, their souls tainted by various dark sentiments. In that moment, their eyes glowed red, consumed by desires for annihilation and carnage. Even Professor Charles, a master of mental prowess, succumbed to the same fate, rendered no different from ordinary mortals, now possessed by demonic influences. Had they not been restrained, these individuals would have surely descended into chaos, oblivious to friend or foe. Not only humans, but even the flora within the sound's reach withered under its influence, swiftly turning to dust. Yet amidst that eerie cry, the previously immobilized space and time, bound by Zhao Yu's spell, began to tremble, signaling the imminent dissolution of the binding enchantment. The Crimson Chaos Supreme Demon. Zhao Yu's countenance shifted, his voice cold and indifferent, resonated like a refreshing rain descending from the heavens, akin to the sun blazing in the sky, sweeping away all negative energies. Under his presence, the onlooker's eyes cleared. Recalling the recent events with collective astonishment, he summoned a thread of chaotic light at his fingertip, elevating his hand to direct it forth. With a soft pop, in the blink of an eye, the dark crimson light collided with the chaotic glimmer Zhao Yu had unleashed, producing a gentle sound akin to a pebble dropping into water. Devoid of a thunderous boom, yet the space around them shattered like glass upon impact. These were fragments of space. Countless shards of space swirled amidst the crimson and chaotic lights, swiftly forming a pitch-black vortex, exuding immense gravitational pull, drawing everything towards its abyss. Before the colossal wave of magical energy generated by the collision could disperse, it was drawn back by the black hole. On the ground, everything caught in the aftermath, those released from their bindings, the ruins of the villa, trees, flowers, stones, soil, and even the lake, were lifted, rapidly spiraling into the gaping maw of the black hole. Run! The crowd, filled with terror, attempted to flee, but escape was futile. The gravitational force was boundless, emanating from within and without, as if it sought to consume their very souls. Crimson Chaos, what are you attempting to do? Zhao Yu's voice rang out, resonating with authority. Last time, I spared your life after our encounter. This time, I shall ensure this demon does not escape. Zhao Yu dismounted from the azure unicorn, standing tall as he ascended into the sky, raising his palm for a distant strike. This strike radiated in all directions, transcending time and space, resolving all causes and effects without a single blind spot. The space above the farm was compressed under this strike, unfurling into a circular sheet. It was as if infinite dimensions had been flattened into a mere piece of paper. What a remarkable technique. Tai Yi, your prowess grows ever more formidable. This demon is no match for you. The Crimson Chaos Supreme demon screeched, leaping forth from the layered dimensions, casting a black-red orb from his hand. As the orb rolled, it tore through space, creating an unfathomable chasm in its wake. Foul demon, Zhao Yu bellowed, slamming his palm down to capture the orb, swiftly flicking it into the increasingly powerful black hole. Do you intend to annihilate this continent? The previously unyielding coldness in Zhao Yu's demeanor shifted to fury as he leaped forward, vanishing from sight, and in the next heartbeat, he appeared beside the Crimson Chaos Supreme Demon, raising his hand to unleash a surge of violet flame, enveloping his foe entirely. With a soft hiss, under the embrace of the violet flames, the black-red-robed demon was instantly reduced to a wisp of smoke, vanishing without a trace. Gaga Doshue fire. Doi, you have been deceived. Yet, astonishingly, the demon's sovereign appeared beneath the black hole. Despite the boundless gravitational pull of the black hole, it could not even ruffle his garments. With a sweeping motion of his arm, his crimson and black, shadowy sleeves transformed into an expansive canopy, drawing in those burdened by heavy karma who had been lured into midair by the black hole. Tai Yi, I shall eventually seek vengeance upon you. A wise demon avoids immediate peril. This demon sovereign departs. The Scarlet Chaos Supreme demon laughed maniacally, flicked his sleeve at the black hole, causing it to suddenly double in size, with its gravitational force increasing tenfold, as it seemed others were on the verge of being consumed and turned to nothingness. Old demon, you seek death. Zhao Yu bellowed, unleashing a beam of white light from his mouth. In the next instant, he transcended space and time, appearing above the retreating old demon, who cried out in terror, Tai Yi, this is not over. Zhao Yu cast a glance at the fleeing demon, sighed deeply, and with a flick of his sleeve, he struck the void, producing two sharp sounds. In response, the black hole suddenly faltered, its gravitational force dissipating entirely. Those who were nearly in despair plummeted from the height of 1,000 meters like dumplings. Zhao Yu waved his sleeve once more, transforming into a gentle breeze that swept up the group, ensuring their safe descent to the ground. As they landed, each individual appeared pale, gasping for breath. I think I may have a heart condition, Fry gasped, clutching his chest, barely able to stand. Coulson had already collapsed onto the ground, speechless. Natasha's face was filled with terror, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Professor Charles trembled with both hands, his lips twitching. In this manner, the group felt as though they had traversed the precipice of life and death, witnessing a truly grand spectacle, with the manipulation of time and space, the summoning of a black hole, and the casual gestures capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. In mere moments, the two had concluded their clash, while they themselves lingered between life and death, with their fates dictated by the hands of others. They were not merely human. They were divine demons. No wonder he was called the Demon Sovereign. Many recalled the figure in the black and red robe, shuddering with trepidation. I know you have come not to covet the soul-devouring demon technique. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Yu had returned to his seat atop the azure Qilin. As he spoke, he was actually preoccupied with receiving the rewards for the second phase of the main quest from the system, 20,000 fortune points and an artifact. As soon as the fortune points were in hand, he swiftly exchanged 10,000 points for the complete volume of the 3-yuan unification refining Qi technique and 5,000 for the 5 elements magnetic divine light spell. He also exchanged 3,000 fortune points for the first volume of the alchemy classic. Thus, while simultaneously absorbing the newly acquired techniques, he continued to speak. The holy calling token could only be used for half an hour, and nearly 5 minutes had already passed, had he not been without fortune points earlier. Zhao Yu would have exchanged for the technique much sooner. At this juncture, the task had been completed, and the fortune had been secured. Thus, time must be seized without hesitation. 25 minutes, though slightly regrettable, was still acceptable. That sorcerer's technique was one I had wrested from the hands of the Red Chaos Supreme Demon Lord. However, it was merely a flawed foundational method from his incomplete tome of the chaotic red origin demon scripture, of little practical use. This demon is exceedingly cunning. I had initially believed that seizing his complete scripture would grant me insight into its arcane secrets, allowing me to suppress him decisively and thwart his malevolent endeavors. Regrettably, it turned out to be nothing more than a fragmented remnant, further sealed by a formidable enchantment, rendering it temporarily indestructible. This misunderstanding has led to numerous covetous gazes, thus creating the present predicament. Despite your individual ulterior motives, the destruction of my mountain gate bears your shared responsibility. Nonetheless, I am not of the demonic path and thus adhere to reason. Simply restore my mountain gate to its original state, and I shall refrain from pursuing any grievances. What say you? While speaking, Zhao Yu's Tai Chi robe billowed slightly, and, unbeknownst to others, he utilized this farming expanse to his advantage, channeling the divine essence still within him to comprehend the profound intricacies of the 5 elements primal magnetic divine light, simultaneously establishing a formidable array. Meanwhile, the Tai cave heaven was completely refined in the blink of an eye, its form drastically altered. The couple residing within the cave was now utterly bewildered, helplessly observing as the landscape transformed. Mountains rose, palaces ascended, and towers reached towards the heavens, swiftly manifesting the aura of a sect. Master, at that moment, a distant voice called out, I shall restore the mountain gate. Can I outdo my wealth? Zhao Yu looked up. You have arrived? Of course, was the reply. Zhao Yu had anticipated this. His ethereal essence encompassed the void, knowing and perceiving all within a 10,000-mile radius. It was Tony. Zhao Yu nodded slightly, lowering his gaze to Peter, who stood below. Travel 30 miles south to the coast and bring back Magneto for me. A what? Peter was taken aback. Zhao Yu gestured, imparting a thread of information into Peter's mind from afar, simultaneously healing Peter's wounds, saying, that old demon took away those burdened with heavy karma. I struck him from a distance, inflicting considerable harm and causing him to abandon Magneto. This Magneto is quite troublesome, with my mountain gate in ruins. He bears a significant portion of the blame and must be duly punished. I have imprinted the location of Magneto into your mind. You need only go. Understood, Master. Peter exclaimed, invigorated, and swiftly departed, encountering his elder brother Tony, who was hastily approaching. Chapter 40. Concluding matters, it was time to reopen the mountain gate. Tony, step forward. Zhao Yu beckoned to Tony, who involuntarily soared into the air. Zhao Yu reached out, and with a swift motion, several minute metallic fragments shot forth from Tony's chest. Before he could utter a cry of pain, the wound had already healed, leaving no trace of injury. Tony blinked, feeling a profound sense of relief. I am healed. Zhao Yu smiled and nodded. I have successfully extracted all the shrapnel from your body and healed your hidden injuries. Tony shrugged. Well, I should thank you then. Zhao Yu furrowed his brow. What kind of speech is that? Tony hesitated. Master. Now that is more like it. Zhao Yu chuckled, gesturing for Tony to land. With a swift motion, he healed the injuries of Harry and his father Norman, who were enveloped in the faint light of the Tai treasure seal amidst the ruins below. He then turned to the crowd on the ground and said, During my tranquil meditation, my primordial spirit reflected upon the void, and I gleaned a thread of heavenly insight. In this tumultuous world, rife with conflict and bloodshed, I have descended from the mountains to enlighten all beings, hence the establishment of this Tai sect. His gaze fell upon Professor Charles. I spoke with Professor Charles yesterday. To open a sect, one must naturally take in disciples. A handful of individuals is insufficient. I have observed the extraordinary talents of mutants and wish to accept a few disciples. What are your thoughts on this, Professor Charles? Without waiting for Charles's response, he turned to the one-eyed Fury. Although your S.H.L.D. often operates in the shadows with a diverse array of members and intentions, on the whole, you few possess lofty aspirations. As your director, you embody a certain merit and destiny. Since I am establishing a sect to educate all beings, you shall be included. I have a proposal. Please speak. Fury inclined slightly. You may select a few individuals whom you deem worthy to come and study my teachings, thus becoming registered disciples. Whether they serve S.H.I.L.D. or pursue other paths, as long as they do not engage in wrongdoing or bring disgrace to my sect, I shall concern myself with nothing else. What say you? Fury's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. He had no desire for the soul-devouring demon technique now. Clearly, the old demon adept in that art was no match for this formidable individual before him. What future could there be in a fragmentary and flawed soul-devouring demon technique? Just as he contemplated how to gain some advantage from this powerful being, the opportunity presented itself directly. He nodded eagerly. Mr. Zhao, we are willing. Good, Zhao Yu replied, turning his attention back to Charles. The same applies to mutants. It depends solely on their willingness, Professor Charles. If there are those who wish to join my sect, you must not impede them. Let this be our agreement, shall we? Charles gazed up at the seated Zhao Yu, letting out a soft sigh. So be it. In truth, he had lost the initiative. A formidable being like Zhao Yu would not be swayed, and he could not oppose him. The sheer strength Zhao Yu had previously displayed was enough to captivate countless hearts. The same held true for the mutants. One could only imagine how many of those present would yearn for such overwhelming power that could obliterate worlds with a mere gesture. Furthermore, Charles had his considerations. Should Zhao Yu accept mutants as disciples, their circumstances might improve with him as their support. Moreover, with S.H.I.L.D. involved, this could foster a closer relationship between the mutants and the organization. Regardless, Charles felt that this might not be such a grave matter. Perhaps, seizing this opportunity, mutants could find their resurgence. Though he was conflicted and hesitant, he found no reason to oppose it. Zhao Yu nodded, declaring, a great virtue. He then addressed Fury. That old sorcerer, having abducted those deeply sinful individuals, surely has ulterior motives. It is my humble conjecture that there will be much to contend with in the future. As the S.H.I.L.D. is responsible for matters concerning the extraordinary, I offer this caution. You must remain vigilant. Upon hearing this, Fury immediately grasped the implications. Recalling the formidable nature of that old sorcerer, he shuddered and inquired, Mr. Zhao, what do you believe he will do? Zhao Yu replied, I have clashed with that sorcerer on numerous occasions, and until now, we have each been solitary, detached from the world. Now that he has witnessed my establishment of a sect, it is likely that he will be tempted. Fury's expression tightened. Are you suggesting that he, too, will establish a sect and take disciples? Zhao Yu nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Otherwise, why would he abduct those wretched souls? The deeper the sins, the more expedient their cultivation becomes under his teachings. Fury opened his mouth, a grave expression overtaking his features. He bowed to Zhao Yu. Mr. Zhao, please. You must assist us. Zhao Yu smiled gently. If that sorcerer refrains from action, I too shall remain passive. Should he choose to act, only then will I intervene. Unless that esteemed individual from Japan achieves a breakthrough capable of subduing the sorcerer, we cannot eliminate this threat. As for his potential disciples and teachings, I have my own students to handle that, and your S.H.I.L.D. is not without its own strengths, is it? He then shifted the topic. That sorcerer sustained significant injuries from our previous encounter. I suspect he will require time to recover and will not dare to show himself for a while. I am here, and my Taiji sect is also present. Thus, there should be no immediate concerns within New York. You must pay closer attention to other regions. Fury exhaled softly in relief. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Yu waved his sleeve dismissively. It is no trouble. He then surveyed the area. In that case, you may take your leave. I shall not detain you at my mountain gate. Remember, for those interested, they may return here tomorrow, and I will teach according to their talents, whether by accepting disciples or recording names. Once the crowd dispersed, there remained only 5 or 6 minutes of the sacred possession. Zhao Yu inhaled deeply, rising to his full height. With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, the disorder of the farm vanished without a trace, the ground becoming level once more. He shook his sleeves again, and the azure smoke dissipated, the cane in his hand having also vanished. Stepping onto the ground, His Taiji robe transformed effortlessly into its original attire. Then, raising a hand, the last remaining incense table's Taiji treasure seal spun gracefully, its radiance being absorbed. Before settling in his palm, the shapeshifter immediately regained her vitality, attempting to flee. Zhao Yu beckoned, and she found herself drawn to his side, unable to move. He then reached out, retrieving Jessica, who had been rendered unconscious by Raven and buried in the basement, placing her beside him. Tony and Harry supported Norman as they approached Zhao Yu. Believing in the master's abilities, they assumed the farm could be restored in the blink of an eye. However, in this world, the cycle of cause and effect dictates that one must bear responsibility for their actions. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Zhao Yu remarked calmly, "Do not concern yourself with the restoration of this farm, Tony. Tomorrow, others will come to undertake this task." Tony nodded in agreement. Zhao Yu then glanced at Norman and said to Harry, "Your father has been injected with a certain substance that has significant side effects, provoking the emergence of a frenzied second persona. I trust you have already witnessed this." Harry nodded, his expression tinged with melancholy. Zhao Yu continued, "I have two propositions for you. First, I can intervene to assist you and your father in resolving this matter and simultaneously cure the hereditary illness plaguing the Osborn family. Second, I can refrain from intervening, allowing you to cultivate and reach a certain level of proficiency, at which point you can address this issue on your own." He spoke thoughtfully. "Should I take action? Success is guaranteed. However, this would deprive you of a valuable opportunity to hone your spirit through adversity. What will you choose?" Upon hearing this, Harry's face reflected a struggle. He glanced at Norman, who seemed hesitant to speak, then back at his master, Zhao Yu. Finally, with a determined expression, he declared, "Master, I will resolve this myself." Zhao Yu's face lit up with delight. "Excellent. This is the mark of a worthy disciple. Both Norman's second persona and the hereditary illness are trials you must face, yet they also serve as immense motivation. By transforming obstacles into driving forces, you will grow rapidly. I am gratified by your choice." Norman sighed softly, but bore a look of satisfaction. Zhao Yu then addressed him. "I shall first suppress your second persona to prevent any disturbances that may trouble Harry." Without waiting for Norman's response, he flicked his fingers, sending a stream of power into Norman's mind, sealing and suppressing the youthful second persona. Norman's expression tightened as he touched his forehead, then calmly stated, "I do not know if I am right or wrong, but if my existence causes Harry any trouble, I would willingly perish." "Thank you, Mr. Zhao." Zhao Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Harry is your son and my disciple. There is no need for such formalities." He then shifted his focus. "The farm is in ruins, so we shall not keep Mr. Osborn here tonight. Harry, there should still be some empty vehicles outside. Take your father away and see Jessica off, then return promptly." Zhao Yu's gaze fell on Jessica. Although the situation does not concern her directly, her fragile disposition renders her unfit for cultivation. If she awakens, inform her that she need not return to the farm. "Yes, master." Once Harry had taken Norman away, only Zhao Yu, Tony, and the rigidly poised Mystique remained. At this moment, Zhao Yu's boundless and devastating powers were beginning to wane. He hastily waved his hand to lift the restrictions on Mystique, and his energy dissipated like a receding tide, leaving him with an unsettling emptiness. Yet, in an instant, he quelled this emotional turmoil, restoring tranquility to his heart. "What brings you here?" he inquired of Tony. "Have you just returned to New York?" Tony glanced at his watch and replied, "It is now 2 a.m. I arrived back in New York yesterday afternoon." He exaggerated with a playful lick of his lips, chuckling, "I initially intended to unwind at a club, but then I feared you might perish here without anyone to lift my restrictions." Zhao Yu's brow furrowed, and he swiftly delivered slap. With a resounding crack, Tony yelped, "Did you just hit me? I am your master. It is only rightful that I discipline you." Zhao Yu retorted sternly, "You, gravely injured, should be recuperating at home, not gallivanting at a club. And you fear for my demise? If I do not discipline you, well, should I?" Tony puffed out his chest defiantly. "I feared you might actually die here." Zhao Yu responded with another slap, admonishing, "Honor your master. Remember this." He exhaled deeply and continued, "How did you come to know? Who am I?" Tony subtly stepped back, declaring, "I'm Tony Stark. There is nothing in New York that escapes my notice." Zhao Yu nodded slightly, yet swiftly shifted the topic. "But what possessed you to come alone? How could my foolish disciple be so reckless? A prodigy, you say? I see only a fool. If I were to falter against them, would you come rushing in to meet your demise?" Tony protested, "I am your disciple, and you speak of me thus?" Zhao Yu shook his head in resignation. "From now on, remember to deliberate deeply and act within your means." Moments later, Harry returned. Shortly thereafter, Peter leaped forward. carrying the unconscious Magneto. Eric, Mystique, who had previously dared not move, could no longer contain herself upon seeing Magneto, bloodied yet alive, and quickly snatched him up, exclaiming in distress. Chapter 41. The Facade of the Sect, the Mountain Steps. He is not dead, Zhao Yu remarked nonchalantly. Raven paused, then remembered to check for a pulse at Magneto's neck, leaning down to listen for a heartbeat, feeling somewhat relieved. However, while the death penalty may be avoided, the living punishment remained inevitable. Just as Raven had not yet fully relaxed her heart, Zhao Yu spoke again. Magneto has destroyed my sect's entrance and wronged my disciple. He must be punished. And you, Mystique, have trespassed into my domain and stolen my treasures. His voice was stern. Speak. How do you intend to make amends? Raven hesitated and softly replied, We will restore your house. Unacceptable, Zhao Yu replied coldly. Had I not left a contingency plan, had I returned a moment later, treasures would have been lost and my disciples would have suffered casualties. Such transgressions cannot be easily dismissed. Tony was observing Raven with a sly glimmer in his eyes, tugging at Zhao Yu's garment. She isn't wearing clothes. Zhao Yu was momentarily taken aback, turning around to glare fiercely at Tony. Do you think I am unaware? Go away. Get lost. Tony and the other two brothers chuckled and promptly retreated to a distance. Though Tony's words were softly spoken, the stillness of the night amplified them, and Raven naturally heard. While her blue visage betrayed no blush, a tinge of embarrassment flickered across her features. In front of Zhao Yu, she concentrated her thoughts, and her skin transformed, manifesting an outfit of illusion. After the initial embarrassment, Raven, in a fit of defiance, declared, Do as you please, kill if you wish. Zhao Yu scoffed. What benefit would I gain from killing you? Upon hearing this, Raven felt a secret sense of relief. Then Zhao Yu continued, Even a piece of toilet paper holds value. You two living beings can at least perform some menial tasks. My sect is short-handed, lacking workers, so you shall remain here to serve for life. Serve for life. Raven seethed with anger. Do you consider us slaves? Why not? Zhao Yu replied with a cold laugh. If you have the capability, go report me to the New York Police Department. Raven was instantly rendered speechless. Report? Who would dare come after you? After tonight, the name of Tai, the master of the ghost farm, would surely resonate throughout the extraordinary realm and elite circles. Whether government or extraordinary beings, who would dare provoke him? If Zhao Yu didn't trouble others, they would be grateful. Raven's heart sank into despair, envisioning a future where she would be treated like a beast of burden, rising before the rooster crows, sleeping later than the dogs, toiling under harsh conditions, performing menial tasks, and occasionally receiving a whip's crack as reprimand. A veritable hell. Zhao Yu, witnessing her distress, secretly chuckled, maintaining an impassive facade as he produced a pill, flicking it into Raven's hand. Give this to Eric. What is this? A slow-acting poison? Raven perceived malice and pessimism in everything around her. It's for healing. Zhao Yu glanced at her and then gestured for Tony and the others to come over. The trio, engrossed in lively banter, hastily approached. Master, they greeted respectfully. Zhao Yu turned to Tony. You often do not come to the farm, and there are many matters of the sect that you, as the senior brother, are unaware of. Since you are here today, I shall properly inform you. As he spoke, he waved his hand, casting 3 celestial seals that flew into the minds of Tony, Raven, and Magneto. The true location of the sect was not this farm existing in a normal dimension, but rather the Tai celestial realm, overlapping with the farm, yet situated in another dimension. With a sweep of his sleeve, Zhao Yu brought everyone into the celestial realm. Though the external world was shrouded in night, within the celestial realm, it was perpetually day. The 9-tiered celestial realm was not a complete dimensional world, lacking the cycle of seasons and the rise and fall of the sun and moon. Were it not for the nourishing pulse of spiritual energy, this celestial realm would undoubtedly be desolate. A mere moment's glance left several individuals momentarily blinded by a sudden, gentle radiance. Once their senses returned, they beheld an extraordinary sight. The present landscape of this celestial realm had transformed drastically since its inception. Once barren and lifeless, it now flourished with lush greenery. Though towering trees were absent, saplings and verdant grass thrived in perfect order. This transformation was the result of the innate power of the realm. With the abundant spiritual energy permeating the celestial world, flora here grew at an astonishing rate. In no time, perhaps within half a year, this realm would be adorned with sprawling forests. A delicate mist, born of vibrant spiritual energy, drifted gently, casting an ethereal veil over the entire landscape, evoking a sense of transcendent beauty and serene tranquility. Tony, utterly astonished, exclaimed, "Is this another dimension?" He could hardly believe his eyes, darting back and forth, occasionally crouching to pluck a blade of grass to verify its authenticity, jumping about, running, and taking deep breaths. Finally, perplexity crossed his face. By my understanding, different dimensions should exhibit significant discrepancies in fundamental environmental parameters. Zhao Yu smiled and replied, "Science often relies on detailed data to describe all that is observed. Yet there exists much in the universe that eludes quantification. You may not grasp it now, but when you cultivate your primordial spirit and traverse the cosmos, reflecting upon the void, you will come to comprehend the mysteries of dimensions and realms." Tony shrugged at this. "Master, look over there." Peter pointed excitedly at a cluster of palatial structures nestled atop a mist-shrouded, steep, and elegant hill. "When were these built?" Harry echoed his astonishment. At that moment, Ben and May approached swiftly from a distance, inquiring, "Zhao, did the topography of the celestial realm just change? These buildings seem to have sprung forth from the mountainside. What has transpired?" Zhao Yu chuckled lightly. "I had intended to establish our sect here, originally planning for my disciples to construct it gradually. However," he glanced pointedly at his 3 disciples, "today's events have disrupted my plans. It seems likely that many will come to seek my guidance soon, and with an increase in disciples, it would be rather inappropriate for the sect to lack a proper facade. Hence, I took the liberty of enhancing the celestial realm, particularly this hill. What was once merely a mound now possesses a sense of grandeur, rising to 500 meters, crowned with the sect's architecture." The group gazed upward. First, the mist-enshrouded hill captured their attention. At its base, a formidable white jade archway stood, inscribed with 2 sinuous, seemingly profound symbols of the Tao. A staircase of naturally formed bluestone wound upward from behind the jade gate. Zhao Yu led his 3 disciples directly toward the archway, with Ben and May following closely behind, while Raven carried the still unconscious Magneto at the rear. After passing through the jade gate, Zhao Yu ascended the steps and remarked, "This celestial realm is still in its nascent stage, characterized by its limited expanse and a modest elevation of the mountains. The stone staircase comprises a mere 299 steps, each 2 feet in height, leading directly to the palace cluster nestled halfway up the mountain. During the prior renovations, all medicinal herbs that were originally planted here were relocated down the slope, designating this area as the future medicinal fields of our sect. Indeed, the 9-tiered celestial realm merely represents the rudimentary phase of such realms. In the future, when Zhao Yu's resources are ample enough to acquire additional spiritual veins or receive reward from tasks that grant other celestial realms or spiritual veins, he will be able to integrate them, thereby fostering the growth of this celestial domain." The group followed Zhao Yu in unison as they ascended the staircase. After surpassing the 100th step, it was Peter who appeared the most at ease, followed by Harry, then the couple Ben and his wife, with Raven, who was carrying Magneto, coming in second to last. As for Tony, he was already breathless. Among them, Peter had cultivated his pure yang body refinement fist to the 5th level, rendering him incredibly robust. Not only could he conquer 100 steps, but even 1,000 would only leave him slightly winded. Harry had surprisingly broken into the 2nd level of the pure yang body refinement fist, having gained insights from previous battles, making this a recent breakthrough. Although the couple was no longer young, their prolonged time spent on the farm and regular excursions into the celestial realm, along with the nourishment of spiritual energy and the occasional elixir from Zhao Yu, as well as his teachings of Tai Chi, had endowed them with remarkable vitality. Raven, while possessing a physique that could rival Harry's and surpass that of the couple, found herself hindered by the burden she carried, thus trailing behind them. As for Tony, it goes without saying that he had yet to reach even the 1st level of body refinement, and he was naturally drenched in sweat from the exertion. It is important to note that the height between each step is 2 feet, approximately 60 centimeters. For an average person, ascending such a staircase is an arduous task. Tony, possessing a physique superior to that of an ordinary individual, managed to climb 100 steps, yet was truly a testament to his perseverance. Otherwise, he would have collapsed long ago. Observing this, Zhao Yu could not bear it any longer and lifted Tony by the arm as one might a small chicken, striding up the steps with ease. Tony, being hoisted, wiped his nose and shrugged. "All right, I concede that I cannot compare to you all." Zhao Yu then spoke. "As the elder brother, you have received the teachings from me half a month earlier than Peter. Although circumstances have prevented you from coming to the farm and receiving elixirs, it has been quite some time, and you have yet to master even the 1st level of body refinement. You must diligently cultivate your skills to prevent your junior brothers from surpassing you, or you will find it difficult to hold your head high as their elder brother." Tony fell silent. Yet within him stirred a newfound sense of urgency. Zhao Yu continued, when I was renovating the celestial realm, I established a formation along this mountain path. To become a disciple of our sect, one must pass through this formation's trials, ascending the staircase step by step. Depending on the level of trials completed, one may become a named disciple or a directly taught disciple. The three of you share a significant bond with me. Thus, you will bypass this step and directly become my personally taught disciples. It is precisely for this reason that you must strive even harder in your cultivation. This is not a privilege, but rather a motivation. With a contemplative tone, he remarked that originally, entering the cave realm would result in a random appearance at any location. However, following my modifications, entry into the cave realm is now fixed at the base of the mountain, requiring all future entrants to ascend the steps to access the sect. Beside him, Ben chuckled ruefully, noting that the elderly among them would indeed face hardships. Zhao Yu responded with a smile, assuring them that they too must cultivate, and their physical forms would naturally strengthen. Observing the couple, he remarked that they appeared quite well, indeed far superior to Tony. Tony, who was being carried by Zhao Yu, suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. At 30, he found himself outmatched by those in their 40s and 50s, a realization that was particularly humiliating for the proud Tony. Chapter 42. The Simple Sect and the Stone Tower Scriptures. As they conversed, the group finally ascended the 299 steps, arriving at a spacious and level area before the sect's grand entrance. This area, approximately 20 meters in both length and width, was crafted from a singular large piece of blue stone, intricately engraved with a diagram of Tai Chi and the 8 trigrams, exuding an air of natural mystique. The archway at the mountain's base could be regarded as the mountain gate, while this was the true entrance to the sect. Lifting his gaze, he beheld the blue stone courtyard walls, where a stone door towered 3 meters high. To either side of the door hung massive bronze rings, and above it, a plaque inscribed with the characters Tai I. Gently placing Tony down, Zhao Yu approached and pushed the bronze ring. The door creaked open with a resonant hum. This door, 3 feet thick and 10 meters tall, required an immense force of 5,000 pounds, equivalent to 2.5 tons, to budge even slightly. Turning to his companions, Zhao Yu declared that from this day forth, any direct disciples of the sect must push open this door on their own. The group fell silent in astonishment, with Tony particularly taken aback. What do you mean? Zhao Yu shot him a glance and proclaimed, you have 3 months. During this period, you may enter and exit the sect alongside your second junior brother, Peter, who is currently capable of opening this door. After 3 months, if you still cannot push it open by yourself, you shall face punishment. Tony exclaimed in despair, Master, just kill me instead. 3 months, 2.5 tons of force. How is that even possible? It is entirely possible, Zhao Yu retorted. How long has your second junior brother been cultivating? Tony glanced at Peter, who stood quietly and replied, less than 2 months. Tony sighed dramatically. I wish I were dead. Death would spare me from punishment. His lament echoed his despair, my life, my beautiful women, my sports cars. Zhao Yu scoffed, dismissing Tony's plight, and continued, Harry has only been cultivating for 10 days and still has 2 months and 20 days remaining. He then declared from now on, this rule shall be established. Any direct disciple who does not meet the standard within 3 months shall face punishment. With these words, a new sect rule was set, and Zhao Yu turned to enter the grand door. At this moment, Raven, who had been hesitant to speak, looked at Tony with a smirk and said, Oh, Monopoly, your hard days are coming. Tony retorted with a glance, Your hard days are the ones that are truly beginning. Raven's expression immediately soured. Upon entering the grand gates, they were greeted by a staircase, albeit a mere 9 steps, leading up to the main hall of the sect. The sect must adhere to its own regulations, and this hall serves as the venue for significant decisions. To the left of the main hall lies the training arena, while the right houses the affairs hall. Zhao Yu remarked, the training arena is self-explanatory. It is where low-level combat skills and spells are practiced. The affairs hall, for the time being, oversees the various tasks of the sect, including the issuance of missions. Issuing missions? Peter and the others inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Zhao Yu replied. For instance, if the sect requires a certain item, be it a plant, animal, or medicinal herb, it will post a mission in the affairs hall. Those capable may take on the task, and, upon completion, earn contributions to the sect. Sect contributions? The 3 disciples echoed in unison. As I mentioned, since this is a sect, it must have its own rules. The 3-month deadline previously set is one such rule. There are many others as well, including those concerning techniques. As they walked, Zhao Yu elaborated. The core regulations of the sect are few. Do not betray the sect, do not harm fellow disciples, do not act recklessly, do not indiscriminately kill the innocent, and do not violate the teachings. Educate all beings and guide the masses. These are the fundamental principles. However, the internal rules of the sect are numerous. All direct disciples must establish their foundation through the pure yang body refining fist, requiring either 100 low-level pills, 30 mid-level pills, or 10 high-level pills each month. This is a benefit of the foundation stage within the sect. Should one wish to practice techniques other than the pure yang body refining fist, or seek additional pills to aid their cultivation, they must exchange sect contributions. Upon hearing this, Tony was the first to respond. That seems quite reasonable. Peter and Harry nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite reasonable, Zhao Yu said with a knowing smile. But do not be surprised when you find your contributions insufficient later on. The three disciples exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the potential difficulties ahead. Meanwhile, the couple nearby, along with Raven holding Magneto, could only listen, making mental notes of the conversation. As they spoke, they exited the Grand Hall, observing the training arena, a stretch of 20 meters wide, extending around the mountain's waist for 100 meters, and the affairs hall on the opposite side. I plan to appoint you to manage the affairs hall, Zhao Yu stated. As the framework of the sect is newly established, there will not be many tasks initially. Thus, we will only set up the affairs hall for the time being. Its jurisdiction is quite broad, encompassing the herb fields and various chores. I can take on the role temporarily. The couple nodded in agreement. Zhao Yu then turned to Mei and asked, "We shall establish a housekeeping department under the affairs hall. How do you feel about leading it, Ms. Mei?" Mei inquired, "What will the responsibilities of the housekeeping department entail?" "Primarily, it will involve cleaning and cooking. If you find it cumbersome, I will not insist," Zhao Yu chuckled. "No, I am quite capable," Mei responded with a warm smile. "Very well." Having spoken, Zhao Yu turned his gaze towards Raven, or more precisely, towards the Magneto she was cradling. At such an advanced age, now that he had awakened, why linger in a woman's embrace? Zhao Yu remarked nonchalantly. Just as Magneto regained consciousness, he heard a commendatory word, only to be noticed by Zhao Yu. His aged face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly struggled to his feet. "Your actions have displeased me greatly. However, I am not unreasonable. Since no irreparable harm has been done, I shall spare your life. Nonetheless, a minor reprimand is in order." Magneto took a deep breath. "I cannot defeat you. I shall comply with whatever you say." "Excellent," Zhao Yu responded, pleased with Magneto's perceptiveness. Previously, with divine intervention, there was no need for a single glance to subdue Magneto. But now the situation had become somewhat cumbersome. Fortunately, it seemed Magneto had already been sufficiently subdued, thereby sparing Zhao Yu much trouble. "Shapeshifter Raven," Zhao Yu continued, shifting his focus to her. Raven bit her lip, unable to meet Zhao Yu's eyes. "For you, I present two options," Zhao Yu declared. "Option 1, accompany Ms. Mei and work in the storage department. And the second?" Raven stuttered. "Option 2, Zhao Yu said with a leisurely smile, is to become my disciple." "Absolutely not." Not only Raven, but everyone present was taken aback, their mouths agape in disbelief. Was becoming a disciple considered punishment? Hadn't it been stated that she would be relegated to menial tasks for life? Surely this was a fortuitous turn of events. Zhao Yu then elaborated, "You possess remarkable talent. Should you pursue the appropriate path, your future is boundless. I cannot bear to see you fall into obscurity, hence I offer you this opportunity." After a brief pause, he continued with a smile, "In my celestial teachings, there exists a transformative technique capable of endless variations. To transmute into stone is to become stone. To morph into an animal is to embody that creature. To dissolve into dust is to become dust. This skill aligns harmoniously with your innate abilities. Should you master it to perfection, you will evade the constraints of fate, transcend the realm of existence, escape tribulations, and wield the power to obliterate worlds with a mere gesture. You could expand to unimaginable sizes, with celestial bodies merely diminutive specks in your grasp." As Zhao Yu spoke, the onlookers regarded Raven as if she were a marvel, their throats dry as they swallowed hard. Could one truly possess such immense power? Raven gaped in astonishment. Are you truly serious?" She could scarcely believe what she had just heard. Punishment? Becoming a disciple? Could they possibly be linked? Nearby, Magneto shot her a fierce look. Suddenly enlightened, Raven hurriedly bowed, eager to accept the apprenticeship. Zhao Yu waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need to rush. Once the sect presentation concludes, we shall formalize your apprenticeship here in the Grand Hall." Tony and his three companions exchanged knowing glances, occasionally stealing peeks at Raven. "Looks like the fourth one has been secured," Tony whispered. "And she's a stunning blue beauty with the ability to transform." Peter chuckled softly, "Senior brother, Do not harbor any misguided notions. I doubt you stand a chance against her. He hesitated for a moment, adding, she must be of considerable age. Harry, with a look of exasperation, tugged at the two, casting a discreet glance towards Zhao Yu's direction. As they raised their heads in unison, they were met with Zhao Yu's piercing gaze, causing them to instinctively retract their necks and fall silent. Zhao Yu shot a fierce glare at the three disciples, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in the back courtyard of the sect. The area of the sect was relatively modest, constrained by the limitations of the cave heaven. The mountain rose merely 500 meters high. Starting from halfway up the mountain, one would first encounter the grand hall of the sect, flanked on both sides by training grounds and the service hall. The training grounds encircled the mountainside, while the service hall occupied a much smaller area. Ascending in a tiered fashion, one would reach the rear hall, which served as Zhao Yu's exclusive meditation chamber. On either side of the rear hall, there were 30 small meditation rooms designated for the disciples. These meditation rooms were connected to the spiritual veins, providing an excellent location for the disciples to cultivate their energy and techniques in the future. Above the meditation rooms, on one side of the mountain, lay the living quarters, comprising 5 courtyards with 50 well-placed guest rooms, along with a kitchen, laundry room, and more. However, apart from the stone beds in the guest rooms, the other facilities were quite bare. Upon seeing the stone bed, Tony exclaimed, "People can actually sleep on this." Zhao Yu promptly delivered a sharp reprimand. In contrast to the living quarters, nearer to the mountain's peak stood the most prominent structure of the entire sect, a colossal stone tower. This octagonal tower, entirely clad in a pale gray, soared to a height of 49 meters and was divided into 7 levels, aptly named the Sutra Tower. As its name suggests, this was the repository of the sect's techniques. In both the films and novels from Zhao Yu's previous life, such a place was always the heart of the sect's practices. It was the site of the sect's transmission of knowledge. Upon arriving at the foot of the tower, Zhao Yu pushed open the tower door and let everyone inside. From the outside, the tower appeared impervious to the wind, yet inside, it was illuminated by a brilliant light. Not only was it awash in brightness, but the space within was also far more expansive than it seemed from the exterior. The mysteries contained within were so profound that even Zhao Yu himself found them difficult to articulate, for they stemmed from a divine manifestation. He could grasp certain principles, but struggled to express them in words. As they entered the Sutra Tower, no one noticed the underlying marvel at first, but moments later, the observant Tony finally sensed something amiss. "Master, is this place larger on the inside than it appears outside?" he exclaimed, his eyes wide as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu nodded. "This is an application of spatial laws. Explaining it to you now would be futile. You will comprehend it, naturally, once you reach a certain level of cultivation." Tony mimicked Zhao Yu's tone, pouting slightly. Zhao Yu, momentarily taken aback, chose to ignore him and continued. "This Sutra Tower will be the future repository for the sect's techniques. The tower consists of 7 levels, with the complexity of the techniques increasing correspondingly with each level. In the first tier, various methods suitable for the body refinement and foundation establishment stage are placed, including techniques and combat skills. Zhao Yu stood firm and declared from now on to cultivate any technique at different stages. Aside from the fact that possessing my token requires no conditions, each tier imposes rigid requirements on one's cultivation realm. Anyone can access the first tier. However, entry to the second tier necessitates reaching the chi refinement stage. The staircase possesses its own means of detection, and disciples lacking the chi refinement realm will find themselves unable to ascend. Tony and Peter, skeptical of this assertion, decided to test it. As they stepped onto the first step, an invisible force abruptly hurled them back. In contrast, Harry remained composed. Although he felt a twinge of curiosity, he managed to maintain his calm. Upon witnessing the fate of his 2 senior brothers, he silently felt relieved. Chapter 43. A grand performance unfolds perfectly. Zhao Yu observed the 3 disciples and shook his head slightly, choosing not to engage with them. He continued, "The scripture tower must be partitioned by levels. The first tier is divided into 4 sections. The first is for techniques, the second for combat skills. The third serves as a repository for methods that encompass both combat skills and techniques, such as the pure yang body refinement fist. The fourth section is for miscellaneous texts, which do not pertain to techniques or combat skills, but rather contain works like the Tao Te Ching, the Bio Puzi, and the Taiping Jing. The methods applicable at the body refinement and foundation establishment stage are roughly limited to these few categories. Once one embarks on the chi refinement stage, an array of spells and divine abilities will gradually emerge, categorized by attributes. As one progresses to the second tier of the scripture tower, the distinctions will increase. However, it is still early. Even for Peter, completing the body refinement and foundation establishment will take several months at the very least. After merely circling the first tier of the scripture tower, Zhao Yu led them back out. The upper tiers remain vacant, rendering any observations pointless. Tonight, I shall transcribe all the methods pertaining to the body refinement and foundation establishment stage that I know. Tomorrow, as long as you contribute to the sect, you may come to exchange for other combat skills and techniques. However, I must caution you, having more techniques and combat skills is not necessarily advantageous. The more you cultivate, the more your focus is scattered, prolonging the time it takes to break through the chi refinement stage. How you choose is entirely up to you. I shall not interfere, but I hope you will contemplate your decisions carefully. This statement was directed towards the disciples. Zhao Yu did not intend to offer excessive guidance. The path they choose must be walked by themselves, and their future achievements depend solely on their own efforts. He then turned to Magneto. Eric, starting tomorrow, you will serve as the guardian of the scripture tower. You may freely cultivate the various techniques within, but without my permission, you must not teach anyone else, nor leave the Tai cave even a step. Magneto nodded silently. Having fallen into Zhao Yu's hands, he was mentally prepared. Being assigned to guard the scripture tower was, in fact, a commendable position and hardly a punishment. With all techniques and combat skills now accessible to him, Magneto felt quite pleased. Thus, the couple and Magneto had each acquired their own responsibilities. The couple would temporarily manage the miscellaneous affairs of the Tai sect, which, aside from these chores, had little else to attend to. For instance, establishments such as the Law Enforcement Hall and the Danchi Hall have yet to be formed, as the conditions are not sufficiently met. On the other hand, Magneto is a formidable character, and placing him to guard the scripture tower complements the setting quite well. Regardless, without Zhao Yu's permission, Magneto cannot leave the Tai cave. He lacks the ability to traverse dimensions, thus there is no concern about him causing any disturbances. Departing from the scripture tower, Zhao Yu led the group further upward, winding along the stone steps until they reached the summit. The peak appeared to have been sheared off in 2 strokes. One cut leveled the mountaintop, creating a spacious flat area, while the other cleaved the summit in 2, revealing a bottomless chasm merely a yard wide. Here lies the last remaining structure of the sect, yet it is devoid of any tiles or bricks, as Peter noted, smacking his lips in disbelief. Standing at the edge of the abyss, which connects at both ends, a gust of wind howled through, creating an eerie sound. Zhao Yu remarked, "This is the place where the sect punishes its disciples. We call it the Cliff of Reflection." He added, "For the time being, this will suffice for you. Should anyone advance in their training later, we can always implement additional punitive measures." Tony and Harry leaned over to peer down, the profound void sending shivers through them. In a jest, Harry remarked, "If one makes a mistake, will they be hung by a rope down there?" "They dry out in a few days." Peter chimed in. Harry fell silent. "Drying out while hanging?" Zhao Yu chuckled. "It's not that simple." He explained, "On either side of this chasm, there are many protruding stone platforms. Disciples who err will have to stand facing the wall on those platforms for no less than 10 days, with no upper limit." Upon hearing this, the disciples collectively exhaled in relief. Zhao Yu, observing their reactions, felt no need for further explanation. Though the place appeared unremarkable and his tone was casual, they would come to understand the trials of such a punishment through personal experience. Aside from the occasional meal delivery, they would be utterly alone, constantly buffeted by the chilling mountain winds, much like what Tony described. The wind is dry. For disciples in the body refinement and foundational stage, this is no trivial ordeal. Loneliness, cold. It is entirely normal for one to emerge unrecognizable after 10 days, a month, or even several months of such torment. Yet, every situation bears dual aspects. In this serene yet harsh environment, if one can quiet their mind and diligently practice, it may not lead to explosive progress, but certainly ensures that time is not squandered. Zhao Yu also intended to introduce more forms of challenge in the future, such as establishing a cold abyss or a fiery abyss, or various formations. As the disciples' cultivation deepens, the current methods of punishment will undoubtedly become less effective. After all, discipline must evolve with the times. Descending from the Cliff of Reflection, the group arrived at the accommodation area, where Zhao Yu assigned rooms to each individual. The lodging area comprised 50 chambers, organized into 5 quadrangles, alongside a utility courtyard designated for laundry and cooking, totaling 6 courtyards. Magneto and Ben's couple resided in the first courtyard adjacent to the utility area, while the disciples occupied the second courtyard nearby. Each person was allotted a room, with identical conditions, featuring merely a stone bed that emerged from the ground. Tony volunteered to procure necessary furnishings for the 5 courtyards, including washing machines for the laundry room and pots, pans, and utensils for the kitchen, among various other items. Additionally, he took responsibility for procuring equipment for the service hall and training grounds. These trivial matters were promptly delegated by Zhao Yu to several disciples, who managed them independently. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu proceeded to the rear hall. The rear hall served as Zhao Yu's exclusive meditation chamber, consisting of a central hall with 2 side rooms on either side, totaling 5 rooms. Upon entering the main hall, one was greeted by a wall adorned with a Taoist diagram, not on paper, but intricately carved into the stone wall, beneath which lay a mat, rendering the entire hall exceedingly simple. The 2 rooms on the left side included a pill chamber, featuring a solitary, rudimentary alchemical furnace, with numerous drawers along the walls for storing finished elixirs. The inner room served as a quiet chamber, containing a mat and a table used for calligraphy and talisman crafting. The 2 rooms on the right side encompassed an empty refining room, devoid of any contents, and a materials room, designated for storing various materials needed for refining, which was likewise empty. Zhao Yu settled cross-legged on the mat beneath the Taoist diagram in the main hall, slightly squinting his eyes as he meticulously reflected on the events that had transpired, pondering deeply. Even before the main storyline mission was announced in the second phase of the system, Zhao Yu had devised a plan to employ the soul-devouring demon technique to orchestrate the scheme. Serendipitously, this aligned perfectly with the subsequent mission issued by the system. However, Zhao Yu's initial intention was merely to stir the underground world, creating turmoil to facilitate his own machinations, while simultaneously contemplating the dissemination of demonic cultivation techniques. Why propagate such techniques? This served as a test, a probe into whether this world would react, and to observe the system's response as well. In Zhao Yu's perspective, since establishing a sect and accepting disciples was an unparalleled method for accruing fortune points, a deeper analysis revealed that it essentially aimed to elevate the celestial path system. Whether the disciples engaged in righteous deeds or participated in significant events, fundamentally, they could only benefit from the teachings they had mastered. Given this, would directly disseminating certain techniques yield rewards? If not, for instance, if a name or title was necessary to bind the benefits to disciples before sharing fortune, then the plan could simply be adjusted. Zhao Yu envisioned Tai's sect as a righteous and substantial sect, perhaps even a grand teaching. The path I tread is not one of malevolent sorcery, nor can I possibly take in the most heinous of villains as disciples. Thus, it is perhaps wiser to disseminate an incomplete arcane technique, observing how those nefarious practitioners, who have embraced the very powers I have shared, may inadvertently attract fortuitous energies whilst indulging in their wickedness. This fortuitous energy, after all, knows no distinction between good and evil. Superheroes are often endowed with such luck. Why should notorious villains be any different? The righteous and the malevolent both belong to the grand tapestry of the Tao, akin to the interplay of yin and yang within the Taiji symbol. To exalt only the righteous path while neglecting the dark arts renders the celestial framework inherently flawed. Yet, it must be noted that Zhao Yu does not seek to fully realize the celestial path for the sake of completeness. The system once proclaimed that the more tumultuous and profound the events orchestrated by my disciples, the greater the fortune I would accrue. What then constitutes a grand disturbance? Zhao Yu's understanding is rather straightforward. The strength of one's adversaries dictates the magnitude of the chaos. This universe abounds with formidable foes. However, Zhao Yu is not inclined to venture beyond the confines of Earth in the immediate future. The complexities of such an undertaking are daunting, and he does not yet possess the requisite strength. Should he miscalculate, the consequences could be dire. Therefore, he resolves to confine his endeavors to Earth, within the realms he can control, marking his initial strategy. Secondly, the dark arts still hold significant utility, and indeed, they are of paramount importance. The system's second phase main quest, upon its unveiling, has filled Zhao Yu with immense joy. His previous preparations align perfectly with this development. En incomplétely arcane technique, more fragmented than ever, is poised to capture the attention of the entire underworld of New York City, attracting various extraordinary beings and factions eager for renown. Especially at such a pivotal moment, when Zhao Yu employs the sacred summoning token to invoke a divine identity, his heart races with exhilaration. This formidable entity possesses a signature divine power. Once wielded, the ensuing spectacle shall be nothing short of flawless. As he contemplates this, a slight smile graces his lips. Those villains rescued by the enigmatic and powerful figure should now be eagerly biding their time. Zhao Yu envisions a near future where his disciples engage in a dazzling exchange of spells and powers with these infamous adversaries, a scene of explosive enchantments. Truly, this performance is destined for perfection. Although he has forfeited another opportunity for divine summoning, he has nonetheless showcased his formidable prowess to the world, ensuring that no one dares to underestimate him or his sect. In doing so, he simultaneously amplifies his own and his sect's reputation while safeguarding their security and transcendence. Moreover, he has gleaned insights into the mysteries of the five elements primordial magnetic divine light and the secrets of the three elements unification chi refinement technique, as well as the profound principles found within the first volume of the alchemical canon. While limitations in his cultivation prevent him from fully manifesting the power of the five elements primordial magnetic divine light in the short term, and the three elements unification chi refinement technique must be practiced methodically, he has nonetheless laid a solid foundation for the future. It is worth noting that Zhao Yu's choice of the five elements primordial magnetic divine light was made with careful consideration. This remarkable divine art, renowned as the post-heaven five-color divine light or the five elements annihilation divine light, possesses immense power. Upon mastery, a mere sweep of this divine light returns all things to their primal state, rendering any force, regardless of its might, unable to escape its grasp as long as it remains within the confines of the post-heaven five elements. Furthermore, this divine art delves into the exceedingly intricate mysteries of the five elements, encompassing all material substances of the universe, except those that defy the innate order. To fully comprehend this divine art is to reverse engineer the profound subtleties of the five elements, unveiling various spells and branches of divine arts. It can be asserted that the true essence of this divine art embodies at least 1/10 of the post-heaven five elements principles. Mastering this art equates to acquiring an abundance of five-element spells and primal magnetic techniques, proving to be exceptionally advantageous. Although the cost is somewhat steep at 5,000 fortune points, it is in truth a bargain. As for the alchemical texts, their significance is unquestionable within any sect, marking them as a fundamental study, with the various medicinal herbs in the cave realm nearing maturity. The number of both direct disciples and registered disciples will undoubtedly surge following this event, making the urgency of alchemy paramount. Regrettably, the remaining fortune points are insufficient. Otherwise, leveraging the wisdom gained during the divine possession to grasp an additional method of artifact refinement would have been feasible. The culmination of the grand spectacle is profoundly impactful. The 3 yuan return 1 refinement technique stands unparalleled and harmonizes with the chaotic true body, its importance undeniable, often referred to as the foundational principle of the path. Through comprehending the mysteries of the refinement realm, Zhao Yu gleaned much insight and began to unravel the intricate threads of this technique, discovering numerous marvels. Thus, the significance of the summoning saint token to Zhao Yu is irreplaceable. Upon his arrival in this world, it was the summoning saint token that enabled him to swiftly complete the primary quest of establishing his sect and secure a foothold. It was also the token that facilitated the flawless execution of this grand performance. Thanks to the summoning saint token, the secrets of the chaotic true body's 9 refinements became clear, free from any bottleneck. In just 15 minutes, the token allowed him to thoroughly comprehend the 5-element primal magnetic divine light, the first volume of the alchemical text, and the initial layer of the 3 yuan return 1 refinement technique. Of course, it should be noted that the pure yang body refinement fist, while ineffective for him, still contributed to his gains, which are self-evident. Additionally, seizing this opportunity, he completely refined the Tai cave, assimilating the rewards bestowed upon task completion, and simultaneously established a new 5-element primal magnetic array for the farm, transforming the cave and enhancing the sect's facade. While these endeavors may seem less crucial compared to the comprehension of techniques, they are nonetheless essential. The ability to save considerable effort through the summoning saint token is invaluable. Now, with the 2 supreme techniques free from bottlenecks, rapid progress is imminent. Provided that resources are sufficient, Zhao Yu is poised to become formidable in a short span. He has fully comprehended the first volume of the alchemical text, mastering the methods for crafting low, medium, and high-grade pills, and should he have the materials, he could also refine the first-tier golden elixir. The essence of the 5-elemental magnetic divine light has been thoroughly comprehended, leading to the reverse engineering of dozens of elemental spells and divine abilities, as well as numerous foundational techniques and combat skills pertaining to the 5 elements. Additionally, the method of returning to the 3 origins for refining chi, along with various intricate paths of understanding, has emerged, ready to be transcribed to enrich the scripture tower at any moment. The sect has acquired a semblance of a facade, fortified by arrays for protection, rendering it significantly safer and more transcendent. All these developments have brought a profound sense of relief to Zhao Yu. For him, although the Tai sect remains rather rudimentary at present, it has truly established its foothold. The efficacy of the sacred calling token is paramount. Regrettably, it can only be invoked 3 times, and now merely 1 invocation remains. Having utilized it twice in such a short span, Zhao Yu harbors no regrets. Every endeavor begins with difficulty, and the initial stage is always the most challenging. With a solid foundation laid, future endeavors will surely be more effortless. Had he clung to his resources, Zhao Yu might still be struggling, as various thoughts swirled chaotically in his mind. It took him a while to bring clarity to his reflections. Exhaling deeply, Zhao Yu opened his eyes, revealing a gentle and relaxed smile. The events that transpired at the ghost farm that night had a monumental impact on the entirety of America, and indeed the entire globe. Of course, this influence was largely inaccessible to the common populace. For ordinary citizens, even those residing near the farm, it was merely a matter of hearing an explosion and catching a glimpse of flames, easily dismissed by the government with a trivial explanation. The true ramifications were felt by the authorities, the extraordinary beings, and the lurking titans beneath the surface. During the brief encounter between Zhao Yu and the Red Chaos Ultimate Demon Lord, the forces surrounding New York, extending thousands of miles in all directions, including geomagnetic and electromagnetic fields, experienced severe disturbances. The powerful fluctuations of magical energy radiated outward from their battleground, causing communication disruptions, rendering surveillance ineffective, and damaging numerous electronic devices within the scope of this magical upheaval. Once the magical waves subsided, countries equipped with satellites analyzed the footage from that period, revealing a vast void centered around New York, as if engulfed by a colossal black hole. It seemed as though a celestial veil had descended upon this region at that moment. The American government was the first to grasp the full sequence of events that unfolded at the ghost farm. Although lacking video evidence and direct proof, the testimonies of all witnesses, combined with the timely and detailed explanations from the S.H.I.L.D. and the satellite imagery capturing the dark void, led the American government to realize that such an immensely powerful being resided within that small farm. No, not just one, but 2. One was the farm's master, the leader of the Tai sect, Zhao Yu. The other was his adversary, the formidable villain known as the Red Chaos Ultimate Demon Lord, whose origins remained a mystery. These 2 individuals, having merely brushed against each other for less than 10 seconds, inflicted such an immense impact and loss upon the entirety of America. What if they had engaged for half an hour? The mere thought sends shivers down the spine. Wouldn't it be likely that all of New York, if not an even larger expanse, would be reduced to a desolate wasteland? No, perhaps even the remnants of ruins would be non-existent. One must realize that when a person takes action, they can conjure a black hole. Were it not for the intervention of the Tai sect in neutralizing the black hole, the leaders of the American government would be beset with profound anxiety, as those in power incessantly strive to maintain absolute control. Yet, the Tai and the Red Chaos Hunyuan Demon Sovereign stand apart from this equation. Had they chosen to remain in the shadows, akin to others who operate with less ostentation, merely turning a blind eye would have sufficed. However, their sudden emergence is utterly unacceptable. This has instilled within them a deep sense of crisis. Yet, they find themselves utterly powerless. Not even a nuclear bomb could rival the might of these 2 individuals. They are, in essence, mobile strategic weapons that surpass nuclear capabilities, and their endurance remains an enigma. If feasible, the American government would undoubtedly seek to expel Zhao Yu, even to the extent of assassination, capture, or dissection for research, viewing him as a ticking time bomb. Although witnesses describe him as seemingly benign, anything outside their grasp poses a potential threat, especially concerning the Red Chaos Hunyuan Demon Sovereign. However, such actions are beyond their capabilities. They cannot bear the repercussions of such losses, nor do they wish to face death. Such beings, with but a mere flick of their fingers, could obliterate the upper echelons of the American government. Observe how the Mutant Brotherhood, led by the ruthlessly formidable Magneto, the S.H.I.L.D., tasked with safeguarding the dark underbelly of Earth, the X-Men, and numerous other villains and superheroes, all succumbed at a mere glance. This is nothing short of extraordinary. What to be done? If they cannot be foes, they must become allies. As the American officials deliberated their various decisions, A plethora of information, whether true or false, detailed or exaggerated, regarding the Tai sect, Tai, Zhao Yu, and the Red Chaos Hunyuan Demon Sovereign began to disseminate through various channels. Several major powers, lurking within the shadows of the American darkness, swiftly received the most accurate intelligence following the United States. Next, only a select few extraordinary forces, extraordinary beings, and extraordinary races would receive this information, albeit significantly delayed. The events of that night would dictate the trajectory of numerous future developments and alter the fates of countless individuals. It is akin to the band of nefarious villains who descended upon the farm, wreaking havoc, which included the majority of the Brotherhood of Mutants. A plethora of extraordinary criminals from New York's underground, gang leaders, and their core members, as well as the detritus lurking within the ranks of the New York police force. Furthermore, there was the elusive masterman, who, enticed by Zhao Yu, failed to make an appearance at the farm. Remarkably, on this fateful night, these individuals found themselves bestowed with the opportunity to confront the formidable Chi Hun Tai Wu Yuan Mo Zun. Before dawn broke, they concealed themselves, some fleeing in terror from Zhao Yu, while others, clinging to a false sense of security, remained hidden in New York as shadows. At 8 in the morning, Zhao Yu dispatched his 4 disciples from the Tai Cave Heaven. By the way, Raven had completed her initiation and had become Zhao Yu's 4th disciple. Led by Tony, the quartet of brothers and sisters emerged from the Tai Cave Heaven, only to be met by a desolate expanse, stripped bare of its once lush and verdant landscape. The farm had previously endured bombardment, its soil turned over multiple times, followed by a fierce confrontation among the extraordinary beings, culminating in a clash between the two titans, Zhao Yu and Chi Hun Tai Wu Yuan Mo Zun. The farm had been reduced to a wasteland, yet the formation of a black hole had drawn away the debris and loose earth, which Zhao Yu subsequently smoothed over, leaving behind a scene reminiscent of a barren wilderness. Tony grimaced, "They are truly inhuman. Just look at what this once thriving farm, adorned with flowers and greenery, has become." Peter shrugged. "Even the small lake has vanished. Their battle raged in the skies. Had the energy been unleashed upon the ground, I dare say we would be witnessing far more than this." Harry interjected. "But that is not the crux of the matter," Tony remarked. "If we must endure 3 months in such a wasteland, it could be considered camping, I suppose, as long as we have phone service and internet access. However, my friends, the cave heaven is not of this dimension. To survive in such a place devoid of modern human civilization for 3 months, I might as well leap from Stark Tower." He wore a look of utter despondence. Raven chuckled. "Then by all means, go ahead and jump." Tony shot her a glare. "Don't think that just because you're older than I am not your senior brother." Raven's forehead twitched with irritation. "If you persist in mentioning my age, I shall ensure you have a most memorable experience during the annual competition." Tony fell silent at once. The annual competition was a rule established by Zhao Yu the previous night, mandating that all disciples at the Foundation establishment and body refinement stages must engage in a contest at the end of each year, while it would not endanger their lives. The prospect of being thoroughly humiliated before so many disciples was a rather daunting thought for someone as proud as Tony. Resolutely, he vowed to train diligently over the next 3 months. Harry looked at his 3 senior siblings with a face full of disbelief and said helplessly, "I believe we should first attend to the tasks assigned by our master. What do you all think?" Tony shrugged nonchalantly. "Well, I'm off then. The remaining matters will be left to my 3 junior brothers and sister." Peter gestured invitingly, and Tony waved his hand dismissively as he departed. Today, he was responsible for procuring various essential items for the sect, and nothing could be overlooked. Moreover, he would be confined within the sect for 3 months without the possibility of leaving, and he needed to ensure that everything was arranged properly for his large enterprise. As for Peter and the others, their primary task today was to welcome guests. Given the events of the previous night and Zhao Yu's promise, it was expected that many visitors would arrive, either to establish connections or to seek apprenticeship. "I still need to call my teacher to request a leave of absence," Peter complained, "at least for 2 or 3 days. Hearing this, Harry let out a sigh. "You only need 2 or 3 days, but I require at least a 2-month sabbatical. We are still high school students, after all. 2 months might as well be considered dropping out." Peter suggested, "Have your father assist you with a leave of absence." "That's precisely what I plan to do," Harry nodded. "I'll utilize these 2 months to diligently cultivate and strive to catch up with you." "That is not certain," Peter replied smugly. "I won't be stopping to wait for you." "Let us wait and see," Harry retorted defiantly. "And you, 4th junior sister?" Peter turned to Raven. "Do you have any job obligations?" "No need to resign or take a leave." Raven crossed her arms defiantly, scoffing. "I'm not like those little brats." Peter exclaimed, "The little brat is still your senior." Harry chimed in, The boss of Ford Jr.'s sister is guarding the entrance to the cave. Who would she request leave from? Raven's nostrils flared in irritation. She was not one to be trifled with, and she raised her hand to strike, prompting Peter and Harry to quickly evade. As seniors, we should not stoop to the level of our junior sister. Don't act rashly. Even if you were to defeat us, you would still have to receive guests alone later, and if you fumble, be wary of our Master's wrath. Upon hearing this, Raven clenched her teeth, but suddenly burst into laughter. She realized she seemed somewhat different from the little troublemaker. Has she perhaps grown younger? They had just been joking amongst themselves when they faintly heard the distant rumble of an approaching vehicle. Harry, Raven, can you guess who might arrive first? Before the car even arrived, Peter said, I bet it's Dan. Are you serious? Harry's eyes lit up. I'll take that bet. It must be S-H-I-E-L-D. I suspect it's government officials, Raven remarked coolly. The Chidan was indeed a remarkable item, although she had yet to consume one. She understood that Peter and Harry had transformed from ordinary individuals to possessing even greater physiques than hers in a short span of time. And the Chidan played a significant role in that transformation. At that moment, Magneto was bleeding profusely, but after being administered a vitality pill by her, he soon regained consciousness. Little did she know that Zhao Yu had not exerted himself too harshly. Otherwise, not even a low-grade vitality pill would have been of any use, let alone a first-tier golden elixir. Peter, taken aback, feigned a look of disappointment, stating, I should have guessed first. This was my suggestion, but we have already guessed. Harry chuckled. Admit defeat, Peter. Listen, that is not the sound of a car. It's the sound of a convoy. It must be either S-H-I-E-L-D or the government. An individual could not possibly manage this. What about Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters? Peter retorted defiantly. Raven scoffed. They are undoubtedly still arguing at this hour. Although Charles has acquiesced to Zhao Yu's proposal, agreeing does not imply eagerness. If it's voluntary, then let it be voluntary. As they spoke, indeed, a convoy approached and halted not far away. The lead vehicle, a black SUV, opened its door, and out stepped Nick Fury, clad in a black trench coat. Harry's face lit up with joy as he shot a triumphant smile at Peter. Peter raised his hands in surrender, saying a bet is a bet. Not so fast. Raven calmly interjected, there's more. Then, from another vehicle emerged a middle-aged Caucasian man dressed in a suit. The man exchanged nods with Fury and approached them together. Good morning, Fury greeted with a slight smile, shaking hands with Peter and the others before introducing. This is Congressman John. John extended his hand, smiling warmly. I am John. Pleased to meet you all. Raven exchanged a proud glance with Peter and shook hands with Congressman John. I am here on behalf of the United States government to visit Mr. Zhao Yu, John said with a smile. Is an appointment necessary? You are quite humorous. Peter replied cheerfully. Today, anyone can come. No appointment needed. Very well, John said with a slight smile. I look forward to meeting Mr. Zhao Yu. He then continued. I have heard that Mr. Zhao Yu's Tai sect is looking to recruit students. Is that correct? Mr. Peter, do you think we would be suitable? Their entourage, consisting of S-H-I-E-L-D and the U.S. government comprised 20 vehicles and around 70 to 80 individuals. A glance revealed a formidable presence. Each figure robust and spirited, standing in clusters. Their demeanor indicated they were likely seasoned soldiers or agents, rigorously trained. Why not? Peter replied. I relish a lively atmosphere. If I could have more fellow disciples, I would be quite pleased. Harry would too, wouldn't you? Harry nodded calmly. Peter added, however, it is essential to clarify that we are not merely recruiting students. We are seeking disciples. John shrugged with a smile. My apologies. I may not fully grasp the distinction between students and disciples. Nonetheless, having such an opportunity is undoubtedly beneficial for all of us. Fury interjected, and what about Mr. Zhao? He glanced around, noting this place is rather desolate. Peter said, the third junior brother will lead everyone inside shortly. There's no need for alarm. He then nodded at Harry, who addressed Director Fury and Congressman John, stating, to be precise, we are not located here, but rather in another dimension. I will guide you in, but only 5 individuals may enter at a time. Fury and John exchanged glances, communicating silently, before Fury responded with a smile. Thank you very much. To access the Taiji Cave, one requires the cave seal bestowed by Zhao Yu. The 4 direct disciples, including myself and Magneto, have all been granted this seal by Zhao Yu. However, only members of the sect are eligible to receive such a seal. Non-sect members cannot obtain it. Entry and exit must be facilitated by the appropriate individuals, and a single seal can only carry 5 people at a time. As government officials and S-H-I-L-D agents formed a queue, More individuals arrived at the location. Peter directed them to line up, while Raven escorted people into the cave. As for Harry, he entered and did not re-emerge. Inside the Taiji cave, nearly 100 people had gathered outside the mountain gate. Harry stood at the forefront, with Fury and John flanking him. Harry called out, "Please remain patient. It may take a few more minutes. Once most have entered, we will proceed together. First, let me explain the disciple admission process of Taiji sect." He gestured towards the mountain gate and the staircase. As you can see, this is the mountain gate. The sect is located at the end of the 299 steps. The buildings you see halfway up the mountain belong to the sect. Once everyone is nearly assembled, we will commence the procedures. The ascent features 2 layers of trial formations. The first formation is relatively simple. Those who pass it become registered disciples of Taiji sect. The second formation is more challenging. Only those who successfully navigate both trials qualify as direct disciples. It appears that direct disciples hold a higher status than registered disciples. Meanwhile, John and Fury engaged in hushed conversation. Indeed, Fury remarked, "For instance, Harry is a direct disciple." John nodded slightly. They're indeed fortunate, bypassing the trials altogether. A few minutes later, Raven returned with 3 individuals. Harry inquired, "Is there no one left outside?" Raven replied, "There may still be some, but for now, it seems quiet. Peter is present." Harry nodded, "Very well." He then clapped his hands. "Attention, please. Those who wish to become direct disciples, please stand on the left. The others may stand on the right." As the group of over 100 divided, Harry smiled at Fury and John, asking, "Gentlemen, what about you? Do you wish to join the sect, or are you merely accompanying them without participating?" Fury chuckled, "I will also join. If I miss this opportunity, I would regret it for a lifetime." His profession necessitated that the stronger and more secure he became, the better. Thus, he had long since resolved to join the Taiji sect. As for matters of face, individuals like Fury, who have spent decades as operatives, tend not to be overly concerned. John, however, shook his head and chuckled. "Surely, the recruitment of disciples by Tai must occur more than once, yes?" Harry understood his implication and nodded, stating, "The master mentioned that it would be once a year for the time being, subject to future circumstances." During their conversation, over 100 individuals had separated into 2 groups. The majority gathered on the left, aiming for the direct disciples, whose status is more esteemed, who would not prefer to begin at a more advantageous starting point. The remaining 30 or so stood to the right, seemingly indifferent to direct disciples, harboring reservations, or simply unwilling to become direct disciples. Just as Harry was about to speak, a figure suddenly stepped forth from the void. "Master." Harry and Raven promptly bowed. Zhao Yu, adorned in a robe of chaotic hues with golden edges, exuded an aura of both authority and ethereality, his presence undeniably extraordinary, having fully refined the cave heavens. Zhao Yu could leverage their power to accomplish feats beyond his own capabilities, such as traversing the void with ease. Inwardly, Zhao Yu rated his dramatic entrance with full marks. Though his expression remained serene and lofty as he stood with hands clasped behind his back, drawing the gaze of everyone present. His sweeping glance seemed to unveil the secrets of all, rendering them as exposed as if stripped bare, heads bowed in unison, like wheat swaying in a breeze. Zhao Yu nodded slightly and said, "Although the examinations for direct and registered disciples can be conducted simultaneously to highlight the distinction of direct disciples, we shall separate the 2 groups for their respective trials. Each individual possesses but one opportunity. Failing to meet the requirements will result in disassociation from our sect." With a flourish of his sleeve, he commanded, "Tianni, commence." "Yes, master," Harry responded. At that moment, Harry and Raven's attire transformed into robes. The direct disciples donned long robes of golden threaded cream, a gift Zhao Yu had exchanged for through the system. The 3 of them stood out remarkably in their garb. While such attire might appear as mere cosplay outside, within this context, the over 100 individuals present felt that these garments were indeed harmonious with the environment, rendering them somewhat out of place. Particularly, the transformation of Harry and Raven's clothing sparked speculation. It was evident that such garments were not of ordinary quality. Many gazes turned enviously towards them. Perhaps the non-governmental personnel and agents from S.H.E.L.D. merely found the attire fascinating. But the governmental agents perceived the deeper implications. If each operative or soldier possessed such a garment, the convenience of seamlessly altering their identities during missions would be invaluable. Fury's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he pondered this. Unbeknownst to them, this was a privilege reserved for direct disciples, a benefit Zhao Yu had no intention of extending to them. Zhao Yu turned to John and said, "Since you, Councilman John, do not intend to partake in the trials, I shall take my leave first." Without waiting for John's response, he grasped John's arm and stepped forward, vanishing into the void. In the next instant, the two emerge from the ethereal realm, appearing together at the expansive courtyard outside the grand entrance of the sect at the end of the hillside steps. Chapter 46. The Entrance Trial, a medley of forms. John, still recovering from the suddenness of their departure, exhaled slowly as he steadied his mind. After surveying the surroundings, he offered a wry smile, remarking, "Mr. Zhao, you are indeed full of surprises." Zhao Yu gestured invitingly, then ascended the steps, with John promptly following and standing beside him. Gazing down at the entrance trial beginning below, Zhao Yu spoke calmly. "I presume you have certain inquiries you wish to pose to me, Councilman John?" John nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, I represent the Parliament and the government, and I wish to discuss matters with you, hoping we can reach a mutual understanding." Zhao Yu inclined his head slightly, acknowledging, "I anticipated your intentions." Before John could voice his questions, Zhao Yu continued, "Rest assured, you need not worry about me or my Tai sect. I have no interest in the trifles of mortal power and wealth, nor do I wish to meddle in the affairs of the mundane. To me, everything pertaining to mortals is but fleeting smoke. In 1,000 or 10,000 years, you shall have long vanished. Perhaps even this earth will no longer exist. Yet I shall still reside in the clouds above. However," he added, "as I endeavor to establish a sect in this worldly realm, I must inevitably engage with mortal authorities. I do not wish to oppress mortals, but you must also refrain from harboring any inappropriate thoughts. I abide by the principle of fairness. My sect will, within limits, open its doors to you, apart from our cultivation methods. You may take what you desire in exchange for something of equal value or something that my sect requires. What say you?" Upon hearing this, John's eyes brightened as his mind raced with possibilities. "Cooperation? That is your perspective," Zhao Yu replied. "I will not make things difficult for you, nor shall you for me. There exists a chasm between us. The disciples of my sect will not infringe upon your laws, just as you must not harm my disciples. This is the foundation of our cooperation." Of course, John smiled. "We uphold the principles of freedom and equality." Zhao Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Spare me such platitudes." John felt a twinge of embarrassment. Zhao Yu continued, "You may dispatch a permanent envoy to the sect. Should you require anything, be it medicinal pills, magical artifacts, or assistance with troubles, you may convey your needs through this envoy. I will then issue tasks, allowing my disciples to decide whether to undertake them. Likewise, when my sect has needs, we shall relay that information to you through this envoy. As for those you bring, their acceptance as disciples will depend on their success in the entrance trial. If they pass, and should they be fortunate enough to become my direct disciples, they will be treated equally, regardless of whether he continues to serve you after his cultivation or harbors other intentions, as long as he does not contravene the sect's regulations. I shall not overly interfere." From Zhao Yu's words, it is evident that John has already attained what he desired. Following the events of last night, they have concluded that offending Zhao Yu is inadvisable. Thus, they are unable to make any stringent demands of him. Their intention is to cultivate a favorable relationship with Zhao Yu, ideally reaping some benefits in the process. Now, Zhao Yu has provided him with a satisfactory response. However, it seems that Zhao Yu can perceive their thoughts, which unsettles John. Regaining his composure, John remarked, "I wholeheartedly concur with your perspective. We shall undoubtedly adhere to principles of equality, fairness, and freedom." "Excellent. The President has decided to restore the farm for you, Mr. Zhao. This is our sincerity," John added, hoping that Zhao Yu would acquiesce. Zhao Yu smiled. "Why not? Speaking of which, your government bears some responsibility for the attack on the farm last night. So it is only fitting that you undertake its restoration." John chuckled nervously, replying, "But Mr. Zhao, you may not realize that our government often finds itself powerless against those extraordinary beings. Frequently, when they err, our role is merely to clean up after them." Zhao Yu shook his head. "Things will improve in time." John's gaze fell upon a group ascending the stairs, and he nodded in agreement. As for the entrance examination for recruiting disciples, Zhao Yu had indeed drawn inspiration from certain novels before his transmigration. However, his version is far simpler, consisting of only one test, rather than the multiple trials typical in other tales. Yet, this single test is not to be underestimated. The array set up in a state of divine possession, even though its magical power is diminished countless times, still retains an unfathomable mastery over magic and understanding of the laws. This dual-layered array serves two purposes, one to test perseverance, the other to probe the soul. The perseverance trial is, in essence, a 5-element array, wherein water and fire alternate, golden blades pierce the flesh, and dense woods bewilder the mind, all under a gravitational pressure of at least double, making each step arduous. The soul-probing array, as its name suggests, interrogates the entrant's spirit, assessing whether they possess the heart to pursue the Tao. Given the caliber of the individuals present today, Zhao Yu surmised that a considerable number would likely pass the first trial, perhaps even 30%, suggesting that among those recruited today, there might be 30 to 50 registered disciples. However, the second layer of the soul-probing array poses a far greater challenge, as the heart to pursue the Tao is not a trait possessed by all. Those who possess such a heart are naturally suited for the path of cultivation and inquiry, a rarity indeed. Zhao Yu has not yet cultivated to the level of perceiving the innermost hearts of individuals. Thus he remains unaware of how many might successfully navigate both trials. The trial of the direct disciples, characterized by a dual-layered formation, presents a challenge that escalates geometrically in difficulty. It is likely that those who can successfully navigate this test are few and far between, akin to the rarest of treasures. Two individuals stood on a mountainside, gazing downward. The first group to undergo the trial consisted of approximately 20 to 30 individuals who had chosen to become named disciples. As they entered through the archway of the mountain gate and ascended the initial tier of steps, the five elements formation was activated. Before their eyes, the environment transformed dramatically. What had been a staircase leading up the mountain morphed into an endless desert of golden sands. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, while the ground seared like a hot iron. In mere moments, many began to perspire profusely. Following the trial of the yellow sands, they were confronted with fierce flames, treacherous abysses, vast oceans, perilous mountain ridges, and dense forests, all compounded by gravitational pressure. These challenges came in rapid succession. Observing from Zhao Yu's perspective, the initial ascent of the first 10 steps was swift, but thereafter, their pace slowed considerably, and the group began to stretch and disperse. Once tightly clustered, they gradually transformed into a lengthy dragon, delineating distinct ranks. Zhao Yu turned to John and inquired, "How many in this group belong to your faction?" "Approximately half," John replied. "They are all clerical personnel." "Ah, I see." Zhao Yu nodded slightly. "It seems that very few among them will pass the trial." John chuckled. "They are merely here to test the waters." Suddenly, he asked, "Mr. Zhao, we have conducted an inquiry into your background. Just 2 or 3 months ago, you were merely an unknown figure. May I inquire what transpired during that period?" "You have misjudged the matter," Zhao Yu responded. "What you have uncovered is merely what I permitted you to know. Nothing more." John nodded, unperturbed. The think tank of the White House had already reached this conclusion. His question was merely a diversion. As they continued their conversation, they were joined by Magneto and his partner, though the precise moment of their arrival went unnoticed. John, recognizing Magneto, narrowed his pupils slightly and politely greeted Mr. Eric. Magneto offered only a cold glance, not even acknowledging him with a nod. John then greeted his partner, following which he jested. Mr. Magneto remains as aloof as ever. "I wonder how Mr. Zhao has managed to arrange for Mr. Magneto's presence?" Zhao Yu smiled and replied, "Eric has become a member of my sect and will remain within my Tai cave heaven to guard the scripture tower. There is no need for you to worry about him causing any disturbances." Magneto snorted disdainfully, feigning indifference. A glimmer of amusement flickered in John's eyes. Magneto had long been a formidable adversary to the government, having engaged in numerous audacious acts. Yet his strength rendered the government powerless against him. Now, however, he found himself reduced to a mere gatekeeper, highlighting the stark contrast in circumstances. Suddenly, May remarked, "They appear quite fatigued." "Must be the formation," Zhao mused. "Its intricacies are remarkable. Perhaps they are experiencing trials beyond our comprehension." Zhao Yu nodded with a smile, remarking that the first layer of the 5 elements array presents a comprehensive examination of one's perseverance. Among ordinary individuals, it is likely that not a single 1 out of 1,000 could succeed. The 30 or so individuals before him are undoubtedly more capable than the average person. However, in my estimation, having 5 pass the trial would be quite commendable. Ultimately, the outcome was even less than Zhao Yu had anticipated. Only 3 individuals emerged. Among the 20 to 30 candidates who aspired to become registered disciples, merely 3 managed to approach Zhao Yu. He regarded these 3 with indifference, inquiring only about their names before allowing them to rest aside. 2 of them hailed from S.H.I.D., while 1 was affiliated with the government. Their identities dictated Zhao Yu's lack of interest in them. Of course, this could change if they were to achieve remarkable feats in the future. But that is a privilege reserved for protagonists, and they likely would not have such an opportunity. As for those who failed the trial, they were promptly escorted out of the cave by Harry. Next, the examination for direct disciples was to commence. The complexity of the dual-layered array escalated exponentially. This was a reason for Zhao Yu's lack of confidence in successfully acquiring direct disciples during this initial recruitment trial. Nonetheless, several candidates did catch his attention. For instance, Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, undoubtedly possesses immense perseverance. Whether he harbors a true desire for enlightenment remains to be seen. Additionally, there were two others of note. One was a blind man, whom Zhao Yu recognized as the superhero Daredevil, Matt Murdock, and the other was the Punisher, Frank Castle. These two piqued Zhao Yu's interest not only due to their inherent superheroic destinies, but also because they are not aligned with any political faction. Furthermore, among the SHIELD contingent for individuals drew Zhao Yu's scrutiny. Phil Coulson, Nick Fury's right-hand man, always exudes a gentle and harmless demeanor, which grants him considerable charm. Maria Hill, a striking beauty and another of Fury's key allies, despite her administrative role, possesses remarkable vigor and skills that rival those of elite agents. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, serves as a sharp instrument in Fury's arsenal, while Hawkeye, Clint Barton, stands as another formidable asset. As Zhao Yu observed these individuals, his thoughts stirred, prompting him to invoke the laws of the cave and immerse himself in the array, observing them from a divine perspective. Each of these figures within the Marvel Universe is far from inconsequential. They are all endowed with fortune, making their acceptance, whether as direct disciples or registered disciples, a guaranteed boon for Zhao Yu. However, he did not intend to accept all of them as direct disciples. Such positions are not to be taken lightly. Registered disciples, on the other hand, were a different matter. Of course, should they all pass the trials, their acceptance would not be unwelcome. However, is it truly such an easy matter? Natasha and Barton, as potential members of the future Avengers, possess remarkable qualities that afford them a certain possibility of passing the trials. In contrast, Hill and Coulson, with merely the physical attributes of ordinary individuals, can at best match the capabilities of special forces due to their training as agents. And that is the extent of their advantage. As for Fury, it appears he has undergone some form of enhancement, granting him commendable physical prowess. However, his status precludes him from becoming Zhao Yu's direct disciple. Even if he were capable of passing, Zhao Yu would not permit it. As for the others, Zhao Yu remains indifferent. Even if there are Hydra agents or other infiltrators among them, as long as they can evade Zhao Yu's detection and succeed in the trials, he would still accept them. Of course, while direct disciples are out of the question, registered disciples are permissible. If the government and SHIELD can accept them, why should he not? Zhao Yu possesses ample means to keep them in line. In truth, from Zhao Yu's elevated perspective, anyone who can bring him fortune is worthy of acceptance. From this standpoint, even the most malevolent villain holds value. Nonetheless, the orientation of the Tai sect compels Zhao Yu to only accept individuals of a white or at most gray disposition. As for those of a black nature, they have their own paths to follow. Among the over 100 participants vying for the title of direct disciple, their progress is markedly slower than that of the 30 or so who previously attempted the trials for registered disciples, and significantly so. The layered formations and dual examinations pose comprehensive challenges that test both the body and the mind, rendering the endeavor anything but simple. As the morning slipped away, the fastest among them had barely ascended to the 200th step. In the first tier, there were only 9 individuals: Matt Murdock, Frank Castle, Nick Fury, Natasha Romanoff. Hawkeye, Barton, Coulson, and Hill had fallen behind. From the government, 2 individuals remained, alongside 2 others participating in the entrance trials as private entrants. Among these 2 familiar faces was Cindy Moon, who harbored feelings for Peter and had trained for a time on the farm alongside Mary and Jessica. As the least conspicuous member of the first tier, possessing the most mundane identity and physical abilities, her achievement in reaching this stage is indeed remarkable. Despite her evident struggle, she perseveres with determination, prompting Zhao Yu to decide to extend her a measure of leniency. The final participant is Logan, Wolverine, who stands alone as the sole member of the X-Men to appear today. The others are nowhere to be seen, suggesting that Professor Charles was unable to restrain this wolf. However, Zhao Yu is unconcerned. Professor Charles is, as Raven described, quite the obstinate figure. Yet, no matter how stubborn, he is powerless against the tide of events. Perhaps he may temporarily suppress the influx, but it is certain that an increasing number of mutants will eventually join the Tai sect. At this juncture, it is becoming increasingly evident that the only candidates who can become Zhao Yu's direct disciples lie within this first tier of 9. Ultimately, it remains to be seen who will prevail. Apart from Cindy, whom Zhao Yu intends to allow some leniency, it is likely that the final outcome will only be discernible by evening. By this time, around 20 to 30 individuals have already been eliminated. Those who have not ascended to the 150th step and have succumbed to unconsciousness are deemed failures. Only those who have successfully reached the 150th step are worthy of becoming named disciples, while those who triumphantly scale the peak are honored as direct disciples. At noon, May prepared lunch, and Zhao Yu invited John and 3 of the first batch of successful named disciples to partake in a modest meal. The entire afternoon passed in silence. As evening approached and the sun began its descent, the first individual to approach Zhao Yu was none other than Natasha Romanoff. This came as a surprise to Zhao Yu, who had anticipated Wolverine to be the first. However, Wolverine was still about 10 steps away from success. In truth, with Wolverine's regenerative abilities, the trial of endurance posed no challenge for him. Yet due to prior injuries to his mind, he faced significant obstacles when grappling with his inner turmoil. Nevertheless, Zhao Yu, through the array he had conjured, observed that during this process, Wolverine's memories began to resurface. As he confronted his psyche, Wolverine reclaimed the suppressed and forgotten memories buried deep within him. Zhao Yu couldn't help but sigh at the realization that many superheroes in the Marvel Universe are, in essence, pitiable beings. Raven assisted Natasha to his side, offering her a vital essence pill and a cup of water. This was the privilege of direct disciples. Named disciples were not afforded such generous provisions. I feel as though I've lost all sensation, Natasha lamented. If given the choice, I would prefer to endure 100 wars. But you have succeeded, have you not? Raven replied. Being women, both Raven and Natasha shared an inherent affinity, and now as sisters in the craft, their prior exchanges had fostered a sense of camaraderie. Soon, they became well acquainted. Natasha consumed the essence pill, and within moments, while her spirit still appeared weary, her physical strength had been restored. She was not taken aback by this, as S.H.I.E.L.D. had previously acquired an essence pill and conducted research on it. She had also discreetly inquired about it with Harry and Peter upon her arrival, thus gaining some understanding. Following Natasha, the second to ascend the staircase with great difficulty was Daredevil, Matt Murdock. In Zhao Yu's view, Daredevil possessed a relatively pure spirit. His physical limitations had rendered his soul more resilient than that of an ordinary person. Had it not been for Natasha's prior injection of a modified version of the super soldier serum, endowing her with superior physical capabilities and a formidable spirit, she might have found herself trailing behind Matt. After Matt, the remaining individuals in the first tier were still situated beyond the 10th step. Fury, for instance, had already fallen beyond the 30th step, indicating that his chances were dwindling. Approximately 10 minutes later, the third person to successfully reach the summit was, astonishingly, Cindy. This young girl, astonishingly, exhibits a resilience that surpasses that of the majority of rigorously trained agents, special forces soldiers, and even those who have undergone enhancement through potent serums. Even with Zhao Yu's leniency, her achievement in reaching this stage remains remarkably incredible. It is important to note that although Zhao Yu eased the criteria, he did not do so excessively. After all, his favored disciples cannot be mere inept individuals, as evidenced by the expressions of John and the others. Amongst the multitude of agents and special forces, many could not even ascend half the steps. Yet this girl persevered to the very end. How extraordinary this is! Zhao Yu regards her with newfound respect. Perhaps she is indeed the most promising candidate among this group of favored disciples. As Zhao Yu gazes at the other members of the first echelon, all within 3 or 4 dozen levels, he cannot help but sigh softly. While this trial may appear straightforward, it is, in truth, quite arduous. Among so many, particularly the vast majority of the first echelon, it is evident that they are all individuals endowed with fortune. Yet it seems that only one, the struggling Wolverine, remains capable of passing the test. This is hardly surprising, considering that the divine being has had only a single disciple for countless years. One can gauge the high standards he imposes in this regard. The formation, effortlessly cast by that divine entity, presents challenges from all angles. A thought strikes Zhao Yu. Perhaps the formation used for the disciple's entrance examination could also benefit him. It might indeed be a fine choice to hone his Tao heart through this formation. As anticipated, the final individual to successfully reach the end and stand before Zhao Yu is Wolverine, Logan. He ascends, gasping for breath momentarily, but quickly regains his composure. His capabilities undeniably evoke envy among ordinary people. Thus, the inaugural entrance examination for the Tai sect officially concludes. Regrettably, Zhao Yu remarks to John, "Not a single one from your government has managed to reach the end." John shrugs. It is a fair trial. Their abilities simply fall short, and that cannot be blamed on anyone, from the government, only one individual, named Emil Blonsky, a nearly 30-year-old Special Forces soldier, managed to ascend to the final stage, albeit ultimately failing to succeed. John's gaze towards this individual shifts slightly. Despite not reaching the end, he has come remarkably close, undoubtedly marking him as an exceptional soldier with potential for further utilization. As for Nick Fury from SHIELD, he fared similarly to Emil, both falling short at the final stage. The Punisher, Frank, met the same fate. Consequently, Zhao Yu has gathered 4 favored disciples, in the order of their successful ascension. Natasha is the 5th disciple, Matt the 6th, Cindy the 7th, and Logan the last. Among the 26 registered disciples, apart from the initial 3 from the first batch, only 23 from the second batch managed to ascend beyond 150 levels, a considerable deviation from Zhao Yu's earlier estimations. Among the 23 individuals present, 13 hailed from SHIELD, including their director, Coulson, and Hill. 8 originated from the United States government, while merely 2 did not belong to any official institution. The 4 newly initiated disciples and the 26 named disciples collectively numbered 30, with only Wolverine, Logan, being the sole mutant among them. This revelation left Zhao Yu somewhat disheartened. Last night, over 10 mutants, who were neither part of the X-Men nor the Brotherhood, had appeared at the farm, yet none of them had come. It seemed that the mutants had been so repressed by society that they had grown timid. Zhao Yu shook his head in silence, pondering that those who were timid were unworthy of embarking on the path of immortality. Subsequently, the 4 completed their initiation rites within the grand hall of the sect. Each was conferred a title. The 4th disciple, Raven, was named Tianling. The 5th disciple, Natasha, received the title Tianying. The 6th disciple, Matt, was called Tianming. The 7th disciple, Cindy, was designated Tianxian, and the 8th disciple, Logan, was bestowed the title Tiandu. The 8 principal disciples, Tony, Tianyang Peter, Tianyi Harry, and Zhao Yu, each bore their own distinguished names, thus establishing the sect's prestige. As for the 26 named disciples, they collectively bowed to Zhao Yu, thereby formalizing their status. Zhao Yu chose to overlook the bestowal of titles upon them. Senator John, serving as a witness, observed the initiation process before departing the cave abode, likely burdened with reports awaiting him at the White House and Congress. In the interim of assessing the disciples, Tony diligently attended to his own affairs. All necessary tools for the sect were meticulously arranged. As dusk fell outside, despite the lack of day and night within the cave, mealtime remained a necessity. After considerable effort, aided by Raven, Natasha, Cindy, and others, they finally managed to prepare a meal for over 30 individuals. After dining, Zhao Yu gathered all disciples at the training grounds. Standing at the forefront with a commanding yet ethereal presence, he resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. With the initiation of 26 named disciples, he spoke with an air of calm authority. Each named disciple would be provided with 1 martial art and 1 combat skill by the sect at no cost. They were to select from the scripture tower the following morning. For the next 2 months, no named disciple was permitted to leave Tai Cave for any reason. They were to focus intently on their cultivation and lay a solid foundation. Each month, named disciples would receive 10 essence pills from the sect free of charge. However, should they desire additional pills to aid their cultivation, they must complete sect tasks to earn contributions for exchange. After 2 months, those whose strength did not exceed 1,000 pounds or whose conduct did not align with the sect's regulations would be stripped of their status as named disciples and expelled. Chapter 48. The teacher imparts knowledge and guides the way. The named disciples remained utterly silent, attentively absorbing every word and phrase uttered by Zhao Yu. No dissent was raised. Even in a system of compulsory education, it is impossible for everything to be free and provided without effort. They found Zhao Yu's various demands and limitations entirely reasonable and comprehensible. In the past 2 months, during the first 10 days, registered disciples are required to study the Chinese language and characters with their master from 8 in the morning until noon. Concurrently, the master will elucidate the fundamental principles of cultivation. All the various practices of our sect are rooted in Chinese culture. Without a proper understanding of the language and characters, one will encounter significant obstacles in their cultivation journey, making progress exceedingly difficult. After the initial 10 days, the schedule will shift to self-study of the Chinese language from 8 to 10 in the morning. From 10 in the morning until 6 in the evening, excluding time for meals and rest, all will be dedicated to practice. After 6 in the evening, you may arrange your own activities. Although you are merely registered disciples, you are still part of my esteemed sect. It is imperative that you adhere strictly to the rules and teachings of our tradition, guiding all beings. promoting the welfare of humanity, refraining from wrongdoing, avoiding plunder, remaining loyal to the sect, and not causing harm to fellow disciples. Violators will face severe consequences. With that said, Zhao Yu waved his hand, and a group of 26 registered disciples was arranged for accommodation. The sect comprises a total of 5 courtyards and 50 rooms. Along with the previously established 4 direct disciples, there are now 8 direct disciples, each occupying 1 room in the second courtyard. The master and his spouse, along with Magneto, occupy the first courtyard, while the registered disciples do not qualify to reside in the same courtyard as the direct disciples or the master and his spouse. Thus the third, fourth, and fifth courtyards provide 30 rooms for the 26 registered disciples to stay, which is quite spacious. Naturally, these considerations were not of concern to Zhao Yu. If accommodations were insufficient, it would be reasonable for 3 or 4 individuals to share a room. They are here to cultivate, not to indulge in luxury. Should they desire better lodging, they are welcome to leave for a Hilton, where presidential suites abound. Having dispatched the registered disciples, only the 8 direct disciples remained. Led by Tony, they stood in a line from left to right, with Logan at the end. Observing these direct disciples, Zhao Yu's expression softened considerably. You are my direct disciples, and your status within our sect is entirely distinct from that of the registered disciples. Direct disciples are the true heirs of my teachings. In your relationship with me, you are both my students and my children. Although your entry into the sect occurred in varying sequences and manners, I hope that you can genuinely care for and support one another. Regardless of your previous identities, be you brilliant scientists, entrepreneurs, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., superheroes, or mutants, here, you will all be treated equally. The group remained silent. Your elder brother, second brother, third brother, and fourth sister have not undergone the initiation trials. However, that does not mean they will be exempt from such experiences forever. I have made arrangements. The 4 of you will face the array trials starting tomorrow. Otherwise, your fellow disciples will harbor grievances, claiming I have not been just in my treatment. Tony's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, Master, let bygones be bygones. He had witnessed those with stronger physiques fall along the path, and the thought alone was terrifying. Especially you, Tony. Zhao Yu glared at him. As the eldest brother, how can you command respect if you do not pass the trials? Tony's face instantly fell, looking despondent. Zhao Yu remarked, You have all become my direct disciples. So do not fret about failing the examination and being expelled from the sect. Should you not succeed the first time, there will always be a second opportunity. It is only upon passing that I shall be satisfied. Tony breathed a sigh of relief at this. The other 3 nodded in unison, indicating their agreement. Zhao Yu nodded back, then suddenly sighed lightly. In this vast universe, amidst a time of great strife and conflict, chaos reigns, and order gradually disintegrates. Though Earth lies in a remote corner, merely a speck of dust in the cosmos, seemingly inconspicuous, it cannot escape the tides of turmoil. My purpose in emerging from seclusion is precisely this. Otherwise, I would remain untroubled and free, living a carefree existence. I have established the Tai sect and taken you as disciples to enlighten all beings and guide the masses. Whether you serve as agents, heroes, entrepreneurs, or common folk, all require order. In this regard, your connection to me is fated, and your entry into my sect is entirely justified. Once you join my sect, you must uphold its doctrines. Do not betray the teachings. Do not harm your fellow disciples. Do not engage in indiscriminate slaughter, nor pillage. Engage in righteous acts, practice diligently, and strive for longevity, existing in harmony with the universe. At this point, Zhao Yu's expression shifted, revealing a hint of coldness. However, should anyone violate the teachings of the sect and commit heinous acts, do not let it reach my ears. For minor offenses, one may be sent back to reflect in solitude. For greater transgressions, their cultivation may be forfeit and expulsion inevitable. In severe cases, I shall personally take action to cleanse the sect. His voice was stern, each word articulated with emphasis. I hope you will remember this firmly, lest you regret it too late. The disciples fell silent. Even the defiant Wolverine and the usually carefree Tony wore solemn expressions, unwilling to cast sidelong glances. Zhao Yu then slightly nodded, softening his tone. It is precisely because you are my direct disciples that I hold such stringent expectations for you. Otherwise, would I pay any heed to those mere nominal disciples? He exhaled softly. As direct disciples, you possess the finest cultivation techniques, abundant resources, and my personal guidance. Your starting line is far ahead of theirs. If, despite this, any of you fail to achieve success, I would have nothing further to say. Regarding nominal disciples, I adopt the role of a teacher, applying the methods of an educational institution. However, for you, I impose no rigid requirements. You must determine your daily practices and needs independently. The path of the Great Way is one that I can only guide you upon. The journey you ultimately undertake is yours alone, and I cannot interfere. Each individual is unique, and you, in particular, are even more so. The master opens the door, but the cultivation lies within the individual. Now, follow me to the rear hall. The 8 disciples exchanged glances, silently following Zhao Yu into the rear hall. Zhao Yu sat upon a mat within the hall, gesturing for his disciples to sit on the ground in a semicircle. A teacher imparts knowledge and wisdom. Zhao Yu remarked, "Your senior brothers and sisters have already received the teachings of their master. Now, the newly admitted disciples shall come forward in order." Natasha then rose and approached. Zhao Yu pointed at her forehead, imparting the pure yang body refinement fist into her mind. After Natasha took a moment to savor the knowledge and open her eyes, Zhao Yu continued, "I am well aware of Tian Ying's background. In her early years, she was an agent of the KGB of the former Soviet Union. Due to various circumstances, she betrayed the KGB and joined SHIELD, where she remains to this day." Natasha pursed her lips. As an agent, harboring complex and dark thoughts is a grave taboo at the outset of cultivation, hindering one's wholehearted dedication to the practice. Excessive distractions will impede your ability to enter a state of tranquility. I must advise you, having entered my teachings and embarked on the path of enlightenment, all past matters should be rendered as smoke and clouds. As a direct disciple, you must stay in the cave for the first 3 months. Seize this opportunity to calm your mind, read the scriptures diligently, and refine your spirit. Should you manage to dispel your dark thoughts, your future will be boundless. "Thank you, Master. I shall remember this." Natasha felt a surge of emotion and bowed deeply. Zhao Yu nodded. Indeed, reading the scriptures can refine the spirit and bring clarity, but the prerequisite is mastering the Chinese language. I hope you will not disappoint me. Natasha's expression turned resolute. I will not let Master down. Dismissing Natasha, Zhao Yu beckoned Matt to step forward. After imparting the teachings, he continued, "I'm also aware of your past. Your physical condition is unique. However, though you are visually impaired, your heart remains clear and unclouded, which pleases me greatly. Love, hate, and emotional entanglements ultimately led you down the path of a superhero. I do not oppose your role as a superhero, whether in the past or the future. Ultimately, you have not strayed onto the path of evil, which is commendable. Like your second brother, Peter, who is now the Black Knight. You may have heard of him. Upholding justice and aiding others is a means of universal salvation, aligning with the tenets of our Tai sect. I hope you will always uphold your convictions. Perseverance imbues life with meaning. As we pursue immortality, we must also embody persistence and hold on to our obsessions. Otherwise, we risk losing ourselves over time. I am delighted to see each of you possess your own convictions. As long as you do not engage in wrongdoing, whatever you choose to pursue, my support, and that of the sect, shall always be behind you. Tian Ming's physical condition differs from that of your other brothers and sisters. Although you lack sight, it has rendered your spirit purer. In the future, your path may lean towards this aspect. Of course, it is still early. After refining your body and establishing your foundation, I shall make arrangements. Following Matt, the next is the 7th, Tian Xian, Cindy Moon. You are unlike them, Zhao Yu said with a smile. Among your siblings, apart from Peter, the others are quite different from you. Yet, I have great faith in you. Cindy smiled brightly, filled with joy. She could not help but steal a glance at Peter, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Observing this, Zhao Yu chuckled lightly. Your senior brothers and sister, your master brother, second brother, third brother, and fourth sister, by the whims of fate, did not endure today's trials. Yet among all, each of them possesses a stronger foundation than you. Nevertheless, you have triumphed. This is indeed remarkable. I hold no special expectations for you. The path of cultivation is yours to choose. After solidifying your foundation, pursue whatever resonates with you. Choose boldly and tread fearlessly onward. Cindy's eyes glistened with tears. Thank you, Master. Following her was Logan, the eldest among the 8 disciples, and the only mutant. Zhao Yu imparted to him his teachings, stating, You were born in the 19th century, experienced familial upheaval in your youth, and participated in both world wars, traversing much of the globe. It can be said that your life experiences are the richest among all of you. However, in this journey, you have lost much, including your memories. Yet, I am aware that during the recent trial's mental interrogation, your memories have returned. I believe you are now overwhelmed with emotions. perhaps yearning to rush out and seek those lost entities or individuals of great significance to you. Logan opened his mouth at a loss for words. He had always been a rebellious spirit. Otherwise, he would not be known as Wolverine. There existed a certain wolfish nature within him, a defiance. Yet, even the fiercest of wolves knows when to tuck its tail. Having witnessed Zhao Yu's formidable prowess firsthand, the all left an indelible mark on his soul, compelling even Wolverine to suppress his ferocity in Zhao Yu's presence. Otherwise, he would have stormed out of the cave in fury. Chapter 49. Heart yearning for freedom. Intentions at ease. I can inform you that the son of that Japanese woman is still alive, and I can also tell you where the saber-toothed tiger is now. Yet, I hope you can calm your mind and remain here steadily for 3 months. So many years have passed. 3 months is but a fleeting moment. Moreover, during these 3 months, you must cast aside all distractions and devote yourself entirely to your cultivation. Your mutant abilities are unique, self-healing and longevity, which are extraordinary powers. However, mutant abilities come with inherent limitations. Indeed, your self-healing capability may ensure your survival in extreme conditions, yet when it becomes uncontrollable, it tends to refresh autonomously, rendering your training futile. Otherwise, after nearly 2 centuries of trials, your physique should be extraordinarily robust, yet in reality, your body remains unchanged since the awakening of your abilities. They say your power is immortality, but looking at your current appearance, you resemble someone in their 30s or 40s. When you awakened your abilities, your visage was undoubtedly younger than it is now. It is merely your self-healing that has slowed your aging, not granted you eternal life. This is an obstacle encountered in the early stages of cultivation, capable of erasing your progress and reverting you to your former self. Thus, I must seal your self-healing ability until you have established your foundation and advance to the stage of refining energy, at which point you will be able to master your own powers, and the seal shall be lifted. As he spoke, Zhao Yu produced a ring from his palm and handed it to Logan, instructing him to wear it. The self-healing ability of Wolverine, while formidable, also harbors hidden dangers. When he sustains injuries, his body heals fervently, yet it is, in truth, a depletion of potential. This ability must be sealed until it can be wielded with ease. Logan silently accepted the ring and slipped it onto his middle finger. In that instant, he felt as though he had lost something significant, a profound sense of emptiness enveloping him. This was a sealing ring valued at 800 units of fortune, a magical artifact specifically exchanged by Zhao Yu to assist Logan in his cultivation. It is an artifact, not merely a tool. Though its function is singular and its cost modest, it is nonetheless a magical treasure. It will not eradicate Logan's abilities, but will instead seal them, preventing these powers from hindering his training. This single act returned the fortune value contributed by Logan upon becoming a disciple directly to him. Zhao Yu harbored considerable expectations for Logan. The self-healing ability can also be acquired through cultivation, and even resurrection through blood is not beyond reach. However, for Zhao Yu himself, reaching a level of self-healing akin to Logan's remains a distant goal. Zhao Yu invested some fortune value to consult the system, which provided guidance on the path of cultivation for Logan. During the physical refinement and foundation establishment phase, his self-healing ability must be sealed. Otherwise, despite repeated efforts, he would remain unchanged and forever unable to complete his foundation. According to the system's advice, Logan must cultivate magical energy, refining his abilities until he can effortlessly control his self-healing power, at which point the seal may be lifted. At the very least, he must enter the energy refinement stage. Once in the energy refinement stage, possessing magical energy and a robust physique, coupled with a self-healing ability under his complete control, Logan could serve as a formidable weapon for the sect, indestructible and deadly. How advantageous! Alternatively, he might be regarded as the sect's guardian, akin to Yang Jian in Taoism or the Monkey King in Buddhism. Of course, Zhao Yu also considered another potential guardian for the sect, Banner. However, it seems the Hulk has yet to emerge, or perhaps he had already done so before Zhao Yu's arrival, only to be suppressed and now hidden abroad, making him elusive. Moreover, Zhao Yu harbored doubts regarding whether the Hulk could cultivate immortality. His powers are not innate, unlike those of mutants, and it remains uncertain whether Banner would become stronger after cultivating. He might ultimately prove to be a mere burden. Hence, for now, this matter is set aside, to be revisited if the opportunity arises. Very well. Zhao Yu nodded slightly, expressing high expectations for you. If you can fully master your abilities and cultivate to a certain realm, you shall find few equals. Upon completing your foundational training and refining your innate powers, I shall assist you in honing your self-healing abilities, enabling you to wield them with ease. It will be a time when the vast sea allows fish to leap freely, and the high skies grant birds the liberty to soar. Each disciple received the pure yang body refining fist through a sacred blessing, accompanied by expressions of hope and encouragement. The gazes directed at Zhao Yu by this group of disciples were markedly transformed from before, now tinged with familiarity. At this juncture, Zhao Yu spoke. The pure yang body refining fist I bestow upon you differs from other techniques found within the scripture tower. This is the core foundational method exclusively for the inner disciples of our sect. Those who are not named disciples, lacking significant contributions, are unqualified to practice it. This technique embodies balance and harmony, standing as the most profound among all foundational methods. Once mastered, your capabilities will far surpass those of other named disciples who practice alternative techniques. Remember, you must not nod in agreement to this, nor may you impart it to anyone at will. Of course, this technique was imparted through a blessing, transmitted via intent, without complete mastery and profound understanding. It cannot be inscribed on paper or articulated verbally. Zhao Yu's warning served merely as a precaution, especially considering the peculiar backgrounds of some inner disciples. The group of disciples nodded in unison, pledging their commitment. After imparting the technique and offering words of encouragement, the time came to distribute the ceremonial robes. Previously, upon completing tasks and directly exchanging for techniques, Zhao Yu found himself with just over 1,000 fortune points remaining. However, with the enrollment of numerous disciples today, particularly those endowed with fortune, his resources had significantly increased. The 4 newly initiated inner disciples, with the most abundant fortune, contributed 800 fortune points, while the likes of Logan, Natasha, and Matt, along with Cindy, surprisingly offered 500. Naturally, Wolverine's contribution was a sealed ring, which he retained. Collectively, these 4 inner disciples amassed nearly 3,000 fortune points, adding the 26 named disciples, including figures like Fury and Frank, each contributing several hundred points. The total contributions remarkably equaled that of the 4 inner disciples, exceeding 3,000 overall. Thus, Zhao Yu now possessed over 6,000 fortune points at his disposal. The 4 ceremonial robes were a mere trifle. Subsequently, each disciple received a robe, and Zhao Yu elaborated on its functions, to which the disciples responded with visible delight, each pledging their loyalty through blood. Cindy, in particular, reveled in the experience. Very well, Zhao Yu said with a smile, gesturing for their attention. You shall observe for a duration thereafter. Named disciples are permitted to remain in the cave for 2 months, whereas you will have 3. Among you are those of particular status, and also unique figures among the named disciples. I grant you an additional day's respite. Return tomorrow to arrange your affairs. Then return promptly. As he spoke, he waved his hand, marking the 4 with the cave seal. With this seal, you may enter and exit the cave at will. However, I must caution you, do not bring unrelated individuals here. Do you understand? Understood. They replied in unison. Excellent, Zhao Yu affirmed. Zhao Yu waved his sleeve and remarked, furthermore, as the privileged disciples, there is no need for me to elaborate on your benefits. After you descend, inquire with your senior brothers and sisters. You may leave now. After dismissing the 8 privileged disciples, Zhao Yu let out a long sigh. To be honest, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the role. Initially, he found amusement in playing the part of a wise master, but as time passed, it became increasingly irksome. He preferred solitary cultivation, quietly contemplating the mysteries of his techniques. Were it not for the system's coercion, Zhao Yu would have sought out a secluded corner of the mountains to devote himself to uninterrupted cultivation, avoiding any unnecessary exposure. This mindset, typical of a wandering cultivator, required transformation now that he had established a sect. With a swift mental severance of distracting thoughts, Zhao Yu gently closed his eyes, allowing the power of the 3 elements unification chi refinement technique to circulate rapidly within him, complementing his chaotic true form and promoting mutual enhancement, thus enveloping the hall in profound silence. Why does it seem that the master is growing ever more imposing? The 8 individuals emerged from the rear hall, collectively exhaling deeply. In Zhao Yu's presence, they felt an overwhelming pressure, whether he spoke sternly or with gentle words. As Peter remarked, the master is indeed becoming more formidable. Tony shrugged. Honestly, I was too afraid to speak earlier. I worried that if I said anything, he'd swat me down. Imagine the humiliation of being knocked to the ground as the president of Stark Industries. Shoo! Harry quickly placed a finger to his lips. Be careful. The master might hear. Tony immediately sealed his lips. Observing this, the others could not help but laugh, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. See, Tony chuckled. My efforts were not in vain, right? Everyone is laughing. At that moment, Natasha interjected, for those of us who joined later, we've only seen the master a couple of times. We really do not understand what kind of person he is to maintain such an aura of pressure. Tony shrugged again. Well, that has always been my impression of him. Peter shook his head. The master is usually quite gentle and easy to get along with. Although he often taps me on the back of the head, I don't mind it. Today is different. Perhaps it's due to the formal acceptance of disciples, which makes it more serious. In time, everyone will understand. Harry nodded in agreement. You two are rather close. Tony smirked, but he has never shown me a kind face. The master said that it's to spur you on. Peter chuckled. He mentioned that your character is too arrogant and carefree, and that you need to be kept in check. Tony threw up his hands in silence. And what about those benefits? Natasha inquired again. The elixirs, Peter replied. As registered disciples, we receive 10 pills a month. But if we want essence pills, it amounts to 100 per month. There are even better intermediate and advanced elixirs, which are 30 and 10 pills, respectively. Harry added, perhaps everyone is not fully aware of the effects of elixirs. Take the vitality pill, for instance. If one is not a cultivator, consuming it merely invigorates a person. However, for us cultivators, the assistance of elixirs is indispensable for rapid advancement. Without them, our cultivation speed would be hindered by at least 5-fold. While it may appear that Peter has already reached the 5th level of the pure yang body refinement fist, he has consumed a considerable amount of vitality pills. At this moment, the new disciples comprehended the disparities between direct disciples and those with mere nominal titles. Setting aside the cultivation techniques, even in terms of robes and elixirs, the gap was starkly evident. A wave of joy washed over everyone as they proceeded towards the accommodation area, gradually becoming more familiar with one another, engaging in light conversations. A group of female disciples chatted together, while Tony occasionally interjected with humor, eliciting laughter and creating a harmonious atmosphere. That night, many found themselves restless, whether lost in dreams of the future or secretly plotting their ambitions. Zhao Yu, too, toiled through the night. Time flew swiftly. He meticulously transcribed numerous cultivation techniques and spells that he had deduced in the state of divine possession using the 5 elements magnetic divine light. Additionally, he spent nearly 1,000 fortune points to exchange for dozens, if not hundreds, of low-level techniques, manifesting them in written form at the cost of their core principles. Should he absorb the core essence of these techniques, he would need to fully cultivate them to record them accurately. Although he could comprehend several low-level techniques in a single day, the necessity was questionable. What utility would an abundance of low-level techniques serve? As for the 3 yuan returning to 1 qi refinement method, derived from his state of divine possession, Zhao Yu contemplated and decided against transcribing it for the time being. This fundamental technique held great significance, and its profound nature would likely be beyond the grasp of his disciples' cultural foundation at this stage. He then spent 100 fortune points to acquire dozens of classic texts, such as the Tao Te Ching. These texts did not possess core principles in the exchange items. Rather, the core essence of such texts was exceedingly precious. Should one grasp all the teachings, they would be on the brink of enlightenment, thus allowing for direct manifestation. With over 200 techniques, spells, and numerous texts amassed, Zhao Yu expended 500 fortune points to obtain a low-tier Qianquan bag. With a flick of his sleeve, he stored the techniques and tomes within the bag, then stepped into the void, arriving at the scripture tower. Upon entering the scripture tower, Zhao Yu noticed Magneto resting nearby and roused him. He then categorically extracted various techniques and texts from the foundational level, stacking them into several piles for Magneto to place in designated areas according to their classifications. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu ascended to the 2nd level of the scripture tower. The techniques and spells pertaining to the qi refinement stage, which he had deduced using the 5 elements magnetic divine light, numbered in the dozens and were certainly not suited for the 1st level. Zhao Yu has now truly entered the 5th layer of qi refinement. Not to mention his physical realm, his magical power alone, cultivated through the 3 elements returning to 1 qi refinement technique, is incomparably profound. If we consider his physical realm at the 6th layer of the mortal body, no ordinary cultivator beneath the transformation stage stands a chance against him. Having meticulously organized various techniques, Zhao Yu, feeling no urge to leave the sutra repository, chose instead to sit cross-legged on the 1st floor, silently channeling his magical power. Meanwhile, Magneto was engrossed in studying a martial manual with great care. This old fellow surprisingly knows Chinese. However, given Magneto's extensive travels across the globe, it is not unexpected. At 8 in the morning, all registered disciples gathered at the sutra repository. Under Zhao Yu's guidance, they spent half an hour selecting a martial technique and a battle skill. By 8:30, they convened at the training ground. Zhao Yu sat cross-legged at the forefront, imparting a Chinese language lesson. The textbook employed was none other than the Tao Te Ching. Following the conclusion of the Chinese class at noon, some, including Fry and others with unique identities outside, departed the cave abode. They needed to make arrangements for their 2-month stay. As for the 8 direct disciples, except for Peter, who had already reached the 5th layer of the pure yang body refining fist and did not need to remain in the cave at all times, the rest stayed closely bound to their training for the foreseeable future. After 4 hours of the Tao Te Ching Chinese class, which covered the fundamentals of cultivation, Zhao Yu entrusted all disciples to Peter and Harry during the afternoon practice session. Peter was responsible for instructing the direct disciples in their routines, while Harry guided the registered disciples, primarily repeating foundational cultivation knowledge. After all, many of them still lacked proficiency in Chinese, and their chosen techniques varied significantly, making practice quite challenging. Consequently, Peter had to suspend his studies. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu had more pressing matters to attend to. In the back hall, within the alchemical chamber, Zhao Yu sat before the alchemical furnace, dividing his focus between monitoring the furnace's heat and rhythmically tapping its body, infusing strands of magical power into the furnace. This, in conjunction with the furnace's fire, was aimed at concocting refined pills. As time passed, a faint wisp of medicinal energy wafted from the furnace's lid. Zhao Yu inhaled deeply, a smile finally gracing his face. The swirling medicinal vapor signified the successful creation of the pills. Before this batch, Zhao Yu had experienced 2 failures. Although he had comprehended the alchemical texts thoroughly with the aid of divine possession, understanding alone was mere theory. The practical execution lacked experience, leading to errors. Fortunately, the mistakes were limited to 2, and the 3rd attempt proved successful. Open the jade box, Zhao Yu instructed urgently. The assistant promptly opened a jade box measuring a foot in length, and Zhao Yu, with a decisive tap on the furnace body, rotated the lid, causing the pills to shoot forth like beads from a necklace. With a graceful gesture, Zhao Yu guided the pills into the jade box. 58 pills were produced, still in need of refinement. In this process, Zhao Yu had already discerned the quantity of the finished elixirs. Based on the amount of herbs used, a normal yield should produce 100 pills, yet he had only managed to create 58, barely surpassing half. He shook his head, reflecting on experience, merely a matter of familiarity. The more one engages in a task, the more proficient one becomes. Subsequently, he concocted 2 more batches of vitality pills, with each batch's yield increasingly nearing the expected norm, 65 in one batch and 82 in the last. Observing that he was close to reaching the coveted 100 mark, Zhao Yu nodded with a hint of satisfaction, intending to continue, only to realize that the herbs had run out. Beside him, Ben appeared apologetic, stating, "I'm sorry, Zhao, but the herbs I harvested this morning have been exhausted." Zhao Yu regrettably ceased his work. By now, the various herbs relocated to the medicinal fields below the mountainside during the transformation of the cave haven had gradually matured. Given the urgent demands of his disciples for elixirs, Zhao Yu felt compelled to continue his alchemical endeavors. Without vitality pills, the initiation process would be unduly protracted. Perhaps by the 2 or 3 month mark, few would meet Zhao Yu's standards. However, relying solely on Ben for herb collection was insufficient to meet the burgeoning need. Considering the 26 registered disciples and 8 direct disciples consuming substantial amounts monthly, the sect alone required over 1,000 pills. Future demands would only escalate, and if herb collection depended solely on Ben's limited harvest, the efficiency of alchemy would inevitably dwindle. Furthermore, Zhao Yu contemplated that this burden could not rest solely on his shoulders. He must cultivate disciples with the requisite talent to assist him. Yet, that was a matter for the future, as even the lower-tier vitality pills required some degree of magical prowess for flawless refinement. This implied that disciples would need to advance in their cultivation to contribute effectively. Turning to Ben, who held a jade box intended for storing the elixirs, Zhao Yu instructed, "You, Mei, and Eric will receive the sect's elixir benefits according to the rank of direct disciples, 100 vitality pills each month. Please take these pills to the service hall, and whenever possible this afternoon, distribute them to fulfill the needs of the registered disciples." Ben nodded, but remarked, "Mei and I require no such quantity. Our age limits our potential for cultivation. Eric, however, being a mutant, should receive 100, while we could manage with 10, akin to the registered disciples." Zhao Yu chuckled and shook his head, saying, "You are not the same. Trust my judgment. I will determine the quantity." Ben smiled, expressing gratitude. Zhao Yu waved his sleeve, adding, "For the time being, I must trouble you with herb collection. Please persevere for a month more. Once the disciples have initiated their training next month, relevant tasks will be released in the service hall for them to undertake. Ben nodded in agreement. After Ben departed, however, Zhao Yu, with a mere flick of his hand, retrieved a large sack towering above him. This sack contained the herbs required for the mid-tier blood energy pills and the high-tier divine energy pills, which he had exchanged from the system during his conversation with Ben. The essence pill, the blood chi pill, and the spirit pill constitute a singular series of elixirs, all of which are invaluable supplementary pills during the foundational stage of body refinement. In the initial phase of body cultivation, the essence pill yields optimal effects. During the intermediate phase, the blood chi pill is most effective, and in the later stages, the spirit pill proves to be the most beneficial. These correspond to the 3 stages of achieving the first level of mortal body. Zhao Yu had only ever utilized the essence pill due to the uniqueness of his constitution. He had transcended the first level of mortal body before even employing the latter 2 pills. However, his disciples do not possess such extraordinary physiques. In the early stages, the essence pill suffices for their needs, yet as they progress into the intermediate phase, the other 2 pills become increasingly effective. For instance, for Peter, who has cultivated the pure yang body refinement fist to the 5th level, the efficacy of the essence pill diminishes, necessitating the subsequent 2 elixirs to maintain an adequate cultivation pace. Thus, preparations for the required herbs for these 2 pills must commence without delay. Upon opening his bag, Zhao Yu's expression subtly shifted as he intertwined with the power of the cave heaven. The seeds swiftly vanished, signaling the completion of the sowing process. Harnessing the might of the divine, he entirely refined the cave heaven, allowing him to wield its power at will. In truth, whether sowing or harvesting, it merely requires a thought. Yet, Zhao Yu deliberately chose not to proceed in this manner. The recent sowing was dictated by pressing time constraints, making it implausible to wait for a month until his disciples had grasped the basics of cultivation before assigning them the task of planting. However, this was merely an exception. Both he and his disciples must engage in tasks within the cave heaven. For instance, if he were to remain idle all day, he would find himself rather uncomfortable. As for the disciples, once they have entered the realm of cultivation, a balance of work and rest is essential, occasionally shifting their focus. Furthermore, the construction of a sect is a collective endeavor. Once one joins the sect, they are obliged to contribute, even if it complicates matters. This approach also enables disciples to earn contributions to the sect while activating the task system within the sect, killing multiple birds with one stone. In the ensuing 10 days, Zhao Yu dedicated his mornings to his disciples, imparting lessons in the Chinese language and elucidating the fundamentals of cultivation. Afternoons were devoted to alchemy, with daily production escalating from an initial 200 pills to over 300. The remaining hours were entirely consumed by his own cultivation. Within less than 5 days, the monthly pill benefits for the disciples were fully satisfied, with the pills produced in the remaining 5 days stored for the next month or for his own use. After 10 days, Zhao Yu seldom appeared before the registered disciples, except when his direct disciples sought his guidance for queries. Otherwise, he focused intently on his own cultivation. Whether in meditation to channel his spiritual energy, practicing martial arts at the summit, drawing talismans in the rear hall, or delving into alchemy and exploring the methods of crafting magical devices, his days were filled to the brim. Confucius once remarked, "Time flows like this ceaselessly, day and night." Indeed, tranquil moments often slip by with remarkable swiftness, and before one realizes, 2 months have passed. In the 51st chapter, Remarkable Progress, the examination from the mountain, Zhao Yu found himself quite pleased with the advancement of his disciples over the past 2 months. Setting aside his direct disciples, several of his named disciples exhibited exceptional diligence. While others rested, they tirelessly practiced their techniques and honed their combat skills on the training ground. Even those who should have been training showed no signs of idleness. After all, most of these named disciples came from diverse backgrounds, many being either special forces or agents. They understood the gravity of their tasks, where life and death were uncertain. Faced with an opportunity for empowerment, none dared to take it lightly. Their earnest efforts also influenced a few of the non-military named disciples, eventually even affecting the direct disciples without any special status. Although this atmosphere seemed somewhat incompatible with the carefree spirit of the immortal sect, Zhao Yu approved of it and chose to let it be. In the early stages of cultivation, one must exert effort, otherwise they would not even meet the threshold to glimpse the immortal path. Logically, those who strive should be worthy of admiration. However, Zhao Yu discerned that among the named disciples, one individual, despite his hard work, was not engaged in earnest toil, but rather in a desperate pursuit of immediate results. This individual, driven by an overwhelming desire for power, had developed a somewhat blind and distorted yearning, which was not a positive trait. While effort is commendable, it must be grounded and approached with the right mindset. Blind ambition could only jeopardize one's future. This individual was Bronsky, the sole special forces soldier from the government who had faltered on the last 10 rungs of the direct disciples trials. With the 2-month deadline for the named disciples looming the next day, Zhao Yu strolled to the training ground that evening. Bronsky was practicing his boxing techniques alone. Zhao Yu quickly noted that he had mastered the vigorous and explosive Shattered Jade fist to a commendable level. The sound of his punches howled through the air. Powerful yet fluid, a remarkable feat indeed. Among all the named disciples, he was one of the few who had reached such a level of combat skill in just 2 months. Typically, there would have been 2 or 3 others alongside him at this hour, diligently training, but with the deadline approaching, the others had retired early to rest and prepare for the upcoming assessment. Only Bronsky remained, engrossed in his practice. Without a sound, Zhao Yu approached him and said, "Pause for a moment." Startled, Bronsky turned to see Zhao Yu and bowed respectfully, "Master." Zhao Yu nodded and remarked, "You have done exceptionally well. Among the 26 named disciples, you are the most diligent. Your progress has been remarkable. Apart from Patton and Frank, none can match your prowess." Upon hearing this, a smile of acknowledgement spread across Bronsky's face. Yet, Zhao Yu's tone shifted as he remarked, "In just 2 months, you have cultivated the Shattered Jade fist to a remarkable level, capable of splitting stone with ease. Your mastery of the thick earth technique has also reached the 2nd tier, granting you a formidable strength of 2,000 pounds with every movement. Frankly speaking, if it were not for the abundant resources available to direct disciples, some might not even match your prowess. However," Zhao Yu continued, shaking his head, "I can discern that your yearning for power has become excessive, almost pathological." Bronsky's expression, once full of delight, immediately faltered. "Master, is it wrong to strive for excellence?" "No, effort is commendable," Zhao Yu sighed. "It is precisely because of your diligence that I wish to discuss this with you. The essence of our cultivation emphasizes a serene spirit. One must strike a balance. You have surpassed that balance. While striving is commendable, obsessive effort distorts the soul. If the spirit cannot remain clear, it will become your greatest obstacle on the path ahead." Zhao Yu stood with his hands clasped behind him, slowly walking to the edge of the cliff, with Bronsky trailing beside him, a look of defiance etched on his face. "To put it plainly, you are being extreme," Zhao Yu stated calmly. "I advise you to read the Tao scriptures more often and purify your mind. Set aside your martial techniques for now. Once your spirit is clear, it will not be too late to resume your cultivation. For someone like Bronsky, practicing demonic arts might be more suitable. However, those who are overly extreme find it easy to fall into madness, but difficult to attain enlightenment. Even practitioners of the demonic path first descend into madness, then gain clarity, and finally reach the Tao. Should Bronsky pursue the demonic arts, he would undoubtedly progress rapidly at first, but upon reaching a certain level, he would inevitably encounter formidable barriers. If he can understand and transcend them, his future would be limitless. If not, under the backlash of inner demons, his fate would be dire. "I have been observing you for some time," Zhao Yu said, turning his back to Bronsky. "You harbor a significant jealousy towards direct disciples. What is the cause? Is it because they receive more resources and possess superior techniques?" Bronsky remained silent for a moment. "Yes, master. You are quite honest," Zhao Yu nodded. "But you must understand, you all participated in the trials together, and your failure was due to your own shortcomings. What about Tony Stark, Peter Parker, Harry Osborn, and Raven?" He suddenly exclaimed, his voice filled with agitation. "They did not take the trials with us, although they later made up for it. Neither Harry nor Tony passed, even once. Why did you grant them opportunities, but not me? Is it because they are wealthy? Are they privileged?" Zhao Yu chuckled, turning to face Bronsky, shaking his head with a sigh. "The cultivation of the celestial path hinges on fate. Those four were taken under my wing before I formally accepted disciples. Due to fortuitous circumstances, each individual is unique. You cannot compare yourself to them. You are you, and they are they." He paused for a moment, then continued, "I do not look down upon you. If you can persist while steadfastly maintaining a clear spirit, there is indeed a chance for you to become a direct disciple. I have never stated that registered disciples are forever mere registered disciples. Moreover, the reasons for my acceptance of disciples are my own. How dare you question them?" With a graceful sweep of his sleeves, he bid farewell, advising to take care of oneself. As his words lingered, he vanished from sight. Bronsky stared in disbelief as Zhao Yu disappeared, clenching his fists in frustration. The following day, the named disciples underwent a 2-month assessment, and all triumphantly passed. These disciples, in terms of perseverance and talent, surpassed the average individual. With the aid of elixirs, most had elevated their chosen techniques to the second tier within 2 months. Those with greater potential, such as Brownsky and Barton, exhibited tremendous strength, easily summoning a ton of force with their movements, while those with lesser potential still managed to exert over 1,000 pounds. It could be said that they had transformed remarkably compared to 2 months prior. In a mere flick of a finger, they could effortlessly overpower their former selves, excluding firearms, of course. At their current level, being struck by a projectile weapon would still yield grave consequences, without a doubt. Zhao Yu stood before them, hands clasped behind his back, a look of satisfaction gracing his features as he surveyed the 26 named disciples. With a smile, he remarked, "You have not disappointed me. Each of you has passed the assessment. According to the initial regulations, you are now free to leave the cave realm. However, before you depart, I wish to impart a few words of advice." His expression turned solemn. "First and foremost, remember the teachings and rules of our sect. Secondly, I hope that when we next meet, you will have discovered your own steadfast convictions. Why do you engage in cultivation? For the thrill of vengeance? For chivalry? For protection? For slaughter? This pertains to your future. Finally, I urge you to cultivate with a tranquil heart." His gaze deliberately lingered on Brownsky. "At all times, maintain the purity of your spirit. Never forget. Read the sacred texts diligently and practice with unwavering dedication." He waved his hand. "That is all. From this day forth, you are permitted to leave the sect. Those who wish to stay, I do not insist otherwise. You are always welcome to return. As long as you have not committed irreparable wrongs, the doors of our sect shall remain forever open." The disciples bowed in unison to Zhao Yu, and with the exception of a few, the rest gradually departed from the sect. Most of this group of named disciples hailed from the SHIELD agency and the government, their initial purpose for training being to serve these entities. Thus, they all left. The remaining 2 or 3 individuals were from civilian backgrounds, choosing to cultivate diligently within the sect, unbound by any external obligations. With the named disciples dispatched, the Tai cave realm fell into a profound silence. Among the 8 direct disciples, save for Peter and Raven, who were tasked with guarding the farm and the sect's entrance, the other 6 remained by Zhao Yu's side. The guarding duty was the sect's most enduring task. Since Zhao Yu officially opened the mountain to accept disciples, many had come to visit or seek his mentorship. Ordinary visitors were turned away, while those seeking to become disciples would have to wait until the same time next year. Every sect has its own regulations. Once the time for apprenticeship has passed, regardless of whether one is from Xavier's school or another group of mutants and superheroes, they must wait until the next opportunity. It is inconceivable to initiate the trial program for anyone who merely shows up unannounced. That would render the discipleship of Tai sect exceedingly trivial. Therefore, it is essential to have someone overseeing the farm at all times, which led to the establishment of this sect task. Similarly, guarding the main gate of the sect is imperative. The gate requires a formidable force of 5 tons to be opened, a feat beyond the capabilities of many registered disciples. Consequently, they must rely on others to open the gate for them, giving rise to this additional sect task. The duties of overseeing the farm and welcoming visitors are rotated among the 8 primary disciples. Initially, only Peter and Logan were deemed suitable for the gatekeeping task, but after 10 days of accepting apprentices, Harry joined their ranks. Now, each of them possesses the ability, including the likes of Tony. Among the 8 primary disciples, Peter stands in the lead, having mastered the pure yang body refinement fist to the 7th level and on the verge of breaking through to the 8th. With every movement, he can exert a colossal strength of tens of thousands of pounds effortlessly. Following closely is Harry, who joined the sect just after Tony and Peter. He has reached the 5th level of the pure yang body refinement fist, possessing a divine strength exceeding 10,000 pounds. Surprisingly, Cindy, the 7th disciple, ranks 3rd, having cultivated the pure yang fist to the 4th level and nearing a breakthrough to the 5th. This achievement is indeed remarkable, especially considering that among their peers, Raven, Logan, Natasha, and Matt, who all had more advantageous starting conditions, Cindy has surpassed them, showcasing her exceptional aptitude and comprehension. The remaining disciples are at the 3rd level of their fist techniques, with minor variations in their abilities. Logan ranks the highest among them, just below Cindy, while Tony lags behind, having only recently broken through to the 3rd level. Nonetheless, even Tony possesses a physical strength of 6,000 pounds. It can be said that the potential and qualifications of the primary disciples have met Zhao Yu's expectations. Among the registered disciples, there are indeed a few whose qualifications and potential are not inferior to some of those within their ranks. Zhao Yu addressed his 6 disciples, mentioning individuals like Bronsky, Barton, and Frank. He asserted that if they had access to the same resources as the others and were practicing the same techniques, their current standings would not be inferior, especially in comparison to Tony. Upon hearing this, Tony quickly raised his hand in surrender. Master, I still need to draw talismans. I have spent less time training than they have. And what of it? Zhao Yu shot him a disapproving glance. That is no excuse. Ask your fellow disciples who works the hardest. Tony chuckled, falling silent. Well, everyone has their own circumstances, Zhao Yu remarked, shaking his head. You have a natural talent for talismans, so it is understandable that your progress may be slower. However, I must still emphasize the importance of diligent practice. I know, Tony replied, somewhat impatiently. Zhao Yu feigned a slap, prompting Tony to hurriedly evade, eliciting laughter from the disciples. In Chapter 52, The Nature of Magical Power and the Refining of Materials, it is mentioned that Tony has taken Peter's place, enduring Zhao Yu's slaps more than anyone else. He has developed a conditioned reflex, swiftly dodging at the slightest indication of Zhao Yu's movement. The originally set 3-month deadline now seems redundant. Ignoring Tony, Zhao Yu expressed his satisfaction, stating that each of their training progress has surpassed the requirements for opening the Great Door. Therefore, he has decided that from this day forth, they may enter and exit the cave at will, much like the name disciples. Upon hearing this, the disciples exhibited a range of expressions. Cindy, who treats training as a hobby, remained unfazed. Unless necessary, she resolved not to leave the sect anytime soon, as her parents were aware of her training here. And there was little to tie her to the outside world, especially with Peter also present in the sect. In contrast, Logan, the Wolverine, displayed excitement. He had longed to venture out. Since regaining his memories, he yearned to reclaim what he had lost. Now that he could finally leave, he was eager to do so. Similarly, Tony shared his impatience. For the flamboyant playboy, the vibrant world outside was alluring. To remain in the sect for a lifetime would be akin to a death sentence. Additionally, Natasha intended to leave the cave as well, being affiliated with S.H.L.D. Now that Zhao Yu had lifted restrictions, she needed to return to fulfill her duties. The other disciples showed slight changes in expression, contemplating their desires in fleeting thoughts. However, observing their reactions, Zhao Yu secretly smiled and shifted the conversation. Unless absolutely necessary, each direct disciple must remain in the sect for 5 out of every 10 days for training. They could enjoy some relaxation, but not indulgence. Upon hearing this, Tony's previously animated face fell. Seriously? Is this a sect rule? Zhao Yu's tone left no room for negotiation, especially for you, Tony. If I don't impose some restrictions, you'll be soaring through the skies the moment you step out. But Master, I plan to create a suit of armor, which requires specialized equipment that the sect lacks, Tony explained. Is that so? Zhao Yu nodded slightly. Then let me ask you, how long will it take to create this armor? A month? No, half a year. Tony began, only to quickly revise his answer. 2 months. Zhao Yu replied decisively. If I do not see your armor in 2 months, well. Under the piercing gaze of Zhao Yu, Tony shivered. Standing straight like a soldier, I promise to complete the task. Zhao Yu nodded and turned to Logan, who seemed hesitant to speak. I understand your situation, so I shall not impose restrictions on you. However, remember to take enough vitality pills when you leave. Training must not be neglected. Thank you, Master, Logan exhaled. His expression won a gratitude. Then it shall be as such. Zhao Yu replied. Those who wish to depart from the cave, go and prepare. I shall be in the rear hall. Should you require anything, come find me there. With that, he turned and vanished. Haha, at last. I can leave this wretched place. As soon as Zhao Yu departed, Tony released his breath, spreading his arms wide to embrace the air. Ah, the vibrant nightlife. The company of beautiful women. This is the life of the unparalleled genius, Tony Stark. A few fellow disciples exchanged glances and casually drifted away, leaving Tony in a state of disarray. Hey, don't you all want to share your thoughts? He hurried after them, chattering incessantly. My opinion is to shut your mouth. Natasha retorted, casting him a disapproving glance. And you're supposed to be our senior brother. How embarrassing. If we're outside, never let anyone know he is our senior brother. Tony wore a look of helplessness. I was merely joking. No need to take it so seriously. The others shrugged in unison. Fine, if you want to play along. I'll go find Master, Tony said with a chuckle. By the way, for those who wish to leave, let us go together. Tonight, I shall treat you all at Manhattan's finest bar. Is there alcohol? Logan's interest peaked immediately. Of course, the best drinks, Tony declared with pride. Then, count me in. Logan nodded. Though I have no money, I know you do. Brothers, no need for formality, Tony replied generously. I want to join you. Natasha shook her head. The director is waiting for my return. I suggest you quit altogether. Can anyone endure a place like S-H-I-L-D? Tony scoffed. In my view, anything is better than being a spy. Natasha, unfazed by Tony's remarks, replied, I have been trained as a spy since childhood. I don't know what else I would do. And what about you? Tony then inquired of Raven, Harry, and Cindy. Harry hesitated briefly. I plan to return home to check on my father. His health is not well. I'll stay here, Cindy added. So will I, Harry concurred. Tony threw up his hands in exasperation. All right, how dull you all are. As he spoke, he draped his arm over Logan's shoulder, grinning mischievously. If they're not going, we shall have our own fun tonight. Logan chuckled in agreement, while the women huffed and quickly distanced themselves. Then it's settled, Tony declared. Logan, I'll head to the rear hall first. I have a question for Master. If you have anything to tidy up, do so. When I come out, we'll leave together. Logan nodded in understanding. Tony turned and made his way to the rear hall. Come in. Before Tony could knock, Zhao Yu's voice resonated from within. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Is there something you need? Indeed, 2 matters. Tony sat cross-legged before Zhao Yu, displaying a sycophantic smile. Master, shouldn't the tightening spell be lifted for me now? You see, I am no longer the same as before, am I? Zhao Yu regarded him with a discerning gaze. Though I possess the ability to see through all, I fail to perceive any change. Tony's expression faltered. But Master, having certain thoughts lingering in my mind is quite unsettling. Precisely, Zhao Yu replied. You must have something weighing on your mind to stay on the right path. As for the tightening spell, it shall be lifted only when you complete your foundational training, advance in energy refinement, and cultivate genuine power. Noticing the resolute demeanor of Zhao Yu, Tony relented. All right. It is your decision. After expressing his frustration, he turned serious. Master, when I mentioned creating a suit of armor, I was not jesting. This idea dawned upon me following my abduction during the Afghanistan incident. Had I not spent these 2 months in training, I would have completed it by now. However, I have conceived an even more splendid idea. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. As you said, what kind of chemical reaction would occur when talismans are combined with machinery? I can hardly contain my excitement. Zhao Yu nodded with a smile. However, given your current level, engraving talismans on his steel will be quite challenging. Indeed, this is what troubles me, Tony said, furrowing his brow. Must one possess genuine power to engrave permanent talismans? Not necessarily, Zhao Yu replied with a smile. If you're willing to invest your heart and soul. Tony's expression shifted, and he quickly shook his head. Then never mind. If I were to engrave talismans with my blood, I fear you would never see me again. That is wise, Zhao Yu said earnestly. One must eat according to their capacity. If you lack the necessary level and attempt to wield powers beyond your reach, it will surely backfire. To engrave permanent talismans without side effects, one must possess genuine power, otherwise it is futile. I suspect genuine power is a form of energy, is it not? Tony persisted. You could say that, Zhao Yu responded. Once you attain genuine power, you will understand. I know what you are contemplating, replacing it with some form of energy, electrical, solar, or even nuclear energy. Incorrect. He continued. Genuine power is not merely a type of energy. It is the confluence of human will with the myriad spirits of the universe, refined by the essence of heaven and earth. Can you imbue electrical, solar, or nuclear energy with human will? If not, the talismans will inevitably fail. Upon hearing this, Tony's hopes were significantly diminished. In all matters, there are no shortcuts. Even if you wish to create armor, you must possess the requisite foundational knowledge, correct? Does one simply conjure it out of thin air? You are an intelligent person. Surely you understand. The armor can be initially fabricated, and experiments combining it with talismans can be attempted. Once you cultivate genuine power, you can make improvements then. Tony nodded slightly in acknowledgement. I understand. That is good, Zhao Yu remarked. However, if your armor is to incorporate talismans, careful consideration must be given to the choice of materials. As he spoke, Zhao Yu produced a booklet from his hand and handed it to Tony, saying, This is your path, with talismans as the foundation. In the future, you must also integrate the art of crafting artifacts. Within this booklet, you will find some fundamental talismans and materials for crafting, primarily focusing on the properties of these materials. Delve into this thoroughly. It should prove beneficial to you. Tony's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he eagerly opened the booklet. However, his expression soon darkened. Master, what is this Xian iron? Zhao Yu chuckled heartily. Do not be swayed by the name. Instead, consider the properties of Xian iron. It is the essence of iron, a refined substance extracted from steel. From 1 ton of steel, approximately 1 or 2 taels of Xian iron can be obtained. Of course, you currently lack the capability for such refinement. Yet, Certain unique environments in nature may yield natural Xian iron. Perhaps you could explore this avenue. 1 ton for 1 or 2 taels. 50 grams. Tony exclaimed, incredulous. Not an exaggeration, Zhao Yu said leisurely. Xian iron is merely the most fundamental material within the realm of gold-based artifact crafting. There are also materials such as mother iron, gold essence, and tie-by gold essence. The more inferior materials belonging to the postnatal gold category can be extracted from steel, though the ratios. He smiled subtly from mother iron. 100 tons of steel may yield 1 tael. As for gold essence, a mine could potentially yield several taels while tie-by gold essence. He shook his head, leaving it unsaid. Tony opened his mouth. All right, I understand. Master, do you think I possess wealth, which is why you encourage me to pursue this path? Few can afford such endeavors, right? Perhaps, Zhao Yu replied with a knowing smile. Chapter 53, Glacier Captain. A Base Existence. By the way, I just recalled something. Zhao Yu discreetly consulted the system and called out to Tony, who was about to depart. There are 2 metals that possess characteristics akin to mother iron. Perhaps you are aware of them. Tony halted, turning back promptly. What metals? Adamantium and vibranium, Zhao Yu replied calmly. Your father, Howard, once utilized these 2 metals to craft a shield for Captain America. Both possess certain characteristics that closely align with the rules of the mother iron, and they may even approach the quality of gold essence. Your father's ability to work with these metals implies he had the formula for their refinement. If armor were crafted from these materials, it would inherently surpass ordinary alloyed steel. Upon hearing this, Tony clapped his hands in realization. How could I have overlooked that? With that, he dashed off enthusiastically. The primordial metals of vibranium and adamantium hail from celestial meteorites, reputed to be indestructible, yet their true capabilities remain limited. Through his inquiries with the system, Zhao Yu learned that both vibranium and adamantium possess certain characteristics of natural mother iron, albeit incomplete, with each exhibiting distinct traits. One absorbs recoil, while the other boasts unparalleled hardness. These 2 crafting materials possess attributes that align closely with the rules of the postnatal 5 elements, making them remarkably resilient to brute force. While pure strength can indeed destroy them, it requires sufficient power and adept technique. In simple terms, the concept of striking the cow from across the mountain serves as an analogy for a technique that harnesses strength and energy. This is merely a figurative expression. However, all things in existence are interdependent, embodying the principles of mutual generation and restraint. The essence of iron, as well as the more refined metal of gold and the even higher purity of the silver essence, does not solely rely on brute force. Rather, there exist more convenient methods for their refinement. To extract pure iron from steel, one requires only a sufficiently high temperature, achievable through ordinary flames. Yet, to refine the essence of iron, one must harness the stone fire, one of the 3 true fires, for the extraction of the gold essence. 2 of the 3 true fires must be combined to produce the wood fire. To distill the essence of silver, all 3 true fires must be present, culminating in the creation of the air fire. The 3 true fires embody the quintessence of the 5 elements and amalgamate the 3 treasures of essence, energy, and spirit through the process of refinement. The stone fire represents the profound mysteries of both earth and metal, merging with the primal essence of the physical body. The wood fire encapsulates the enigmatic interplay of water and wood, aligning with the source of magical power, while the air fire is the most arcane, embodying the essence of fire and intertwining with spiritual will, crafted through the alchemy of heart and blood. When these 3 fires unite in perfect harmony, they reach an unparalleled mastery, possessing the might to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, effortlessly traversing the fabric of space. However, achieving such a transcendent state is exceedingly difficult. With the guidance of the 3 true fires, there are few substances in this world that cannot be refined. The so-called adamantium alloy and vibranium can be melted with just one of these fires. Yet, Zhao Yu has not yet mastered a single true fire. Thus, for Tony to forge armor from these 2 metals, he must devise his own means. Nevertheless, this world is rife with advanced technology. For instance, these 2 metals possess characteristics akin to that of iron essence, yet they can still be utilized by ordinary mortals. While their widespread adoption may be challenging, they undoubtedly broaden one's horizons. Zhao Yu does not covet these 2 metals, as he currently has no use for them. Acquiring more would be futile if he cannot refine them. Additionally, he possesses adequate magical artifacts, rendering him temporarily without further needs. Moreover, should the necessity arise, he can simply exchange for iron essence through the system, which is far superior to these inferior products. A pound of iron essence. though only the size of a match head, requires merely 200 fortune points, which is not excessively expensive. In truth, for Zhao Yu, everything in this world holds little allure, as he possesses a system that allows him to exchange for whatever he desires, provided he has the requisite fortune points. Thus, for him, fortune points are paramount. Naturally, if an exceptionally valuable item is available but costly to exchange, it may warrant some consideration. For example, those few gemstones. Time must be drawing near, he mused quietly to himself. Romanov agents, have you emerged from that place? Fury inquired. Did our master not stipulate that as direct disciples? You must undergo 3 months of training? I take it your envy is palpable, is it not, boss? Natasha crossed her arms, stating, since we have already met his requirements ahead of time. She shrugged. Requirements? Fury retorted. As named disciples, we must exhibit strength exceeding 1,000 pounds. What about you? Direct disciples? As for jealousy, well, there exists a hint of it. Our request is to push open the gates of the sect. Natasha remarked. We require a thrust of 2.5 tons. Beside her, Coulson, Hill, and Barton gazed intently at her. Coulson chuckled. You are undoubtedly far more formidable than before. Everyone seemed to concur, did they not? Indeed. Coulson raised his arm, saying, I find that I can manage the former version of myself with just one hand. Even with a gun, I was unafraid, provided I remained sufficiently vigilant. Perhaps we could establish a special response team, Hill suggested. Boss, with Natasha, we have 13 members in S, H, I, E, L, D, who have all grown significantly stronger. You should contemplate this. Nearby, Barton was polishing his bow, which had not been used in 2 months, and remarked with a smile, that is a splendid suggestion. However, I believe we ought to consider the long term. It has only been 2 months. The others nodded in agreement. Fury remained silent, gazing out the window for a long while, then stated the 5 of us here, including myself, will form one team. The others will form another. The others shrugged, indicating their acquiescence, yet none comprehended the deeper meaning behind Fury's words. At that moment, a phone call came in. Fury answered, nodded a few times, and suddenly widened his eyes, exclaiming, alive? Are you certain? After a moment, he hung up the phone, scanning the room until his gaze settled on Coulson. Perhaps there's a task here that suits you rather well. At your service, Coulson replied with a slight smile. Go to the North Atlantic Glacier. Our people have discovered a secret there that will undoubtedly astonish you. Coulson, I hope you don't faint upon witnessing this revelation. Remember to bring the individual back. Fury teased. Coulson chuckled. Any hints? Shall I go now? No hints, just go now. Once Coulson departed, Natasha inquired. What could possibly astonish Coulson? A glacier? She was somewhat curious. Barton and Hill shared her intrigue. Our captain, Coulson's idol, has emerged from the currents of time, Fury remarked, a rare smile gracing his face. Captain America, it was truly unbelievable. The president, after perusing the thin dossier in his hands, displayed a look of astonishment as he regarded Senator John and several high-ranking officials from the military, along with the upright figure of Blonsky beside him. In just 2 months, is it solely the effect of that technique and the pills? Indeed, Mr. President, Blonsky responded, resembling a machine, standing perfectly still. In merely 2 months, merely the technique and the pills. The president nodded slightly, contemplating, and turned to the others, asking, so what are your thoughts on this? An elderly general with gray hair from the military remarked, if that is the case, I believe our super soldier program can be discarded. The rapid effectiveness, absence of side effects, and potential for mass production make it invaluable. Regardless of strength, endurance, agility, reaction, and various comprehensive qualities, they all transcend the realm of ordinary individuals. Mr. President, if we were to possess an army of such caliber, even a mere 10,000, combined with America's most advanced personal firearms, I believe no one in this world could stand in our way without the use of strategic weapons. However, the president waved his hand, suddenly furrowing his brow. Even with such an army, there would still be threats to societal stability. The general remarked, but those are exceedingly few. With such a force, whether they be mutants or those fortunate enough to gain powers unexpectedly, they would no longer pose a problem. Moreover, he chuckled, there would be no need for SHIELD to continue its existence, thus saving us a substantial amount in military expenses. Congressman John and Blonsky exchanged knowing glances as they listened. John cleared his throat and said, Mr. President and General, your ideas are commendable, yet all eyes turned towards him. I believe it is unfeasible in the short term. I need to explain. The president remarked, when considering this issue, Mr. President, one must take the tie sect into account. John stated gravely, the sect's rules dictate that without the sect's consent, no disciple is permitted to impart the sect's techniques. Otherwise what? The general dismissed it nonchalantly. Are we to fear the so-called Tai sect? What are their rules worth? The president's brow furrowed. John replied, they are not to be taken lightly. Has the general forgotten how formidable Mr. Zhao of the Tai sect is? I believe that not even an army of 10,000 comparable to Blonsky could contend with him. He even gestured with a wrinkled face. Not even a nuclear bomb would suffice. In my report to the President and Congress, I have explicitly stated that the Tai sect does not belong to our dimension. This signifies that the Tai sect is inherently invincible. That Mr. Zhao can even traverse space with his followers, a fact I have witnessed personally. What if he were to arrive at the White House? The White House would become a black hole. John said solemnly. We would all cease to exist. Silence enveloped the room. After a long pause, John sighed softly. Since we have already decided to collaborate with him, why should we be indecisive without means to counterbalance his power? He has not rejected our partnership. We have opportunities to integrate some personnel each year. In no time, within 3 to 5 years, we would possess a sufficiently formidable force. Is it better to steadily attain power or to pay an irretrievable price to seize it? I believe the wise would know how to choose. Moreover, I must assert that you all are indulging in fanciful thoughts. John inhaled deeply. You do not understand cultivation, nor do you comprehend Mr. Zhao's capabilities. What I have just mentioned is merely one reason. I believe Colonel Blonsky can provide further elucidation. Chapter 54, Yin, Yang, and the 5 Elements. The body consists of 9 levels. As Blonsky listened to the bickering of the politicians, observing their disingenuous faces, he couldn't help but smirk coldly within. He realized that while he had once managed to tolerate such hypocritical, cunning, and vile visages, now he felt an overwhelming urge to strike them. They were all fools. Just as John had remarked, they knew nothing, understood nothing, yet dared to entertain reckless thoughts, showing no reverence for power, a state of utter ignorance. In Blonsky's eyes, Zhao Yu's strength was absolute. Faced with such overwhelming power, these imbeciles could devise as many schemes as they wished. Their efforts would be futile. However, while Master Zhao Yu could remain aloof, beyond the grasp of these politicians, Blonsky was not afforded the same luxury. He still relied on these politicians for his livelihood. Hearing John's words, he managed a reluctant bow, stating, cultivation first requires innate talent. Without sufficient talent, no amount of diligent practice will yield results. Secondly, it necessitates resources, specifically elixirs. Lacking these, the pace of cultivation is exceedingly slow. Under equivalent talent, those aided by elixirs can cultivate at a speed exceeding those without by more than 5-fold. Mr. President, General, even if we could disregard the sect's regulations and transcribe the cultivation methods, I believe the only outcome would be a loss outweighing any potential gain. The techniques imparted to register disciples of the sect are merely transcriptions made by Zhao Yu, not a divine transmission of sacred intent. They are not yet worthy. They might be able to transcribe, but Blonsky was acutely aware of their intentions. To procure the techniques from these registered disciples affiliated with the government, and then recruit a large number of individuals to cultivate. Yet, should the government misuse the methods of Tai sect, it would surely incur the wrath of the sect and Zhao Yu, with consequences that are all too predictable. Firstly, Tai sect would never again recruit disciples for the government. Secondly, any exchanges regarding resources previously established with Tai sect would undoubtedly collapse. Finally, they would have to contend with the ever-present threat of a humanoid strategic weapon. What they would gain would merely be some inferior techniques, which would be difficult to cultivate without adequate resources. Most importantly, for Blonsky himself, he felt an intrinsic fear and reluctance. Tai sect held the utmost significance in his heart. Even as a mere registered disciple, his future was inexorably linked to the sect. He could neither afford nor wish to bear the consequences of betraying Tai sect and violating its regulations by imparting its techniques. He yearned intensely for strength, and Tai sect was the very place that could provide him with that power. He did not believe he could escape Zhao Yu's scrutiny should he breach the sect's rules and cleanse the ranks. Even these long-standing rulers before him were not exempt. John then added, the last time Tai sect recruited disciples, our collaboration with S.H.L.D. saw over 100 participants. Among this select group, only 4 could become direct disciples, while more than 20 were registered disciples. In contrast, our government has not a single direct disciple. It is important to note that they are indeed elite soldiers and agents, selected from a vast pool, yet many have still failed the examination. This implies that even among our finest, over 80% do not meet the qualification criteria. Therefore, Mr. President, General, esteemed colleagues, consider this. Is it worth risking offense to the Tai sect and the peril of losing one's life to pursue an endeavor that is fundamentally unprofitable? Upon hearing this, the president sighed deeply, then expressed his frustration. As the President of the United States, I have never felt so powerless as I do now. He then continued, however, we need not worry about the rapid expansion of the Tai sect. It is evident that, given their stringent requirements for disciples, even the most meticulously selected soldiers fail to meet their standards. Hence, their swift growth seems improbable. The general in charge of the military plan appeared hesitant. We could initially form a research team dedicated to studying the techniques, he suggested. The president, unwilling to concede defeat, pondered aloud. Why can we not find alternative paths through the study of these techniques? The others contemplated this and nodded in agreement. Let us put the super soldier program on hold, the president commanded with a wave of his hand. From World War II to the present, nearly a century has passed with immense resource and financial investment. Yet what have we achieved? I have seen nothing, nor have my predecessors. Now that we have established a connection with the Tai sect, we can annually send a few individuals, albeit not many, but the benefits are tangible. The difference is self-evident, is it not? I propose we redirect the resources of the Super Soldier program towards researching these techniques, as I hope for commendable results. The general reluctantly nodded. I shall obey your orders. He then turned to Bronowski. Soldier, you are the most promising among your cohort. You will remain uninvolved in the transcription of techniques. John opened his mouth, and Bronowski exhaled in relief. Outside, Zhao Yu was unaware of the commotion, but could certainly speculate. The saying goes that possessing something coveted brings trouble. Fortunately, with the holy summoning token, Zhao Yu had established an unparalleled reputation before all, thus averting direct complications. However, it was inevitable that those with ulterior motives would engage in covert maneuvers. Zhao Yu, nonetheless, was unfazed. Even if a slip occurred, the leaked information would merely pertain to some inferior techniques, harmless in essence. In fact, it subtly aligned with his intentions. Now that the sect was on the right track, the future required only a methodical approach, recruiting disciples and disseminating techniques as necessary. For Zhao Yu, the most crucial aspect remained his own cultivation. Whether through the holy summoning token or eloquent persuasion, these were mere illusions. Only one's personal cultivation is genuine, although it seemed he had intimidated everyone for the moment. What if a significant problem arose that necessitated his direct intervention? Wouldn't he that reveal his vulnerabilities? The sacred card is now down to its final chance. The sect and its disciples have indeed caused some delays for Zhao Yu, yet his cultivation has not significantly faltered. His physique is exceptionally unique, complemented by two supreme techniques that mutually enhance one another. Currently, his physical realm has reached the 7th level of the mortal body, with his sheer strength amounting to thousands of tons. The mortal body comprises 9 levels, and upon completing the foundation establishment, one is merely at the 1st level of the mortal body. Even at the 1st level, if endowed with profound potential and extraordinary talent, one can cultivate a physical strength of several tens of tons. Take for instance the 2nd disciple, Tianyang Peter, whose exceptional aptitude has allowed him to possess a strength of around 30,000 pounds. Despite not yet completing the foundation establishment or achieving the 1st level of the mortal body, Zhao Yu estimates that once this young man perfects the pure yang fist and achieves body refinement and foundation establishment, he will possess a strength of 40,000 pounds, which is equivalent to 20 tons. In terms of aptitude, Zhao Yu is indeed special. When he cultivated to the 1st level of the mortal body, he already possessed a physical strength exceeding 50 tons, or over 100,000 pounds. With each advancement, this figure doubles, resulting in a staggering 3,200 tons of pure physical strength at the 7th level of body refinement. Alongside this, his mastery of the Chaos True Body and the 3 Yuan returning 1 refining Qi method has reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement, giving rise to numerous wondrous spells. The 5 elements primordial magnetic divine light, a formidable technique he can now barely wield, and the various elemental spells derived from it, while not entirely effortless, are certainly within his grasp. Moreover, each breakthrough in his physical realm awakens a kind of innate divine ability, providing Zhao Yu with considerable advantages. Speaking of physical divine abilities, upon breaking through to the 1st level of the mortal body, a thread of earth chi emerged from the spleen's acupoints, granting him the ability to communicate with the mysteries of the earth and shorten distances immeasurably. Upon reaching the 2nd level, a thread of gold chi emanated from the lungs' various acupoints, sharp and unyielding. At the 3rd level, a thread of water chi arose from the kidneys' acupoints, endowing Zhao Yu with relentless strength, with each wave of power building upon the last. Upon breaking through to the 4th level, a thread of wood chi generated from the liver's acupoints nourished his flesh and granted him formidable recovery capabilities. At the 5th level, a thread of fire chi manifested from the heart's acupoints, igniting an inexhaustible vitality and unparalleled explosive power. Thus, all 5 elemental origins from his organs have subtly coalesced within him, forming an intricate and extraordinary 5-element formation, not only granting him profound insights into the 5 elements' primordial magnetic divine light and its associated spells, but also allowing him to grasp the essence of the true fire of Samadhi. By the 6th level of the mortal body, the mysteries of his organs were fully realized, and a thread of supreme energy emerged from his right eye, awakening the profound ability to perceive souls and glimpse into the void. Upon reaching the 7th level, a thread of supreme yang energy sprouted from his left eye, giving birth to a vibrant light capable of faintly illuminating the laws of the world and the patterns of energy circulation. The breakthroughs in his physical realm and the awakening of innate divine abilities follow a natural order. The earth chi, gold chi, water chi, wood chi, and fire chi align perfectly with the principles of the 5 elements' interdependence. With a dual vision of yin and yang, one could perceive the harmonious interplay of these fundamental forces. Such insight allows one to penetrate the veil of illusion and directly observe the workings of the laws of nature, embodying the nascent form of the celestial eye. Were it not for Zhao Yu's relatively modest level of attainment, he might have ventured to the furthest reaches of the azure skies and the depths of the underworld. Though both realms appear boundless, they lie within the very confines of his eyelids. As for the subsequent stages of the mortal body, the 8th and 9th levels, Zhao Yu could only speculate about the extraordinary powers that might manifest, though certainty eluded him. This primordial true form indeed represents an unparalleled pathway. No other method of body refinement could possibly encompass such marvels. Zhao Yu felt a profound sense of clarity in his heart. Now that the sect has embarked on a proper course, he can devote himself to peaceful cultivation. These past months, he had devoted considerable concern to his disciples, which inadvertently hindered his own progress. Thus, seizing this opportunity to perfect his mortal body and glimpse the transformation into divinity is the rightful path. After exchanging greetings with his wife, Magneto, and a few close disciples remaining in the sect, Zhao Yu closed the doors to the rear hall, focusing on his diligent practice. "Welcome back, Captain," Fury beamed as he extended his hand from afar upon Steve's entrance. "Just call me Steve," replied the dashing Captain America, Steve Rogers, whose presence inspired envy among men and blushes among women, as he shook Fury's hand. "This is Maria Hill, this is Natasha Romanoff, and this is Clint Barton," Fury swiftly introduced, adding with a smile, "And this gentleman needs no introduction, Phil Coulson." Indeed, the first face I beheld upon opening my eyes was Mr. Coulson, Steve remarked as he greeted the others. "Isn't it astonishing?" he said, gazing at Natasha and the others, a wry smile on his face. "It feels as though I merely took a nap, and upon awakening, I find myself in a world 70 years hence, utterly disoriented." "It will soon pass," Coulson reassured him. "Perhaps," Steve chuckled, "but I must express my gratitude for the icy embrace beneath which I was preserved." Laughter ensued among the group. During their light-hearted conversation, Steve inquired, "Has the formula for the super soldier serum been restored? I mean, after my entombment in ice, the results of Dr. Erskine's work that you provided me felt immensely powerful." His gaze rested upon Natasha, "Especially you, Ms. Romanoff." "Just call me Natasha," she replied with a smile, shaking her head. "To our knowledge, Captain Rogers, you are the only true success story of the super soldier serum." Fury nodded. "Since Dr. Erskine was slain by Hydra agents, the nation has made numerous attempts, but over the span of 70 years, the results have yielded only inferior products. Both he and Natasha have previously injected various derivative agents. Yet the disparity with the original serum of Captain America is too great for comparison." A look of confusion crossed Steve's face. "Training," Barton interjected with a laugh. "We have all joined the sect to cultivate our skills, which is why we have grown stronger. 2 months ago, aside from our combat skills, we were not much more than ordinary individuals." "Training? Joining a sect?" Steve's bewilderment deepened. Thus, Fury and his companions elaborated on the intricacies of the Tai sect to him. "When the sect opens its doors for new disciples next year, the captain may wish to consider applying." Coulson remarked, "With your tenacity and resolve, Captain, you undoubtedly possess the potential to become a direct disciple, much like Natasha." Fury echoed this sentiment. for he would not have expounded upon the Thai sex matters with such detail if he did not believe in Captain America's trustworthiness. He nodded, stating, "I believe that through cultivation, you shall grow even stronger." However, Captain America himself exhibited little enthusiasm for this notion. We are no longer in wartime, and the Nazis are a thing of the past. If circumstances permit, I intend to first acquire a comprehensive understanding of this era before seeking employment. Laughter erupted among the group at his words. Nevertheless, Fury interjected, "This world may appear vibrant on the surface, which you can readily observe, Captain. Yet, behind every sheen lies a shadowy underbelly. Otherwise, what purpose would S.H.I.E.L.D. serve? Mutants and supervillains lurk within the populace, hiding countless extraordinary beings. Ordinary police and military forces are helpless against such individuals. Only we can contend with them. Therefore, Captain, retirement must wait. General, Colonel Blonsky has arrived." General Ross, engaged in paperwork while savoring a cigar, looked up at the mention. "Show him in." Blonsky entered, snapping a salute. "General, Soldier Blonsky reports to you." General Ross returned the salute. "Take a seat." Extinguishing his cigar, he continued, "I have been informed of your exploits, particularly you, Colonel Blonsky. They say you are the mightiest soldier in the army. Hence I sought you out. I have a most critical mission that requires your expertise. Please give your orders, General." Blonsky replied with unwavering confidence. Chapter 55. The Brazilian Mission. The Hulk emerges. This mission's target is none other than him. The individual we seek was once a scientist within our military ranks, yet he betrayed America and has been evading capture ever since. General Ross opened a drawer and retrieved a file, tossing it before Blonsky. "Our agents have recently uncovered his whereabouts. He is exceedingly cunning, and our attempts to capture him have proven futile. Colonel Blonsky, I trust you will not disappoint me this time." Blonsky opened the file and perused its contents, finally fixating on the image of a young, slender man, furrowing his brow. This person managed to elude military pursuit? "Do not underestimate him, soldier," General Ross cautioned, gesturing to his head. "He is a high-tech criminal, armed with an astute mind and impeccable logical reasoning." Blonsky nodded in understanding, rising to salute. "Then I shall take charge of this matter, General." Since becoming a soldier, Blonsky had executed countless missions, and, as a soldier of remarkable caliber, he had never known failure. Although this mission targets a so-called high-tech criminal, the individual in question is not unfamiliar with such adversaries. He is confident that his military skills can effectively contend with these so-called high-tech criminals, especially at this moment. He believes that even among the extraordinary, many would not pose a challenge to him. General Ross has decided to personally oversee this capture operation. Although Blonsky is somewhat perplexed by the notion of an American military general venturing abroad to apprehend a criminal, he perceives this as a testament to General Ross's commitment to the mission. This marks Blonsky's inaugural military assignment since departing from his sect, and he is determined to execute it flawlessly. A day later, in a city in Brazil. This city, nestled among the mountains, bears a unique topography, with its uneven elevations setting it apart from any American city that might be deemed urban. The densely packed, antiquated buildings resemble a spider's web, with streets lacking any discernible order or pattern, teeming with a diverse array of individuals, showcasing a distinct cultural flair. Inside the command vehicle, General Ross pointed at the surveillance screen, declaring, "He is here, in that building. He should be resting now. Blonsky, I need you to apprehend him immediately. Remember, use the tranquilizer gun. I want him alive, not dead. Understood?" Bruce Banner's life, laid bare on the coffee table, is a tragedy. Orphaned at a young age, he later found a girlfriend, only to discover she is the daughter of the very individuals tasked with capturing him. The tangled web of his circumstances is truly ineffable. After narrowly escaping the pursuit of the American military, he sought refuge in this remote corner of Brazil, where he has managed to enjoy a relatively tranquil existence. Currently, he works as a mechanic and electrician at a beverage factory. As a PhD in physics, these tasks are mere trifles for him. Last night, having completed repairs on the entire workshop circuitry, he returned home just as dawn was breaking and was now resting. Suddenly, Banner awoke with a start, a sense of foreboding enveloping him, his heart racing. Ever since the entity within him had awakened, he had developed an intuitive ability to sense impending crises. He quickly rose and approached the window, drawing back the curtains slightly to peer outside. To his alarm, he spotted a rarely seen vehicle in the distance. His gaze sharpened, and he scanned the area, only to behold a squad of fully armed soldiers already gathered below his building. "Damn it," Banner gasped, his breath heavy, gritting his teeth. "I must leave at once." He hastily packed a backpack, contemplated for a moment, then used the bed linens to create a makeshift disguise before swiftly escaping through the window. Within a minute, the door to his room was forcefully burst open, and Blonsky stormed in, gun in hand. In a swift motion, he reached the bed, his expression shifting dramatically as he yanked back the covers. He has escaped. Based on experience, he first secured the window, stepping forward to behold a bedsheet hanging from it. Glancing outside, he spotted an individual donning a cap and carrying a backpack, hastily making his way. "I've got you." He gestured swiftly, not waiting for his team to respond before leaping from the window. He landed 6 or 7 meters below, slightly bending his legs to absorb the impact. And with that momentum, he lunged forward, akin to a leopard, pursuing at a speed rivaling an accomplished athlete. The other team members rapidly descended, splitting into 2 groups, one to the left and the other to the right, encircling their target. Had this been 2 months prior, pursuing Banner through such a complex urban landscape would have posed a considerable challenge for Bronsky. Yet now, Banner feigned nonchalance, keeping his head down to shield his face from view, striding briskly while scanning his surroundings. Soon, he sensed the pursuit from Bronsky behind him. Upon turning, his face drained of color. The soldier was closing in too swiftly, undeterred by street obstacles or corners, and had already reduced the distance to less than 50 meters. Banner could no longer afford to maintain his disguise. He sprinted with abandon. "Stop!" Bronsky bellowed from behind. "Get out of the way!" Banner shouted back. The throngs of people in the street became the greatest hindrance. In that moment, the chase turned chaotic, the street a tumultuous scene of disorder. Bronsky propelled himself forward, as if treading upon a cloud, leaping 7 or 8 meters with each bound, faster than a leopard. In mere breaths, he closed the gap to within 10 meters of Banner. As Banner approached a corner, Bronsky hurled his weapon ahead. The tremendous force sent Banner soaring, leaving him no time to register the pain coursing through him. He knew all too well the dire consequences of being captured by the military. His heart raced, his face flushed, struggling to suppress the fury that surged from deep within. He did not wish to unleash that entity, even in such dire circumstances. But as he managed to turn over, Bronsky stood before him. "No, don't come any closer." His veins were prominent, eyes nearly bulging. "I do not wish to harm you." Bronsky slowed his pace, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. "Harm me? You?" he scoffed. "Really? Don't come any closer." Banner realized he could no longer contain the Hulk. "Run. Far away. Quickly." Bronsky chuckled, finding this assignment exceedingly simple. He retrieved a pair of specially designed handcuffs from his waist and, in just a few strides, reached Banner's side. Suddenly, a deep, beastly growl, unlike any human sound, erupted from the mouth of the frail figure before Bronowski. As he stood in stunned silence, the man's skin began to undergo a remarkable transformation. With a series of tearing sounds, his clothing was shredded, and his thighs and arms swelled rapidly. Bronowski's expression changed, and he lunged forward. A massive green arm swept toward him, and Bronowski retaliated with a powerful punch. A dull thud resonated as he felt an irresistible force rebounding against his fist, momentarily halting him and sending him flying backward. Remaining remarkably composed, he suppressed the tingling sensation coursing through one side of his body, executing several flips in midair to dissipate the force. As he neared the wall of a building, he propelled himself off it with a series of swift kicks, leaving spiderweb-like cracks in his wake before landing gracefully on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the two had clashed. At that moment, a chorus of screams erupted around them. Countless onlookers in the street beheld the towering green monstrosity, their souls fleeing in terror as they shrieked and scattered in all directions. So that was it. Bronowski inhaled deeply, finally understanding why General Ross had summoned him for this task and why he had deemed this individual extraordinary. Indeed, he was a monster. The green giant swatted Bronowski aside with a powerful sweep of his arm, then rolled over and sprang to his feet. A look of intense fury etched across his verdant visage. Yet, amidst this rage, there was an unmistakable hint of pain. His enormous left arm twitched involuntarily. Unlike a mere clash of brute strength, martial arts mastered to a profound level harness intricate techniques, channeling power from the ground through the legs, aligning with the spine, and culminating in the fists. With a twist of the waist, a single strike could unleash force far exceeding one's own raw might. For instance, while Bronowski possessed a strength exceeding 2,000 pounds, that last punch, though sudden and not his most powerful, still delivered an impact of 2 to 3 times that potency. Moreover, akin to the techniques of the Tai sect, even the martial arts practiced by its registered disciples boasted not only the ability to consolidate strength, but also to achieve unique effects. Bronowski's mastery of the Shattered Jade Fist allowed his strike to possess a tearing, shattering force. Despite the Green Giant's formidable physique, he felt immense pain, as the muscles beneath his skin were undoubtedly torn asunder. Nevertheless, the giant's remarkable regenerative abilities soon had him nearly restored. Yet, the lingering agony only fueled his rage, causing his power to surge. With a fierce roar, Banner lunged forward, resembling a colossal flea as he bore down upon Bronowski with a dark, overwhelming presence. Bronowski did not underestimate this creature before him. However, the pain etched on a monster's face and its involuntary movements revealed to him that his martial arts were indeed inflicting harm. Instantly, his confidence surged. What did strength matter? To lack the ability to wield power is to remain a savage. Indeed, the creature before me is a monstrosity. As Banner bears down like a mountain, Blonsky instinctively recoils, narrowly dodging the onslaught. In a swift maneuver, he sidesteps and, with a sudden lunge, strikes Banner's side with a diagonal punch. Unbeknownst to them, General Ross's command vehicle has approached, surrounded by dozens of elite special forces, their weapons trained on the scene with unerring precision. Observing the fierce struggle, General Ross's expression shifts to one of astonishment. Can Blonsky truly contend with this behemoth? A soldier at his side remarks, direct confrontation may prove futile. However, Colonel Blonsky exhibits remarkable agility, while this creature is decidedly more cumbersome. General Ross nods in acknowledgement, yet his faith in Blonsky remains tepid. He is acutely aware of the Hulk's formidable might, capable of withstanding even the might of tanks and artillery. Although the battle appears evenly matched, he knows that a single blow from the Hulk could spell disaster for Blonsky. Blonsky himself is acutely aware of his precarious situation. His demeanor has turned grave as he senses the creature's strength and physical resilience escalating rapidly. What manner of monster is this? He silently curses. The sheer force emanating from the Hulk causes the ground to tremble as if an earthquake has struck, and with a mere sweep of his arm, surrounding structures crumble like mere tofu. What began as a series of punches thrown at this creature has devolved into an exercise in evasion. Though the Hulk lacks finesse and the ability to harness his own strength, Blonsky knows that even a glancing blow would be utterly unbearable. The adage rings true. A brush with danger could lead to injury, and contact could be fatal. In a matter of moments, half a street has been reduced to ruins in the wake of their clash. The chaos unfolds as General Ross's command vehicle shifts multiple times, compelling the encircling special forces to adjust their positions. The devastation wrought by their combat is immense. Buildings collapse, the ground fissures, and debris is sent flying. To avoid collateral damage, the perimeter must be expanded. In truth, the majority of this destruction is the result of Banner's rampage. Amidst the swirling dust, Banner roars with ferocity, while Blonsky finds himself on the defensive, attacking less and evading more. This creature is overwhelmingly powerful and continues to grow stronger at an alarming rate, unrelenting in its ascent. The effectiveness of Blonsky's attacks diminishes as the Hulk's speed and agility increase, each punch and kick generating fierce gusts of wind that leave Blonsky's face stinging with pain. Blonsky's eyes were bloodshot as he narrowly evaded a slap from the monstrous creature, nearly losing his footing to the gust generated by its swing. He clawed at the air, aiming for the creature's eye, but it deftly turned its head aside, allowing him to only graze the surface of its massive visage. Almost instantly, two enormous hands reached out to seize him. He hunched down, slipping beneath the Green Giant's armpit and darting behind it, his fist striking like a great cannon against its spine. The Hulk howled in pain, pivoting to grab him once more. Inevitably, Blonsky could not entirely escape Banner's fist, which grazed him and sent a jolt of paralysis coursing through his body, nearly dissipating his strength. He was propelled backward, landing awkwardly in front of General Ross's command vehicle, half kneeling and barely maintaining his balance. "Open fire!" General Ross bellowed. Instantly, the air erupted with a cacophony of gunfire, the bullets intertwining in a fierce metallic storm that enveloped Banner. Yet, the towering green behemoth merely raised a hand to shield its eyes, allowing a hail of bullets to rain down upon it. Its skin only indented slightly under the barrage before the projectiles ricocheted off, clattering to the ground and forming a scattered carpet of spent rounds. Aside from General Ross and Blonsky, who had faced Banner before, the others stood in astonished silence, some even screaming in terror. The Hulk remained motionless in the center of the chaos, but General Ross could sense the bloodthirsty, furious gaze fixated upon him. He slowly extended his hand, and in that instant, all gunfire ceased. "Banner," General Ross roared, "I know you can hear me. You are one of us, part of the military. You cannot escape. In response, a thunderous growl erupted from the giant. It seemed to regain a modicum of composure, casting a penetrating glance at General Ross, then lingering on Bronsky for a brief moment, before launching itself away with a powerful leap, disappearing into the distant mountains and forests. Bronsky's eyes blazed with a fiery intensity, reluctantly retracting his gaze only when the green monstrosity vanished from sight. He slowly rose to his feet, standing before General Ross with an expression devoid of emotion. "General, you didn't inform me that the target would be such a creature." General Ross closed his eyes and sighed deeply before responding. "Soldier, you need only follow orders." He then added, "Search for his residence. Perhaps he has left some clues." As the torrential rain poured down, Banner regained consciousness, stripped of his shirt and clad in only half a pair of trousers, sheltered beneath a rocky outcrop in the forest. The damp air chilled him to the bone, prompting him to hug his arms tightly around himself, curling into a ball. His mood mirrored the dismal weather, utterly bleak. Having been discovered by the military, losing his job, and the tranquility of his life, he wondered what his future held. Are we to remain in perpetual flight, wandering to places unknown even to ourselves? They seek to capture me because of you. Without you, I could lead a tranquil life, along with Betty Banner, who is burdened by myriad thoughts. He recalled Mr. Blue and the confrontation with Bronsky, memories lingering in his mind. Since fleeing America, he has tirelessly sought ways to suppress the monster within him, even contemplating its annihilation. Although he has yet to discover a method to eradicate this inner beast, he has, with great effort, managed to restrain it. Amidst the boundless fury that follows his transformation, he clings to a thread of rationality. Otherwise, he would have fled not, but to annihilate General Ross and his ilk. 2 months ago, I proclaimed the cessation of our weapons division. Now, who will provide me with an explanation? Why are we still engaged in the development and manufacture of arms? In the boardroom of Stark Industries, Tony stood at the head of a long table, his hands braced against its surface, casting a displeased glance around the room. To his right, Obadiah Stane slowly spoke. "Tony, it's me." Tony's gaze fell upon the elder, revealing an expression of resigned acknowledgement. Obadiah Stane has been a stalwart pillar of Stark Industries since the days of Howard, a core figure alongside Howard and Tony Stark. While the Stark duo harnesses their brilliant minds to explore new technologies, Obadiah channels his capabilities into the operation of the company, which has resulted in the current pinnacle of Stark's success. Though Tony seldom vocalizes it, he holds profound respect for this elder, recognizing that Stark Industries could not thrive without Obadiah. "Tony," Obadiah said earnestly, "we understand your sentiments. Indeed, it was our own manufactured weapons that harmed you during your time in Afghanistan. However, as an adult, you must grasp that weapons themselves are devoid of morality. They harbor no thoughts of good or evil. If we cease production, others will inevitably fill the void. More critically, weapons represent the company's most substantial source of profit. Can you envision what Stark Industries would become if we were to shutter the weapons division? None of the board members would welcome such a fate. You must comprehend this." After hearing Obadiah's words and observing the expressions of the board members, Tony recognized the truth in his assertions. He extended his arms. "Gentlemen, while weapons may yield considerable profit, they are not our sole avenue. I have conceived of a superior idea, one that will indeed generate even greater revenue. Trust in me. Tony Stark, the world's foremost genius. I have made my decision. The weapons division must be closed, come what may." With this resolute declaration, Tony strode out of the conference room. Obadiah, filled with regret, offered his apologies to the board members before hastily pursuing him. "Tony," Obadiah called out, attempting to halt his departure. Tony turned around and said, "Uncle Obadiah, regardless of the circumstances, I will not change my mind. Why are you always so obstinate?" Obadiah sighed. "Do you have any idea how the board members will perceive you? The weapons division constitutes nearly the entirety of Stark Industries. To sever it entirely is reckless. Even if new projects were to replace it, can we guarantee they will be profitable? Understand this. Once the corporation announces the cessation of weapons research and manufacturing, the stock prices will plummet, potentially down to a tenth or even a fraction of their current value. If we cannot reverse this, Stark Industries will be doomed." In the face of Obadiah's earnest admonishment, Tony remained resolute. "Uncle Obadiah, you must have faith in me. When have I ever let you down? My next project is energy. Do you understand? I have developed a finished product, awaiting only technological refinement for large-scale application. Weapons are utilized by a mere handful, whereas energy is the lifeblood of the entire world." At this juncture, he paused, asserting firmly, "My arc reactor was already conceived in Afghanistan. Uncle Obadiah, it is a powerful energy source capable of propelling armored steel. I assure you, there will be no losses. Stark Industries is poised for an even more glorious future. With that, Tony departed. Obadiah watched his retreating figure, a sinister expression crossing his face. I will not allow you to destroy the company. Absolutely not. You shouldn't be so direct, Pepper said, her concern for Tony evident. Perhaps we could first establish a new energy division, and once it becomes profitable, then shut down the weapons division. In the car, Tony was behind the wheel with Pepper in the passenger seat. No, once I make a decision, I never procrastinate, Tony replied with a smile. You know, in that prison in Afghanistan, the first decision I made upon waking was to shut down the weapons division. It's almost laughable. I was nearly killed by the very weapons I created. Ha ha. Pepper fell silent, and after a moment she said, but there are no buts, Tony interjected. I am offering them an opportunity to profit, not pleading with them. All right, Pepper sighed. As Mr. Obadiah said, Mr. Stark, you are too headstrong. I have the capital, do I not? He chuckled. I have nearly perfected the arc reactor. What remains is merely refinement. He spoke with pride. This is an exceptionally clean and durable energy source, one that could even replace the existing energy systems. Pepper, can you envision such a scene? Anyone could use my energy. Isn't that exhilarating? Pepper shrugged, maybe. Suddenly, he asked, by the way, how is it going with the materials I asked you to find a few days ago? Yttrium alloy? Vibranium? Yes. Your requests are quite ambitious. Tony, Pepper replied exasperatedly. I managed to locate around 2 kilograms of yttrium alloy, but as for vibranium, reports indicate it can only be found in Wakanda, Africa. Africa? Tony paused, taken aback. That's quite far. Is it attainable? Not particularly easy, Pepper replied. Vibranium is a metal brought by meteors, rare and predominantly collected by the royal family of Wakanda. The royal family? That makes it more convenient, Tony chuckled. I'll dispatch a team there, stating my intention to invest in Wakanda, with the condition being vibranium. That's your usual tactic, Tony, Pepper remarked, as if she had already deduced his plan. Indeed, it is customary, but isn't it rather effective? Tony countered. I am not deceiving anyone. When I say investment, I mean investment. 3 days. Can you accomplish this within 3 days, dear Pepper? I shall do my utmost, she replied. The luxurious vehicle drove along the coastline, arriving at a seaside villa, Tony's residence. Once inside, he briefed Pepper on a few matters before diving headfirst into his private laboratory. Jarvis, let us continue with our previous work. Of course, sir, Jarvis responded. Previously, Jarvis had been confined when Zhao Yu first invoked the summoning token. Although it was merely an act of channeling divine power, unraveling the confinement was beyond Tony's capabilities, and even Zhao Yu himself struggled with it. Initially, Zhao Yu had misled Tony, claiming that once he grasped the fundamentals of the chi refinement technique, he would resolve it independently, which was merely a ploy to entice Tony into practicing that discipline. In reality, even if Tony cultivated his powers and advanced in chi refinement, he would still be unable to achieve it. Fortunately, during Zhao Yu's second invocation of the summoning token, when a myriad of spirits gathered at the farm, he had not forgotten about this matter and effortlessly released Jarvis from his confinement. Otherwise, this artificial intelligence would still be confined within Tony's office at Stark Tower.